Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 1664 to Chapter 1851. Xianxia nodded and said, Bailey Hongshuang also participated in the assessment competition. We met her there. As soon as these words came out, Xianxia Yutian and Jiang Jining couldn't help but look at each other with a puzzled expression. Why did Bailey Hongshuang participate in the assessment competition? Xianxia shook his head, I don't know. Her strength is much stronger than before. If it wasn't for Bailey Hongshuang's help, we would have been completely wiped out. Xianxia Yutian and Jiang Jining immediately understood the meaning of Xianxuan's words and were a little surprised. Bailey Hongshuang was actually willing to help. This is really, thinking back to the time when Bailey Hongshuang was willing to let them go, they were already very grateful. They didn't expect that Bailey Hongshuang was still willing to help. Thinking back to what they did to Bailey Hongshuang, they really felt guilty. Xianxuan's heart was also a little heavy. It was because of Bailey Hongshuang's actions that he felt that he was really terrible in the past. However, he also knew that the reason why Bailey Hongshuang made a move was just a matter of convenience. In Bailey Hongshuang's heart, there was no longer any place for him. When Xianxuan was explaining the situation to Xianxia Yutian and the others, Bailey Hongshuang was also talking with Bailey Zhentao. Father, I met Bailey Hongshuang at the assessment competition. As Xianxuan's voice fell, Bailey Zhentao's expression couldn't help but change a little. She. How is she? She is now completely different from the past. She is the first place in this assessment competition. From now on, she will be a disciple of Tiangang sect. Not only that, Bewitching also specially went to the assessment competition to pick up Bailey Hongshuang. All the cultivators in the assessment competition were shocked. Bailey Hongshuang felt incredulous when he recalled the scene that happened during the assessment. Bailey Hongshuang, who was ridiculed by everyone at the beginning, unexpectedly became the focus of attention. Not only that, Bewitching turned out to be the young lord of Tiangang Zone. All of this gave him a great shock. However, just by looking at Xianxuan's expression at that time, he knew that Xianxuan already knew about this matter. Father, did you already know that Bewitching is the young lord of Tiangang sect? Then why didn't you tell me before? Bailey Zhentao didn't immediately answer Bailey Hongshuang's question. His mind was completely immersed in the fact that Bailey Hongshuang won first place. First place in the assessment competition, what kind of glory was that? Bailey Hongshuang was originally his daughter. If he had treated Bailey Hongshuang well in the past, then he would be in the limelight now. However, he had destroyed everything with his own hands. Now that he heard this, he felt a burst of panic in his heart. What's the difference between knowing and not knowing? Bailey Zhentao sighed faintly. His original majesty had disappeared. In just a few years, he had aged a lot. Looking at Bailey Zhentao's appearance, Bailey Hongshuang hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything. Yes, knowing or not knowing didn't make any difference at all. In fact, before he knew about this matter, he felt better in his heart. After knowing this, his heart felt even worse. Songlan College, Special Enrollment Dormitory. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching were sitting in Bailey Hongshuang's dormitory. As for Bewitching's room, it was now occupied by He Mu and the three beasties. Baisher and the others are now following He Mu. Just now, they urged He Mu to go out and buy food. Bailey Hongshuang's smile revealed a bit of helplessness. With He Mu by the three beasties' side, she was a lot more relaxed, but He Mu was going to be tired. He Mu has money on him, don't worry. Bewitching was full of smiles. He recently found that bringing He Mu along was really beneficial. Originally, the three beasties had been following Hongshuang around like third wheels. Now that He Mu brought the three guys out, wouldn't he have time to be alone with Hongshuang? Thinking of this, Bewitching only felt that he appreciated He Mu more and more. As a shadow guard, it was really not easy to share his worries all the time. Bewitching secretly decided that when he returned, he must reward He Mu well. Bailey Hongshuang looked at Bewitching's smile and couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Why are you so happy? Bewitching's expression quickly returned to normal. Nothing, I'm just happy for Baisher and the others. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang looked at Bewitching suspiciously. She didn't think that Bewitching was telling the truth. Wife, I haven't seen you for so long, I just want to be alone with you for a while. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a gentle gaze, his beautiful face full of affection. Since Hongzhuang returned, his tense heart had been relieved. But until now, they had almost never had a good conversation. It was rare that there was nothing going on today, so they could spend some time alone. A ripple appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's clear eyes. She stared at Bewitching's bright and dazzling eyes, and the corners of her lips curled into a lotus-like smile. Wife, master has agreed to our marriage, Bewitching said with a smile. As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but have a look of surprise in her eyes. She immediately moved closer to Bewitching. Really? Did the sect master really agree? She had always been worried that there would be many obstacles between her and Bewitching, because the difference in status between the two was not small. This could be deduced from the attitude of the elders back then. Fortunately, the sect master didn't show any dissatisfaction with her from the beginning. Now that she heard Bewitching say this, she naturally felt a burst of joy. When he saw the excitement in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes, Bewitching's gaze gradually softened. An indescribable happiness and satisfaction filled his heart. Based on Hongzhuang's reaction, he could see Hongzhuang's feelings for him. It was a good thing that he had appeared early enough and captured Hongzhuang's heart. Wife, you're so happy? Bewitching grinned at Bailey Hongzhuang like a fox, filled with craftiness and evil charm. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but restrain her expression, and then turned around and asked, "Are you happy?" When he saw Bailey Hongzhuang turn around, Bewitching couldn't help but step forward and wrap his arms around Bailey Hongzhuang's slender waist. He rested his chin on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder and said, "I'm happy, how can I not be happy? Being able to marry you is the happiest thing in my life, Bewitching." Bewitching needs Bailey Hongzhuang's soft hands, his voice low and charming. Although we got married in Fengbo country, my identity is Fengbo country's prince, not my real identity. This time I will marry you as Tiangang sect's young sect leader, and announce it to the world. Only in this way, Bailey Hongzhuang is Bewitching's real wife. Bailey Hongzhuang leans in Bewitching's arms, her delicate and beautiful face ripples with a smile. She is really touched that Bewitching treats her so sincerely. To me, it doesn't matter whether the world knows or not, as long as you have me in your heart. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice is gentle and beautiful, slowly narrating her inner thoughts. Bewitching hugs Bailey Hongzhuang, "You will always be in my heart, but I want everyone to know that you are my most cherished woman." Hongzhuang is his beloved woman, he doesn't want Hongzhuang to suffer any grievances, he only wants to give all the best things to Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart trembles slightly, her heart is so hot. Listening to Bewitching's words, she only feels that all her sufferings are nothing. Even if she transmigrated and became a waste of a young lady, step by step, she has to go through hardships to get to where she is now. But as long as Bewitching is by her side, she feels that everything is worth it. Perhaps, this is fate. Otherwise, why did she transmigrate into Bailey Hongzhuang's body, and meet Bewitching? It is all destined. Bewitching, it's so good to have you by my side. If it weren't for Bewitching by her side, she doesn't know when she would know that the parents of this body are still suffering. Although she is the Bailey Hongzhuang from 1,000 years ago, after fusing with the memories of this life, she is no longer the Bailey Hongzhuang from 1,000 years ago, but the combination of the two Bailey Hongzhuang from 1,000 years ago and 1,000 years later. Although she didn't experience everything that this body has experienced before, all the memories are incomparably deep, as if she has experienced it herself, she can feel it. So now, she is the combination of these two lives. The parents of this body are her parents. If Bewitching hadn't been by her side and discovered all of this early, she didn't know when she would have known all of this. Once she finds out that her parents are no longer alive, she will regret it for the rest of her life. She has always been grateful to Bewitching. She is grateful to him for appearing in her life, for always being by her side, for protecting her in all ways. She loves Bewitching even more. No matter if he is handsome, domineering, affectionate, or decadent, she loves him. From the moment Bewitching walked into her heart, he has taken root in her heart, grew up, and occupied her whole heart. The two of them hugged each other quietly. Even when they hear each other's breathing, they feel that it is the most beautiful thing. "Wife, I have something to tell you." Bewitching looks lovingly at Bailey Hongzhuang, who is snuggling in his arms. At this moment, Hong Zhuang has lost her usual strength and is more like a little bird. It seems that he can only see her like this when he is by Hong Zhuang's side. She is especially cute and pitiful. Bailey Hong Zhuang nods slightly. She squints her eyes lazily, relaxed and at ease. What is it? Bewitching stared at Bailey Hong Zhuang. He also didn't want to ruin the atmosphere. However, this matter was really important. Before returning to Tiangang sect, he had to tell Hong Zhuang first so that she could be mentally prepared. Wife, I'm afraid this matter will exceed your expectations. Bewitching said slowly. In fact, when he first heard his master talk about his past, his heart was filled with surprise. However, as they talked more and more, everything seemed to be connected as if it was a nail on a board. Now, both he and his master felt that Hong Zhuang was his master's granddaughter. However, the real confirmation still needed to be completed by Hong Zhuang. Hearing Bewitching's words, Bailey Hong Zhuang couldn't help but frown. She looked at Bewitching with a worried expression. Did something happen to my parents? Seeing Bailey Hong Zhuang's nervous state, Bewitching hurriedly caressed Bailey Hong Zhuang and said, Wife, don't think too much. It's not about that. Bailey Hong Zhuang let out a sigh of relief. The nervousness in her phoenix eyes also dissipated a little. She asked, Then what is it? Bailey Hong Zhuang sat up straight. Just from Bewitching's tone of voice, she could tell that this matter wasn't simple. If it wasn't so, Bewitching wouldn't have asked her to mentally prepare herself first. I think that my master might be your grandfather. Bewitching pursed his thin lips. His dazzling starry eyes stared at Bailey Hong Zhuang, looking straight into her heart. Bailey Hong Zhuang couldn't help but be stunned when she heard this. Her bright eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Her expression was filled with confusion and suspicion. Bewitching, you're saying that the sect leader might be my grandfather? How is that possible? Didn't you say that my mother was an outstanding disciple of the Sun Moon Palace? And you didn't even know about my grandparents' existence? There were many cultivators in the Xianxia continent. As a cultivator, they would often walk in dangerous situations, and the chances of losing their lives were extremely high. It was precisely because of this that many children were orphans. This situation was not strange. According to the information Bewitching had gathered, Bailey Hong Zhuang thought that Mu Lingbing had been adopted by the Sun Moon Palace and that her parents were no longer around. However, how could he suddenly get involved with the Tiangang sect master now? With the sect master's wisdom, how could he not know about his own child? Seeing the puzzled look on Bailey Hong Zhuang's face, Bewitching couldn't help but explain, the reason for this is a little complicated. Master didn't think of this possibility before. He only guessed it later. Bailey Hong Zhuang looked at Bewitching silently, waiting for Bewitching's explanation. Whether it was Bewitching or the sect leader, they weren't people who would speak without thinking. Since they had said so, they believed that they had enough reasons to convince others. This matter started from when my master was young. Bewitching hugged Bailey Hong Zhuang and slowly told her about his master's past. Bailey Hong Zhuang listened carefully to Bewitching's words. However, the more she listened, the more shocked she became. She never thought that the sect leader would have such a past when he was young. This kind of emotional twists and turns were truly vexing. However, towards Mu Jin's, Bailey Hong Zhuang admired her very much, but also felt sad for her. So, sect master is certain of all this because of my mother's name? Bailey Hong Zhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. Even if Mu Jin's had mentioned this name, it seemed that all of this could not be confirmed. After all, just a name could be a coincidence. Bewitching shook his head slightly. Not only that. Back then, the person who destroyed the relationship between master and master's wife was Xianxia of the Yu clan. And when Yu Manlan attacked you, it was with Xianxia's help. The rainbow divine pearl in your body was taken out by Xianxia, and your parents were humiliated by the Yu clan when they begged the Yu clan to save you. All of this seems to be too much of a coincidence, and Xianxia hates you too much. Bailey Hong Zhuang's eyes gradually sharpened. From Bewitching's words, she was keenly aware of the problem. According to a woman's intuition, she increasingly felt that this possibility was very high. Are you sure that Xianxia was the one who did all this? Bailey Hong Zhuang's eyes flickered, and a cold light flashed in the depths of her eyes. Bewitching nodded. Yes, master has already confirmed this matter. It was Xianxia. Not only that, Master also asked Yu Siqing if she knew your identity, but Yu Siqing never answered. But it's this kind of cover-up that makes it even more suspicious, so I think that after we return to Tiangang sect in a few days, you and Master will do a blood test, okay? Di Baichen held Bailey Hongshuang's small hand. In this way, this identity could be completely confirmed. Whether it was or not, everyone could be at ease. Bailey Hongshuang thought for a moment and nodded, okay. Sect Master had been feeling guilty for so many years because of what happened back then, and until now, she had been searching for Mu Jin's whereabouts. Even if it was to reassure Sect Master, she was willing to test it. If not, Sect Master could also be at ease. If this was the case, then this Yu Siqing was too hateful. Back then, she had ruined the relationship between the Sect Master and Mu Jin Sei. Later on, she had even harmed her mother and herself. This woman's thoughts were simply too vicious. However, based on the way Yu Siqing had destroyed the relationship between the Sect Master and Mu Jin Sei, it was clear that she was not a kind person. In order to obtain the person she liked, she didn't use any perverted methods. She didn't even care about her good friends. She did her best to destroy everything, destroying the Sect Master and Mu Jin Sei's lifetime happiness. If the Sect Master was really her grandfather, then where was her grandmother? Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but think, but she didn't say it out loud. After all, nothing had been confirmed yet, and it was still too early to say anything. If this was just their wrong guess, then it would be ridiculous to think too much about it now. However, Bailey Hongshuang had already engraved Yu Siqing's name in her mind. It was because of Yu Siqing that she had fallen to such a state, and her parents had suffered so much. Originally, she should have enjoyed a great reputation in the Xianxia continent at such a young age. Her status would be high, her parents would be well, and she would be living the life of a pearl. However, because of Yu Siqing, she had been forced to separate from her parents. She had suffered so much at such a young age, and had lived under the ridicule and sarcasm of the masses for so many years. All of this was because of Yu Siqing. As long as Yu Siqing was still alive, she would kill her with her own hands. Di Baichen noticed the change in Bailey Hongshuang's expression and immediately pulled Bailey Hongshuang into his embrace, his heart aching. His embrace was warm and tight, filled with a comforting feeling. My wife, I will definitely make Yu Siqing pay the price. Di Baichen's handsome face turned cold, his hawk-like eyes filled with coldness and killing intent. That intense hatred and killing intent was enough to shock anyone. Ever since he knew that everything that Hong Zhuang had suffered was because of Yu Siqing, Di Baichen's hatred for Yu Siqing had reached the peak. He had never hated someone so much before. When he thought of how Yu Siqing's selfishness had caused his wife to suffer for so many years, he secretly made up his mind to let Yu Siqing have a taste of pain. Such a vicious and despicable woman should have been punished long ago. Bailey Hongzhuang leaned her head on Di Baichen's shoulder and nodded. She will regret everything she did. Her ink-black jade-like indifference was filled with a chilly light. She would definitely make Yu Siqing suffer 1,000 times more pain. For her parents, for the sect leader and Mu Jin's. At this point, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but raise her head to look at Di Baichen. Baichen, have you found my parents in these 2 years? Although she knew that the possibility wasn't high, Bailey Hongzhuang still wanted to know the progress. After all, only after knowing the progress would she know what to do. Di Baichen shook his head slightly. I haven't found them yet, but I've confirmed that they are in the Yu clan. It's just that their location is too hidden, so it's hard to find out. After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's reply, Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't surprised, but she still frowned. If they couldn't find her parents' location, then how could they rescue them? Could they just attack the Yu clan directly? Once the Yu clan knew that they had gone there for Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing, they would definitely move the two of them away, or even kill them. Therefore, they couldn't act blindly without thinking. Only after rescuing her parents would they be able to act without any scruples. If we can't find them, what should we do? Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Di Baichen. This situation was really too troublesome. I believe that someone will be able to find them. Di Baichen said in a deep voice. Who? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes gradually brightened. As long as there was a chance, they couldn't give up. Slaughter Heaven Pavilion. Heaven Baichen said. As long as you paid the price, no matter what information you wanted. Slaughter Tower would be able to give you an accurate answer. As long as the price was the price, the price. The answer. The answer. The slaughter heaven. It SSSS. After hearing Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's pretty face showed a touch of surprise. Slaughter Heaven Pavilion? Bewitching nodded slightly and continued, that's right. I've already contacted Slaughter Heaven Pavilion. However, because the young master of Slaughter Heaven Pavilion wasn't there, they couldn't confirm whether to accept this mission or not. Now that the young master of Slaughter Heaven Pavilion has returned, I believe that there will be an answer soon. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression changed slightly. From Bewitching's words, she knew that Bewitching already knew about Mo Yunjua's identity. You recognized Mo Yunjua? Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. What she said was an affirmative sentence, not a question. Bewitching nodded. It was hard to forget someone as impressive as Mo Yunjua after seeing him once. What's more, the expressions of Xianxia and the others were clearly reminding him. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but explain, Mo Yunjua and she didn't want Bewitching to misunderstand. She and Mo Yunjua were just friends, nothing else. She didn't want Bewitching to have any grudges because of such things. She only hoped to maintain enough trust with Bewitching and not have any doubts. However, without waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang to finish speaking, Bewitching had already hugged Bailey Hongzhuang directly. Bailey Hongzhuang's back was slightly stiff, and Bewitching's voice sounded in her ears. During the days when I wasn't with you, Mo Yunjua was able to protect you. I'm very grateful to him. For me, the most important thing is you. You can return to me safely, this is the happiest thing for me. Bewitching's handsome face was filled with a smile, I understand your thoughts. He never doubted Hongzhuang's sincerity to him, not to mention that he was full of confidence in himself. Thinking back to the time when he wanted to pursue Hongzhuang, he spent a lot of effort. When he saw Mo Yunjua's appearance, he knew that he was not very good with words. He believed that Mo Yunjua would not be his opponent. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't know the thoughts in Bewitching's mind. She only felt extremely moved, and her hands wrapped around Bewitching's broad back. She was very happy that Bewitching trusted her so much. Just like how she trusted Bewitching, there was no need for her to say anything. The other party would understand. Bewitching, I also have something to tell you, Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. Now that they were talking about these things, she also had something very important to tell Bewitching. Wife, please speak. Your husband is listening. Bewitching raised his long eyebrows and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a faint smile. His voice was even more gentle and pleasant. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and continued, I obtained the final inheritance in the small world's ancient ruins. Bewitching nodded slightly. He had also heard about this. After all, relics in small worlds had always been extraordinary existences and were extremely eye-catching. Every time an ancient ruin appeared, it would become the focus of everyone's attention. My wife is really amazing. You make your husband very proud. His bright eyes were filled with admiration and admiration. Today, Hongzhuang's potential was becoming more and more shocking. Her performance was also becoming more and more outstanding. He firmly believed that Hongzhuang was that pearl. Even if she had been covered in dust all these years, sooner or later, she would bloom again. From the moment Hongzhuang spoke in the Lan family, it already meant that she was extraordinary. Looking at Bewitching's admiration, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly and said, the owner of that ancient ruin is the palace master of Limitless Palace. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching's expression changed a little. He looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment, Palace Master of Limitless Palace, Yu Linfeng? That's right. He's my master. You actually obtained the inheritance of Palace Master Yu? Bewitching was astonished. This news sounded unbelievable. With a playful smile on her beautiful face, Bailey Hongzhuang thought about what had happened and felt that it was very interesting. At that time, ancient ruins had always been built by experts who had already fallen. There had never been any cultivators who were still alive who built them. Therefore, when she met Yu Linfeng, she felt that it was too inconceivable. Thinking back carefully, Yu Linfeng's way of doing things was very normal. The reason why experts would build ancient ruins was to find a suitable successor, so as to prevent their inheritance from disappearing from this world. Rather than waiting until they were about to fall to find an inheritor, it was better to find one while they were still alive. In this way, the inheritance would be more secure. When the assessment competition ended, Limitless Palace's elder Gu Taihong recruited you because of this? Bewitching immediately thought of what had happened at the end of the assessment competition. At that time, when Gu Taihong was recruiting Hong Zhuang, he felt that it was very strange. Logically speaking, under such circumstances, anyone would know that Hong Zhuang would not join other sects, let alone the always smart and slick Gu Taihong. He had always felt that there was a problem, but he had never thought of the answer. Now that he heard Hong Zhuang say this, he immediately understood. Bailey Hong Zhuang nodded slightly. Yes, Elder Gu told me to make a trip to Limitless Palace. I plan to go to Limitless Palace after returning from Azure Water School. Will you accompany me? Since my wife has ordered, your husband will naturally accompany you. Bewitching's reply was very natural. He and Hong Zhuang had been separated for such a long time. Now that they were finally together, he was not willing to be separated from Hong Zhuang again. Bailey Hong Zhuang was full of smiles. Her delicate face was now even more beautiful. That's great. My wife, what inheritance did you obtain from Palace Master Yu? Even Bewitching was surprised when he found out that Bailey Hong Zhuang had obtained Yu Linfeng's inheritance. Everyone knew that Yu Linfeng was a genius. Back then, he had used his own strength to sweep away many outstanding cultivators, shocking the entire Xianxia continent. No one knew where Yu Linfeng came from, but when he appeared, he was already an extraordinary existence. Under the leadership of Yu Linfeng, Limitless Palace became more and more powerful. In just a short period of time, it had become one of the most famous 10 great sects. However, Yu Linfeng was usually quite mysterious, and it was very difficult to see him in person. Moreover, there had never been any news of him accepting a disciple. He never thought that Yu Linfeng would actually build a relic in the small world. Once this news got out, it would definitely cause a lot of people to be surprised. This was because Yu Linfeng was the most famous existence in the Xianxia continent. His every move was closely watched. Moreover, Yu Linfeng had a few trump cards that were very powerful. If his wife could obtain the inheritance of this martial technique, he believed that her strength would be much stronger. However, Bailey Hong Zhuang's next words shocked Bewitching. Master said that he wants to give Limitless Palace to me. Bailey Hong Zhuang slowly said. When these words came out, Bewitching could not help but be stunned for a moment. He looked at Bailey Hong Zhuang in astonishment and disbelief. What did you say? Master said that he wants to hand over Limitless Palace to me. Bailey Hong Zhuang repeated. She understood Bewitching's surprise. In fact, when she heard her master's words for the first time, she also felt that she had heard wrongly. For a long time, other than the experts who had already fallen, when ordinary experts were looking for an inheritor, especially the inheritor of a sect, they would need to consider it very strictly. Many experts would train their inheritors from a young age. Who could be like her master and directly choose an inheritor from the ruins? That's what Master said in the ruins. However, I think I still need to make a trip to Limitless Palace to know the details. After all, it's not that easy to choose an inheritor. Bailey Hong Zhuang pondered and said. Although her master seemed to be very optimistic about her, as if everything had already been decided, she would not completely accept this matter before it was truly confirmed. In this world, many unexpected things would often happen. Even if the result had already been decided, there might still be unforeseen events later on. Moreover, her master was looking for the inheritor of Limitless Palace. This definitely required more tests. Therefore, even if her master changed his decision, she would not have any dissatisfaction. This was because her master had already helped her enough so far. Listening to Bailey Hong Zhuang's words, Bewitching nodded slightly. That perfect face of his was still filled with amazement. My wife is really not simple. After participating in the assessment competition, she became the inheritor of Limitless Palace. If this news were to spread, I'm afraid everyone would be dumbfounded. Bewitching's face was filled with a smile. He discovered that Hong Zhuang was really a strange woman. There were many ruins in Xianxia continent and there were also many ruins in small worlds. However, to be able to enter the ruins and be chosen as the inheritor of a sect by the owner of the ruins, other than his wife, he was afraid that no one else could be like her. As the young sect master of Tiangang sect, he was very clear that as the inheritor of a sect, one would need to go through all sorts of tests to establish one's identity and consolidate one's position. Thinking back to when his master brought him back to the sect and began to train him from a young age, there were also many voices of dissent in the sect. It was precisely because of this that his master's requirements for him were exceptionally strict, and he was exceptionally hard-working in his cultivation. Even so, after his master left, because of the problem with his legs, the hall master and elders still took this opportunity to let him leave Tiangang sect. This was the first time he had heard of Yu Linfeng directly choosing Hong Zhuang as his successor. Just as Hong Zhuang had said, nothing was certain at the moment. However, from Yu Linfeng's words, one could tell how satisfied he was with Hong Zhuang. It was not that there were no female sect leaders in the sect, but the number of female sect leaders was much less than that of male sect leaders. Although both men and women were cultivators in the Xianxia continent, most of the time, men had the advantage. It was more difficult for a woman to become a sect master than a man. Even so, Yu Linfeng still made such a decision. This was enough to show how much Yu Linfeng valued Hong Zhuang. What's more, according to his understanding, although Limitless Palace Master Yu Linfeng's character was slightly strange, he was also a man of his words. Since Yu Linfeng had said such words, there shouldn't be any problems. Luck is a part of one's strength. Bewitching's voice was natural and firm. As a cultivator walking in the Xianxia continent, luck was a very important part. Luck was an indescribable thing, but every cultivator who became a powerhouse must have a certain amount of luck. Therefore, everyone believed that luck was also a part of one's strength. Hong Zhuang was able to obtain Yu Linfeng's affirmation. On one hand, it was because of luck that she encountered the ruins. However, at that time, how many cultivators entered the ruins? They also had the same luck. However, in the end, only Hong Zhuang obtained the inheritance. This was because of her hard work and potential to reach this step. Bailey Hong Zhuang understood that perhaps part of the reason why her master decided to give her Limitless Palace was because of the unfair treatment she received from the Lan family. Her master was also from the Lan family, but it must be because the Lan family did something unacceptable that made her master hate them to the extreme. If not, her master would not even want the Rainbow God Pearl. After thinking about it, Bailey Hong Zhuang still did not tell Bewitching about this. Because this was her master's matter. If she guessed correctly, even in the entire Xianxia continent, not many people would know about this matter. Since her master did not want to have anything to do with the Lan family, she naturally would not tell him about this matter. After all, this was not an extremely important matter in itself. In 2 days, we will set off for Limitless Palace. Bewitching said slowly. Their purpose of coming to the Azure Water School had been completed, there was not much meaning in continuing to stay. Gong Xiaoqing and the others were also preparing to return to their homes. After staying in the exam for 2 years, the place they wanted to go the most was home. Bailey Hong Zhuang nodded slightly, okay. She also wanted to go to Limitless Palace to take a look. Moreover, her master had helped her a lot in the ruins, she must pay a visit to her master. Oh right, Bewitching, I have the Rainbow God Pearl. Bailey Hong Zhuang smiled sweetly as she looked at Bewitching. This was one of her great gains from the assessment. Ever since she had fused with the Rainbow Divine Pearl, her strength had increased a lot. Even her dantian had become larger and more comfortable. It felt as if something was missing from her dantian. Although it didn't affect anything, she still felt a little empty. Ever since she fused with the Rainbow Divine Pearl, she realized that this was how it should be. As Bailey Hong Zhuang's voice fell, Bewitching's eyes were once again filled with a hint of surprise. Rainbow Divine Pearl? He knew that the Rainbow Sacred Pearl in Hong Zhuang's body had been transferred into Lan Qingyin's body. It was precisely because of the Rainbow Sacred Pearl that no cultivator of the same level was a match for Lan Qingyin. The reason why Lan Qingyin could become so famous in the Xianxia continent all these years was largely because of the Rainbow Pearl. At the same time, the 7-colored Divine Pearl was a unique inheritance of the Lan family. Everyone was filled with envy and admiration towards the Lan family. However, how did Hong Zhuang have the Rainbow Sacred Pearl in her body? According to his understanding of the Lan family's inheritance, only one person in a generation would have the Rainbow Sacred Pearl in their body. Moreover, many times it would not appear for several generations. Master gave me a rainbow sacred pearl, and now I have already fused with it. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. It was rare to see Bewitching so surprised. Palace Master Yu has the rainbow sacred pearl? Even Bewitching, after hearing this news at this moment, showed a shocked expression. As everyone knew, only the Lan family had the rainbow sacred pearl. Ordinary people couldn't even see it, let alone have the rainbow sacred pearl. Moreover, Palace Master Yu gave such a treasure like the rainbow sacred pearl to Hongzhuang, which was enough to prove that Palace Master Yu was good to Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Yes, I was also surprised at the time. Her deep eyes revealed a clear light of thinking, as if she could see through people's hearts at a glance. Bewitching was keenly aware that Hongzhuang still had something to tell him, but with his understanding of Hongzhuang, since Hongzhuang didn't say it, it meant that this matter couldn't be said. Otherwise, with Hongzhuang's trust in him, Hongzhuang would definitely say it. This matter should be Palace Master Yu's privacy, and he didn't have the intention to pry. Have you integrated the rainbow sacred pearl into your dantian? Bewitching couldn't help but hold Bailey Hongzhuang's hand, and his flawless face was filled with worry. With Hongzhuang's current situation, it was extremely dangerous to integrate the rainbow sacred pearl into her body. With a little carelessness, Hongzhuang may die. Although he had heard a lot of dangerous things that Hongzhuang had encountered in the small world from Xianxia and others, he had never heard of such a thing. Compared to the matter of fusing with the rainbow divine pearl, the other risks were not even considered risks. He never knew that Hongzhuang had done such a dangerous thing in the assessment competition. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Yes, it has been integrated. Such a dangerous thing, what if something goes wrong? Bewitching frowned. Even if he didn't know enough about the process, just by listening, he knew how risky it was. Looking at Bewitching's nervous look, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Don't worry, aren't I in front of you now? Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's cute and well-behaved appearance, Bewitching was also helpless. Hongzhuang was his weakness, and he couldn't blame her at all. Suddenly, Bewitching couldn't help but think of his inexplicable heartache and nervousness in Tiangang sect before, and couldn't help but ask, Wife, when did you integrate the rainbow sacred pearl? More than half a year ago. Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment before answering. After she came out of the ruins, the rest of the journey was very easy. Speaking of which, the inheritance in the ruins, ancient ruins. Hearing this, Bewitching couldn't help but think of the heartache he felt at that time. Before, he didn't understand why he was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. In the narration of Xianxia and others, they never mentioned anything about it. After listening to Hongzhuang's explanation, he finally understood what was going on. Just from his painful situation at that time, he could know how much pain Hongzhuang had suffered at that time. He knew Hongzhuang's personality. No matter how much pain she had suffered, she would talk about it with a light look, and wouldn't let others worry at all. But it was such a Hongzhuang that made him feel even more distressed. Bewitching held Bailey Hongzhuang tightly in his arms, his low voice hoarse and nervous. Wife, don't do such dangerous things in the future. Bewitching said solemnly. Bewitching had never worried about anything in the first 10 years of his life, and now Hongzhuang was the only person he was worried about. The thought that Hongzhuang might leave him was unbearable. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a happy smile as she nodded, okay. The two hugged each other quietly. That night, the two talked a lot. From the past to the present, from never knowing each other to loving each other until the two fell asleep, while Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were enjoying this quiet and peaceful moment, Haimu had been accompanying the three beasts to eat. He was the young master's shadow guard, and now he had become a contract beast breeder. It seemed that he would have to do this all the time. The results of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others caused an uproar in Kanglan City, and the practitioners of the mercenary union also spread the news. Even if they did not know Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, at least they were all from Kanglan City, and they had even seen Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. This alone was enough for them to brag about. Almost as long as they met mercenaries from other places, they would brag about it. The students of Kanglan College were in the top 100 of the assessment competition, and this news spread far and wide as the mercenaries talked about it. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and soon, the news had been known by many practitioners. Originally, many cultivators who wanted to enter Lingyin College and Beihai College chose Kanglin College after knowing the results of Kanglin College. In the past, Kanglin College was suppressed by Lingyin College and Beihai College, and everyone thought that the strength of Kanglin College was not as good as the other two colleges. However, the results were the most important. When the cultivators knew the results of the Azure Water College, all the previous rumors had no meaning. At least Lingyin College and Beihai College had never had such a proud result. Not to mention the first place of the top 100, even the last place of the top 100 had never appeared. At this point, Kanglin College was not comparable to Lingyin College and Beihai College. Once the news came out, the enrollment of Lingyin College and Beihai College dropped sharply. Not only that, even the students of the two major schools couldn't hold back after learning about this matter. Many students were preparing to drop out and go to the Azure Water School. After discovering this, Xianxia and Su Mingkong were dumbfounded. Even though they were prepared for the reduction of the student union, the situation was obviously worse than they thought. This was because they had neglected the existence of the Mercenary Association in Azure Water City. The Mercenary Guild was the organization with the largest number of people in the Xianxia continent. Any news that spread from the Mercenary Guild would spread across the entire continent in a very short period of time. Xianxia and Su Mingkong racked their brains to get the students back, but none of their actions could move the determination of the cultivators to go to Kanglin College. Lingyin College had always paid attention to the royal family, and many civilian cultivators were suppressed in Lingyin College. The reason why they stayed in Lingyin College was because of the fame of Lingyin College, but in fact, they were more interested in Kanglin College. Because the Azure Water School truly treated everyone equally. Now, the Kanglin College was more famous than the Lingyin College. Why would they continue to stay here? Ren Tianxiong and Huan Chuyu also expected that this year's enrollment results would be better than usual, but after seeing the cultivators gathered outside the school, they were surprised. All the inns in Songlan City were full. Not only that, but almost all the places that could rest were filled with cultivators who wanted to enter the school. Even though the prices of the inns had risen again and again, young cultivators still came in an endless stream. Not only the inns, but the restaurant's business was also rising. Originally, it was not the time for the school to enroll, but seeing so many cultivators gathered outside, Ren Tianxiong and Huan Chuyu decided to enroll first. Not only did the number of cultivators increase, but even the number of rich merchants who wanted to sponsor the expansion of the school increased. This situation could be said to be the most glorious in the history of the school. The anger in Ren Tianxiong and Huan Chuyu's hearts had long been swept away. Lu Huayan and the others were all proud of their success. No matter where they went, their faces were full of smiles. Now, as long as the cultivators of Songlan School mentioned that they were students of the school, they would feel supreme glory. This situation was completely different from the bleak past. After seeing that the school was developing in a good direction, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also said their goodbyes. They came back this time to be able to contribute to the school. Now that the effect had been achieved, there was no use for them to continue to stay. What's more, because there were more and more foreign cultivators, no matter where they went, they would attract a lot of exclamations. Not only that, even if they stayed in the dormitory for special admissions students, there would also be cultivators waiting outside so that they could speak a few words to them. After seeing the situation become more and more intense, everyone wisely decided not to continue to stay here. Ren Tianxiong and the others knew that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were leaving, and they also sent them off. If you have time, come back to the school and have a look. We will always welcome you back. Ren Tianxiong looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others with a face full of smiles. His appearance was completely different from before. Originally, he had always felt guilty. Songlan School kept falling in his hands, and he really let down the previous principal. He didn't think that the heavens would treat him so well and instead lead the school to unprecedented glory. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others smiled and nodded. We will. The Azure Water School was the place where they met and had their best memories. If there was a chance in the future, they would definitely come back to take a look. Lu Qingyue stood beside Huan Chuyu. Her eyes flickered as she looked at Gong Xiaoqing and said, "Big brother Gong, I will definitely come and find you." Gong Xiaoqing nodded slightly. Okay. In addition to recruiting cultivators, Tiangong Zong also recruited excellent alchemists. Therefore, Lu Qingyue has decided to participate in the alchemist assessment. As long as she passes the alchemist assessment, she can become an alchemist of Tiangong sect. This way, she would be able to accompany Big Brother Gong. It was not easy for an ordinary alchemist to participate in the alchemist assessment of Tiangong sect, but with Bewitching, a place to participate in the assessment was nothing. Good luck, we're all waiting for you. Dong Fangyu smiled. Although they came back this time, the problem between Gong Xiaoqing and Lu Qingyue had not been completely resolved. With Lu Qingyue's talent in alchemy, it should not be difficult to pass the assessment of Tiangong sect. What's more, Tiangong sect has Gong Xiaoqing, Lu Qingyue will definitely do her best to pass the assessment. Gong Xiaoqing has always had a cold temperament, except for Lu Qingyue, other women will not care about him. As long as Lu Qingyue continues to persevere, they believe that Gong Xiaoqing will be defeated by Lu Qingyue. Hearing this, Lu Qingyue smiled and nodded, I will. Xia Jiqing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, Boss, I will go home first. When the 3 months are up, I will go to Tiangong sect to find you. Okay, I will wait for you at Tiangong sect. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. After coming out for so long, everyone should go back. However, when she thought of her parents, her eyes could not help but flash a deep light. Bewitching seemed to know Bailey Hongzhuang's inner thoughts. His right hand slowly rested on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder, giving a little comfort. At least, he has always been by Hongzhuang's side. We are also leaving, see you at Tiangong sect. Dong Fangyu smiled brightly. He used to feel bored at home, but now that he has been out for so long, he really wants to go home and take a look. Goodbye. Everyone waved their hands, and the golden sunlight shone on everyone, warm and bright. Sunny and comfortable smiles filled everyone's faces. When they meet next time, everyone's identity will be different. Now they are standing here as students of Kanglan College, and the next time they meet, they will be cultivators of Tiangong sect. Bewitching took Bailey Hongzhuang's small hand, his handsome face filled with a doting smile. Wife, let's go. Bailey Hongzhuang's smile was as elegant and indifferent as a lotus. Okay. The next moment, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang went forward together. Heimu hurriedly followed behind Bewitching. The 3 beasts stuck to his body, one on each of his shoulders, and one in his arms. The 3 beasts kept jumping up and down, scratching Blackwood from time to time. Heimu felt very helpless about this. Ever since he got together with the 3 beasties, these were the most chaotic days of his life. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching pretended not to see it. It was rare for the 3 beasts to like Heimu so much, so the 2 of them could spend some quality time together. Ren Tianxiong and Huan Chuyu looked at the departing figures and sighed with emotion. The one who left the deepest impression on them was Bailey Hongzhuang. If it wasn't for Bailey Hongzhuang, Gong Xiaoqing and the others wouldn't have achieved such results. In the short span of 2 years, they had all transformed. Lu Huaiyan and Fu Hongba were the most emotional. No wonder Bailey Hongzhuang refused their invitation. Just by relying on Bailey Hongzhuang's ability, they already had the confidence to refuse. Speaking of which, the 2 of them were even more fortunate that they insisted on inviting Bailey Hongzhuang to the college. If they had given up at that time, then they wouldn't have such an opportunity now. Now that Kanglan College's reputation was getting more and more resounding, as the teachers of the special enrollment class, they were extremely loved and respected. This kind of feeling was really what they had been pursuing. Lu Qingyue kept looking at Gong Xiaoqing's back until he gradually disappeared from her sight. No matter what, she must become an alchemist of Tiangong sect. Bailey Hongzhuang walked all the way. Both of them were not in a hurry. 3 months' time was enough for them to go back and forth between Limitless Palace and Tiangong sect. After not being together for a long time, the 2 of them also enjoyed such a relaxing time. Heimu didn't know what was going on and followed Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang not far away. Looking at the route, it was obvious that they weren't going back to Tiangong sect. He didn't know where the young master and young madam were going, but he had always been wherever the young master was, so it didn't matter where the goal was. The 3 beasties obviously didn't want to disturb Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, so they were always with Heimu. What's more, they could only be bullied by their master usually, but now they could bully Heimu. This feeling was really good. Under such circumstances, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching went on a scenic tour and were extremely happy. Limitless Palace. After Gu Taihong returned from the assessment competition, he immediately told the news of Bailey Hongzhuang to Yu Linfeng. After hearing Gu Taihong's description, Yu Linfeng's eyes also revealed a bit of surprise. You said that Bailey girl is the sweetheart of Tiangang sect's young sect master? Gu Taihong nodded. Yes, it is said that Miss Bailey is Bewitching's fiancée. Bewitching went to the assessment competition specifically to pick up Bailey Hongzhuang, and Bewitching didn't hide his love for Miss Bailey in everyone's eyes. That look, it was obvious that he wanted to announce it to the world. Recalling the situation at that time, Gu Taihong explained the situation in detail. Bewitching's approach was tantamount to publicly acknowledging Bailey Hongzhuang's identity. As the young lord of Tiangang sect, Bewitching naturally did things after careful consideration. Since he did so, it proved that he had made up his mind to marry Bailey Hongzhuang. This news surprised everyone. After all, almost everyone thought that Han Xiling and Bewitching were a couple. Even though Bewitching brought a woman to Tiangang sect 2 years ago and this news was known to many people, most people did not take this matter to heart. This was because it was impossible for an ordinary woman to truly marry Bewitching. It was precisely because no one had paid attention to it that everyone found it inconceivable when they saw Bewitching announce it to the world. Yu Linfeng looked lazy and casual. His eyes flickered. I know Bewitching. He's a good young man. As the young master of Tiangang sect, Bewitching has always been the focus of everyone's attention. He had also noticed that this young man's strength and will were extremely good. Bewitching had always been very diligent in his cultivation, and had never had any bad habits. Although he inexplicably left Tiangang Zone 5 years ago, he came back later and resolved a lot of troubles in a swift and decisive manner. That swift and decisive manner was very similar to him. He also felt that Situ Yan had found a very good successor. However, he did not expect that Bailey Hongzhuang would be Bewitching's sweetheart. However, this did not seem to be a bad thing. He had a good impression of Tiangang sect. If Bailey Hongzhuang was really with Bewitching, then the distance between Limitless Palace and Tiangang sect would be much closer. Bailey girl chose to enter Tiangang sect. Did you tell her to come to Limitless Palace? I have already revealed it to Miss Bailey. I believe that with Miss Bailey's intelligence and wisdom, she will definitely understand. Gu Taihong spoke slowly. At that time, he noticed the change in Bailey Hongzhuang's expression. Obviously, Bailey Hongzhuang knew all of this. Yu Linfeng nodded. In that case, it's fine. Go and investigate the process of how Bailey girl and Bewitching met. He was really curious about the disciple he had chosen. In the ruins, Bailey Hongzhuang's performance had always been very good. Whether it was her perception, potential, or endurance, they were all much better than ordinary cultivators. Just the relationship between her and the Lan family had already surprised him. He had already learned from Bailey Hongzhuang that she had been stranded in a small empire. Logically speaking, Bailey Hongzhuang, who grew up in a small empire, should not have had the opportunity to know Bewitching. However, his disciple was really not an ordinary person. Even if the Lan family had taken away her colorful divine pearl, she had become the wife of the young sect master of Tiangang sect and had him as her master. He suddenly realized that Bailey Hongzhuang was a very lucky person. Yes. Gu Taihong bowed. After seeing that Yu Linfeng had no other orders, he left. After Mo Yunjue returned to Shirtian Pavilion, his subordinates told him about the important things that had happened in the past 2 years. In Shirtian Pavilion, different positions had different authorities. The most important authority was naturally in the hands of Mo Yunjue. Since Mo Yunjue participated in the assessment competition, Shirtian Pavilion had been accepting ordinary tasks. However, for some very difficult and involved many tasks, they had to wait for the young master to come back and ask for instructions before they could make a decision. As soon as Mo Yunjue returned to Shirtian Pavilion, he fell into a busy state. He had stayed in the assessment competition for a long time. The matters of Shirtian Pavilion had piled up like a mountain. Speaking of which, participating in the assessment competition was the most willful thing he had done so far. However, it was all worth it. Being able to spend so much time with Hongzhuang was already the best thing that could happen to him. Young master, Tiangang sect's young master Bewitching has also issued a mission. When Mo Yunjue, who was originally indifferent, heard the 3 words Bewitching, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he looked sharply at the speaker. What mission did Bewitching issue? Feeling Mo Yunjue's sharp gaze, the cultivator could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he immediately handed the letter to Bewitching. Bewitching opened the letter. The content was simple. Bewitching confirmed that Lan Yunxiao and his wife were imprisoned in the Yu clan. He hoped that they could help him find out where they were imprisoned. After seeing Lan Yunxiao's name, Mo Yunjue's expression couldn't help but change. The Lan clan had never interacted with Tiangang sect. It was very strange that Bewitching suddenly wanted to investigate the Lan clan's situation. However, Mo Yunjue quickly thought of the jade pendant on Bailey Hongshuang's chest. Bewitching, Lan clan, Hongshuang, Lan clan's keepsake. Mo Yunjue's mind quickly flashed with these keywords. Soon, his deep black eyes gradually flashed with understanding. However, he was still shocked. As the young master of Shirtian Pavilion, he had access to countless information. Often, he would only need to look at a few keywords to know the truth. Since even Bewitching couldn't find out, it meant that the Yu clan had sealed this information very tightly. The matter of Lan Yunxiao and his wife was very sensational, but the Lan clan had sealed the information very well. Almost no one knew about it except for a few people who were very well informed. Lan Yunxiao and his wife's daughter was forcefully robbed of the rainbow pearl and was on the verge of death. The instigator was Lan Yunxiao's elder brother, Lan Jingquang. Currently, the Lan clan's proudest young cultivator was Lan Qingyan, but those who knew the truth were somewhat disdainful. Because the reason why Lan Qingyan was able to achieve such results was undoubtedly through plundering her younger sister's things to reach this step. However, Lan Qingyan obviously didn't care about this. These years, as Lan Qingyan's strength grew stronger, her attitude also became more and more arrogant, faintly causing some people to be dissatisfied. However, Lan Qingyan's strength and talent were indeed shocking. Even if some people were dissatisfied, they wouldn't say it out loud. Because no one was willing to offend a strong opponent. The Yu clan had actually imprisoned Lan Yunxiao and his wife. Once this news spread, the entire aristocratic world would be shocked. Lan Yunxiao and his wife had disappeared for many years. Ever since that incident, they had disappeared without a trace. No one would have thought that they were actually imprisoned by the Yu clan. Bewitching cared so much about Lan Yunxiao and his wife. Obviously, this was an extremely important matter to him. In addition, Hongshuang had the Lan clan's jade pendant. From how much Hongshuang cared about the jade pendant, he could determine that Hongshuang was related to the Lan clan. Hongshuang wasn't General Bailey's daughter. This was something he already knew. He remembered that Hongshuang had always been an extremely famous waste in Fengbo country. The reason she became a waste was because her dantian was broken. It was because her dantian was broken that Hongshuang couldn't cultivate and led such a miserable life. Lan Yunxiao and his wife's daughter was forcefully robbed of the rainbow pearl by the Yu clan. Her dantian was destroyed and she was on the verge of death. Lan Yunxiao and his wife had to beg the Yu clan for help when they were walking. Once all these things were connected, Mo Yunjue already knew the truth. However, he had never thought that Hongshuang's real identity would be like this. At this moment, Mo Yunjue finally understood why Hongshuang would reveal such an expression when he looked at the jade pendant and asked if Hongshuang was related to the Lan family. With Hongshuang's identity, once her true identity was exposed, it would cause a lot of problems. Lan Jingquang and the Yu clan might even try to kill him. It was because of this that Hongshuang was so wary of him. This was not because Hongshuang did not trust him, but because this matter involved too many things. After understanding this, Mo Yunjue could not help but feel guilty. He did not know the reason behind this, but he felt that Hongshuang did not trust him enough. This was really wrong. However, Mo Yunjue could not help but feel sorry for Bailey Hongshuang. Hongshuang's past was already very tragic. He never thought that her real identity would be even more pitiful. He clearly knew that after this incident, many people lamented how pitiful the child who had her rainbow pearl stolen was. She was supposed to be a genius, but because of this persecution, she lost her life. Mo Yunjue's eyes became colder and colder as he thought of what Hongshuang had suffered all these years. Hong Zhuang's suffering was all because of the Yu clan and Lan Jingquang's family. These bastards were really despicable. They even had the heart to hurt an infant. Moreover, Hong Zhuang was Lan Jingquang's younger brother's daughter. Lan Jingquang's family was worse than pigs and dogs. Damn it. Mo Yunjue clenched his fists. His handsome and cold face was filled with murderous intent. These bastards actually dared to treat Hong Zhuang like this. He would make them pay a heavy price for what they had done in the past. Seeing Mo Yunjue's sudden expression, the cultivators of Shirtian Pavilion couldn't help but be surprised. They hadn't seen their young master with such an expression for a long time. Every time their young master showed such an expression, it meant that someone was going to be unlucky. Could it be the Tian Gang sect's young sect master, Bewitching? Everyone kept thinking. After all, this letter belonged to Bewitching. Now that they knew that Bewitching was their young master's love rival, it was normal for them to have conflicts. Seeing their young master's angry expression, could it be that their young master had a direct confrontation with Bewitching? Thinking of this, the cultivators of Shirtian Pavilion became excited. They were all people who wished for the world to be in chaos. For a long time, there had never been a woman who could move their young master's heart. Now that their young master finally found a woman he liked, they naturally couldn't let her go. Go and check on the Yu clan for me. Check if the Yu clan has a dungeon or some other secret place. Mo Yunjue's voice was heavy. Since Bewitching had asked them to investigate this matter, then Bewitching must have confirmed that Hong Zhuang's parents were still alive and had been imprisoned by the Yu clan all these years. As soon as he thought about how the Yu clan had harmed Lan Yunxia's family to such an extent, they even imprisoned them, he was unable to restrain his anger. At this moment, he finally understood why Hong Zhuang was so desperate to cultivate. Back then in the ruins, how dangerous was the inheritance, even he had fainted under that kind of pressure, but Hong Zhuang had persevered. Her perseverance was simply astonishing. From the looks of it, Hong Zhuang was doing her best to increase her strength. That was because she had to increase her strength in order to save her parents. Thinking of Hong Zhuang's usual indifferent appearance, it was hard to imagine that she was under so much pressure. The more Mo Yunjue thought about it, the more he felt that what he had done was not enough. Hong Zhuang had suffered so much in her heart. He was afraid that other than Bewitching, no one else knew about it. He would do his best to help Hong Zhuang. Only by rescuing Hong Zhuang's parents as soon as possible could Hong Zhuang be at ease. Hearing Mo Yunjue's words, the Shirtian Pavilion's cultivators were a little surprised. Why was he suddenly connected to the Yu clan? Their young master had never been in contact with the Yu clan, however, they had always known how powerful their young master was. The moment their young master gave the order, they didn't think about anything else and immediately retreated. They didn't need to ask for any reason. All they needed to do was to get an accurate answer as soon as possible. The Shirtian Pavilion's investigation would definitely not allow any mistakes. Go and investigate the Lan family's Lan Yunxia's matter. Investigate it carefully and bring me all the useful information. Mo Yunjue's handsome brows knitted tightly. At that time, he only knew a little about this matter, but he wasn't clear enough. Now that he knew that this matter was related to Hong Zhuang, he naturally had to investigate it thoroughly. He had to understand everything that had happened in order to know how to help Hong Zhuang to the greatest extent. This subordinate obeys. The man bowed and immediately walked out. As long as it was something the young master instructed them to do, they wouldn't have any doubts. After everyone left, Mo Yunjue looked at the bright moon outside the window. His eyes flickered with cold killing intent. This group of people who were worse than beasts actually dared to do such an unforgivable thing to Hong Zhuang. He would definitely make them pay the price. After thinking carefully, Mo Yunjue suddenly understood why Bewitching would let Hong Zhuang participate in the assessment alone. Obviously, they already knew about the mystery of Hong Zhuang's birth long before the assessment started. Bewitching had probably been investigating this matter all this time. According to the information from his subordinates, Bewitching had already found the Heaven Splitter Tower for some time. However, because he wasn't in the Heaven Splitter Tower, he didn't respond to this mission. This meant that Bewitching had always been concerned about Hong Zhuang. He had always been busy with Hong Zhuang's matters. Hong Zhuang participated in the assessment to increase her strength, while Bewitching took advantage of this time to think of a way to save Hong Zhuang's parents. However, because the Yu clan was too secretive, Bewitching had never been able to find out the exact location of the Lan family's parents. As a medical family, the Yu clan's strength couldn't be underestimated. They were far more powerful than ordinary cultivation families. For so many years, many seriously ill cultivators had sought the Yu clan's help. It was precisely because of this that the Yu clan could be said to have disciples all over the world. Even if Bewitching was the Tiangang sect's young sect leader, it would not be easy for him to deal with the Yu clan. Therefore, Bewitching had his hands and feet tied. He could only think of a way to save Lan Yunxiao and his wife without disturbing the Yu family. As long as Lan Yunxiao and his wife were rescued, everything else would become much simpler because they wouldn't have any more worries. Although Tiangang sect's strength was strong, they were not as good as Shirtian Tower in terms of intelligence. The Shirtian Pavilion's information network could be said to have covered the entire Xianxia continent. As long as it was information they wanted, they would definitely be able to find it. However, the Yu family's roots were so complicated. Adding on the fact that Lan Yunxiao was originally an extremely famous figure in the Xianxia continent, they would definitely do it secretly if they wanted to imprison Lan Yunxiao. Therefore, it would take a certain amount of time to investigate all of this. Similarly, they couldn't investigate this matter personally. They could only find out from the mouths of the Yu clan members. It was obviously impossible to find out such a secretive topic in a short period of time. However, with their methods, they would definitely be able to obtain this information after spending a period of time. Thinking of this, Mo Yunjue decided to send a letter back to Bewitching. He wanted to let Bewitching know his attitude and not act blindly without thinking. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching went on a scenic tour. They were very happy. Occasionally, they would play around like an ordinary couple. No one would have thought that Bewitching was the Tiangang sect's famous young sect leader. Under such a playful situation, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were very happy every day. For them, to be able to live happily together and watch the clouds roll by was the happiest life. However, they couldn't have such a life now. This was because they still had too many things to do. Only after completing everything that needed to be done would they be able to live such a life. There were some responsibilities that they had to bear. Such happy days passed very quickly. Unknowingly, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had arrived at the boundary of Limitless Palace. Not far ahead is Limitless Palace. Bewitching introduced while holding Bailey Hongzhuang with his right hand and pointing to the mountains in front with his left hand. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang looked ahead. Previously, there was a dense mountain range and she couldn't see the existence of the sect at all. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't find it strange. Without thinking, she knew that this was Limitless Palace's trick, just like Tiangang sect. In this way, only cultivators who knew where Limitless Palace was would go there. Ordinary people wouldn't find it at all. How are we going to go in later? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching doubtfully. This wasn't Tiangang sect. Bewitching couldn't remove this enchantment, so how were they going to go in? Bewitching's lips curled into a devilish smile. Although we can't see the situation of Limitless Palace here, the disciples guarding the gate can see us. We just need to ask them to pass the message. As the young sect master of Tiangang sect, he often ran between various sections. He was very familiar with this kind of situation. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Her beautiful face was filled with a beautiful smile. I see. The enchantment after 1,000 years had improved a lot compared to 1,000 years ago. It was very convenient. Hey Mu, follow. Bewitching suddenly said. Previously, because he wanted to be alone with Hongzhuang, Hey Mu and the three beasts had been keeping a certain distance from them. Now that they were about to enter Limitless Palace, Hey Mu should also appear. Otherwise, they would be trapped outside Limitless Palace later. Hearing Bewitching's words, Hey Mu quickly appeared beside Bewitching. Yes, young master. Seeing Hey Mu appear, Bewitching nodded. The three beasts then continued to move forward. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Hey Mu and the three beasts were getting along with each other, and her beautiful eyes were filled to the breast. It had to be said that having Hey Mu by Bewitching's side was really an excellent thing. Bewitching, have you been to Limitless Palace before? Seeing Bewitching's familiar look, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask. In the past, I came here with my master. However, I only came here once, so I'm not familiar with it. Bewitching said slowly. Between the various sects, other than their mortal enemies, most of the other sects had dealings with each other. Many times, the various sects would organize some competitions to promote the enthusiasm of their disciples. Only in a competitive environment, cultivators would be able to work harder. This was because every once in a while, the various sects would organize some competitions. Especially those sects that had a close relationship with each other, they would organize it together. Tiangang sect and Limitless Palace weren't very close, but their relationship wasn't bad. Not long after, Bewitching stopped his footsteps and spoke to the mountain in front of him. Tiangang sect's Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang are here to see the palace master. Please pass on the message. Following Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongshuang realized that the barrier in front of her suddenly disappeared. A towering mountain appeared in front of her. On top of the mountain, a golden palace stood impressively. Looking at the style of the palace, Bailey Hongshuang could recognize that this was Limitless Palace. The ruins in the small world also had the same style. Although the size and layout were different, the style was extremely similar. Just like how every cultivator had a certain style, the things they did also had the same characteristics. Young Master D, please wait a moment. We will pass on the message immediately. The disciples guarding the mountain gate of Limitless Palace bowed when they saw Bewitching. They didn't dare to be negligent at all. Many thanks. Bewitching smiled faintly. One of the disciples guarding the mountain gate quickly walked towards the top of Limitless Palace. As the young sect master of Tiangang sect, Bewitching's reputation was extremely resounding. However, they didn't expect that Bewitching would suddenly come to Limitless Palace. It really surprised them. No matter what, he couldn't be negligent. He had to immediately report this matter to the palace master. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching calmly waited at the same place. They believed that the palace master would definitely meet them. Only Heimu stood at the same place in puzzlement. He didn't understand why the young master and young madam would suddenly come to Limitless Palace. In his impression, although Tiangang sect and Limitless Palace had a friendly relationship, they didn't have frequent interactions. The young master had never said that he was coming to Tiangang sect. Now that he suddenly appeared here, it was a bit strange. Moreover, from the looks of it, the young madam was also very interested in Limitless Palace. But why did they come here? The three beasties' gaze also fell on Limitless Palace's building. They naturally knew the purpose of their master coming here. They only hoped that their master could become the successor of Limitless Palace. That would be the best. They understood Gu Taihong's intention when the assessment had ended. No matter what, master must make a trip to Limitless Palace. Not long after, the disciple who went to inform Bewitching came back. He bowed to Bewitching and said, "Young Master D, Miss Bailey, the palace lord invites you." Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang cupped their hands towards the disciple who was guarding the mountain gate. Then, they slowly walked towards the top of Limitless Palace. After Bewitching and his group left, the disciples guarding the mountain gate couldn't help but talk. I wonder why the young sect master of Tiangang sect suddenly came to our place. I don't know. I've never heard of this before. However, I have heard before that the young lord of Tiangang sect is powerful and handsome. Today, it is really extraordinary. The woman beside Bewitching is also very outstanding. But I seem to have heard her name somewhere before. It sounds very familiar. A man frowned. When he heard the name, he felt that he had heard it before. But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't remember when he had heard it. Bailey Hongshuang. It seems to be the name of the first cultivator in this assessment. That's right. It's her. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching slowly walked towards the top of Limitless Palace. If anyone was here, they would notice that Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching seemed to be walking very slowly. However, their speed was actually very fast. In the blink of an eye, Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching had already arrived at Limitless Palace. In their line of sight, a magnificent hall appeared in their line of sight. Compared to the other sects which were majestic and astonishing, Limitless Palace gave people a special kind of beauty and charm which left a deep impression on people. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curved into a shallow smile. At this moment, looking at Limitless Palace in front of her, she had a very familiar feeling. Beichen noticed that Bailey Hongzhuang seemed to be very happy. His eyebrows were also filled with a touch of joy. As long as Hongzhuang was happy, he would be happy. With the appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen, the gaze of Limitless Palace's disciples fell on them. Limitless Palace's management had always been strict. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Therefore, when the disciples saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the 3 people and 3 beasts, they couldn't help but be surprised. Who are they? Why did they appear in Limitless Palace? I don't know. They are not the cultivators that Elder Gu recruited this time. That man seems to be the young sect master of Tiangang sect. I have seen him before when he came to the sect with the sect master of Tiangang sect. Among the cultivators present, there were people who had seen a lot. They immediately recognized Beichen's identity. As Beichen's identity was revealed, it set off a huge uproar among the Limitless Palace's disciples. He is the young and promising young sect master of Tiangang sect? Then could the woman beside him be Han Xiling? Hearing Han Xiling's name, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression couldn't help but change a little. In the end, Han Xiling died in her hands. Beichen obviously knew about this news. However, ever since Beichen brought her back from the assessment competition, Beichen never mentioned anything about Han Xiling. Seeing that Beichen didn't mention it, she naturally wouldn't mention it. She was afraid that Beichen already knew the reason behind Han Xiling's death. Because he didn't want the situation to become awkward, Beichen never mentioned it. However, she believed that after going to Tiangang sect, Han Hongyi would definitely ask this question first. To Beichen, she would tell the truth, but to Han Hongyi, she would not. Because she wouldn't give Han Xian any reason to attack her. Just when Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen arrived at Limitless Palace and were thinking about where to meet Yu Linfeng, a familiar figure appeared in their line of sight. Young Sect Master Miss Bailey, you're here. Gu Taihong's face was filled with a thick smile. After he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen came to Limitless Palace together, he immediately rushed over. He knew that Bailey Hongzhuang understood his meaning. Not only that, Bailey Hongzhuang came so quickly. It was really satisfying. Gu Taihong bowed to Beichen. Although he was older than Beichen's status was much higher than him. Elder Gu. Bailey Hongzhuang bowed to Gu Taihong. Beichen's status was unusual, but she was just an ordinary disciple in front of Gu Taihong. Gu Taihong was shocked. Bailey Hongzhuang was the young palace master of Limitless Palace. How could she bow to him? Although this was only the second time he saw Bailey Hongzhuang, he had been following the palace master for a long time. He understood the palace master's personality. Since the palace master had decided to let Bailey Hongzhuang be the successor of Limitless Palace, this decision would not change. The palace master was a mysterious figure in Xianxia continent. As long as the palace master made a decision, there would never be any problems. Even though the palace master seemed to do as he pleased when making a decision, as if he never cared about it, but in reality, every decision he made was carefully considered. Since the palace master chose Bailey Hongzhuang, there must be a reason for it. With regards to the palace master's decision, he only had one thought: obey. Seeing Gu Taihong's action, Bailey Hongzhuang was shocked for a moment. She couldn't help but ask, Elder Gu, what are you doing? Gu Taihong shook his head, you can't bow to me. Beichen understood after seeing Gu Taihong's attitude. Gu Taihong was an important figure in Limitless Palace. Other than Palace Master Yu, Gu Taihong's position was the highest. However, Gu Taihong didn't dare to accept Hongzhuang's bow. Just from this, it was enough for him to judge many things. It seemed that Hongzhuang was right. Palace Master Yu really intended to let Hongzhuang be the young Palace Master of Limitless Palace. Otherwise, Gu Taihong wouldn't have such an attitude. Heimu was stunned after seeing Gu Taihong's attitude. Could it be that Elder Gu knew the young madam's identity and did this? Although many people already knew that the young madam and young master were in love, everyone thought that the young madam was young master's fiancée. Logically speaking, Elder Gu wouldn't be like this. When the cultivators of Limitless Palace saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they saw. Elder Gu was the elder with the highest position in Limitless Palace. Why would she not dare to accept Bailey Hongzhuang's salute? This was a little too strange. Is that woman in white Han Shieling? Even if she's Han Shieling, Elder Gu doesn't need to be so courteous, right? I don't think it's Han Shieling. I heard that Han Shieling likes to wear green clothes, not white. It can't be her. Who is this woman? His status is actually so high? The disciples looked at Bailey Hongshuang in confusion. They had never seen Bailey Hongshuang before. In addition, the cultivators who participated in the assessment had all returned to their respective clans and were not in Limitless Palace. Therefore, no one in Limitless Palace knew Bailey Hongshuang. Since you're already here, why don't we go and see the Palace Lord first? Gu Taihong's face was brimming with a warm and amiable smile as he looked at Bailey Hongshuang and asked slowly. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang and Di Baichen nodded. That's good. They came here today to see Palace Lord Yu. Only after seeing Palace Lord Yu, they could decide on their next plan. Gu Taihong nodded slightly and immediately led Bailey Hongshuang and Di Baichen inside. As Bailey Hongshuang and the others disappeared from their sight, the cultivators of Limitless Palace were in an uproar. Forget about the young master of Tiangang sect, that white-robed girl is really a big shot. I rarely see Elder Gu being so respectful to someone. It's as if she's a very important person. As far as I know, the most outstanding girl in the younger generation is Lan Qingyan from the Lan family. Could that white-robed girl be Lan Qingyan? Stop joking. No matter who that white-robed girl is, she's definitely not Lan Qingyan. Why? You'll know after staying in Limitless Palace for a long time. The Palace Lord has never liked the Lan family. There has never been a cultivator from the Lan family in our Limitless Palace. This news is considered a publicly acknowledged secret in our Limitless Palace. It's best if you don't mention the Lan family. Hearing this, a surprised expression appeared on the faces of the disciples. They didn't know there was such a thing. It seemed that they had to be careful not to mention this aspect in the future. Bailey Hongshuang followed behind Gu Taihong as they walked in Limitless Palace. The entire Limitless Palace was pale golden color. Every decoration was meticulously done. At a glance, it gave off a beautiful feeling. Although it was dazzling, it gave off a sense of approachability. It gave off a strange feeling, but one couldn't help but admit that it gave off a good impression. Wow, the environment here is so similar to the ancient ruins. Xiaohei couldn't help but sigh. Thinking back to when she first entered the ancient ruins in the small world, her mind was shocked. She didn't expect that after coming to Limitless Palace, she would realize that the decorations were very similar. This should be Palace Lord Yu's style. It's beautiful. Baisher looked around happily. When his master entered the ancient ruins, he was in the midst of breaking through and didn't see everything in the ancient ruins. After that, he kept listening to Xiaohei and Xiao Bai talking about the various things that happened at that time. He couldn't see it with his own eyes, so he felt a little depressed. He regretted that he had to break through during that time and missed such a good opportunity to fight side by side with his master. He didn't expect to see this scene in Limitless Palace. Although it wasn't an ancient ruin, he could roughly understand this situation in the ancient ruins. Limitless Palace's layout is really special. It makes one yearn for it, Xiao Bai said with a smile. The buildings of each sect gave people a different feeling. Tiangang Zone was more shocking, majestic and bright, showing justice and atmosphere. On the other hand, Limitless Palace gave off a sense of elegance, rigor, charm, and solemnity. Looking at the scene in front of her, Bailey Hongshuang could not help but think of her master. A man like her master, this was really in line with his style. Limitless Palace was very big. Even with Gu Taihong leading the way, Bailey Hongshuang and the others still had to walk for a long time before arriving at Limitless Palace's conference hall. When they reached the entrance of the meeting hall, Gu Taihong smiled and said, "Young Sect Master D, Miss Bailey, the Palace Lord is here." Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. As Gu Taihong opened the door of the meeting hall, she and Di Baichen walked in together. Before entering, Di Baichen gave Heimu a look. Heimu immediately understood and stayed outside the meeting hall. Discussion hall. When Bailey Hongshuang and Di Baichen walked in, they saw that the place was still covered in a faint golden color. It was very spacious and bright, and it felt very comfortable. However, Bailey Hongshuang and Di Baichen were obviously not in the mood to pay attention to this. Their gazes fell on the white figure at the front of the discussion hall. They saw Yu Linfeng wearing a white robe. His elegant and handsome face had an elegant and calm smile. His calm expression was full of wisdom and indifference. Previously, Bailey Hongzhuang had only seen a wisp of Yu Linfeng's spiritual sense in the ruins. Now that she saw Yu Linfeng in person, she only felt that he was extraordinarily handsome. So far, she had seen many men with extraordinary looks in this world. For example, Di Baichen was handsome and not annoying, Mo Yunjue was deep and resolute, Gong Xiaoqing was cold and icy, and Dong Fengyu was sunny and charming. However, Yu Linfeng gave people the same feeling as them. His whole body exuded a kind of elegance and grace. His handsome face was gentle and calm, as if he was calm and collected. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, he would not bat an eyelid. Perhaps only Yu Linfeng, with his strength and experience, could have this kind of feeling. No matter who it was, they would have to admit that Yu Linfeng was an extremely charming man. After Yu Linfeng saw Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen, his calm and collected face slowly raised a trace of a smile. Previously, when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang in the ruins, he felt that his disciple's appearance was extremely outstanding. Ordinary men simply could not match her. Now that he saw Di Baichen standing beside Bailey Hongzhuang, he felt that the two were extremely compatible. Standing together, they were a pair of jade. He had seen Han Xiling before, but Han Xiling and Di Baichen didn't match well when they stood together. This was because Han Xiling was not good enough for Di Baichen. "Greetings, Palace Lord Yu." Di Baichen took the lead and bowed to Yu Linfeng. Although he hadn't met Yu Linfeng many times, Yu Linfeng was a famous figure in the Xianxia continent. In his heart, he greatly admired Yu Linfeng. The fact that Yu Linfeng had reached this point was already a legend. Many people were curious and admired him. He had never thought that he would meet Yu Linfeng under such circumstances. The fate in this world was truly magical. "Greetings, Master." Bailey Hongzhuang bowed respectfully. Ever since she received Yu Linfeng's inheritance in the ruins, Yu Linfeng was already her master. Regardless of whether she would become the successor of Limitless Palace, Yu Linfeng would always be her respected master. "Young sect Master Di, I never thought that I would meet you today." Yu Linfeng smiled faintly. He didn't have the majesty and pressure of other sect masters. Instead, he was like a spring breeze, giving people an indescribable feeling of comfort. This junior also never thought of it. Di Baichen cupped his hands. If it wasn't for Hongzhuang telling him, he wouldn't have believed that such a thing would happen. Yu Linfeng's gaze turned to Bailey Hongzhuang. "Little girl Bailey, your results in the assessment competition surprised me." He had long felt that Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't bad. As long as she worked hard, her future would be limitless. However, he never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would give him such a surprise in the assessment competition. It was truly shocking. After cultivating for such a long time on the stairway to heaven, her strength was able to break through again and again. After obtaining the rainbow pearl, her strength increased again. With the leap in strength, whether it was hunting monsters or dealing with cultivators, it was much easier than before. Moreover, after integrating with the rainbow pearl, she discovered the magical aspect of the rainbow pearl. It was no wonder that the Lan family valued the cultivators who possessed the rainbow pearl so much. This was a special inheritance that belonged to the Lan family. After obtaining the rainbow pearl, not only was the rainbow origin energy stronger than ordinary origin energy, but the cultivation speed was also much faster than usual. Under such an increase, the cultivator's strength would definitely be stronger than ordinary cultivators. The reason why Lan Qingyan could achieve such results today was inseparable from the rainbow pearl. Even if a cultivator with average cultivation talent obtained the rainbow pearl, his strength would be able to catch up with a genius cultivator. If it was a highly talented cultivator, his cultivation speed was simply unattainable by ordinary cultivators. She did not know how Lan Qingyan's cultivation talent was, but since Lan Qingyan could achieve such results, her talent should not be bad. Yu Linfeng glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang. Although Bailey Hongzhuang's body was surrounded by a special energy that prevented others from detecting her cultivation, he could still feel a little from Bailey Hongzhuang's aura. Compared to when he first saw her in the ruins, Bailey Hongzhuang's strength had obviously increased by a lot. The increase in strength was much higher than he had imagined. Even with the help of the rainbow pearl, there would not be such a huge increase in strength. After discovering this, Yu Linfeng was also a little surprised. It seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang was more outstanding than he had imagined. Her talent was probably even more powerful. He also understood that any cultivator who could possess the 7-colored divine pearl would have outstanding talent. Bailey Hongzhuang's strength could increase to such a level in such a short period of time. If it was not due to other opportunities, then it was due to some special means. However, he did not intend to find out about these. Everyone would have their own secrets. Although he and Bailey Hongzhuang had not known each other for long, he could already see through Bailey Hongzhuang's character. His eyesight had always been very accurate. Just from Bailey Hongzhuang's current conversation, he could tell. It seemed that Bewitching's eyesight was also very good. He could find his disciple in the vast sea of people and did not care about Bailey Hongzhuang's original identity at all. This was a pair of discerning eyes. What he hated most were those fellows who talked about equal social status. You don't need to be so humble. How much I have helped you. Yu Linfeng's. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's, but she did not answer him. The reason why her strength could increase so much was partly because of the inheritance she had received in the ancient ruins, and partly because of the existence of the Door of Darkness. The time in the desert world was much longer than the outside world. She would go to the desert world to cultivate whenever she had something to do. As a result, her cultivation time was much longer than ordinary cultivators. Moreover, not only could she increase her cultivation in the desert world, but she could also increase her strength and speed. If her cultivation speed was not fast enough in such a situation, it would be terrible. Yu Linfeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and then looked at Bewitching. His deep and bright eyes were filled with wisdom. Since young sect Master D and Bailey Lass are here together, I believe Bailey Lass has already told you everything. Although this was the first time he met Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, but from Gu Taihong's description, he knew that Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang's relationship was extremely strong. The assessment competition lasted for 2 years. It wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. The two of them had been separated for such a long time, but when they met again, they still helped each other in difficult times without any problems. Just this point alone was enough to prove how good their relationship was. If their relationship wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't be able to endure 2 years. What's more, with Bewitching's condition, it was unknown how many women were around him. For so many years, other than Han Xiling, he had never heard of any other woman related to Bewitching. Therefore, he was very optimistic about Bewitching. Since the two of them had such a good relationship, Bailey Hongzhuang told Bewitching about this matter to clear things up. If it wasn't for Bewitching bringing Bailey Hongzhuang along, he was afraid that Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't know the exact location of Limitless Palace. Following Yu Linfeng's recording, Bewitching nodded his head, that's right. There was no need to hide this matter. With Yu Linfeng's intelligence and wisdom, he must have seen through everything. Bailey Lash chose to join Tiangang sect instead of Limitless Palace. What are her plans? Yu Linfeng spoke slowly. Since Bailey Hongzhuang was going to become the successor of Limitless Palace, then she would naturally have to stay in Limitless Palace. However, under the circumstances at that time, he could understand the reason why Bailey Hongzhuang chose Tiangang sect. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. I plan to come and see Master first. She wasn't clear about the current situation. The reason why she came to Limitless Palace was to make plans for what would happen next. Hearing this, Yu Linfeng already understood the meaning of Bailey Hongzhuang's words. You are my disciple. When the time comes, you will naturally take over Limitless Palace. Yu Linfeng's voice was refined and magnetic. However, it's not bad for you to stay in Tiangang sect now. It's not a bad choice for you to come to Limitless Palace after you've achieved some results in Tiangang sect. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had been separated for such a long time because of the assessment. If they came to Limitless Palace right after the assessment ended, the two of them would undoubtedly be separated again. As Bailey Hongzhuang's master, he naturally didn't want to affect the relationship between Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's ink-black phoenix eyes were quietly filled with doubt, and she looked at Yu Linfeng strangely. Master, what do you mean? You have just reunited with Bewitching. If I were to ask you to come to Limitless Palace now, you would naturally be unwilling. You can cultivate in Tiangang sect for now. However, half a year later, you will have to cultivate with me for 3 months. If you want to become the young palace master of Limitless Palace, you still have a lot of areas to improve. Yu Lingfeng's face was filled with a faint smile. He was very satisfied with the disciple he had chosen. Bailey Hongshuang's strength, talent, and perception were all good. However, if she wanted to become the successor of Limitless Palace, there was still a certain gap. After hearing Yu Lingfeng's words, Di Beichen's deep and enchanting eyes were filled with amazement. Yu Lingfeng's attitude was already very obvious. He intended to nurture Hong Shuang as the successor of Limitless Palace. This situation was far simpler and smoother than he had imagined. Yu Linfeng did not put on any airs from the start to the end. On the contrary, he was very considerate of Hong Shuang. Even though he knew that Yu Lingfeng's temper had always been very good, but this was still beyond his expectations. However, from Yu Lingfeng's expression, he could tell that Yu Linfeng really thought highly of Hong Shuang. Thinking of this, Di Beichen's eyes couldn't help but soften a little. Hong Shuang was indeed a magical girl. No matter if it was luck or other things, she could always bring unspeakable surprises to people. Yu Linfeng had chosen the successor of Limitless Palace just like that. According to normal times, this was simply impossible, but it just had to happen to Hong Shuang. After knowing Yu Lingfeng's attitude, Di Beichen's initial worries were completely put down. Obviously, Yu Linfeng was very loving towards Hong Shuang. Bailey Hongshuang's heart was touched. She didn't expect that her master would put himself in her shoes and think for her. Other than that, she was also blushing a little. It seemed that Elder Gu had already told her master about her relationship with Beichen. "Thank you, master." Bailey Hongshuang bowed respectfully, her exquisite and beautiful face was filled with sincerity and gratitude. Since her master thought so highly of her, she would definitely do her best. Yu Linfeng raised his right hand slightly, indicating that Bailey Hongshuang didn't need to be so reserved. "Young sect master D, since your relationship with Bailey Hongshuang is so good, I also hope that you can take good care of her. Come to think of it, you should know about her background." As soon as these words came out, Di Beichen's eyes suddenly changed. He looked at Yu Linfeng in surprise. He did not know that Yu Linfeng also knew about Hong Shuang's past. Bailey Hongshuang was also a little surprised. She did not expect her master to suddenly mention this matter. However, on second thought, Bailey Hongshuang understood. Her master had already known about her past when they were in the ruins. Naturally, he knew that she wanted revenge. His master had chosen to tell Di Beichen about this because he wanted to understand Beichen's feelings. Come to think of it, master did this because he was worried about her. In fact, she had never thought that her master would take such good care of her. From the beginning, when her master helped her fuse with the Rainbow Divine Pearl to the decision to nurture her into the young palace mistress of Limitless Palace, everything happened too suddenly. Originally, she was still a little worried that her master might change his mind. Now, it seemed that all her worries were unnecessary. Her master had already thought of everything. He was willing to help her take revenge. Speaking of which, her master was also her elder. After all, they were both cultivators of the Lan family. As the inheritor of the Lan family's Rainbow Divine Pearl, she should have an extremely high position in the Lan family. In fact, before Lan Jingquang and his family extended their evil claws to her, their family's position in the Lan family was still pretty good. It was only because of this incident that they fell to their current state. But what exactly happened to her master that made him hate the Lan family so much, she couldn't understand. Perhaps one day, she would find out the reason behind this. "Don't worry, Palace Master Yu. I will take good care of Hong Shuang." Di Beichen looked serious. He understood that Yu Linfeng was speaking as Hong Shuang's master. Even if Yu Linfeng didn't remind him, he would take good care of Hong Shuang. Because Hong Shuang was his life. The change in Di Beichen's expression didn't escape Yu Linfeng's eyes. After seeing Di Beichen's expression, Yu Linfeng was a little surprised. It seemed that Di Beichen didn't just like Bailey Hongshuang. As a man, he could tell Di Beichen's sincerity from Di Beichen's behavior. If that's the case, then there's no problem. Yu Linfeng smiled faintly and turned to Bailey Hongshuang. "Bailey girl, I have something to discuss with young Master D." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned and couldn't help but look at Bewitching. Bewitching nodded slightly, indicating that there was no problem. Bailey Hongzhuang then said, "Then I'll leave first." Yu Linfeng nodded, his gaze gentle and loving. Today, he increasingly felt that he and Bailey Hongzhuang were fated. Perhaps it was because they were related by blood. No matter what, he would definitely help Bailey Hongzhuang complete what she wanted to do. Creak. After the door to the meeting hall closed, Yu Linfeng then looked at Di Beichen. "Young Master Di, I'm very surprised why you're with Bailey girl." Yu Linfeng's expression was indifferent, and his tone revealed a trace of carefreeness, as if he was just casually asking. Lan Yunxiao and his wife had never been able to take care of Hong Zhuang, so he was Hong Zhuang's elder. He had thought that he would never have any relatives in this lifetime. Now that he had met Hong Zhuang, it was really a kind of fate. "When I was forced to leave Tiangang sect, I met Hong Zhuang in Fengbo country. She was very special and helped me when I was at my lowest." Di Beichen spoke slowly. When his legs were crippled, he was indeed at his lowest. At that time, Hong Zhuang was the sunshine that warmed his heart. Even now, that feeling was still deeply etched in his mind. He thought that he would never forget it in this lifetime. Yu Linfeng's expression changed a little. He also knew that Di Beichen had been forced to leave. A few days ago, Gu Taihong had just given him the information from his investigation. When he found out about how Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang met, he also felt that it was fated. Otherwise, with Di Beichen's identity, it would be impossible for him to meet Bailey Hongzhuang in this lifetime. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang had participated in the assessment, she would have probably joined Limitless Palace. As a result, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen would never have any interactions in this lifetime. However, it was as if the heavens had arranged it. Di Beichen had coincidentally gone to Fengbo country and married Bailey Hongzhuang there. Logically speaking, even if Di Beichen had gone to Fengbo country, the girl he met should only be an ordinary girl. Who would have thought that Hong Zhuang had such a special background? She was also not an ordinary person. He believed that this should be the fate that the heavens had specially arranged for Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang. "Your legs were cured by Bailey Hongzhuang?" According to the information that he had investigated, there was no information about how Di Beichen could stand up. Now that he heard Di Beichen's answer, he had such a guess in his heart. After getting Di Beichen's answer, Yu Linfeng was also a little surprised. Previously, when he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was known as the miracle doctor in Fengbo country, he didn't know that Bailey Hongzhuang had a certain talent in medical skills. Now that he knew that Di Beichen's leg was cured by Bailey Hongzhuang, Yu Linfeng knew how outstanding Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills were. As the young sect leader of Tiangang sect, Di Beichen suddenly suffered from a leg disease. Needless to say, he must have visited all the famous doctors. However, even after visiting all the famous doctors, Di Beichen's leg disease was still not cured. It was under such circumstances that Di Beichen was forced to leave Tiangang sect. 3 years ago, Bailey Hongzhuang was only 14 or 15 years old, and she was able to make Di Beichen stand up again. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills were really too amazing. Not only that, according to the information that Gu Taihong found, the more Yu Linfeng saw, the more surprised he was. During the inter-school competition, Bailey Hongzhuang won first place in the face competition. Although the 3 great academies weren't famous in their eyes, the alchemy competition that they held wouldn't be very powerful. However, since Bailey Hongzhuang was able to win first place in the alchemy competition, presumably her attainments in alchemy wouldn't be bad. Bailey Hongzhuang was only young, and not only was her cultivation talent outstanding, but she was also proficient in medical skills and alchemy. Adding all these aspects together, Bailey Hongzhuang was already outstanding enough. Even some of the outstanding children of the aristocratic families couldn't be compared to Bailey Hongzhuang, because alchemists and doctors were very outstanding professions. When Gu Taihong reported this information to him, he and Gu Taihong were both surprised. However, this wasn't the end. As they learned more and more information, the surprise in their hearts became more and more intense. This was because they also learned that Bailey Hongzhuang had another identity besides being a cultivator, an alchemist and a doctor, an inscription master. An inscription master was a rarer profession than an alchemist and a doctor, and the requirements were very high. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's attainments in inscription were also very outstanding. This was also reflected in the inter-school tournament. The inscription masters of the Qing dynasty praised Bailey Hongzhuang, and even felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was the real master. Among these identities, as long as a cultivator had one of these identities, it was already a very powerful person. However, Bailey Hongzhuang actually had all three. Not only that, but Bailey Hongzhuang's attainments in these three areas were also very outstanding, which was a bit shocking. Yu Linfeng and Gu Taihong were both experienced and knowledgeable people. They had seen a lot of strange things, but it was the first time they had seen a situation like Bailey Hongzhuang. After understanding all this, Yu Linfeng and Gu Taihong could almost conclude that there must be a secret behind Bailey Hongzhuang. Otherwise, it was impossible for a young lady of the Qing dynasty general's mansion to have the opportunity to come into contact with these. As for how Bailey Hongzhuang came into contact with these, Yu Linfeng didn't care. He was more amazed by Bailey Hongzhuang's talent and potential in these aspects. As everyone knew, it took a lot of talent to become an alchemist. If there was no talent, there was no opportunity to enter this profession. The requirements for an inscription master were even more stringent, and it could be said that 1 in 10,000 was chosen. No one could find fault with such a Bailey Hongzhuang. Because, whether it was in an aristocratic family or in a sect, such a Bailey Hongzhuang was an extremely outstanding existence. Although in many people's opinion, if a cultivator wholeheartedly walked the path of a cultivator, they would be able to go further. However, according to their current situation, this was clearly not a problem for Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang had already used her actions to prove all of this. Her cultivation was not weaker than the outstanding cultivators of her age. From Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, Yu Linfeng could conclude that Bailey Hongzhuang's main focus was on cultivation. Revenge and saving her parents were the things that Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to do the most. Yu Linfeng slowly collected his thoughts. This time, he only felt that choosing a disciple in the assessment competition was a very wise decision. He had found such a precious disciple, so he must nurture her well in the future. Then, you might just be grateful. Yu Linfeng slowly said. He could imagine the usually high-spirited Bewitching suddenly becoming a cripple. He had nowhere to vent the despair and helplessness in his heart. Until Bailey Hongzhuang healed his legs, he was able to stand up again. Naturally, he was endlessly grateful to Bailey Hongzhuang. Many people would treat this kind of gratitude as feelings, but the end result was usually very bad. Hearing Yu Linfeng's words, Bewitching's eyes became firm and serious. I am very clear about my feelings. I am grateful to Hongzhuang, but more than that, it is love. I don't think I will be wrong about this. Just like when he expressed his feelings to Hongzhuang, Hongzhuang also suspected that he was just grateful. Only he knew that his feelings for Hongzhuang were never just gratitude. Because long before Hongzhuang healed his legs, he must have had feelings for Hongzhuang. Looking at Bewitching's confident look, Yu Linfeng nodded slightly. It seemed that he didn't need to worry about this. You already know about Hongzhuang's background, right? Yu Linfeng's gaze landed on Bewitching. His jade-like gentle eyes were filled with a trace of sharpness. Bewitching nodded slightly. I know. In fact, Bewitching was also a little surprised. He did not know how Yu Linfeng found out about this matter. At the same time, he did not understand why Yu Linfeng would choose to hand Limitless Palace over to Hongzhuang after finding out about this matter. Logically speaking, any sect leader would look for a powerful cultivator with a good character when choosing a successor. Moreover, this cultivator would not cause any trouble. Hongzhuang did not have any problems in other aspects, but her background was undoubtedly a huge problem. Hongzhuang was destined to rescue her parents and take revenge. Once she became the young palace master of Limitless Palace, then Limitless Palace would be linked to her. When the Yu clan and Lan clan became enemies, Limitless Palace would naturally be involved. If it was anyone else, they would not want the sect that they had supported to be involved in this kind of matter. No matter how good Hongzhuang's innate talent was, Yu Linfeng would not choose her. However, Yu Linfeng's reaction was unexpected. Not only did he choose Hongzhuang, he was also unusually firm without any hesitation. This was a little too strange. Bewitching kept pondering, but in the end, he did not voice his doubts. Then what do you plan to do? Yu Linfeng continued. The most important thing now was to rescue Bailey Hongshuang's parents. As for the other matters, they could take their time to think about it. The longer Lan Yunxiao and his wife stayed in the Yu clan, the greater the danger. Seeing that Yu Linfeng was so concerned about Hongshuang's parents, Di Beichen was even more puzzled. Why was he doing this? As if he could see Di Beichen's anger, Yu Linfeng was not surprised. Thinking about it, anyone who saw him being so concerned about Hongshuang's parents would also find it strange. Since Hongshuang is my disciple, I naturally want her to be well. If you think of a way and need my help, you can tell me. Yu Linfeng's expression was indifferent and calm. His pair of gentle eyes were filled with concern and sincerity. He and Bailey Hongshuang felt like old friends at first sight, so he was very satisfied with this disciple of his. Only after rescuing Bailey Hongshuang's parents would Hongshuang be able to do other things with peace of mind. Otherwise, it would not be good if there was always one thing hanging in the air. Following Yu Linfeng's Huaiyun, Di Beichen's deep eyes flashed with a trace of light. Yu Linfeng's heartfelt words surprised him, but he understood even more clearly that Yu Linfeng thought highly of Bailey Hongshuang. This was the elder's concern for the younger generation. Just like how Situ Yan had always taken care of him, Yu Linfeng also treated Bailey Hongshuang the same way. Thinking of this, Di Beichen immediately bowed to Yu Linfeng. Thank you, Palace Master Yu. I will think of a way to rescue Hongshuang's parents as soon as possible. This matter had always been on his mind. As long as this matter was not resolved, his heart would not be at ease. However, he was still waiting for news from the Shirtian Pavilion. Only when he knew the exact location of Hongshuang's parents could he take action. At this moment, Di Beichen suddenly recalled a secret. It was said that the Limitless Palace Master had always hated the cultivators from the Lan clan. So far, the Limitless Palace had never had any contact with the Lan clan. None of the Lan clan's cultivators had ever appeared in Limitless Palace. Although there was no concrete evidence, many people had spread such rumors. Could it be that there was a grudge between Palace Master Yu and the Lan family? If that was the case, Di Beichen felt that it was understandable why Yu Linfeng would help Hongshuang. Seeing this, Yu Linfeng also nodded. Do you have any news now? Currently, we are still unable to determine where Hongshuang's parents are being held by the Yu clan. They have done this matter very secretly. I have already sent people to investigate for a long time, but they have not found anything. Yu Linfeng narrowed his eyes. The Yu clan is a big family. I think that this matter would not be known by everyone in the Yu clan. Only Yu Manlan and the other Yu clan disciples would know about it. If such an important matter was exposed, it would be a huge blow to the Yu clan. Therefore, they would definitely do it very secretly. Why don't I go and ask around? I have already asked the people from the Shirtian Pavilion to help me ask around. I believe that there will be results after a while. Di Beichen said slowly. It was not that he had no way to find out this information, but he was afraid that the situation might change if he made a big move. Did Shirtian Tower accept this mission? Yu Linfeng asked. They will accept it. Di Beichen's tone was firm. If he was still worried about whether Shirtian Tower would accept this mission, after knowing that Mo Yunjue was the young master of Shirtian Tower, he was already certain of the answer. He and Mo Yunjue had only met twice, but just from the process of his dealings with Mo Yunjue, he could already conclude that Mo Yunjue was a very powerful person. They were rivals in love, but they both hoped that Hongshuang could live well. Therefore, Mo Yunjue would definitely help. As long as Mo Yunjue inquired about the location of Hongshuang's parents, he would immediately send people to act. He would definitely rescue Hongshuang's parents as soon as possible. After seeing Di Beichen so certain, Yu Linfeng's eyebrows were tinged with a trace of surprise, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Generally speaking, Shirtian Tower would not accept a mission that involved a lot of things, unless the other party gave them conditions that they could not refuse. Otherwise, they would not be willing to do something that might offend the Yu clan. As a medical family, the Yu clan was really a family full of disciples. In the entire Xianxia continent, there were many cultivators who had received their kindness. However, the Yu clan was not a medical family. They only treated people for benefits. As long as they could not pay enough benefits, even if a cultivator died in front of their door, they would not blink. Since Shirtian Tower will accept this mission, I believe that they will definitely find out the specific location. Yu Linfeng's eyes flashed with wisdom. He was also very impressed with Shirtian Tower's information network. There was almost no news in the entire Xianxia continent that they could not find out. As long as they determined the location, they could take action. Bewitching nodded slightly. I will do it as soon as possible. If you need my help, just tell me. Bailey girl is my disciple. Although we have not been master and disciple for long, she is a junior that I think highly of. Since you're together with Bailey girl, you have to treat her well, Yu Linfeng said earnestly. Bailey Hongzhuang's background was too pitiful. He only hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang would be happy in the future. Feeling the connection and lamentation in Yu Linfeng's words, Di Beichen's heart was also touched. No matter who it was, they would feel pity for Hongzhuang after learning about her past. Hongzhuang was such a good girl, yet such a thing happened to Hongzhuang. He could only hope that everything would get better in the future. Palace Master Yu, don't worry. I will definitely treat Hongzhuang well. Di Beichen's handsome face flashed with a serious light, and his words were like an oath. After talking with Yu Linfeng for a while, Di Beichen walked out of the assembly hall. Outside the assembly hall, Bailey Hongzhuang, He Mu, and the three beasties were waiting outside. Gu Taihong was also looking at them with a kind smile. They did not know what Yu Linfeng was talking about with Di Beichen in the assembly hall, so they could only wait here. He Mu did not know what the young master and young madam were doing here. He was completely confused. After the three beasties arrived at Limitless Palace, they became well-behaved. Playing around on normal days was nothing. Now that they came out with their master, their actions represented their master. Naturally, they could not lose face for their master. Gu Taihong's gaze landed on Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Baisher. These three contracted beasts were very special. Until now, he had never seen such contracted beasts before. Aside from the different colors, the two black and white furballs were exactly the same, as if they were twin beasts. Moreover, that pair of eyes were full of liveliness and liveliness. Compared to the other contracted beasts he usually saw, it was undoubtedly much livelier. It was as if its intelligence was higher as well. The other white contracted beast looked very cute. Its round body was lazy and cozy, but its pair of lively big eyes revealed a bit of sharpness. These three little fellows looked like they had no battle strength, but he noticed that the strength of these three contracted beasts was not simple. With Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's status, their contracted beasts were naturally not simple beasts. Gu Taihong's gaze wandered between the three contracted beasts for a moment, then his gaze landed on Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Since Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were a pair of lovers, then it was very likely that their contracted beasts were similar. This black and white furball was obviously very suitable for Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen. Hearing Gu Taihong's words, Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "They are all my contracted beasts." Master had already prepared to nurture her as the successor of Limitless Palace. As Master's most trusted elder, she could naturally trust Elder Gu. Even if she didn't say it now, Gu Taihong would find out sooner or later, so there was no need to hide it. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Gu Taihong couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. His eyes suddenly widened, and he suspected that he had heard wrongly. "These three beasts, are all yours?" Even though Gu Taihong was sure that he didn't hear wrongly, he still couldn't believe this answer. Everyone could only have one contracted beast. How could Bailey Hongzhuang have three contracted beasts? This was simply too inconceivable. When He Mu saw Gu Taihong's incredulous expression, a faint smile appeared on his face. When he first found out that young madam had contracted three demon beasts, his expression wasn't much better than Gu Taihong's. Young master had always been outstanding since he was young, but every time young madam did something, it would always give people an indescribable feeling of shock. In the eyes of ordinary people, some things that were impossible to happen often happened to young madam. Now that he had seen so many things, he was already puzzled. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. "That's right." Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang affirm the answer, Gu Taihong couldn't help but ask, "You? How did you do it?" Every cultivator could only form a contract with one demonic beast. This was a law that had been passed down in the Xianxia continent for many years. It wasn't that no one had tried to contract two demonic beasts. After all, contracting one more demonic beast would increase the strength of the cultivator. However, none of the cultivators who tried this had a good ending. After witnessing such a situation, no cultivator in the Xianxia continent dared to attempt such a thing. However, he actually saw a successful case? This was simply too unbelievable. The reason why Bailey Hongzhuang was able to contract 3 monsters was because of the existence of the Chaos Ring. If it weren't for the Chaos Ring, she would naturally only be able to form a contract with one demonic beast. However, she could not say this reason. After thinking about it, Bailey Hongzhuang could only make up a reason and attribute everything to her own uniqueness. After all, she had no way to make other cultivators do this. I don't know what's going on at this point, maybe it's because of my special characteristics. At the beginning, I accidentally contracted the second monster, and later found that there was no effect, so I contracted the third monster. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was a bit confused. She then asked, Elder Gu, do you know the reason? After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's answer, Gu Taihong was a little puzzled, but soon felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's answer was true. Because he had never heard of a cultivator in the Xianxia continent who had successfully contracted multiple monsters. Bailey Hongzhuang's ignorant and blank expression did not seem to be faked. If this kind of thing happened to him, he would not know the reason. There were many things in this world that people could not explain. Perhaps, among the thousands of cultivators, there was a special case like Bailey Hongzhuang. This was not impossible. In the history of the Xianxia continent, there were many talented cultivators who could often do things that other cultivators could not do. However, when this kind of thing happened to Bailey Hongzhuang, Gu Taihong's mood was still a bit complicated. In the process of investigating Bailey Hongzhuang's past, Gu Taihong was refreshed by Bailey Hongzhuang again and again. Doctor, alchemist, inscription master, cultivator, Bailey Hongzhuang had 4 identities, and her development in these 4 aspects was extremely outstanding. Doctor, Bailey Hongzhuang was a very famous doctor in the Fengbo country. Alchemist, Bailey Hongzhuang won the first place in the 3 Academy tournament. Inscription master, Bailey Hongzhuang was highly sought after by the Qing dynasty's inscription masters. Cultivator, Bailey Hongzhuang won the first place in the assessment tournament. If it was any other young person, as long as they had one of these 4 identities, it would be an extremely happy thing. However, Bailey Hongzhuang directly took all these professions, and her achievements in each profession were excellent. As an elder of Wuji Palace, he had seen many young cultivators, but he really did not understand how Bailey Hongzhuang had so much energy to accomplish all this. Now, Bailey Hongzhuang had successfully contracted 3 more demonic beasts. This was truly infuriating. Bailey Hongzhuang's attainments were a bit too amazing. However, Gu Taihong was very sympathetic to Bailey Hongzhuang's tragic life. Any achievements were not obtained for free, but relied on the continuous efforts of the cultivator to succeed. Thinking about it, it was because of her miserable life that Bailey Hongzhuang worked so hard. All these efforts would be rewarded. He believed that Bailey Hongzhuang would succeed in her revenge and rescue her parents. I've never heard of a cultivator being able to contract with 3 demonic beasts. Miss Bailey has really opened my eyes. Gu Taihong laughed. Following the conversation between Bailey Hongzhuang and Gu Taihong, not long after, Bewitching walked out of the conference hall. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, Bewitching's face revealed a smile. Beichen. Bailey Hongzhuang called out softly and walked to the front of Bewitching. Bewitching smiled and said, Palace Master, you called you in. He has something to tell you. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. She did not expect that her master would call them in separately. Then I'll go in. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and signaled to Gu Taihong before walking into the conference hall. When Heimu saw the young master and young madam walking into the conference hall, he was even more confused. What was the palace master of Limitless Palace trying to do? Conference hall. Master. Bailey Hongzhuang bowed respectfully to Yu Linfeng. There's no one else here. You don't have to be so polite. Yu Linfeng waved his hand and smiled. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Thank you, Master. There's nothing important to call you here. I just want to tell you about the next arrangement. Master, please tell me. Have a good rest and relax in these 3 months. After 3 months, cultivate in Tiangang sect for 3 months. Lastly, come to Limitless Palace to cultivate with me for 3 months. I have already told young sect Master D about this. He will arrange it for you. Before you learn everything that I have taught you, I will not reveal your identity as the young palace master of Limitless Palace. You have to be careful too. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded seriously. Thank you, Master. I understand. With her current strength, she was indeed not qualified to assume the identity of Limitless Palace's young palace master. If she were to publicize this point now, not only would it not bring her any benefits, it might even cause others to question her master's judgment. The title of first place in the assessment was indeed not bad. However, compared to the title of Limitless Palace's young palace master, there was still a huge gap. That's good. I believe you'll be fine. Yu Lingfeng's eyes were filled with admiration. He admired Bailey Hongzhuang's strength and humility. However, any cultivator who could walk far on the path of cultivation all had the quality of humility. If they became arrogant because of a little achievement, they were destined to not have great achievements on this path. Bailey Hongzhuang deeply bowed to Yu Linfeng, her beautiful face full of sincerity and gratitude. Thank you for taking care of me, Master. I won't let you down. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was filled with gratitude. From the beginning to the end, her master had trusted her and helped her. She was extremely grateful. In this world, there weren't many people who treated her well. However, for those who treated her well, she would do her best to treat them better. She had no way to repay her master's kindness. She could only make herself stronger and more outstanding. Only by doing so, she wouldn't let down her master's expectations. Looking at the expression in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes, Yu Lingfeng's lips curled up. If you need my help, just tell me directly. I will do my best to help you. Yu Linfeng continued, since you're my disciple, you're not an outsider in the future. Not an outsider? A woman in a bright red dress walked in briskly. Her bright and moving face was full of brashness and fierceness. Her delicate and flawless facial features were beautiful and moving, revealing a bold and unrestrained air. However, her face was full of anger at this moment. Yu Linfeng, who are you and not an outsider? The woman glared angrily at Yu Linfeng, her eyes burning with 2 clusters of flames. It was as if she would kill Yu Linfeng if Yu Linfeng didn't answer her question clearly. When Yu Linfeng saw the woman appear, his expression immediately changed. He said, Wooer, that's not what I meant. If that's not what you meant, then what do you mean? Nangongwu immediately drew her sharp sword and glared at Yu Linfeng fiercely. Clearly, if Yu Lingfeng's answer didn't suit her, she would definitely attack immediately. Wooer, please don't misunderstand. Yu Linfeng hurriedly said, his expression filled with nervousness and awkwardness. However, Nangongwu's emotions didn't calm down so easily. She only glared at Yu Linfeng and said, Tell me, who is this woman? Bailey Hongzhuang stared blankly at Nangongwu who had suddenly appeared. Although Nangongwu's murderous aura was very strong, judging from the way Nangongwu and her master were conversing, it was clearly more like flirting. Wooer, Bailey girl is my disciple. Didn't I mention it to you before? Yu Linfeng smiled faintly at Nangongwu, hoping to calm Nangongwu down. Sure enough, after knowing Bailey Hongzhuang's identity, Nangongwu was slightly stunned. She immediately put away her weapon and revealed a look of understanding. So she's your disciple? Yu Linfeng had mentioned this to her before, but she didn't pay much attention to it. In her eyes, as long as it was something Yu Linfeng did, there wouldn't be any problems. It was just that she didn't know that Yu Linfeng's disciple was a woman, which led to such a misunderstanding. Seeing the change in Nangongwu, Yu Linfeng also let out a sigh of relief. He knew that once Nangongwu lost her temper, the power would be really shocking. Nangongwu then carefully looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. When she saw Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful face, Nangongwu's expression changed again. Yu Linfeng, have you had a change of heart? Nangongwu pursed her lips. She no longer had the arrogance from before. Instead, she looked pitiful. Wooer, why do you say that? Yu Linfeng obviously couldn't keep up with Nangongwu's thoughts. He had just cleared up the misunderstanding. Why did Nangongwu suddenly change again? Yu Linfeng, if you want to find a disciple, then just find a disciple. Why did you bring such a beautiful girl back? Do you have other thoughts? Nan Gongwu's eyes quickly filled with a layer of mist. She looked like she was about to cry, which made her look very pitiful. Wu it's not what you think. Yu Linfeng quickly stepped forward and walked to Nan Gongwu's side. I don't have such thoughts. What's more, you know my arrangements in the ruins. Whoever passes will be my disciple. I can't determine who will pass. Appearance is one thing, it's just a coincidence. Bailey Hongzhuang stood in place and stared blankly at the scene. She already understood that this woman in red was her master's wife, however, she didn't expect her master to have such a side. It was really surprising. When she heard Yu Linfeng's words, the sobbing Nan Gongwu froze for a moment. She thought carefully in her mind and realized that Yu Linfeng was right. No one would know who the cultivator who had received their inheritance was until the very last moment. As for the appearance, it was even more impossible to predict. However, from a woman's point of view, Bailey Hongzhuang was too threatening. She had always had high standards, but after meeting Bailey Hongzhuang, she felt that she was invulnerable, let alone a man. Then how dangerous would it be for me to find such a disciple? Nan Gongwu looked at Yu Linfeng in dissatisfaction. She had thought that she was beautiful enough, but she never thought that she would have such a beautiful disciple. As a woman, she was a great threat. Seeing that Nan Gongwu was getting off topic, Yu Linfeng felt even more helpless. He pulled Nan Gongwu to sit next to him. Wu don't think too much. In fact, I should be Bailey's elder, an elder who is related to her by blood. Yu Linfeng's voice was gentle as he looked at Nan Gongwu with eyes full of love and affection. He patiently explained to Nan Gongwu. Bailey Hongzhuang stood on the spot and watched the scene. She felt that she should leave first under such circumstances. However, it would not be right for her to leave in such an awkward situation. Therefore, Bailey Hongzhuang could only stand awkwardly on the spot. She thought that her master would be able to solve this problem very quickly. However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not expect her master, who had always been calm and collected, to be at a loss after seeing his wife. How interesting. If she had not seen this scene with her own eyes, she would never have imagined it. However, she was happy to see how close her master and his wife were. Although she did not know what her master had encountered in the Lan family in the past, she thought that it would not have been any better. Moreover, in order to not have any connection with the Lan family, master even took out the rainbow divine pearl. His master had endured so many things in the past, and now that he was able to find his own happiness, it was undoubtedly the happiest thing for him. After hearing Yu Linfeng's words, Nan Gongwu also calmed down. She looked at Yu Linfeng in surprise, her expression full of confusion. Blood relationship? Nan Gongwu's eyes wandered between Yu Linfeng and Bailey Hongzhuang. She could not believe what she had heard. You mean this girl is also from the Lan family? After understanding this point, Nan Gongwu couldn't believe it. She knew very well just how much Yu Linfeng hated the Lan family. Normally, Yu Linfeng's face would darken whenever the Lan family was mentioned. Even when Limitless Palace was recruiting disciples, they would never recruit any cultivators who were related to the Lan family. From this, she could tell that Yu Linfeng hated the Lan family. However, Yu Linfeng actually found a cultivator from the Lan family to be his disciple. Wasn't this equivalent to giving Limitless Palace to the Lan family? How could Yu Linfeng make such a decision? Nan Gongwu was completely stunned at this moment, but her clear and bright eyes were filled with a hint of seriousness. She wanted to know the answer. Yu Linfeng must have his reasons for doing this. After hearing Yu Linfeng's words, Nan Gongwu also understood a bit. She looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a bit of shock. She didn't think that when Yu Linfeng was recruiting disciples, there would be such a thing. Didn't this mean that Bailey Hongzhuang also suffered unfair treatment in the Lan family? Yu Linfeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, Bailey Hongzhuang, do you mind? Hearing Yu Linfeng's words, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood what Yu Linfeng was asking her. I don't mind. Since Nan Gongwu was her master's wife, she would know about these things sooner or later. She didn't want her matter to become a grudge between her master and master's wife. She believed that after master's wife knew the reason, she wouldn't mind. Yu Linfeng nodded slightly. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang, the affection in his eyes became stronger. Not only was this disciple of his amazing talent, but her character was also very good. Perhaps it was because of all these reasons, he was even more determined to hand over Limitless Palace to Bailey Hongzhuang. Wooer, the matter is like this, Yu Linfeng slowly told Nangong Wu about Bailey Hongzhuang's life. He was very clear that Nangong Wu had a childish temper. As long as Nangong Wu knew about Bailey Hongzhuang's life, he was afraid that Nangong Wu would treat Bailey Hongzhuang better. This woman, when she was angry, she was scarier than anyone else. However, her softness was equally shocking. With Yu Linfeng's explanation, Nangong Wu gradually understood. She never thought that Yu Linfeng and Bailey Hongzhuang had such a relationship. Bailey Hongzhuang's life was actually so pitiful. Nangong Wu couldn't help but feel heartache. Lan Jinghuang's family is simply inhumane. After knowing everything, Nangong Wu immediately stood up. Her eyes were burning with anger again. The Lan family is really bad. After such a thing happened, they still stood on Lan Jinghuang's side. It's really disappointing. Nangong Wu's face was filled with indignation. She couldn't believe that such a thing actually happened. The rainbow pearl was forcefully taken away, her parents were still imprisoned in the Yu clan. Bailey Hongzhuang completely didn't know about her life. She couldn't imagine how did Bailey Hongzhuang endure all this when she found out about her life's life. It came to think about it, this kind was a huge blow to anyone's life. Bailey Hongzhuang had started off as a cultivator of a small dynasty, and it really wasn't easy for her to reach her current position. At this moment, Nangong Wu didn't have any jealousy from before. Now, she only felt even more disgusted with the Lan family. Previously, they had done such a terrible thing to Lin Feng. She never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would do something even worse. It's not just the Lan family. That Yu clan is also despicable. Seeing Nangong Wu's murderous look, Bailey Hongzhuang was also dumbfounded. This mistress of his was really in a rush, just like how she was when she first walked in. Yu Linfeng quickly pulled Nangong Wu back and said, "Wooer, things are not so simple now. Bailey's parents are still locked up in the Yu clan. If we act rashly now, once we are discovered, Bailey's parents will be in danger." After Yu Linfeng's reminder, Nangong Wu finally reacted and said, "Yes, I almost forgot about this most important thing. Then let's go save Hongzhuang's parents first. After we save them, we will kill the Lan clan." The next moment, Nangong Wu walked in front of Bailey Hongzhuang again and said, "Hongzhuang, everything will be fine. If you have any problems, look for me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. When you kill the Lan clan, you must call me. I have been accumulating my resentment towards the Lan clan for a long time." After knowing all this, Nangong Wu no longer had any thoughts of jealousy. She only sympathized with Bailey Hongzhuang and hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang could rescue her parents as soon as possible. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang was Yu Linfeng's junior, so there was no need to worry about this. Yu Linfeng's smile revealed a bit of helplessness. Nangong Wu had always been like this. He was also very helpless. However, it was precisely because of Nangong Wu's character that he liked her even more. "Thank you, Master's wife." Bailey Hongzhuang's face was filled with a joyful smile. Although today was the first time she met Master's wife and almost caused a jealous misunderstanding, she felt that with Nangong Wu's character, she should be easy to get along with. She believed in Master's eyesight. "Don't be so polite. We will be a family in the future." Nangong Wu patted Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder and smiled warmly. Listening to Nangong Wu's words, Yu Linfeng was even more helpless. "Someone just said that he was wrong. From the first time I saw you, I felt a sense of affinity. You are Linfeng's disciple, so you are my disciple. I will teach you everything I know." Nangong Wu was extremely excited. Yu Linfeng and her were the only two people in Limitless Palace. Although there were many disciples in the sect, they were not very close. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang was here, they would definitely have a lot of things to talk about. When she thought of this, Nangong Wu couldn't help but become excited. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Master's wife." Yu Linfeng chuckled. "Bailey lass, don't be fooled by Master's wife's impetuous personality. Her strength is still very strong. You will see it in the future. Moreover, she likes to create some strange things. I feel that the two of you should hit it off very well." Thinking about Bailey Hongshuang's identity as a doctor, an alchemist, and an inscription master, Yu Linfeng could conclude that Bailey Hongshuang must also like to research some strange things. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes lit up. She always liked to fiddle with some special things. During the process of creation, she always felt that it was full of fun. Really? Hongshuang? You also like these? Nangongwu said excitedly. Her pair of bright eyes looked at Hongshuang as if she saw the most intimate person. I like to make weapons, explosives, and the like. Nangongwu's face was filled with an excited smile. She liked to deal with these things the most, but Yu Linfeng was not interested in these things. Therefore, she usually studied these things by herself. The dark phoenix eyes were filled with deep surprise. Bailey Hongshuang looked at Nangongwu in surprise. It was really hard to imagine that Master's wife would like to study these things. I haven't come into contact with these. Bailey Hongshuang said slowly. So far, she had come into contact with things like medical skills and inscription techniques. She really had not come into contact with weapons and explosives. Hearing this, Nangongwu was a little disappointed. She just wanted to find someone who was interested in these things like herself. It seemed that it was really too difficult. However, I am very interested. The delicate and dazzling face was filled with a gentle smile. Although she had never come into contact with these things, she was also very interested in these things, especially explosives. With Bailey Hongshuang's voice fell, Nangongwu's face quickly filled with a touch of joy. Really? Nangongwu asked uncertainly. She had liked these things for a long time, but the people she had come into contact with were not interested in these things. After all, most cultivators put their energy into cultivation. There were not many cultivators like her who did not do proper work. If there was a person who did not do proper work, it would be Bailey Hongshuang who did not do proper work. She was obviously a cultivator, but she had dabbled in medical skills, alchemy, and inscription techniques. However, Bailey Hongshuang felt that there was nothing wrong with this. Really? Bailey Hongshuang nodded seriously. She was full of interest in many things that she did not understand. Seeing that Bailey Hongshuang did not seem to be lying, Nangongwu's eyes became more and more excited. That's really great. I will have a companion in the future. Nangongwu was excited. When the time comes, we'll make a powerful explosive and throw it into the Lan family. The effect will be great. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes lit up. She had to admit that what Ma Em said was a very good suggestion. When he went to take revenge, he would throw a few explosives. The effect would definitely be great. When Yu Linfeng saw the excited Nangongwu and Bailey Hongshuang in front of him, the smile in his eyes deepened. It seemed that he had made the right choice in accepting this disciple. After a burst of joy, Nangongwu remembered something and said, "When I came in just now, I seem to have seen the young master of Tiangang sect, Bewitching. Why is he here?" The dignified young sect master suddenly paid a visit to Limitless Palace. This should be a very big matter, but until now, why didn't she receive any news about it? Yu Linfeng smiled. Young sect master D and Bailey Lass are a couple. Young sect master D specially came to accompany Bailey Lass. After the conversation with D Bachin previously, his impression of D Bachin was very good. He believed in his judgment. If there were no accidents, D Bachin and Bailey Hongshuang would walk to the end. Hearing Yu Linfeng's words, Nangongwu was slightly stunned. Her gaze then fell onto Bailey Hongshuang. Really? She heard from Linfeng that Bailey Hongshuang came from a small empire. Since she was from a small empire, how did she know the young master of Tiangang sect? Bailey Hongshuang smiled, tacitly agreeing with Nangongwu's question. Bailey Hongshuang was very clear that those cultivators who knew of her relationship with D Bachin were all in disbelief. Many people felt that she and D Bachin would not be able to walk to the end, but she was full of confidence towards this relationship. Only, Nangongwu's reaction was still beyond Bailey Hongshuang's expectations. Nangongwu directly gave Bailey Hongshuang a thumbs up. Beautifully done. I didn't like that Han something from the start. Han something? Nangongwu couldn't help but look towards Yu Linfeng, but she couldn't remember this name. Han Xiling. Yu Linfeng smiled helplessly. Yes, Han Xiling. Nan Gongwu nodded. I didn't like Han Xiling from the first time I saw him, acting all high and mighty, as if he was very impressive. How could he be as pretty as our Hong Zhuang? Totally incomparable. Nan Gongwu couldn't help but hold on to Bailey Hongzhuang's hand, her smile filled with delight. At that time, I already said that if young sect Master D was only together with Han Xiling, then he must be blind. Now it seems that not only is young sect Master D not blind, his taste is very good. Previously, I already thought that young sect Master D was not bad. He's handsome, young, and promising, and there aren't many like him in the entire younger generation. Hong Zhuang, you must hold on to him well. Nan Gongwu smiled and winked at Bailey Hongzhuang, then pointed to Yu Linfeng behind her, just like me. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but laugh. This master's wife of hers was simply too interesting. But, master is so outstanding, master's wife has indeed grabbed hold of a good man, haha. I'm telling you the truth. Although there are many men in this world, there aren't many who are the best. Nan Gongwu looked serious. She liked Bailey Hongzhuang more and more now. She was beautiful, discerning, strong, and interested in explosives. They were simply too congenial. Seeing that Nan Gongwu's words were getting more and more ridiculous, Yu Linfeng couldn't help but walk forward and say, your teacher's wife is like this. You'll get used to it. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at her sensible master and her senseless master's wife. She suddenly felt that these two people were really an excellent pair. It was precisely because their personalities were so different that it would be faster when they were together. Outside the council hall, Bewitching frowned when he saw Nan Gongwu rushing in. Looking at this posture, Nan Gongwu seemed to have some ill intentions. He had seen Nan Gongwu before. In fact, it was hard to forget a woman like Nan Gongwu after seeing her once. That was because her personality was too unique. As everyone knew, Limitless Palace Master Yu Linfeng's wife was a flamboyant, impulsive, and fearless woman. She didn't care about her reputation at all. She didn't care about any problems. Everything was out of her consideration. She only cared about her own happiness and unhappiness. It was said that she had once heard a sect leader badmouthing her. She immediately rushed up to argue with him. She did not hesitate to curse, not caring about her own identity. On the contrary, that sect master lost all his face. After this incident, everyone rarely went to offend Nan Gongwu. Nan Gongwu didn't care, but they did, suddenly being pointed at their nose and scolded. No one could stand it. It was said that at that time, the sect master stood there and was scolded by Nan Gongwu for a long time, but he didn't say anything back. After all, as the sect master, it was impossible for him to scold others. Naturally, he didn't have the ability to scold others. What's more, even if Nan Gongwu didn't care about his face, he couldn't possibly scold her without caring about his face. As a result, almost no one dared to offend Nan Gongwu. No one would be able to stand being scolded like this. If it was an ordinary person, they could just kill them. However, Nan Gongwu was the wife of Limitless Palace's palace master. Who would dare to kill her? Once it involved the sect, it would be even more complicated. No one was willing to magnify the conflict. Therefore, they could only suffer in silence. Not only that, everyone knew that Limitless Palace's palace master, Yu Linfeng, doted on his wife very much. He wouldn't blame Nan Gongwu at all. Therefore, in the world of sects, there was a weirdo like Nan Gongwu. No one could control her. Hong Zhuang found Yu Linfeng as her master. This Nan Gongwu was also a problem. Bewitching couldn't help but worry. If Nan Gongwu liked Hong Zhuang, it would be great. With Nan Gongwu's protective personality, Hong Zhuang wouldn't need to worry about Nan Gongwu in Limitless Palace. However, if Nan Gongwu didn't like Hong Zhuang, then the situation would be terrible. After all, with Nan Gongwu's position in Limitless Palace and the degree of doting between Yu Linfeng and Nan Gongwu, Hong Zhuang would be at a disadvantage. No one could say for sure about Nan Gongwu's personality. She might have an inexplicable affinity, or she might not like her. Thinking of this, Bewitching couldn't help but worry. He only hoped that the worst situation wouldn't happen. If he really didn't get along with Nan Gongwu, he wouldn't let Hong Zhuang suffer. After all, everyone knew that Yu Linfeng doted on Nan Gongwu. Bewitching loved Bailey Hongzhuang was also a fact. Just when Di Baichen was thinking, Bailey Hongzhuang, Yu Linfeng, and Nangong Wu came out together. After seeing the smiles on the faces of the three people, the worry in Di Baichen's heart was put down. It seemed that it was not as bad as he thought. Hongzhuang, go back to Tiangang sect now. Remember to come back when the time is up. I still have a lot of things to say. Nangong Wu smiled at Bailey Hongzhuang. She felt that to her, Bailey Hongzhuang was like a younger sister and a daughter. She really liked her. When Bailey Hongzhuang came to Limitless Palace, she wouldn't be so bored. If it wasn't for the fact that Hongzhuang could be together with Di Baichen, she really wanted to leave Hongzhuang in Limitless Palace now. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded, I will definitely come on time. Although it was the first time she met Nangong Wu, she liked Nangong Wu's character. No matter what, she wouldn't hide anything. It was easy to get along with her. She believed that she and Master's wife would get along well in the future. Young sect Master D. Nangong Wu's gaze fell on Di Baichen. Her eyes were filled with admiration. Now that I see it, young sect Master D and Hongzhuang are really a good match. In the future, Limitless Palace and Tiangang sect can get closer and interact more. Di Baichen cupped his hands, thank you for your praise. If there's an opportunity, I will definitely interact more. Nangong Wu looked at Di Baichen with satisfaction, among the younger generation, I like you the most. As if realizing the ambiguity in her words, Nangong Wu continued, I'm relieved that Hongzhuang is with you. I hope you two can continue to love each other. Following Nangong Wu's words, everyone's expression returned to normal. Palace Mistress, don't worry. I will take good care of Hongzhuang. Di Baichen's face was brimming with a handsome smile. His Hongzhuang was really capable. They had only met once and she was able to get along so well with Nangong Wu. At this moment, Nangong Wu's expression was completely different from when she first walked in. This change wasn't ordinary. Heimu stood at the side in a daze. He didn't understand what was going on. Why would the palace mistress of Limitless Palace be so intimate with young mistress? Looking at this situation, it was as if young mistress had a close relationship with them. However, according to the information he had gathered, he didn't know that young mistress was involved with Limitless Palace. Could it be that his information wasn't accurate? Heimu's expression changed again and again. What was going on, he really couldn't understand. He originally thought that they came to Limitless Palace because the young lord had something to do. Now, it seemed that they came here because of young mistress. Compared to Heimu's confusion, the three beasties were undoubtedly very happy. When their master accepted the inheritance, they didn't know the specific situation. Although they later found out that Yu Linfeng intended to make their master the young palace mistress of Limitless Palace, they still felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Now, it seemed that this situation was already set in stone. Their master was indeed capable. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to do this. Thinking of this, the three beasties couldn't help but jump for joy. In this way, they would have another helping hand when dealing with the Lan family. That Lan Qingyan can be arrogant in the Lan family now. She snatched Master's rainbow pearl and even occupied Master's position as the Lan family's patriarch. She thought that she could trample Master like this. And now, Master is also the young palace mistress of Limitless Palace. Master isn't any worse than her. Xiao Hei's eyes flashed with anger. Soon, they would find the Lan family, let Lan Qingyan be arrogant for a while, not long after, they would make Lan Qingyan unable to be arrogant anymore. Everything that happened in the past must be returned to Lan Qingyan's family. Since they used despicable means to step on Master's parents to obtain today's glory, then they should have a taste of falling to the bottom of the valley. Xiao Bai's eyes were gloomy. When it thought about how those fellows still had a clear conscience after causing such harm to Master's family, it gritted its teeth and wanted those fellows to pay the price. Sooner or later. A ferocious glint flashed across Baisher's eyes. We have to work hard in our cultivation as well. When the time comes, we'll be able to get rid of one more person and feel a little better. As Baisher's voice fell, the three beasts' faces were filled with excitement. That day was not too far away. Lan Jingquang, Yu Manlan, Lan Qingyan, just you wait. Hongzhuang, young palace mistress D, since you're already here, why don't you stay at our Limitless Palace for a few days? Nangong Wu asked with a smile. Hong Zhuang finally came, so she couldn't just leave like this. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other and said, "Many thanks for mistress's kindness, but we still have some things to do. This time, we won't be staying here for long." Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen had already discussed this matter, Nan Gongwu also nodded her head. Right now, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen must be wholeheartedly focused on rescuing Lan Yunxiao and his wife. This was something that should be done. Alright then. Let's have a good gathering the next time we come. Nan Gongwu said with a smile. Yu Linfeng also spoke up, "If there's anything that we can help with, just let us know." No matter if it was the Lan family or the Yu family, they were both colossi. Dealing with them would definitely not be an easy matter. Even if Tiangang sect helped Hong Zhuang, it would still not be easy. Right now, Limitless Palace was also standing on Hong Zhuang's side. He also hoped to be able to help Hong Zhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang bowed deeply towards Yu Linfeng. "Many thanks, Master." Yu Linfeng waved his hand. "No matter what, Master and Master's wife will stand on your side." Nan Gongwu also nodded. "Don't be afraid of them. Do what you need to do. Our Limitless Palace is not just for show." When Gu Taihong saw Nan Gongwu's attitude towards Bailey Hongzhuang, he was even more surprised. Everyone knew that it was not easy for the palace mistress to have a good impression of a woman. Previously, when he saw the palace mistress aggressively entering the discussion hall, he was still a little worried. He never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would be so capable. Not only did she not make the palace mistress dislike her, she even made the palace mistress like her so much. This was really not easy. Thinking up to here, Gu Taihong felt some admiration for Bailey Hongzhuang. However, although he had only seen Bailey Hongzhuang twice, he also liked Bailey Hongzhuang very much. It would be hard for people to have a bad impression of such a beautiful and powerful woman. What's more, Bailey Hongzhuang was so humble and courteous, and she worked so hard on her cultivation. It was hard not to like her. After confirming that the palace mistress also liked Bailey Hongzhuang, Gu Taihong had already determined that Bailey Hongzhuang would be the future young palace mistress. For the past few days, the palace master had been looking for a successor. This way, when the palace master wasn't around, the young palace master could step in. Although the main reason was that the palace master's wife wanted to take the palace master to travel the world. Obviously, with the personality of the palace mistress, once she went out, she would not be able to return for a while. If he did not agree, the palace mistress would definitely be extremely displeased. Under such circumstances, the palace master set aside his determination to find a successor. Now that he had found a successor that the palace master and his wife were so satisfied with, it seemed that there wouldn't be any problems. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen intended to leave after bidding farewell to Yu Linfeng and Di Beichen. However, they did not expect Nan Gongwu to insist on sending them out. Therefore, in the eyes of the Limitless Palace's cultivators, they saw an extremely shocking scene. They actually saw the palace mistress and Bailey Hongzhuang chatting happily. All along, in the hearts of all the Limitless Palace's disciples, there was a person that they absolutely could not provoke, Nan Gongwu. As long as they offended the palace mistress, they would definitely be extremely unlucky. Therefore, they did not dare to have any interactions with the palace mistress. Moreover, they had never seen the palace mistress getting along well with anyone else. However, now they actually saw the palace mistress and this woman having such a good relationship? Oh my god, who is this woman? She actually has such a good relationship with the palace master's wife. It seems that her identity is definitely not simple. I thought that the main person who came here this time was the young sect master of Tiangang sect. Fairy, it seems that this woman is the main person who came here. The disciples of Limitless Palace looked at this scene in a daze. Even in Limitless Palace, they rarely saw the palace master and palace master's wife. Now, the palace master and palace master's wife actually came here to send Di Beichen and Luo Pin off. This was already an incredible thing in their eyes. Everyone was confused. They didn't know who this Bailey Hongzhuang was. It could be said that they were extremely curious. Master's wife, we will leave first. Bailey Hongzhuang bowed and said. Yu Linfeng and Nan Gongwu both nodded and said, be careful on the road. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen smiled slightly, then turned and left Limitless Palace. Heimu and the three beasts followed behind. From the beginning to the end, he was still confused. Why did they come to Limitless Palace? Looking at Dibachen's curious look, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly and said, Master's wife is a very interesting person. When she first walked into the conference hall, she gave me a fright. I can see that Master and Master's wife have a very good relationship. Previously, Master's wife almost treated me as a love rival. Fortunately, Master explained it. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but chuckle. She had never thought of such a misunderstanding before. Although Master's wife wasn't young, her temperament was completely like a child's, which was very cute. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Dibachen also revealed a look of realization. He was wondering why Nangong Wu had an aggressive look when she entered the conference hall. It turned out that this was the case. However, Nangong Wu's thinking was really strange. Dibachen looked carefully at Hongzhuang. After thinking carefully, he felt that Nangong Wu's worry wasn't unreasonable. Yu Linfeng was originally a handsome and confident man. Even though he wasn't young, because of his strong cultivation, he looked extremely young. The life of a cultivator was originally longer than that of an ordinary person. In addition, Hongzhuang was as beautiful as a flower. It was normal for Nangong Wu to be worried. Palace Master's wife is also a famous beauty in the sect world. However, my wife is so beautiful. It's not strange for Palace Master's wife to be worried. Dibachen held Bailey Hongzhuang with one hand, his face filled with a proud smile. Seeing Dibachen's glib tongue, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but laugh. You're talking nonsense. Dibachen straightened his face, I'm telling the truth. Who wouldn't say that my wife is beautiful? As he spoke, Dibachen looked at the three beasties and said, do you think I'm right? Yes. Master is the prettiest. The three beasties immediately exclaimed. They didn't say that just to cooperate with Dibachen. Dibachen was telling the truth. So far, they had seen so many cultivators, but the most beautiful one was their master. No one could compare to their master. Seeing the three beasts and Dibachen singing the same tune, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but chuckle. She immediately held Dibachen's arm and said, I'm very happy that you all are praising me. A woman would doll herself up for her lover. Naturally, she hoped that she was the most beautiful in Dibachen's eyes. Now that she heard Dibachen's praise, she was in a very good mood. A bright and moving smile appeared on Bailey Hongzhuang's exquisite face. The evening's red glow sprinkled on Bailey Hongzhuang's body, making her face even more beautiful and charming. The corners of her eyes and the tips of her eyebrows were filled with joy. When Dibachen saw Bailey Hongzhuang like this, he couldn't help but be a little infatuated. That fresh and refined smile was deeply imprinted in his heart. To him, there was no woman in this world who could be compared to his wife. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw Dibachen staring at her without moving, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Bacchen, what's wrong with you? Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's question, Dibachen came back to his senses and said with a smile, my wife is too beautiful. Bailey Hongzhuang's charming face flushed red, but the curve of her lips couldn't help but rise. She never cared about how others saw her. She only cared about how the people she cared about saw her. My wife, it's beyond my expectations that you can get along so well with the palace mistress. Listening to Dibachen's words, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Dibachen with slight astonishment and said, why? I feel that Master's wife is easy to get along with. Some people think so, but many people don't think so. Dibachen chuckled. He had a certain understanding of Nangong Wu's character. This kind of person often got along well with people who had affinity with each other. Once they didn't have affinity with each other, it would be useless no matter how much you tried to curry favor with them. However, as long as Hongzhuang could get along well with Nangong Wu, it would only be better in the future. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Dibachen. After noticing Dibachen's eyes, she immediately understood. She immediately chuckled and said, I understand what you mean. Master's wife's character is simple. She doesn't care about anything else. If there's anything she wants to say, she will say it directly. This kind of temper can easily offend people. However, if you get along with her sincerely, it's really good. A cultivator's life was full of twists and turns. There were countless scheming people. In her previous life, when she was the head of an aristocratic family, she had seen a lot of such things. In order to obtain cultivation resources, in order to achieve better results, even if they were cultivators from the same family, the methods they used were still terrifying. Perhaps it was because everyone's thoughts were too deep. That's why Master's wife's straightforward character was disliked. However, as far as she was concerned, the type of person she liked the most was someone who was as sincere as her master's wife. Getting along with her was very simple. There was no need to worry too much. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood his meaning, Di Beichen's eyes flashed with a touch of appreciation. My wife is really smart. You immediately understood your husband's meaning. Bailey Hongzhuang proudly raised her eyebrows. That's natural. You're right. With Palace Master's wife's character, if you get along well, it's naturally excellent. Originally, I was very worried that you and Palace Master's wife wouldn't get along well. After going to Limitless Palace, there might be problems. Now, it seems that I don't need to worry anymore. After confirming this, Di Beichen was in a good mood. What he was most worried about was that Hong Zhuang would be bullied. Even if he could become the young palace master of Limitless Palace, he would not allow Hong Zhuang to be bullied. Sensing the concern in Di Beichen's words, the tenderness in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes deepened. Di Beichen had always been very good to her. She knew this very well. Bailey Hongzhuang held Di Beichen's hand, a happy smile lingering on her beautiful face. Don't worry, I can handle these things. Di Beichen held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand tightly and said with a smile, Wife, this is the first time you've taken the initiative to hold my hand. Ever since he got together with Hong Zhuang, he had always been the one taking the initiative. In comparison, Hong Zhuang was almost always in a passive state. However, today, Hong Zhuang actually took the initiative to hold his hand. This was a big improvement. Looking at Di Beichen's astonished look, Bailey Hongzhuang paused for a second, then blinked and said, There will be many times in the future. Yes, there will be many opportunities in the future. They will always be together. Heimu and the three beasties followed behind Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang. Looking at Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang's happy appearance, they couldn't help but smile. After Bailey Hongzhuang left Limitless Palace, she set off for Tiangang sect. Now, they still needed to go back to Tiangang sect to verify one thing. Not only that, they also needed to go back to Tiangang sect to wait for news from Shirtian Pavilion. No matter which one it was very important. Only by confirming these things one step earlier could they save Hong Zhuang's parents as soon as possible. As long as this matter was not resolved, their hearts would not be able to relax for a day. On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were walking on the road. Heimu and the three beasties were still far away. Although they had been on the road these days, it was still a very beautiful day for Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen. Because, in the past, they were always on the move for all kinds of things, and often couldn't be together. Now, the two of them could see each other every day, which was already the happiest thing. After thinking for a long time, Bailey Hongzhuang felt that she was getting closer and closer to talking about Boss Gang. She was afraid that some things needed to be said. She hoped that there was enough trust between her and Di Beichen. No matter what, they could face it together, and she didn't want to have any estrangement. Wife, do you have something to tell me? Di Beichen noticed that Bailey Hongzhuang was absent-minded and couldn't help but ask. He had always known his wife's character. Today, he keenly felt that his wife's mood was a little strange, so he immediately asked. Listening to Di Beichen's inquiry, Bailey Hongzhuang paused slightly and said, Beichen, have you ever thought about Han Shieling? With Bailey Hongzhuang's voice falling, Di Beichen's deep eyes quietly flashed a touch of complicated light. Since she has already fallen in the assessment competition, then other things are no longer important. Di Beichen said slowly. Regarding the fall of Han Shieling, his feelings were extremely complicated. All along, he had regarded Han Shieling as his sister. Naturally, he didn't want Han Shieling to fall into such a situation. However, since he and Hong Zhuang were together, Han Shieling really caused a lot of trouble. If Han Shieling was still in the world, he was afraid that the trouble would not stop at all, and Hong Zhuang would also encounter all kinds of dangers. Now that the matter had been settled, he simply did not think about it. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw that Di Beichen was unwilling to mention this matter, she nodded her head. When I reach Tiangang sect, I believe that the Great Elder will definitely ask me about this matter. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was gentle. She believed that even if she didn't say it, Di Beichen would definitely know the origin of all this. Therefore, she didn't need to continue to explain this matter to Di Beichen. She just needed to understand Di Beichen's attitude on how to deal with the Great Elder. The fall of Han Xiling has nothing to do with you. No matter how the Great Elder questions, there is no meaning. Di Beichen's voice was calm and firm. He had also expected this. He had always known how much the Great Elder doted on Han Xiling. He believed that the Great Elder would definitely not be able to accept it after knowing this matter. Once he brought Hongzhuang back to Tiangang sect, the Great Elder would definitely come to question and even find trouble. However, the Great Elder's arrangement of Han Xiling to enter the competition was already a very excessive move. The Great Elder couldn't get away from the fact that things had developed to this point. Earlier, when his master was investigating the matter, he had already investigated this point. Even if he had already thought that Xi Ling would definitely find trouble with Hongzhuang when she participated in the assessment competition, he did not expect that Great Elder would actually participate in it. Not only that, Great Elder even bribed Wu Xian and the others, intending to let Hongzhuang and the others be completely wiped out in the assessment competition. It was precisely because of this that he was worried to the extreme during the assessment competition for the past 2 years. He was only worried that something would happen to Hongzhuang. In the past 2 years, he had rarely interacted with the Great Elder. In the past, he never thought that the elder who had watched him grow up would have such an unbearable scene. It was really unbelievable. All of this was Great Elder's own fault, he could not blame anyone else. For the sake of Hongzhuang's safe return, he had already suppressed the anger in his heart a lot. If Great Elder still dared to find trouble, then he would not be polite. Seeing that Di Beichen directly confirmed the answer with one sentence, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and said, okay. From Di Beichen's words, she already understood Di Beichen's answer. It seemed that their thoughts were the same. Di Beichen turned his head and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, his handsome face was full of seriousness. Wifey, you know, I have never been willing to let you suffer any grievances. Di Beichen said slowly. Great Elder has been in Tiangang sect for many years, his status can be said to be deeply rooted. It will take some time to solve this. He would not let Great Elder bully Hongzhuang like this, no matter who it was, no one could bully Hongzhuang. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was warm. It did not matter how others treated her, as long as Di Beichen treated her well, it was enough. With Great Elder's status in Tiangang sect, if you rashly take action against Great Elder, I am afraid that it will cause doubts among the disciples of the sect, which will have a certain impact on you. Since I went to Tiangang sect has had a lot of fluctuations. If the Great Elder leaves because of me again, I'm afraid that the entire Tiangang sect's cultivators will not have a good impression of me. Han Xiling has already fallen, and the Great Elder has already been punished. As long as the Great Elder doesn't do anything excessive, this matter will be settled. Bailey Hongzhuang's ink-black phoenix eyes flashed with wisdom and rationality. She had already figured this out long ago. The Great Elder of any sect had a lot of influence in the sect. If he acted rashly, it was very likely that it would cause some problems. Although no one had any evidence to prove that she had killed Han Xiling, she knew that many cultivators would think that she had done it. Ever since she appeared, Han Xiling had already fallen. She believed that this fact had already shocked many cultivators. If the Great Elder was dealt with after Han Xiling's death, she was afraid that in everyone's eyes, she was already an extremely difficult person to get along with. What's more, Han Xiling and Di Beichen had a very good relationship before. Because of her appearance, Di Beichen did this. In everyone's eyes, there was no doubt that Di Beichen was an ungrateful person. She loved Di Beichen so much, how could she be willing to let Di Beichen bear such infamy, since the Great Elder had already been punished? As long as the Great Elder did not do anything excessive, she felt that everything would not have a big impact. Wife, even if it will be a little troublesome to deal with this matter, I won't let the people who bullied you go unpunished. The handsome eyes as deep as the sea were filled with cold light. The Great Elder's action this time was too much, now Hongzhuang had to stay in Tiangang sect to cultivate. If the great elder was so narrow-minded, he was afraid that more trouble would be inevitable. Therefore, he would gradually take away the power that belonged to the great elder. After all, he needed a reason to deal with the great elder directly. The disappearance of Wu Yuexin and others was now a dead man telling no tales, so he could only use other methods. It would take some time, but the result would not change. Bailey Hongzhuang held Di Beichen's hand tightly, and her bright eyes were filled with gentleness and tenderness. She understood that Di Beichen had already made a plan in his heart. This man's means of dealing with things was always admirable. Since he already had a plan, why should she worry? Originally, she was a little worried about how Di Beichen would view the death of Han Xiling. Now it seemed that she didn't need to care. Di Beichen had already seen through everything. She was afraid that she would be worried, so he didn't say much. Now that the obstacles between the two had been overcome one by one, she believed that they would be smoother in the future. After rushing for a while, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen finally arrived at Tiangang sect. Coming to Tiangang sect again, Bailey Hongzhuang's mood had changed compared to 2 years ago. When she first came to Tiangang sect, her heart was uneasy. She was worried that her appearance would bring trouble to Di Beichen. She was worried that she and Di Beichen would be hindered. However, when she went to Tiangang sect, this series of things did happen. Fortunately, Di Beichen had solved them one by one. This time, when she returned to Tiangang sect, the only problem was to fight with Elder Han Hongyi. However, Han Hongyi's strength alone was obviously not enough. Therefore, there was no need for her to worry. At this moment, in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind, the idea that was constantly hovering in her mind was the matter of blood identification with the sect master. After arriving at Tiangang sect, she would presumably carry out the blood identification. It would be best to confirm this matter as soon as possible. If they weren't related by blood, Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't have thought much about it. However, if she was really related by blood to the sect master, then all of this would undoubtedly be a huge conspiracy arranged by the Yu clan. Bailey Hongzhuang felt a chill in her heart when she thought of the depth of this conspiracy. Yu Xiqing was simply too terrifying. Perhaps, in Yu Xiqing's eyes, Yu Manlan was just a chess piece. Her real motive wasn't to help Yu Manlan, but to destroy Mu Lingbing's happiness. If that was really the case, then this woman's viciousness was simply shocking. It was already very vicious to destroy the relationship between the sect master and Mu Jint's. She didn't succeed in her attempt to ascend to the top. After that, she continued to retaliate. This woman simply put everything into hatred. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen appeared in front of the disciples of Tiangang sect, the crowd couldn't help but burst into a burst of exclamations. Gazes of amazement and shock fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang. Now, the name of Bailey Hongzhuang was known by everyone in Tiangang sect. Bailey Hongzhuang is actually here. Great Elder must be furious now. That may not be the case. Even if Great Elder is resentful, no one knows what is going on. I think that the reason why Han Xiling participated in the assessment competition was to kill Bailey Hongzhuang, but she failed and was killed instead. Although we didn't see it with our own eyes, I think that this matter is most likely related to Bailey Hongzhuang. So what? Han Xiling is already dead. A dead person doesn't have any meaning. I think this Bailey Hongzhuang is really amazing. She is obviously a cultivator from a small empire, but she can actually become the champion of the assessment competition. This can be considered the biggest dark horse in the assessment competition for so many years. Not only Bailey Hongzhuang herself, but even her friends have also achieved very good results. This really isn't an ordinary thing. Han Xiling has occupied the position of big senior sister in Tiangang sect for so many years. I didn't expect that she would be replaced by Bailey Hongzhuang in such a short time. The affairs of the world are really unpredictable. After seeing the appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang, everyone was filled with emotion. Han Xiling was so arrogant in Tiangang sect that it was as if no one among the women could be on par with her. Although she had always been sought after outside of Tiangang sect, to the disciples of Tiangang sect, she was too arrogant. She usually looked down on everything and was even more disdainful of them. Therefore, in the eyes of many male cultivators, Han Xiling was a goddess-like existence. However, to the women, such a Han Xiling was obviously not what they liked. However, Han Xiling had stayed in Tiangang sect for so long after all. They didn't expect that she would fall like this. It was really beyond their expectations. Now, they had a faint feeling in their hearts that Bailey Hongzhuang was probably going to replace Han Xiling as an extraordinary existence in Tiangang sect. As for Bailey Hongzhuang, most people were unfamiliar with her. They had never interacted with Bailey Hongzhuang before, so they naturally didn't know what kind of person she was. However, based on their current situation, they only felt that Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't a simple person. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that everyone's eyes were filled with nervousness and vigilance. She couldn't help but feel a little helpless. She didn't want everyone to be afraid of her, but it wasn't strange that the things that had happened before had led to such a result. To improve this, she had to rely on her future actions in Tiangang sect to gradually improve all of this. She believed that misunderstandings were just misunderstandings, and it wouldn't take long for them to be completely cleared up. Young Master. As Bewitching appeared, all the cultivators present bowed to him. Bewitching nodded slightly, and then walked into Tiangang sect with Bailey Hongzhuang. He believed that his master must be waiting for them to come back. At the end of the assessment competition, he planned to take Hongzhuang back to Tiangang sect to confirm this matter. However, because of the proposal of Xianxia and others, they first went back to Kanglin College, and then went to Wuji Palace. They didn't return to Tiangang sect until now. Although his master had never shown it, with his understanding of his master, he knew that his master must be very concerned about this matter. For a long time, master had always thought that he was alone. At that time, because of Yu Xiqing's obstruction, he had such a big misunderstanding with master's wife and regretted it for life. After so many years, master had never found master's wife. Even if master's will was firm, there was no news of master's wife for so many years. The loss in his heart could be imagined. Perhaps, it would be impossible to see master's wife again in this life. If Hongzhuang was really master's granddaughter, then master's heart could be rekindled with hope. At least, he was not alone in this world. He had a daughter, a son-in-law, a granddaughter, and him. Bewitching was also a little worried. After so many years, master's heart finally rekindled with hope. If he was disappointed again, master's heart would be very uncomfortable. However, this was something that had to be faced sooner or later. Only by confirming it earlier could they be more certain of the direction of the investigation. Bailey Hongzhuang followed Bewitching all the way forward. She had already been to Tiangang sect before, but the main area of activity was Bewitching's palace. Most of the other places were only visited once, and there were many places that she had never been to. Tiangang sect's range was very large. She was not a disciple of Tiangang sect before, so she could not walk around at will. After all, there was the existence of Han Xiling and Great Elder. If she acted rashly, they would definitely find trouble with her. Now Bewitching took her to a place that she had never been to before. However, she believed that in the future, she would also walk every inch of Tiangang sect and make it a place that she was familiar with. Although Bailey Hongzhuang had never been to this place, as long as she thought about it, she knew that Bewitching must be taking her to see the sovereign. This was the most important thing at the moment. Heimu originally followed Bewitching all the way forward, but halfway, Bewitching let Heimu take the three beasts to wait for them in the palace. At present, only he, master and Hongzhuang knew about the blood test. Before everything was confirmed, it was better not to let others know about this news. If the result was confirmed, it would be fine. If not, it would be tantamount to making a mistake. He had nothing to do with Hongzhuang, but it was not appropriate to make such a thing as master. Therefore, Bewitching made such a decision. Hearing Bewitching's instructions, Heimu immediately went to the palace. When the three beasts saw their master leave with Bewitching, they couldn't help but curl their lips. They also wanted to know the result as soon as possible. However, since it was inconvenient to bring them along, then they would stay in the palace to wait for the result. Anyway, when they arrived at Tiangang Zone, there was Bewitching by their master's side. They did not need to worry about their master being in danger. With Bewitching's ability in Tiangang sect, no one could hurt their master. Heimu took the three beasts all the way back to Bewitching's palace. Thinking back to those years, he almost stayed in Tiangang sect. However, since the young sect master's leg problem 5 years ago, he had been running around almost all the time. Now that he returned to Tiangang sect again, he missed the days outside very much. At that time, the days were also very carefree, but now that the three beasts were back, the days became a lot livelier. Bailey Hongzhuang followed Bewitching all the way forward. Finally, a bedroom appeared in front of her. This was already the rear of Tiangang sect. Usually, no cultivators would come here at all, but the scenery was extremely elegant. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang had never been here before, she could conclude that this was the bedroom of the sect master just by looking at the situation here. The sect master rarely appeared in front of the cultivators on normal days. As long as it was not a major event in the sect, he would not appear at all. For the cultivators in the sect master had always been a mysterious and powerful existence. Now that Tiangang sect already had Bewitching as the young sect master, in order to support Bewitching's identity, the sect master had almost handed over everything to Bewitching to deal with, so the number of times he appeared was even less. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a faint smile. When she was in the Bailey family, the old guys in the family also liked to find these quiet and elegant places to live. This is Master's bedroom. Bewitching introduced aloud. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, and her eyes fell on the vicinity of the bedroom. The layout here was somewhat similar to Bewitching's bedroom, but the sect master's bedroom was more stable, and Bewitching's bedroom was more bright. When I was young, I often stayed in Master's bedroom, and Master taught me cultivation here. It was not until I grew up that I went to my own bedroom. However, when Master was in Tiangang sect, I still often came over. His deep starry eyes were filled with nostalgia. Everything in the past seemed to be vivid in his mind, and now he had already grown up. This time really passed quickly. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching, who was reminiscing, and the smile on her lips could not help but spread a little. She had always understood that the sect master was both Bewitching's master and family. In Bewitching's childhood, the sect master was the most important existence. Therefore, Bewitching had always respected and loved the sect master. Presumably, Bewitching's feelings towards the blood test were extremely complicated. Bailey Hongzhuang held Bewitching's hand tightly. Her delicate face was filled with a warm smile. We'll know the answer soon. No matter what the answer is, it's always better to know it early. Hearing this, Bewitching nodded slightly. However, compared to the two outcomes, he hoped more that Hongzhuang was his master's granddaughter. This was good news for both his master and Hongzhuang. He was the first to come up with this idea, because these things could be completely linked together. Although he did not have enough evidence, he had a very strong premonition that this was the real result. After all, a coincidence could be a coincidence, but if too many coincidences were linked together, it would not be a coincidence, but a man-made one. Wife, no matter what the result is, you don't have to feel burdened. We're just here to confirm the result. Bewitching's handsome face was once again filled with a smile as he comforted Bailey Hongzhuang. His feelings were very complicated, and presumably his wife's feelings should be very complicated too. They were all leaning towards the same result, and only hoped that they would not be disappointed. Ever since Han Hongyi found out about the news of Han Shiling's death, his mood had become extremely low. The greatest hope and sustenance of his life had disappeared just like that. He was really a white-haired man who had to send off his own son. Even if he didn't have any evidence, he believed that Shiling's death must be related to Bailey Hongzhuang. He didn't believe that Bailey Hongzhuang could defeat Xiling with her strength. He thought that Bailey Hongzhuang must have used some underhanded means to make Xiling fall. When he thought of this, Han Hongyi's hatred for Bailey Hongzhuang continued to deepen. Since the appearance of this woman, Xiling's life had changed. Everything he originally planned was destroyed. Now, Xiling had fallen. Even if he was still the great elder of Tiangang sect, what was the point? Once Bailey Hongzhuang became the mistress of Tiangang sect, then what was the use of his existence? He would never let Bailey Hongzhuang become the mistress of Tiangang sect so smoothly. Xiling fell to such a point, he would definitely let Bailey Hongzhuang pay the price. Han Hongyi stayed in the house these days. The initial sadness and pain gradually turned into hatred and disgust for Bailey Hongzhuang. Since Xiling fell because of Bailey Hongzhuang, then, he would let Bailey Hongzhuang be buried with Xiling. Only in this way, he could go and see Xiling in the future. After all, if he didn't let Xiling participate in the assessment competition, then Xiling would not fall to such a point. he had regretted to the extreme. At the beginning, he never thought that such a situation would happen. In his opinion, this was something that was set in stone. With Xi Ling's strength, it was undoubtedly easy to solve Bailey Hongzhuang. However, who would have thought that things would develop to this point? This was simply unreasonable. At the beginning, he also understood the strength of Bailey Hongzhuang. Although her strength was not weak, with Xi Ling's strength and Wu Xian and others, they could definitely solve it. After thinking about all this, Han Hongyi's mind faintly had a guess. Perhaps Bewitching had something to do with it. He did not believe that with the strength of Bailey Hongzhuang and her teammates, they could kill Xi Ling. Once Bewitching was involved, then the situation would be different. As the young lord of Tiangang sect, Bewitching always had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. What's more, it was not surprising that Bewitching liked Bailey Hongzhuang so much. However, these were not the most important things for Han Hongyi. The most important thing was to let Bailey Hongzhuang accompany Han Xiling to the grave. In his eyes, Bewitching was only bewitched by Bailey Hongzhuang's seductive methods. It wouldn't take long for him to see Bailey Hongzhuang's true colors. Just as Han Hongyi was thinking about how to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang, a voice came from outside the door. Great Elder, Great Elder. Bailey Hongzhuang is back. Tao Tsongrong stood outside Han Hongyi's door, her face full of anxiety. As early as before, Great Elder had already told her that once Bailey Hongzhuang came to Tiangang sect, she should immediately come to inform him. She originally thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would come to Tiangang sect again after 3 months. She did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to come back so early this time. Moreover, she came back with the young lord as if she was the young lord's wife. After learning about this, she immediately rushed over and informed the Great Elder of this matter. She grew up with Miss since she was a child. She did not expect that Miss would die because of Bailey Hongzhuang. Han Hongyi, who was originally in low spirits, was instantly energized when he heard Tao Tsongrong's words. He immediately opened the door and saw Tao Tsongrong outside the house. When Tao Tsongrong saw Han Hongyi, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Usually, the first elder had a sage-like appearance. Just looking at him made people involuntarily respect him. However, the great elder in front of her did not have his usual sage-like appearance. After so many days of not tidying himself up, the great elder's face was covered with stubble and his eyes were sunken in. He did not have the slightest bit of energy. Seeing Han Hongyi in this state, Tao Tsongrong's heart was filled with emotions. Young lady's death had really dealt a huge blow to the great elder. You said that Bailey Hongzhuang is back? Han Hongyi's gaze suddenly focused and locked onto Tao Tsongrong. Sensing Han Hongyi's terrifying gaze, Tao Tsongrong could not help but feel a huge pressure. She immediately nodded and said, "She's back. Young sect master and Bailey Hongzhuang have just returned. Everyone has seen them." Tao Tsongrong replied. "Where are they going now?" Han Hongyi quickly asked. They went in the direction of the sect master's bedroom. Tao Tsongrong told Han Hongyi all the news she had learned. These days, she had been paying attention to the movements of Tiangang Zone, so that when Bailey Hongzhuang came back, she could be the first to find out. Therefore, she was extremely sure of this news. I understand. Han Hongyi left a sentence and closed the door, no longer paying attention to Tao Tsongrong who was outside the house. Tao Tsongrong did not find it strange when she saw the tightly shut door. She believed that since Bailey Hongzhuang had returned, then it was time for the great elder to take action. She only needed to wait for the final result. She believed that the great elder would definitely avenge young lady. When she thought of Bailey Hongzhuang and young sect master's carefree looks, she felt an indescribable anger. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching walked into Si Tuyen's bedroom, Si Tuyen already knew of their appearance and opened the door directly. Come in. Hearing Si Tuyen's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other and walked in together. Master. Bewitching bowed. Greetings, sect master. Bailey Hongzhuang also bowed respectfully. Regardless of whether she was related to the sect master or not, the sect master had never objected to her relationship with Bewitching. She was extremely grateful to the sect master for this. Looking at the perfect couple, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang, Si Tuyen nodded slightly, and his eyes were filled with admiration. When Bewitching and Han Xiling stood together, he felt that something was missing. Even if the great elder tried his best to matchmake them, Han Xiling kept trying to please Bewitching. But in his opinion, the situation was not right. Now that he saw Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang together, he felt that they were a real couple. This was because both of their eyes and brows revealed their sincerity. "You're back." Si Tuyen smiled faintly. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching nodded. Bewitching then said, "We originally planned to come back after the assessment, but everyone suggested that we go back to the college, so we came back now." He still remembered the first time he saw Bailey Hongzhuang. Si Tuyen felt that Bailey Hongzhuang and Xianxia looked very similar, especially the charm between their eyebrows. It was because of this that he lost his composure when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang for the first time. Because he still hadn't seen Mu Jin's for a long time, his mind was filled with Mu Jin's appearance. When Bailey Hongzhuang appeared, it really surprised him. At that time, he felt that it was because Bailey Hongzhuang and Mu Jin looked very similar that he couldn't help but have a good impression of her. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang, it was as if he could vaguely see Xianxia back then. Perhaps this was a kind of comfort that God gave him after seeing that he had searched for so many years without any results. After knowing that Bailey Hongzhuang came from a small empire, he gave up on this idea. With Mu Jin's situation back then, even if she wanted to go, it was impossible for her to go to a small empire. The world was big and there were all kinds of strange things. It wasn't impossible for people to look the same. Therefore, at that time, he didn't take this matter to heart. It wasn't until he talked to Bewitching that they found the problem. All along, he didn't pay too much attention to things that weren't confirmed, but this time, he had a strong premonition that Bailey Hongzhuang was his granddaughter. This premonition was very strange. There was no evidence at all, but his mind seemed to have confirmed this matter. "Little girl Bailey, your results in the assessment competition this time really surprised us. I didn't expect your strength to be so strong. It made many people's jaws drop and brought glory to our Tiangang sect." Si Tuyen's smile was filled with love and admiration. The first place of the assessment competition, such an outstanding cultivator had always been the target of their Tiangang sect's recruitment. They didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be able to get the first place of the assessment competition this time. This made Tiangang sect a little proud. Hearing Si Tuyen's praise, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into an exquisite and bright smile. "Thank you for your praise, sect leader. It's all thanks to sect leader for giving me the opportunity to participate in the assessment." Si Tuyen waved his hand and said with a smile, "You're too humble. This is an opportunity that you fought for yourself. Tiangang sect only provided a platform in this matter. Bailey Hongzhuang could get the opportunity based on her own ability. Bailey Hongzhuang had won first place in the previous assessment. From the looks of it, Bailey Hongzhuang had already displayed her talent when she participated in the competition. It was just that in the competition, Bailey Hongzhuang had displayed her talent even better." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. From the beginning to the end, the sect master had given her a very good impression. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, Si Tuyen cut to the chase. "Bailey girl, Beichin should have already told you about it, right?" Si Tuyen said slowly. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and said, "Yes, I already know." "What do you think?" Si Tuyen's smile was warm and loving. He looked at Bailey Hongzhuang as if he was looking at a junior that he thought highly of. To him, regardless of whether Bailey Hongzhuang was his granddaughter or not, Bailey Hongzhuang was his disciple's future wife. This would not change. Feeling Si Tuyen's kindness, Bailey Hongzhuang's originally nervous mood also relaxed. She raised her head and looked at Si Tuyen in front of her. Si Tuyen's appearance was already very handsome. Even though he had been through a lot, she could still feel his charm. At this moment, Si Tuyen's smile was very kind. The way he looked at her was as if he was looking at a junior that he liked very much. Looking at Si Tuyen like this, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart also felt warm. Through Si Tuyen's gaze, she could feel that Si Tuyen had really accepted her and Bewitching. He did not feel the slightest bit of reluctance and accepted it from the bottom of his heart. "If possible, I naturally hope that the sect master's guess is true." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. If she was really the sect master's granddaughter, then this was undoubtedly excellent news. This meant that she had found her first family in the Xianxia continent. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's calm appearance, Si Tuyen's smile widened. Among the younger generation of cultivators that he had seen, Bailey Hongzhuang was undoubtedly a very outstanding existence. She was talented, strong, humble, and polite. When she did things, there was a trace of calmness and a clear conscience. In Bailey Hongzhuang's clear eyes, he saw a fearless and determined heart. As a cultivator, such a firm belief was undoubtedly the most important thing. Back then, when he saw that Bewitching had such a fearless martial heart, he felt very happy. Only with such a heart could a cultivator go further on the path of cultivation. Bailey Hongzhuang grew up in such an environment. That kind of adversity did not diminish her fighting spirit. Instead, it made her even more determined. This was not an ordinary kind of rare. In his opinion, very few people would dislike a young person like Bailey Hongzhuang. That was because she was simply too outstanding. I hope that you don't feel burdened. We're only doing this to verify a guess. No matter what the outcome is, there is no need to worry. Si Tuyen patted Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder. His kind smile made her feel at ease. Regardless of whether Bailey Hongzhuang was his granddaughter or not, Bailey Hongzhuang was a junior that he greatly appreciated. Hearing Si Tuyen's words, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. She turned her gaze and saw Bewitching looking at her with a smile. Such a scene faintly made Bailey Hongzhuang have an illusion, as if they were a family, a very harmonious family. I understand. Bailey Hongzhuang replied. If you're ready, we'll begin. What do you think? Si Tuyen asked Bailey Hongzhuang. He believed that Bailey Hongzhuang would be greatly shocked when she found out about this. Thinking about it, Bailey Hongzhuang needed some time to adjust her mental state. He did not want Bailey Hongzhuang to feel pressured because of this. In fact, he was the one who asked Bailey Hongzhuang for help. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and replied, okay. The blood test was not complicated. When Bewitching saw that Si Tuyen and Bailey Hongzhuang were about to start the blood test, he immediately walked out and prepared the tools for the blood test. Soon, Bewitching walked back again. In his hand was a black stone that was round and smooth. The love testing stone was a stone specially used in the Xianxia continent to test one's blood. Its results were extremely accurate. As long as the two people were relatives, their blood would fuse together after dripping on the love testing stone, and then it would transform into a rich technique. If they were not relatives, then there would be no reaction after dripping on it. There were many cultivators in the Xianxia continent, and the vast majority of them were mercenaries. Mercenaries usually walked in the demonic beast mountain range and often encountered danger. There were countless people who never looked back. Therefore, many children were displaced, and this love-testing stone was also an item that was often used. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the love-testing stone in front of her. 1,000 years had passed, and this love-testing stone was still the same as before. Bewitching placed the love-testing stone on the table, and his gaze immediately fell on Si Tuyen and Bailey Hongzhuang. Si Tuyen looked at the love-testing stone in front of him, and there was a trace of heaviness and slight nervousness in the depths of his eyes. Ever since he guessed this possibility, his mood was extremely complicated. Perhaps he was worried that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. In the process of constantly searching over the years, he had always experienced the feeling of disappointment. After being disappointed too many times, he gradually became numb. Some mistakes, once made, would last a lifetime. Sometimes, he was worried about hope. After having hope and then being disappointed, this was undoubtedly a more uncomfortable thing. I'll go first. Si Tuyen smiled kindly. His gentle and weathered face was full of calmness, and no other expression or fluctuations could be seen. In the next moment, Si Tuyen directly took out a dagger and gently cut it, and a drop of blood fell on the love-testing stone. Si Tuyen took a step back and sat on the side, looking at Bailey Hongzhuang. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also took out a dagger and cut her finger, and a round drop of blood suddenly appeared on her finger. Then, the blood dripped on the love-testing stone. As the 2 drops of blood fell on the love-testing stone, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became a bit more dignified. Si Tuyen, Bewitching, and Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes all focused on the love-testing stone, waiting for the final result. The reaction process of the love-testing stone took some time, but the 3 people's eyes never moved. Because this result was really important to them. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at the 2 drops of blood on the love testing stone. On the pitch-black love testing stone, these 2 drops of blood were particularly obvious. Gradually, these 2 drops of blood were also changing the love testing stone. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 were paying attention to this scene, suddenly, a sound came from outside the door. Sect leader, the Great Elder requests an audience. Si Tuyen's secret guard immediately appeared outside Si Tuyen's room and reported the situation to Si Tuyen. Hearing the secret guard's words, Si Tuyen couldn't help but frown. The current situation was not the time to be disturbed. Just by hearing Han Hongyi's name, he already knew the purpose of Han Hongyi's visit. Since Han Shiling's death, Han Hongyi had not come out after returning, and even some of the affairs in the sect were handed over to other elders. He did not say much about this. After all, Han Shiling's death was a great blow to Han Hongyi. Si Tuyen, Bewitching, and Bailey Hongzhuang in the room immediately understood Han Hongyi's intention after hearing the report from the secret guard outside the door. Because, except for the possibility of denouncing, there was no other possibility at all. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was the same as usual. She had already guessed this. As long as she came to Tiangang's sect, Han Hongyi would come to trouble her sooner or later, but she didn't expect Han Hongyi to come so quickly. She just arrived at Tiangang's sect, and Han Hongyi had already found her immediately. Not only that, Han Hongyi knew that she was here with the sect master, but he still rushed here in such a hurry. Obviously, he didn't care about anything else at all. He just wanted to avenge Han Xiling. Now that the sect master and Bewitching were here, she didn't need to worry about this matter at all. She just needed to let the sect master and Bewitching deal with it. After Bewitching heard the report, his eyes also changed a few times. The Great Elder's speed was really fast. It seems that the Great Elder has been sending people to watch my movements these days. If not, the speed wouldn't be so fast. Let the Great Elder go back first, I have something to deal with now. Si Tuyen was obviously not in the mood to pay attention to Han Hongyi now. Now he put all his thoughts on this stone. This result was too important to him. How could he let others disturb him? Yes. After hearing Si Tuyen's instructions, she immediately responded and then left. With the departure of the secret guard, Bailey Hongzhuang and others' eyes fell on the stone again. Their thoughts were all involved in this, and they just wanted to know the final result. Han Hongyi stood outside Si Tuyen's bedroom. After knowing the news of Bailey Hongzhuang's return, he quickly sorted it out, and then immediately rushed over. At this moment, Han Hongyi had recovered his usual serious appearance. There was no previous loss and sadness, but there was a trace of fierceness and resentment in the depths of his eyes. Originally, he thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other disciples would arrive at Tiangang's sect on the same day. At that time, it would be a little troublesome for him to confront her. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang was the first to return, he naturally had to act immediately. Since he knew that Xiling had fallen, he hadn't been able to rest well these days. As long as he closed his eyes, he would think of Xiling. As long as Hongzhuang was not punished, he would not be able to rest for a day. First Elder, the sect master is not free right now. Please go back first. The secret guard appeared in front of Han Hongyi and said expressionlessly. Han Hongyi, who was originally thinking about how to confront Bailey Hongzhuang, heard the secret guard's words and his face instantly turned ugly. How is this possible? There was nothing between the sovereign and Bailey Hongzhuang that he needed to understand, so how could he not have time now? In Han Hongyi's view, this was an excuse for the sovereign to protect Bailey Hongzhuang. He was very clear that a fallen cultivator had no meaning. Even if Xiling's status in Tiangang's sect was unusual, but since the moment she fell, everything before had no meaning. However, now when this scene really happened in front of him, he still had an unspeakable pain. How could the sovereign be like this? Seeing Great Elder's stubborn look, the shadow guard could not help but frown and said, "The sect leader doesn't have time now. Great Elder, it's better for you to leave." Although it was the same meaning, the shadow guard's words carried a hint of warning. No one had ever dared to go against the sect leader's orders. Now that Great Elder had made such a request, wasn't he a little ignorant of his status? "I don't care about anything else, I want to see the sect leader now." Han Hongyi was stubborn. He believed that Bailey Hongzhuang was now in the sect leader's bedroom, laughing at him. If he left just like that, how could he deal with Bailey Hongzhuang in the future? In the next moment, Han Hongyi rushed into the bedroom without a care. He must see Bailey Hongzhuang in front of the sect leader. Since Bailey Hongzhuang had made him experience the feeling of falling into hell, he would not let Bailey Hongzhuang have it easy either. Seeing that Han Hongyi intended to barge into the sect leader's bedroom, the shadow guard's face suddenly filled with a cold intent. As the sect master's secret guards, they usually stayed near the sleeping quarters. As long as they were around, no one would dare to act presumptuously. They did not expect that Great Elder, who was also one of the representatives of Tiangang sect, would be so rude today and dare to defy the sect leader's orders. Great Elder, if you take another step forward, don't blame us for taking action. As the voice of this secret guard fell, almost at the same time, the other 3 secret guards appeared from the corner of the palace and stood in a row in front of the first elder. Whenever the sect leader did not want to be disturbed, they would not let anyone appear in front of the sect leader. This was their mission. No matter who it was, as long as they broke the rules, they would not hesitate to take action. The first elder's face instantly darkened when he saw the aggressive secret guard in front of him. He knew how powerful the sect leader's shadow guards were, but he did not expect that one day, these shadow guards would actually come to deal with him. Go and report to the sect leader again. I want to see him now. Han Hongyi thought for a moment and resisted the urge to take action as he said to the shadow guards. Hearing this, the few secret guards looked at each other with complicated feelings. The Great Elder's status in Tiangang sect was not low, and today's situation was also for a reason. If he made a move like this, he was afraid that it would affect the relationship between the sect leader and the Great Elder. After thinking about this, a shadow guard said, "Then, I'll go and pass the message again. If the result is still the same, Great Elder shouldn't persist." Han Hongyi looked at the secret guard with a complicated expression. He neither nodded nor shook his head. Only he knew in his heart that no matter what, he had to see the sovereign today. He wanted to know the truth from Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth. If he didn't do this, he wouldn't have the face-to-face Xiling. That secret guard immediately walked to the back. Today's matter was really troublesome. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others fixed their gazes on the love-testing stone. After a period of time, the love-testing stone gradually began to change. Soon, they would be able to know the final result. The bright red blood beads slowly merged into the love-testing stone. The black stone was gradually dyed with a bright red color, revealing a bit of strangeness and mystery. The atmosphere in the room became more and more dignified. Even Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 wanted to make the atmosphere less tense, but at this critical moment, they had to admit that they were nervous. The blood merged into the stone bit by bit. When the blood completely merged into the stone, it would be the time when the result would be revealed. The 3 gazes were focused and nervous. In another minute, they would know the result. However, at this moment, the secret guard's voice sounded again outside the door. "Sect Master, Great Elder asked to see you." His attitude was extremely stubborn. We stopped him, but he didn't want to leave. The secret guard's mood was also very perturbed. Usually, they would only carry out the sect master's orders and would not ask a second time. However, Great Elder's position in Tiangang sect was really different. After thinking about it again and again, they decided to ask. Situyan put all his attention on the stone at this moment. Suddenly being disturbed again, his eyes became more and more serene. "Let him leave." The low and majestic voice was full of warning and determination. Situyan's words were unusually concise. Just from Situyan's words, everyone could already feel that Situyan was angry. Regardless of the importance of the current situation, Great Elder dared to question the sect master's order. This was already extremely disrespectful. After hearing Situyan's words, the secret guard outside the door couldn't help but shudder and regret in his heart. If he knew that the sect master had such an attitude, he wouldn't have asked the sect master a second time. They had followed the sect master for many years. Just by listening to the sect master's voice, they already understood the sect master's thoughts. At this moment, the sect master was already angry. They were afraid that after the sect master was done, they would also be punished. In the next moment, the secret guard quickly left. They had to let Great Elder go back quickly. With the departure of the secret guard, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. It seemed that Great Elder was really stubborn this time. He would rather defy the sect master's order to come and see them. From this action, they could see Great Elder's attitude. However, the three people in the room didn't care too much about this matter. Their eyes fell on the stone again. As the blood was gradually absorbed by the love-testing stone, the entire stone turned black, as if nothing had happened. Immediately after, a faint golden light gradually appeared on the love-testing stone. When the first golden light appeared, the minds of the three people present shook. Their eyes were fixed on the golden light, and they were filled with surprise and disbelief. After the golden light appeared, the golden light became brighter and brighter. And the entire stone turned into a dazzling golden color. After seeing this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two couldn't help but look at each other, and in their minds, they kept thinking about a sentence. Really, it's actually true, Bailey Hongzhuang and Situ. Even though they didn't have any evidence before, after alienating themselves, they only felt that there were endless possibilities. Was Great Elder by? There was no need to doubt this point. Although Bailey Hongzhuang had already guessed this result, her heart was still filled with shock at this moment. The sect master was actually her grandfather. If it was before, this was something that she would never have thought of. The unfavored daughter of a small dynasty's general was actually the granddaughter of the dignified Tiangang sect's sect master. Once this news was spread out, who knew how many people would be stunned? Initially, she only thought that she had transmigrated into a useless young lady of a general's residence. Now, as she investigated her background bit by bit, she realized that her background was actually so amazing. Compared to before, this was simply a completely different life. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was filled with shock. So, her mother was the sect master and her grandmother's daughter. After Di Beichen confirmed this result, he was first pleasantly surprised. Later on, he felt that this should be the arrangement of the heavens. Back then, it was his master who brought him back to Tiangang sect in swaddling clothes. Since then, he had been living in Tiangang sect. Later on, his master went out to look for his master's wife, and he was forced to leave Tiangang sect. He never thought that he would actually find his master's granddaughter after leaving. Was this not fate? If he did not go to Fengbo and fell in love with Hongzhuang, then he would not have seen the jade pendant on Hongzhuang's neck and would not have known of Hongzhuang's identity. In this way, this secret might be buried forever. His master might not know that his daughter was suffering and his granddaughter was in Fengbo for the rest of his life. Among the three of them, Situ Yan was the most shocked. Previously, when Di Beichen told him about this possibility, he still felt that it was somewhat unbelievable. After all, this was something that he had never thought of before. For so many years, he had always thought that he was alone. Perhaps the heavens wanted to punish him for the mistake he had made back then, so he could not find any trace of Xianxia after so many years of searching. He could only spend the rest of his life alone. The only thing that the heavens did for him was to let him find Di Beichen and inherit his mantle. Later on, until now, he realized that he was not alone at all. He had a daughter and a granddaughter. After Xianxia left, she gave birth to a daughter for him and gave her the name they had both chosen. Thinking of this, Situ Yan's heart trembled. Even though he had done so many wrong things in the past, and hurt Xianxia to the core, Xianxia still named their daughter Ling Bing. However, after a brief moment of joy, Situ Yan's face turned even uglier. He was really an old fool. He had always prided himself on his intelligence. At such a young age, he was able to make a name for himself in the Xianxia continent. After taking over Tiangang sect for so long, Tiangang sect had become more and more powerful in his hands. However, the truth was that he had lived too muddle-headed his entire life. He should have known. If he had paid more attention back then, he would have known that Lan Yunxia's wife was called Mu Lingbing. If he had confirmed this back then, things wouldn't have turned out like this. His daughter and granddaughter had suffered so much, but he didn't know about it until now. Thinking of this, Situ Yan was filled with regret. He let Xianxia down and didn't take good care of their daughter. Situ Yan's mind was filled with thoughts. Every time he thought of how Mu Lingbing had suffered all these years and how she had been imprisoned by the Yu family, Situ Yan's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Actually, Mu Lingbing had never done anything wrong. He was the one who had done wrong. However, his daughter's life had been ruined because of him. Now, he was certain that Yu Xiqing had done all of this on purpose. Yu Xiqing knew that Mu Lingbing was his and Jinsei's daughter. That was why she had been so ruthless towards Mu Lingbing and Bailey Hongzhuang. Otherwise, such a thing wouldn't have happened. To Mu Lingbing and Bailey Hongzhuang, all of this was an undeserved calamity. Si Tuyan's heart felt like it was being pierced by needles. His hatred towards Yu Xiqing had reached its peak. This woman was too despicable and sinister. Back then, it wasn't enough that she had separated him from Jinsei. Now, she had done such a thing to Mu Lingbing and Bailey Hongzhuang. He didn't know how Yu Xiqing had tortured Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao all these years when they had been imprisoned in the Yu family. Or perhaps, the reason why he hadn't been able to find any trace of Jinsei all these years was because of Yu Xiqing. Thinking of this, Si Tuyan's hands slowly clenched into fists under his sleeves. His veins bulged, showing how strong he was. If he didn't kill Yu Xiqing, he would never be able to vent the hatred in his heart. When Bewitching saw that Si Tuyan had sunk into a daze after seeing the changes in the love-testing stone, he couldn't help but call out, "Master." Listening to Bewitching's reminder, Si Tuyan returned to his senses. His eyes, which had always been cold and hard, were now bloodshot. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang, his eyes were full of complexity. Hongzhuang, Si Tuyan changed the way he addressed Bailey Hongzhuang. At this moment, the way he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang was different from before. Hongzhuang was his relative, Si Tuyan's granddaughter. Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but look at Si Tuyan with a complicated expression. Si Tuyan was actually her grandfather. However, she could not bring herself to call him that at this moment. After all, for so many years, she had never had a grandfather in her life. Now that he had suddenly appeared, she couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Si Tuyan's voice was dry and hoarse. He looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a complicated and guilty gaze. "Hongzhuang, grandfather has let you down." Si Tuyan's eyes were filled with loneliness and guilt. All these years, he had always boasted that he was magnanimous. Other than letting down Jinsei, he had never let down anyone else in the world. However, he never thought that Hongzhuang would suffer for so many years because of him. The Rainbow Divine Pearl was forcefully taken away from her when she was still a baby, and she almost lost her life. Later on, she stubbornly survived, but her parents were not by her side. She had accidentally become the young miss of the general's mansion, but had been ridiculed as a good-for-nothing who couldn't cultivate since she was young and bullied by everyone. The source of all the suffering that Bailey Hongzhuang had suffered was because of him. Listening to Si Tuyan's words that were filled with guilt and complexity, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart softened. She only felt that Si Tuyan had aged a lot the moment he found out the truth. His bright black eyes were stained with thick vicissitudes of life. For someone like Si Tuyan to suddenly suffer such a big blow, his heart must be extremely complicated. Did she hate him? Bailey Hongzhuang did not hate him at all. That was because she knew that the man in front of her hated her to the core. It was not that Si Tuyan was unwilling to take responsibility. It was all because of a misunderstanding back then and Yu Xiqing's despicable methods that led to the current situation. He had been kept in the dark. If he had known about all this, he would have taken action long ago. There was no need for anyone to blame him. Si Tuyan's heart was filled with regret. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang only felt sympathy and heartache for Si Tuyan. None of this was what Si Tuyan wanted to see. Back then, he should not have known a woman like Yu Xiqing who was so unscrupulous. It was because of Yu Xiqing's existence that Si Tuyan had regretted for most of his life. Now, this guilt had surpassed all the regrets in the past. Perhaps even a hero like Si Tuyan would not be able to take it when he found out about all this. "Grandfather," Bailey Hongzhuang paused for a moment before she called out to him. She did not dislike this form of address and it was not as difficult as she had thought it would be. "This is not your fault." Bailey Hongzhuang could feel the deep sorrow that Si Tuyan was feeling from the bottom of his heart. She only hoped that Si Tuyan would not be immersed in this sorrow. This was because none of them wanted to see this happen. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's consolation did not have any effect. Si Tuyan was still depressed and depressed. "It's my fault. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for my stupidity back then, how could so many things have happened? I've let you down, let your mother down, let your grandmother down." Si Tuyen felt that he had not let down any of the three most important women in his life. Grandfather, you didn't want this to happen either. Yu Siqing was the cause of all this. A fierce light flashed in Bailey Hongshuang's pitch-black phoenix eyes. She hated Yu Siqing to the extreme. All the suffering that they were going through now was because of Yu Siqing. All these years, this perverted woman had simply taken pleasure in torturing them. She simply could not imagine just how perverted this woman was. Back then, because of Yu Siqing's interference, Grandma had already decided to leave. From that moment on, Grandma had already asked her to admit defeat. Even so, Yu Siqing wasn't willing to let it go. She began to lay her hands on her mother and her. Even if her grandmother and Yu Siqing fell in love with the same man, everything should have ended after her grandmother left. After all, Yu Siqing and her grandmother were good friends at that time. As a good friend, how could he be so heartless to do such a cruel thing? In Bailey Hongshuang's eyes, Yu Siqing could no longer be called a person. She was a poisonous snake. Seeing this, Bewitching couldn't help but say, Master, Hongshuang is right. None of this is what you wanted to see. It's not your fault. All of this was deliberately arranged by Yu Siqing. She wants you to regret it for the rest of your life. Bewitching felt that Yu Siqing wanted to ruin everything because she couldn't get what she wanted. Yu Siqing wanted his master to regret it for the rest of his life. Seeing his master in pain seemed to be the only way to lessen Yu Siqing's pain. Outside the bedroom, the secret guard immediately rushed back after receiving Si Tuyen's order. His attitude became colder than before. The sect master's attitude was very obvious. No matter what, he would not see Han Hongyi now. Great Elder, the sect master is not free. You should go back. The secret guard's voice was slightly cold. It was because of Han Hongyi's stubbornness that he angered the sect master just now. Hearing the secret guard's answer, Han Hongyi's face became more and more ugly. He had already expressed his attitude so clearly, but the sect master still chose to let him leave. This was not giving him face. No matter what, he was the Tiangang sect's great elder. For so many years in Tiangang sect, he had worked hard even if he did not make any contributions. However, the sect master now wholeheartedly protected Bailey Hongshuang and completely ignored him. This was a bit too much. There were many people besides him who saw him coming to the sect master's bedroom. If he went back like this, then where would he put his face in Tiangang sect in the future? Thinking of this, Han Hongyi felt more and more that he could not leave like this. If he left like this today, then Bailey Hongshuang would definitely not take him seriously in the future. He would not let this happen. However, Han Hongyi did not know that the sect master really did not have time to care about him. In the next moment, Han Hongyi walked into the bedroom. Since the sect master did not want to see him, then he would see the sect master. Seeing that Han Hongyi did not listen to the advice and directly rushed into the bedroom, the secret guard's face became extremely ugly. For so many years, there had never been a situation where someone dared to directly rush into the sect master's bedroom. This Han Hongyi was really the first person in so many years. Great Elder, you are forcing us to take action by doing this. The secret guard immediately blocked in front of Han Hongyi and said coldly. Han Hongyi also looked at the secret guard in front of him coldly. Take action then. I want to see how strong you secret guards are. As the Tiangang sect's great elder, his strength was also not to be underestimated. Han Hongyi's figure swept, and his whole person turned into a rainbow light and rushed into the bedroom quickly. The speed of the shadow guards was also extremely fast. After knowing that Han Hongyi was serious, they also quickly rushed up. Bang, bang bang, essence energy swiftly surged. Han Hongyi and the hidden guards also directly began exchanging blows. Regardless of whether it was Han Hongyi or the shadow guards, they were all very powerful. Therefore, they were evenly matched when they fought. Several figures were entangled together. Han Hongyi kept moving forward, wanting to enter the palace. The four secret guards stood firmly in front of Han Hongyi. No matter what, they would not let Han Hongyi enter. However, as they exchanged blows, the four secret guards' emotions were extremely complicated. If they really injured Han Hongyi, it wouldn't be too appropriate. The strength of Han Hongyi and the shadow guard was so strong, the momentum of this fight was naturally very vast. The Yuan power undulations continued to spread out as waves of energy ripples quietly spread out. The cultivators of Tiangang sect were most familiar with this energy fluctuation. Every time they felt such a fluctuation, it meant that there was a conflict between cultivators. Every time such a situation occurred, they could not help but go and investigate. They wanted to know which cultivator had caused the conflict. I don't know where they are fighting again, but there is a good show to watch. I think the direction of this fluctuation seems to be the sect master's bedroom. A disciple said in surprise. Don't talk nonsense, how can there be a fight in the sect master's bedroom? Unless you don't want to stay in Tiangang sect. His friend's face stopped him from speaking. The sect master was the supreme existence in Tiangang sect, and no one could be disrespectful to the sect master. Even in the entire Tiangang sect, no one dared to find trouble in the sect master's bedroom, except when the sect master taught the young sect master cultivation. However, the young sect master and the sect master had not fought for a long time, and such a thing should not happen. What I said is true. If you don't believe it, you can sense it. This direction is the sect master's bedroom. The cultivator couldn't help but emphasize. He was not disrespectful to the sect master, but this was the real situation. The sect master's bedroom was originally a very special existence in Tiangang sect. There were no other buildings around the palace master's bedroom. If there was no important matter on weekdays, ordinary cultivators would not go there at all. Listening to the words of this cultivator, the disciples of Tiangang sect couldn't help but sense it carefully. With this perception, everyone confirmed that what the cultivator said was not wrong. The fluctuations of the battle were indeed from the direction of the sect master's bedroom. I noticed that the great elder went to the sect master's bedroom. Bailey Hongzhuang and the young sect master are also in the palace master's bedroom. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang and the great elder are fighting? It shouldn't be. With the strength of the great elder, if he fights with Bailey Hongzhuang will definitely lose. Everyone nodded. With the young sect master's dedication to Bailey Hongzhuang, it was absolutely impossible to let the great elder bully Bailey Hongzhuang. I saw that the great elder went to the sect master's bedroom aggressively. Han Shiling's death, the great elder must have remembered all the hatred on Bailey Hongzhuang. It's to be expected that there will be a conflict, but I wonder who will have the upper hand in the end? The cultivators of Tiangang sect were constantly discussing. This matter was now the most lively in Tiangang sect. The group of cultivators looked in the direction of the sect leader's chamber. If it weren't for the fact that they weren't going to set foot in the sect leader's chamber, they would have definitely gone to check it out. Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing were cultivating in the room. When they suddenly heard such an intense battle, they couldn't help but withdraw from their cultivation state. A hint of surprise appeared in their eyes. According to their judgment, such a fierce battle could not have been caused by Bailey Hongzhuang. Regardless of whether it was the sect master or the young sect master, they would not make a move under such circumstances. Hence, they were certain that the ones who were making a move were the sect master and great elder's secret guards. After confirming this, Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing immediately headed to the sect master's bedroom. Previously, they had already expected that Bailey Hongzhuang would encounter trouble when she returned, but they did not expect it to happen so quickly. The great elder's actions were really quick this time. Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching, and Si Tuyen were immersed in the truth. The three of them were feeling very complicated. It would take some time for them to distance themselves from all this. Bewitching's pitch-black eyes were filled with astonishment. His long, narrow eyebrows furrowed slightly. Could it be that the great elder is so stubborn? Even though he had already expected that the great elder would not let the matter of Han Shiling's death slide so easily, the great elder's persistence at this moment was still beyond his expectations. Moreover, they really had something to discuss now, but the great elder had disobeyed them in public. It was really too much. Bailey Hongzhuang looked out of the room thoughtfully. She could feel the intensity of the battle from the energy fluctuations. It could be seen how much the great elder hated her to the bone. Si Tuyen also frowned. Originally, he only wanted to apologize to Hongzhuang properly. After all, the suffering that Hongzhuang had endured for so many years was all because of him. As her grandfather, he had not taken care of Hongzhuang for so many years. He had also made up his mind that he would not let Hongzhuang suffer any grievances in the future. However, now that the first elder had done something so overboard, the anger in his heart instantly rose. Previously, the great elder had disturbed him time and time again, which had already made him very unhappy. Now, he actually dared to make a move. It seemed that he had been too lenient with Han Hongyi these days. That was why Han Hongyi had gone from bad to worse. In the next moment, Si Tuyan directly stood up and glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. He said, "Let's go out and take a look." With the situation outside the room, it was naturally inappropriate for them to continue talking. He wanted to see what exactly Han Hongyi wanted to do. As Si Tuyan's voice fell, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching both nodded. Now that things had turned out this way, they had no choice but to go out and take a look. Creak. Si Tuyan opened the door and took the lead to walk out. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching followed closely behind. They could feel the dissatisfaction and anger in Si Tuyan's heart. Bewitching gave Bailey Hongzhuang a reassuring look. The current Han Hongyi could no longer stir up any waves. As the granddaughter of Master, Hongzhuang's status in Tiangang sect could be imagined. Even if the great elder wanted to find trouble with Hongzhuang, it was impossible. Today, Great Elder was looking for trouble. Perhaps the one who would suffer in the end would be Great Elder himself. He had grown up with his master since he was a child, so he knew his master's temperament very well. Master had always been a protective person, not to mention that Hongzhuang was Master's granddaughter. Han Hongyi and the 4 secret guards continued to fight. He had to admit that these secret guards were really powerful. Even with his strength, he was unable to break through the defense of these secret guards. They could only tangle with each other, and no one could do anything to the other. He could feel that the 4 shadow guards didn't want to hurt him, so they didn't attack him ruthlessly. Similarly, he didn't attack them ruthlessly. From the beginning to the end, he had never thought of hurting these secret guards to rush in. This was because once he hurt these secret guards, his relationship with the sect leader would be damaged. This was obviously not appropriate. Therefore, his idea was to use the fluctuations of the battle to attract the sect leader and the rest. He didn't believe that under such circumstances, Bailey Hongzhuang could still hide in the bedroom and not come out. He wanted to let Bailey Hongzhuang know that his methods weren't weak either. Stop. As the voice fell, Han Hongyi and the secret guards immediately stopped their attacks and their gazes fell on Si Tuyan, who was behind them. Seeing Si Tuyan's appearance, Han Hongyi couldn't help but feel elated. It seemed that he was right. The sect master had indeed come out. When Han Hongyi saw Bailey Hongzhuang standing behind Si Tuyan, the smile in his eyes deepened. He knew that under such circumstances, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't possibly keep hiding in the sect master's bedroom and not come out. As the great elder of Tiangang sect, his identity, status, and influence were still not something that Bailey Hongzhuang could compare to. Although Shi Ling was no longer around, it was still uncertain who the young sect master's wife would be. At least, before Bailey Hongzhuang and the young sect master got married, his status was still higher than Bailey Hongzhuang. Great Elder, what are you doing? Si Tuyan's face was gloomy. The great elder had repeatedly ignored his orders and this had already caused him to be extremely dissatisfied. Moreover, the matter earlier was extremely important to him but the great elder kept obstructing him. It was imaginable how terrible his mood was. Hearing Si Tuyan's first sentence, Han Hongyi's heart couldn't help but sink. Could it be that the sect master was already angry? Thinking of this, Han Hongyi couldn't help but feel perturbed. When Xianxia and Gu Jingqing arrived and saw this scene, their feelings were extremely complicated. It seemed that the situation was as they had expected. Previously, it was the great elder and the secret guards who had taken action. Noticing Xianxia and Gu Jingqing's arrival, Han Hongyi's heart calmed down a little. He knew that Bewitching would definitely stand on Bailey Hongzhuang's side but at least Xianxia and Gu Jingqing were still relatively fair. Sect Master, I think there must be a conspiracy behind Shi Ling's death in the assessment competition. I'm afraid that it's related to Bailey Hongzhuang. Han Hongyi pointed at Bailey Hongzhuang, his eyes filled with anger and agitation. He must make Bailey Hongzhuang pay the price. In the face of Han Hongyi's accusation, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression remained the same. Han Xiling was dead, and there was no proof. No matter what Han Hongyi said, there was no need for her to answer this question. However, Si Tuyan did not answer Han Hongyi's question. Instead, he said gloomily, I told you to go back first. Why didn't you go back? Instead, you attacked me here. Don't tell me, you don't put me, the sect master, in your eyes? Situ Yan's voice was filled with majesty and warning. His voice exploded in Han Hongyi's ears. As the sect master of Tiangang sect, this kind of thing had never happened in front of his palace. However, the person who caused this was actually the first elder. Following Situ Yan's words, Han Hongyi's face instantly turned pale, and he immediately knelt down. He could feel the anger and rebuke in Situ Yan's words. Initially, he only wanted to use this method to force Bailey Hongzhuang out, but he never thought that the sect master would be so serious about it. After seeing the sect master like this, he suddenly regretted his previous actions. He seemed to have been too reckless. This situation was different from what he had imagined. This kind of thing originally depended on the sect master's attitude. If the sect master stood on his side, then this matter would naturally be nothing. After hearing Situ Yan's questioning words, Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing looked at Han Hongyi with complicated gazes. Great Elder's actions today were too impulsive. He acted so rashly and did not even listen to the sect master's orders. This was too much. Even though they had just arrived, they could feel the sect master's anger. Great Elder had really angered the sect master today. They had not seen the sect master angry for a long time. Once the sect master was angry, this matter must be extremely serious. I don't dare. Han Hongyi's face was pale and he quickly explained that he did not have any thoughts of disregarding the sect master. What kind of existence was the sect master? He had always respected the sect master very much and did not dare to have the slightest intention of disobeying. However, he really could not understand the situation today. Even if the sect master was protecting Bailey Hongzhuang, he was unwilling to accept the fact that he had caused such a big commotion. The sect master should not be so angry. Previously, because of Xi Ling's death, he had been in a bad mood. These days, he had not been in charge of the sect's affairs and the sect master had never blamed him. However, now he only wanted to confront Bailey Hongzhuang and the sect master was so angry. It was too strange. Han Hongyi did not know that he had just disturbed Situ Yan and Bailey Hongzhuang's reunion. After so many years, it was the first time Situ Yan had seen his granddaughter, but Han Hongyi had repeatedly disturbed him. One could imagine the anger in his heart. You don't dare? Situ Yan's eyes were gloomy. If you don't dare, what are you doing now? Situ Yan's dignified face was filled with sullen anger like a roaring tiger. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, as if he could directly see through Situ Yan's heart. Listening to Situ Yan's rebuke and angry words, Han Hongyi could not help but tremble. He could not understand what the sect master was thinking. Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing also did not understand. The sect master today was obviously different from usual. Could it be that things were not so simple? Bewitching quietly watched the scene in front of him. He understood the significance of today's reunion to his master. However, to be disturbed by the first elder again and again at such a time, anyone would be infuriated. Bailey Hongzhuang stood quietly by the side. Han Hongyi really dug his own grave. She was very happy that she could be reunited with her grandfather, but this atmosphere was completely destroyed by Han Hongyi. Han Hongyi also noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze and the anger in his heart surged up. It was because of the appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang that he had fallen into such a situation. However, now Bailey Hongzhuang actually dared to stand behind the sovereign and look at him arrogantly. Did she really think that he had no other way? Thinking of this, Han Hongyi immediately said, "Sect leader, Xi Ling's death must have something to do with Bailey Hongzhuang. You watched Xi Ling grow up, could it be that you want Xi Ling to die so unjustly? You are so protective of Bailey Hongzhuang. I just want to confront Bailey Hongzhuang face to face, but you don't let me see her at all. What's wrong with me doing this?" Han Hongyi said with certainty. When he thought of the scene of Han Xiling's death, his heart ached. When Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing heard Han Hongyi's words, they finally understood what was going on. However, after knowing everything, the two of them felt even more helpless. Han Xiling had already fallen in the assessment competition. This had nothing to do with Bailey Hongzhuang at all. Even if Han Xiling had really died in Bailey Hongzhuang's hands, that was because Han Xiling was not powerful enough. Everyone knew that the Great Elder had selfish motives for sending Han Xiling into the assessment competition. However, the current situation was completely different from what the Great Elder had imagined. The great elder had played the pity card. They could not help but feel helpless. As an influential figure in the sect, the great elder's actions were rather unreasonable. However, they did not have any evidence to prove the great elder's selfish motives back then. Hence, they could only keep their mouths shut. Si Tuyen stared coldly at Han Hongyi. Ever since he had found out that Bailey Hongzhuang was his granddaughter, his heart had been filled with a thick sense of guilt. He hated himself for not taking good care of Hongzhuang back then and causing her to suffer so much injustice. However, the great elder was now accusing his granddaughter. Great elder, Han Xiling had fallen in the assessment competition, and I can understand that you're very sad. However, if you insist on linking this matter to Bailey Hongzhuang, isn't this too far-fetched? The assessment competition is a place where power speaks. If every cultivator's relatives were to question someone like you, wouldn't the assessment competition be a mess? As an elder, you should act like one. Si Tuyen's tone was very heavy and his words were filled with warning. He had long seen through Han Hongyi's selfish motives. He had not directly pointed it out because he was giving Han Hongyi face. This was because Han Hongyi had already suffered the consequences of his own actions. As long as he did not continue to be ignorant, Si Tuyen was not willing to be merciless on account of his years of hard work and contributions. However, Han Hongyi clearly did not realize this. On the contrary, he was becoming more and more overboard. Han Hongyi looked at Si Tuyen in shock. Si Tuyen's answer was completely out of his expectations. He had always thought that no matter what, the sect master would be considerate of him in this matter. However, the sect master's words clearly didn't leave him any face. He wanted to refute, but Si Tuyen's words made it impossible for him to refute. Everything he said was the truth. He understood that once he entered the competition, life and death would depend on his own ability. But when this happened to him, he couldn't accept it. Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing looked at each other. They both understood that everything the sect leader said was the truth. What the great elder did today was a big mistake. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Han Hongyi coldly. She was filled with disgust towards the great elder. For an elder to do such a thing, this already proved that Han Hongyi was not kind at all. Now that he'd fallen into such a situation, it was entirely his own doing, and he simply deserved it. Sect leader. You're too protective of Bailey Hongzhuang. Han Hongyi flew into a rage out of humiliation. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Si Tuyen and Bailey Hongzhuang with resentment. Even if Xi Ling is dead and has no value, you protecting Bailey Hongzhuang like this is too disappointing. Seeing that Han Hongyi not only didn't admit his mistake, but also accused him with righteous words, Si Tuyen's face also changed from the initial anger to gloominess and finally silence. He had already said so much, but Han Hongyi still didn't repent. He was really stupid. Han Hongyi, as the great elder of Tiangang sect, you can't distinguish right from wrong. You are narrow-minded. Today, you openly disobeyed my orders and intended to break into my bedroom. You should be very clear about the consequences of these crimes. Go back and reflect on your mistakes. Without my permission, you are not allowed to appear anywhere in Tiangang sect until you figure it out. As soon as he said that, Si Tuyen turned around. At this point, he had nothing to say to Han Hongyi. In fact, Han Hongyi was clear about all this, but Han Hongyi himself didn't want to believe it. In this way, no matter what he said, it was useless. It was better to let him stay in the room and reflect on his mistakes. Judging from Han Hongyi's current state, if Hongzhuang was cultivating in Tiangang sect, Han Hongyi might try his best to deal with Hongzhuang. In the past, he was not by Hongzhuang's side, so Hongzhuang suffered so much. Now that Hongzhuang was by his side, he definitely couldn't let Hongzhuang suffer any grievances. He wouldn't let any potential danger appear by Hongzhuang's side, and the great elder was one of these potential dangers. Bewitching glanced at Han Hongyi faintly. The reason why the great elder fell to this point was all because of Han Hongyi's self-directed performance. He also felt very helpless. If the great elder didn't have bad intentions from the beginning, then he wouldn't fall into this situation. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching followed behind Si Tuyen and walked slowly toward the bedroom. Since things had come to this point, they didn't need to say anything. Bewitching understood that the reason why his master made such a decision was to protect Hongzhuang. The great elder's power in Tiangang sect was not small. Even if he protected Hongzhuang everywhere, if the Great Elder deliberately wanted to obstruct Hong Zhuang when she was cultivating, then they might not be able to take care of it. Now that the great leader was punished and confined, it was impossible for him to come out in a short time. He could also rest assured. Han Hongyi was dumbfounded after seeing Si Tuyen leave like this. The sect master actually had such an attitude. As the Great Elder, he had already spoken to this extent. No matter what, the sect master should be moved. At the very least, he would not be so cold-hearted. However, the supreme headmaster remained unmoved. He did not react at all and allowed him to leave just like that. Face the wall and reflect on one's mistakes. As the Great Elder of Tiangang sect, he actually had to reflect on his own. Once this news spread out, it was simply a complete joke. However, the facts that happened in front of him clearly reminded him that everything was like this. In the sect master's heart, his weight was actually not as important as Bailey Hongzhuang, who had just arrived. What kind of irony was this? It was simply a great shame. Thinking of this, a strong unwillingness in Han Hongyi's heart screamed crazily. He was not reconciled. Han Hongyi immediately stood up. He couldn't agree to such a treatment. Just when Han Hongyi stood up and showed a dissatisfied attitude, the secret guards had already taken action immediately. What are you doing? Han Hongyi saw a group of shadow guards suddenly appear in front of him. It was obvious that they wanted to force him to go back. His expression could not help but turn extremely ugly. Great Elder, please go back. The shadow guards' attitudes were cold and their voices did not contain the slightest bit of warmth. Previously, they still had some scruples because of the Great Elder's identity. However, now that the sect leader had given the order, they no longer needed to be courteous. Sensing the shadow guard's attitude, Han Hongyi's face turned ashen. How many years has it been since he received such treatment? The sect leader would not treat me like this. Han Hongyi's voice was stubborn and cold. He absolutely could not accept such a punishment. As he spoke, Han Hongyi immediately wanted to chase after the sect leader. He did not believe it. He did not believe everything that was happening before his eyes. After seeing that Han Hongyi was still unwilling to give up, the shadow guards no longer considered Han Hongyi's thoughts. They immediately grabbed Han Hongyi's arms and brought him back. In their opinion, the Great Elder today was simply unreasonable. Since the Great Elder did not listen to their advice, they had no other choice. Suddenly being restrained by the shadow guards, Han Hongyi could not help but struggle. Let go of me. I'm the Great Elder of Tiangang sect. However, the shadow guards did not care about what the First Elder had said. Their current mission was to bring the Great Elder back to his residence and not let him continue to cause trouble here. Let go of me. I can walk on my own. After struggling to no avail, Han Hongyi could not help but speak up. No matter what, he was the Great Elder of Tiangang sect. If the disciples of the sect saw him like this, where would his face go? However, after Han Hongyi's repeated struggles, the shadow guards did not believe the Great Elder's words at all. If they allowed the Great Elder to disturb the sect leader, then they really deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Han Hongyi's gaze could not help but fall on Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing. However, faced with such a situation, Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing also felt extremely helpless. In fact, when they saw the Great Elder's lack of grace, they were already very helpless. They could not do anything now because the Great Elder's decision was wrong to begin with. If they spoke now, they would undoubtedly anger the sect leader. After seeing that Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing had no intention of helping him, Han Hongyi's expression became especially ugly. From the looks of it, this situation could not be changed. After Han Hongyi disappeared from sight, Qin Ai said, "First Elder, your actions this time are really unwise. You actually said such words." Han Shiling's death was a huge blow to the First Elder, so the First Elder's actions are abnormal. However, the reasons that Great Elder came up with are all meaningless. It only shows that he is narrow-minded. Gu Jingqing shook his head. He didn't know what to say about the First Elder's current state. The Great Elder was too unwise. In comparison, he had a good impression of Bailey Hongzhuang. At that time, Bailey Hongzhuang did not need to participate in the assessment competition. After all, there was the young sect master. Bailey Hongzhuang had no problem staying in Tiangang sect as the young sect master's wife. However, due to Han Xiling and the others' ridicule and sarcasm, Bailey Hongzhuang finally decided to use her own strength to shut everyone up. Even though he had not met Bailey Hongzhuang many times, from what he had understood in this short period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang was definitely stronger than many other women. He felt that the young sect master's judgment had never been wrong. Bailey Hongzhuang was better than Han Xiling and was more suitable to be the young sect master's wife. Other than those who did not like Bailey Hongzhuang to begin with, he believed that most of the cultivators who knew Bailey Hongzhuang would like her more and more after getting to know Bailey Hongzhuang. Because Bailey Hongzhuang's hard work and seriousness were filled with endless charm. When he had first seen Bailey Hongzhuang, he could not help but be stunned by Bailey Hongzhuang's countenance as a flower and as the moon. However, after interacting with her for such a long time, what made him even more stunned was Bailey Hongzhuang's seriousness and hard work. As a cultivator from a small empire, Bailey Hongzhuang had to endure much more pressure than Han Xiling to participate in the assessment competition. Furthermore, he was well aware of the difference in power between Bailey Hongzhuang and Han Xiling. Even with such a difference in power, Bailey Hongzhuang had still managed to defeat Han Xiling. This proved Bailey Hongzhuang's power and battle power. A cultivator's cultivation level was high, but it did not mean that their battle power was strong. This point could be deduced from Bailey Hongzhuang and Han Xiling's situation. He did not know why the sect master was so protective of Bailey Hongzhuang, but he felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Great Elder has really suffered a double loss this time. I'm afraid that he will not be able to recover for a period of time, Xianxia sighed. Qinai sighed faintly. He had never imagined that the Great Elder would experience such a scene. It was truly unexpected. The sect master's reaction today is a little unusual. I haven't seen the sect master so angry in a long time. Why don't we go in and take a look? Gu Jingqing asked. Since such a thing had happened, even if the sect master really had something important to discuss with the young sect master, he would not continue the discussion. Hearing this, Qinai thought for a moment, then nodded, okay. Not long after Han Hongyi was taken away, the cultivators of Tiangang sect saw this scene and their faces were filled with shock. Oh my god, are my eyes playing tricks on me? The Great Elder was taken away by force. It seems that the person who was appointed by the sect master was indeed the Great Elder. I think that the Great Elder is the sect master's right. The Great Elder's position has plummeted to the ground. Of the Great's position. Since the fall of Han Xiling, the Great Elder has also died. A group of cultivators sighed. They had stayed in Tiangang sect for so long, but they had never encountered such a thing. The Great Elder was taken away by force. Looking at the Great Elder's unwilling expression, it was obvious that this was the sect master's punishment. Since the Great Elder has ended up like this, it proves that the sect master is on Bailey Hongzhuang's side. We can't offend Bailey Hongzhuang in the future. Otherwise, we'll have to bear the consequences. The cultivators of Tiangang sect had already made up their minds. When Han Xiling was still around, they were not sure if the final winner would be Han Xiling or Bailey Hongzhuang. Now, there was no doubt about the answer. Bailey Hongzhuang was the future young sect master's wife. They had to treat her with respect. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching followed Situ Yan back to the bedroom. After what happened with Han Hongyi, they felt a little helpless. The Great Elder is really making trouble out of nothing this time. Hongzhuang, you don't have to take it to heart. Situ Yan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, his voice full of love and care. He did not want this to affect Hongzhuang's mood. Hongzhuang did not need to feel any psychological burden at all. Feeling Situ Yan's kindness, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, and a gentle and obedient smile slowly appeared on her lips. I understand. Bewitching was also happy when he saw Situ Yan treating Bailey Hongzhuang so well. Hongzhuang's life in the past was really too hard. In comparison, although he was also an orphan, he had his master by his side to take care of him and encourage him instead of being bullied by others. He was much happier than Hongzhuang. In the past, only he felt sorry for Hongzhuang. Now, his master would also feel sorry for Hongzhuang. Thinking of this, he felt happy for Hongzhuang. Situ Yan patted Bailey Hongzhuang's hand and said earnestly, Hongzhuang, Grandpa was not by your side in the past and could not take good care of you. Now, as long as it's something you need, just tell Grandpa. As long as Grandpa can do it, Grandpa will definitely do it. Situyan's eyes were deep and serious. He only wanted to treat Hong Zhuang well to make up for the debt he owed to Hong Zhuang all these years. On the other hand, to him, it was already a very happy thing that God gave him such an opportunity to treat others well. "Thank you, Grandpa." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled sweetly, and there was a hint of satisfaction in her smile. In this life, she had not experienced the slightest bit of care from her elders. Now that she could feel her grandfather's care, she felt very happy. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang call him Grandpa, Situyan had an indescribable satisfaction. Today was probably the day he smiled the most happily ever since Mu Jin's left his life. "Hongzhuang, don't worry. I will definitely rescue Lingbing and your father as soon as possible." Situyan's deep and aged eyes flickered with a serious and resolute light. His daughter had suffered so much because of him, so he had to rescue Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao as soon as possible. As long as he rescued Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao, it would be time to settle the score with that vicious woman, Yu Xiqing. From the beginning until now, because of Yu Xiqing's numerous obstructions, his life was ruined, and even his daughter and granddaughter were ruined. If he did not hack Yu Xiqing into 1,000 pieces, it would be impossible to dispel the hatred in his heart. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. She knew that Situyan was more eager than her to rescue her parents as soon as possible. They were all working hard for this goal. Now that everything was gradually improving, she believed that they were getting closer and closer to rescuing her parents. Soon, she would be able to reunite with her parents. In her previous life, she had never seen her parents. In this life, she was glad that her parents were still alive. At least they still had a chance to reunite. "Grandpa, let's work hard together," Bailey Hongzhuang said firmly. "Father and mother must be waiting for us to rescue them." Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was conversing with Situyan, Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing's voices rang out from outside the door. They were not like the great elder who insisted on seeing the sect master. If the sect master was unwilling to see them now, they would definitely leave immediately. Subordinate Qin Ai requests an audience with the sect master. Subordinate Gu Jingqing requests an audience with the sect master. Hearing the voices outside the door, Situyan's expression changed and he could not help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. What he cared about the most now was his granddaughter's thoughts. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. She recalled that when she had first arrived at Tiangang sect, Palace Master Qin and Palace Master Gu had spoken up for her in the meeting hall. She understood that Palace Master Qin and Palace Master Gu had always been on Bewitching's side. Hence, she was grateful to the two sect masters. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang did not object, Situyan then said, "Come in." Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing walked into the room after hearing Situyan's voice. When they saw that only Situyan, Bewitching, and Bailey Hongzhuang were in the room, they were very calm. "Greetings, sect master." "Greetings, young sect master." The two of them bowed respectfully. "You may rise." Situyan raised his right hand and indicated for Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing to rise. Bailey Hongzhuang also bowed when she saw Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing. "Greetings, Palace Master Qin and Palace Master Gu." Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing smiled at Bailey Hongzhuang. Their feelings towards Bailey Hongzhuang were extremely complicated. In terms of status, Bailey Hongzhuang was only an ordinary disciple of Tiangang sect. Hence, it was very normal for Bailey Hongzhuang to bow to them. But they were equally clear that Bailey Hongzhuang was the future young sect master's wife, so this greeting wasn't appropriate. From their point of view, sect master, young sect master and Bailey Hongzhuang were here to discuss matters. Perhaps they were discussing the marriage between young sect master and Bailey Hongzhuang. If it wasn't for this, the first elder's repeated interruptions wouldn't have caused the sect master to fly into a rage. Situyan took in the changes in Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing's expressions. He could also understand Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing's helplessness in terms of etiquette. "Sect master, isn't it a little inappropriate for the great elder to be punished like this?" Qin Ai could not help but speak up after thinking about it for a while. Usually, many of the sect's matters were handled by the great elder. Now that the great elder was locked up, he wouldn't be able to come out for the time being. This would definitely affect the sect to a certain extent. Qin Ai could not help but look worriedly at Situyan. He did not want to anger the sect master because of this matter. This is caused by his own actions. There's no need to plead for leniency. Situyan's attitude was firm. He wasn't giving Han Hongyi a chance because of the beautiful jade doll. It was Han Hongyi's own actions that led to this outcome. In the days that he wasn't around, Bewitching had left Tiangang sect because he was being persecuted. Hence, in those 3 years, the Great Elder's sense of authority had been constantly magnified. Until now, the Great Elder's impetuous heart had yet to calm down. If he didn't give the Great Elder a warning, who knew what kind of outrageous things the Great Elder would do? The Great Elder hasn't dealt with the sex matters these days. Why don't we take this opportunity to let the other elders familiarize themselves with it? Following Situyan's words, Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing's expressions changed. Stormy waves involuntarily surged in their hearts. The sect master's words meant that he wanted to take away First Elder's authority. Once the other elders were allowed to divide the First Elder's responsibilities, it would mean that the other elders were allowed to divide the First Elder's authority. In this way, it wouldn't be long before First Elder's power was stripped away. Thinking of this, the two of them found it inconceivable. First Elder had been in Tiangang sect for so long and had never encountered such a situation. Why would the sect master make such a decision? They couldn't understand. Could it be because of the First Elder's unreasonable pestering just now? Even so, it shouldn't be enough to make the sect master make such a decision. Instinctively, they felt that there must be a problem here. It definitely wasn't as simple as what they had just witnessed. Bailey Hongzhuang was also shocked when she heard Situyan's words. She didn't expect her grandfather to take away First Elder's authority so decisively. However, to her, this was also a good thing. With First Elder around, she would undoubtedly have endless troubles. As long as First Elder lost his authority, he wouldn't be able to affect her in any way. Bewitching completely agreed with Situyan's idea. Before returning to Tiangang sect, he already had this idea. He originally planned to take away First Elder's authority bit by bit. Once he completely took over First Elder's authority, it would be easy to deal with him. However, he needed his master's permission for this matter. After all, First Elder's status in Tiangang sect wasn't simple. However, he didn't expect his master to make the decision before he even voiced his thoughts. Situyan's expression was as calm as the wind. In a few days, he might not stay in the sect. He had to investigate Mu Lingbing's location. He could only be at ease if he rescued Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao as soon as possible. While he was away, he had to avoid any possibility of harming Hongzhuang. Obviously, the First Elder was the most uncertain factor. Sect Master, you. Gu Jingqing stared blankly at Situyan. He really couldn't understand why the sect master would make such a decision. The Great Elder is currently immersed in his own personal feelings. His actions are unjust. Situyan explained faintly. He did not make this decision entirely out of selfishness. In fact, from the moment the First Elder started pestering Hongzhuang endlessly, he had already lost the right to be the First Elder. Hearing this, Gu Jingqing also stopped talking. He understood that what the sect master said was very reasonable. Even in other sects, the Great Elder's actions would also be punished. Palace Master Qin, Palace Master Gu, since you're here, let me tell you some good news. A smile appeared on Situyan's face. He had known Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing for many years. They were very good friends. Now that there was such a good thing, he naturally wouldn't avoid it. As Situyan's voice fell, Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing's eyes lit up. Their gazes drifted between Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. They already had a certain guess in their hearts. However, when Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing heard Situyan's next words, they could not help but freeze on the spot. They stared at Situyan in a daze, wondering if they had heard wrongly. That was because the news was too unbelievable. Hongzhuang is my long-lost maternal granddaughter. Situyan's face was filled with a joyful smile. His dark eyes lost some of their seriousness and dignity and were filled with happiness and joy from the bottom of his heart. This was the happiest thing for him. Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing looked at each other. They really thought that they had heard wrongly. However, when they saw the astonished look in the other party's eyes, they understood that they had not heard wrongly. Everything they had heard was true. Bailey Hongzhuang is the sect master's granddaughter? Gu Jingqing could not help but raise his voice and ask again. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Si Tuyen also knew how shocking this news was and continued, "That's right, you didn't hear wrongly. Hong Zhuang is my maternal granddaughter." "How can this be?" Qin Ai stared at Si Tuyen in disbelief. He had never seen any woman by the sect master's side. How could he suddenly have a maternal granddaughter? This was simply impossible. However, just as Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing were feeling suspicious, their gazes suddenly landed on the love-testing stone, which was shining with a golden light. They were no strangers to the love-testing stone and naturally understood the meaning behind the golden light that was flashing from it. The golden light was a sign of family. At that moment, Qin Ai and Si Tuyen suddenly understood. It turns out that the sect master's earlier statement about being busy was not an excuse at all. He really was busy. The sect master was busy conducting a blood test with Bailey Hongzhuang to confirm the relationship between the two. However, at this critical moment, the great elder had repeatedly caused trouble. Anyone else would be in an incomparably terrible mood. It seems that the great elder has really bumped into the muzzle of a gun this time. Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing felt helpless. The great elder could only blame his own bad luck for having come to this stage. If this had happened at a different time, perhaps things would not have developed to this stage. However, on second thought, so what if the first elder didn't come just now? Bailey Hongzhuang was the grandfather of the sect leader. How could the first elder gain any advantage from Bailey Hongzhuang? He was just asking to be humiliated. The two men's hearts had been completely filled with Bailey Hongzhuang's identity. This was really too unbelievable. Bailey Hongzhuang was just a cultivator from a small empire. If the young sect master had not been forced to go to Fengbo country, they would not have been able to see Hongzhuang. However, now that everything was connected, Bailey Hongzhuang actually had such an amazing identity. It was really amazing. The next moment, Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang differently. Today, Bailey Hongzhuang was no longer a disciple of Tiangang sect, nor was she the fiancée of the young sect master. Instead, she was the beloved daughter of the sect master. This identity, even the original Han Xiling could not be compared to her. Because Han Xiling was only the great elder's granddaughter while Bailey Hongzhuang was the sect master's maternal granddaughter. Congratulations, sect master. Congratulations, Lady Bailey. Sect leader, this is truly predestined. I never thought that Lady Bailey, the young sect leader's sweetheart, would turn out to be your granddaughter. Qin Ai narrowed his eyes and his face was full of smiles. This was truly a joyous matter. He had known the sect leader for so many years and had always known that the sect leader had a sweetheart when he was young. However, due to various reasons, they did not end up together. Regarding this, he only felt that it was a pity. A heroic figure like the sect leader should not have encountered such a situation. He never thought that the sect leader already had a granddaughter. This meant that the sect leader also had a daughter. This was truly shocking. That's right. Everything in this world is truly a coincidence. Si Tuyen sighed faintly. Now that he recalled everything, he also felt that it was somewhat unbelievable. If he had not talked about the past with Bewitching over wine, he was afraid that until now, he would not have known that Hongzhuang was his granddaughter. All of this was arranged by the heavens. The heavens are destined to let the sect leader and Lady Bailey recognize each other. Gu Jingqing's smile was sincere. This was truly a joyous matter for the Tiangang sect. As such, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were simply a match made in heaven. One was the sect leader's long-lost granddaughter while the other was the disciple that the sect leader was proud of. The combination of the two was undoubtedly the best. He believed that once this news spread, no one would doubt that Bailey Hongzhuang and the young sect leader were not compatible. This was because the two of them were extremely compatible in terms of status and other aspects. Sect leader, such a joyous matter as finding your granddaughter should be celebrated properly. Coincidentally, we can also let others know about Lady Bailey's true identity. Qin Ai thought for a moment before he slowly spoke up. The sect leader had found his granddaughter. This was an extremely important matter. Only by solemnly spreading this news would Bailey Hongzhuang be able to clear her name. She was not a cultivator from a small empire. She was a pearl covered in dust. Hearing Qin Ai's suggestion, Si Tuyen raised his right hand and stopped Qin Ai's thoughts. It's not time yet. When the time comes, it won't be too late for you to prepare everything. Now, I will only tell the two of you this information. You must not leak this information out. Situyen warned in a serious tone. There was no problem in revealing Hong Zhuang's identity. However, he was worried that once this news spread, Yu Xiqing would immediately find out. That would be extremely disadvantageous for Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao. Hearing Situyen's warning, doubt surfaced in Qin Ai's and Gu Jingqing's eyes. Then, they nodded seriously. Don't worry, sect leader. We will definitely not leak this news. Situyen nodded slightly and looked at Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing with satisfaction. Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing were his trusted aides. The reason why he chose to tell them about this matter now was to make Hong Zhuang's cultivation in Tiangang sect smoother. I may not be in Tiangang sect for the next period of time. Help me take care of Hong Zhuang. Situyen said. Don't worry, sect master. We will definitely take good care of young miss. At this moment, Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing had already changed the way they addressed Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang was now Tiangang sect's eldest young miss. She was truly a eldest young miss. Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing understood that from today onwards, Bailey Hongzhuang's identity was no longer the same as before. In the future, they would definitely take good care of Bailey Hongzhuang. Although this news could not be leaked out for the time being, they could no longer treat Bailey Hongzhuang with the same attitude as before. Seeing Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing's attitude, Situyen nodded in satisfaction. Whether it was Qin Ai or Gu Jingqing, they were both trustworthy elders in the sect. With the two of them in Bewitching, Hong Zhuang no longer had to worry about her days in Tiangang sect. Sect master, since Miss's identity needs to be kept a secret for the time being, how about we address Miss as an ordinary cultivator in front of others? Gu Jingqing asked. Since they had to keep a secret, they needed to be more careful in front of others. That's how it should be. Situyen spoke slowly as his gaze landed on Bailey Hongzhuang. There were still many things that had yet to be resolved, so Hongzhuang could only suffer for the time being. After they rescued Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing, Hongzhuang's name could be righted. Sensing Situyen's concerned gaze, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Grandfather, don't worry about me. I don't care about these things. As long as I can acknowledge grandfather, this is the happiest thing for me. She didn't care about anything else. She had been living like this all these years. These false titles wouldn't affect anything. When everyone saw Bailey Hongzhuang's calm appearance, they understood that Bailey Hongzhuang's words came from the bottom of her heart. She really didn't care about these things. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang like this, Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing couldn't help but sigh. Previously, they already felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's temperament was extraordinary. She didn't seem like a cultivator from a small empire. Now that they knew Bailey Hongzhuang's true identity, they finally understood that Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't an ordinary person. Most young people were vain, but this was not seen in Bailey Hongzhuang. She was indeed worthy of being the granddaughter of the sovereign. Di Baichen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with appreciation. His wife was always so understanding. Situyen patted Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder and looked at her lovingly. It was a great blessing for Situyen to have such a granddaughter. After Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing understood everything, they took their leave first. The sect leader and Bailey Hongzhuang had just met, so they must have a lot to say. If they continued to stay there, they would have disturbed him. After leaving the sect master's bedroom, Qin Ai's face could not help but be filled with shock. Eldest Miss is actually the granddaughter of the sect master. This news is really amazing. Did Eldest Miss come to Tiangang sect to recognize her relatives? Gu Jingqing thought about it and shook his head. I don't think so. If this was her motive, Eldest Miss would have already met the sect leader before the assessment competition. I believe that they haven't known about this for long. You saw the kinship testing stone just now. Hearing this, a deep light flashed across Qin Ai's eyes. That's true. Great Elder kept disturbing the sect leader and Eldest Miss reunion and even attacked outside. No wonder the sect leader was so angry. Gu Jingqing and Qin Ai looked at each other. At a time like this, they didn't have any intention of pleading for leniency for Great Elder. After Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing left, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen looked at each other. Now that Hongzhuang and Situyen had acknowledged each other, there were some things that they should tell Situyen. Grandfather, I have something to tell you. Bailey Hongzhuang spoke slowly. Now that they had reached this stage, they should understand each other's situation. Si Tuyen nodded slightly and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a gentle gaze. Speak. I obtained the inheritance of the Celestial Palace's Palace Master during the assessment competition and was chosen as the successor of Limitless Palace. Therefore, I have to go to Limitless Palace to cultivate every once in a while. Bailey Hongzhuang told Si Tuyen the matter concisely. Her master was also a great help in her revenge. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, even with Si Tuyen's indifference, he couldn't help but be surprised. The successor of Limitless Palace? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Yes. She knew that anyone who heard her words would reveal a surprised expression. In fact, this matter was indeed hard to believe. At this moment, Bewitching spoke up. Master, before returning to Tiangang sect, Hongzhuang and I have already made a trip to Limitless Palace. You've already confirmed it? Si Tuyen's eyes flashed with wisdom and shock. He didn't have much contact with Limitless Palace, but he had a certain understanding of Yu Linfeng. As everyone knew, Yu Linfeng was a genius. When he first appeared, his strength was very impressive. To be able to obtain such a position in a short period of time, in many people's opinion, Yu Linfeng's success couldn't be replicated. However, he didn't expect that Yu Linfeng was actually Hongzhuang's master. What surprised him the most was that Yu Linfeng actually chose Hongzhuang as his successor and wanted to hand over Limitless Palace to Hongzhuang. This was really shocking. I've already confirmed it. The palace master and madam of Limitless Palace are very fond of Hongzhuang. They also know about Hongzhuang's background and are willing to help Hongzhuang. Bewitching's expression was serious. This matter was no small matter. He had some doubts before, but after returning from Limitless Palace, these doubts no longer existed. Although Si Tuyen was very shocked, he also knew that since Bewitching and Hongzhuang had said so, it proved that everything was true. I see. Si Tuyen looked at Tuyen was surprised, he didn't expect that Hongzhuang would have such an ability. It was beyond his expectations. Our Hongzhuang is really different. As far as I know, the palace master of Limitless Palace has always been a strict person. Ordinary cultivators can't enter his eyes at all. Hongzhuang can pass his assessment and become the successor of Limitless Palace. It can be seen that he is very satisfied with Hongzhuang. Si Tuyen's eyes were full of praise and expectation. In fact, he also thought that Hongzhuang was very outstanding, whether it was her personality, character, or talent. Although he hadn't taken care of Hongzhuang for so many years, Hongzhuang still grew to such an extent. It made him feel guilty and gratified at the same time. Bewitching's face was also filled with a proud smile. Hongzhuang had always been a wife that he was proud of. No matter how others saw her, in his heart, no woman in the world could be compared to her. It seems that the relationship between our Tiangang sect and Limitless Palace will be getting closer in the future. Listening to Si Tuyen's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's faces revealed a joyful smile. Now that the situation was getting better and better, they only felt that their hopes were getting bigger and bigger. However, Si Tuyen couldn't help but frown after thinking for a while. He had a question that he couldn't understand. Logically speaking, if Palace Master Yu knew about Hongzhuang's identity, he shouldn't have chosen to help Hongzhuang. After all, this would put Limitless Palace in an awkward situation. As the sect master of Tiangang sect, Si Tuyen understood the thoughts of ordinary sect masters very well. If there wasn't enough reason, they would definitely not put the sect in danger. Now that Yu clan and Lan clan were their opponents, if they really fought, once Yu clan and Lan clan joined forces, even if Tiangang sect stepped in, it would be difficult to resist. Now that Hongzhuang had expressed her attitude, Limitless Palace was willing to join forces with Tiangang sect to deal with Lan clan and Yu clan. In this kind of situation where both sides were competing, no one could say for sure who would be the final winner. What kind of reason did Limitless Palace Master choose to help Hongzhuang? This was really too incomprehensible. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes changed slightly. She was very clear that with Si Tuyen's wisdom, it was impossible for her to hide anything. Grandfather, back then, the rainbow divine pearl in my body was snatched away and integrated into Lan Qingyan's body. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Si Tuyan's eyes couldn't help but be filled with a hint of ruthlessness. This was the biggest pain in his heart. At that time, Hongzhuang was still a baby in swaddling clothes. He was very clear about the danger of a baby in swaddling clothes suddenly having her dantian broken and the rainbow divine pearl forcibly taken out. Under such circumstances, it was already a relief that Hongzhuang could live until now. Yu Xiqing was really too vicious. She could even do this to a baby in swaddling clothes. It was simply unbearable. Right now, he only felt that Yu Xiqing was not fit to be called a human. That woman was simply a vicious and merciless beast. He, Si Tuyan, swore that he would let Yu Manlan and Lan Qingyan know the price they had to pay for attacking his daughter and granddaughter. However, what Bailey Hongzhuang said next stunned Si Tuyan. Master gave me a 7-colored divine pearl. Right now, I already have one in my body. Bailey Hongzhuang had a clear and bright smile on her face. In the past, she had never thought that she would be able to obtain the rainbow divine pearl again. Her master had really given her too much hope. As soon as these words came out, Si Tuyan's eyes suddenly froze, and his expression revealed a bit of surprise and uncertainty. He wondered if he had heard wrongly. In the next moment, the origin energy in Bailey Hongzhuang's body surged, and a 7-colored radiance emerged from her hand. The lively 7-colored radiance was like a swimming fish jumping in Bailey Hongzhuang's palm, and a tyrannical aura spread out from it. Looking at this 7-colored radiance, Si Tuyan's surprise slowly turned into horror. This is really 7-colored energy. He had a certain understanding of the Lan family's mysterious inheritance, the rainbow divine pearl. This was the 7-colored origin energy that only the owner of the rainbow divine pearl would have. Just by sensing it slightly, he could feel that this origin energy was much stronger than ordinary origin energy. How did you fuse it? At this time, Si Tuyan was not most concerned about the power of the rainbow origin energy. He was more worried about how Hongzhuang had fused with it. Back then, her dantian had been forcefully broken open to take out the rainbow pearl. As a result, Hongzhuang had been a cripple for so many years and could not cultivate. He did not know how Hongzhuang had been able to cultivate again, but it must have been a painful process. Now, how did Hongzhuang fuse with the rainbow pearl? Could it be that she had broken open her dantian again and put the rainbow pearl in? Si Tuyan didn't dare to continue thinking about it because it was too shocking. Looking at Si Tuyan's shocked expression, Bailey Hongzhuang had already guessed Si Tuyan's thoughts. She immediately explained, "Grandfather, it was Master who thought of a way to help me fuse without breaking my dantian." Only her master knew the specific method. At that time, she was almost immersed in pain and did not pay attention to how her master did it. Hearing that, Si Tuyan breathed a sigh of relief. However, the shock in his heart could not be eliminated. No matter what method was used, it must be an extremely painful process to fuse a rainbow pearl into one's body. As cultivators, they were very clear about the use of the dantian. Once something unfamiliar entered one's dantian, it would definitely cause great pain, let alone fusing a rainbow pearl into one's body. Hongzhuang did not break her dantian and directly fused with it. This was probably even more painful than breaking her dantian. At this moment, Si Tuyan understood why Bailey Hongzhuang's strength had increased so much during the assessment. Even if Hongzhuang had obtained an opportunity, she had also suffered pain that ordinary people could not bear. He couldn't imagine the pain he was going through. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang, who was smiling brightly and relaxed, Si Tuyan felt even more heartache. His granddaughter was too strong. The pain she had suffered along the way was simply shocking. Originally, none of this should have happened. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a gaze full of heartache. He was even more clear about the hardships his wife had gone through to get to where she was now. However, many people still doubted his wife. Si Tuyan's heart was extremely complicated, but he did not reveal it. He would make it up to his daughter and granddaughter one by one in the coming days. Palace Master Yu actually has the rainbow pearl. She even knows the method to fuse with it. Si Tuyan spoke slowly as his eyes flashed with wisdom. Yu Linfeng know the method that even the Lan family did not know. This showed how much Yu Linfeng understood the rainbow pearl. This was too strange. As far as I know, Palace Master used cultivators, Bewitching, Tuyan's granddaughter. The limitless Palace Master hated the Lan clan. This was a publicly known secret in the cultivation world. Although they didn't say it out loud, everyone understood in their hearts. In that case, Palace Master Yu still accepted Hong Zhuang as his disciple and helped her take revenge. Could it be that they both resented the Lan family? After thinking about this, Si Tuyen had an epiphany. Perhaps, this was the reason why Palace Master Yu was so determined to help Hong Zhuang. Di Beichen's eyes also flashed with doubt. This was something that he had never understood. He always felt that there were other factors involved, but he could not figure out what it was. He was helpless. A few years ago, I heard that Palace Master Yu hated the Lan family so much because he had a grudge with the Lan family in the past and he was a member of the Lan family back then. Si Tuyen had a complicated look in his eyes. As the news was too shocking, he had never forgotten about it. However, he had never delved into it. Everyone had their own secrets and experiences. There was no need for them to dig it out forcefully as it was meaningless. Now that he knew about Hong Zhuang, he felt that the news might be true. It was precisely because Hong Zhuang and Palace Master Yu were both treated unfairly by the Lan family that Palace Master Yu was so determined to help Hong Zhuang. Hearing Si Tuyen's words, Bailey Hong Zhuang was stunned for a moment. She never thought that her grandfather would have heard of such a rumor. The truth was just as her grandfather had guessed. However, she could not say it out loud. At least, she could not say it out loud without her master's permission. Di Beichen's eyes were filled with shock. He never thought that Palace Master Yu would be a member of the Lan family. If Palace Master Yu is a member of the Lan family, then everything makes sense. Di Beichen quickly understood that there was such a story behind it. He was afraid that Palace Master Yu and Hong Zhuang were in the same boat. If that was the case, then it was not strange that Palace Master Yu would help Hong Zhuang. Bailey Hong Zhuang did not say much. It was her grandfather's guess. With her grandfather's wisdom and the rumors he had heard before, it was not strange for him to guess this. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. It seemed that her master did not plan to keep this secret forever. He was just unwilling to talk about it. Thinking of this, Bailey Hong Zhuang could not help but feel puzzled. What kind of attitude did the Lan family have towards her master? Si Tuyen and Di Beichen did not say much about this matter. It was enough for them to know that Limitless Palace was their ally. Hong Zhuang, you and Beichen have been running around for so many days. You must be tired. Rest well, Si Tuyen said with concern. Ever since Hong Zhuang came out of the competition, she had been running all over the place and hadn't had a good rest. Now that everything was finally settled, it was time to have a good rest. Hearing this, Bailey Hong Zhuang smiled and nodded, okay. As for Bailey Hong Zhuang's residence, Si Tuyen decided to let Hong Zhuang stay in Di Beichen's palace first. Di Beichen's palace was very big, and there were many rooms. Moreover, Di Beichen and Bailey Hong Zhuang had already gotten married in Fengbo country a few years ago. On the other hand, Di Beichen's palace had a cultivation room. If Bailey Hong Zhuang and Di Beichen cultivated together in the room, the speed of their cultivation would be very fast. When Bailey Hong Zhuang and Di Beichen left the palace, Si Tuyen couldn't help but reveal a smile. He never thought that he would have a daughter and a granddaughter. Now that he had acknowledged Hong Zhuang, he felt an indescribable satisfaction. The most important thing now was to rescue Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao. However, there was an even bigger question in his heart. Since Mu Lingbing was his daughter, then where did Xianxia go? Until now, he had no news of Xianxia. Bailey Hong Zhuang and Di Beichen walked out of the sect master's quarters and returned to Di Beichen's place. Both of them were in a very good mood. This was the result that they had hoped to see, and it did not disappoint them. Wife, I never thought that you would really be Master's granddaughter. I suddenly feel that all of this has been arranged by the heavens. A joyful smile appeared on Di Beichen's handsome face. Under the golden rays of the sun, his smile sparkled. From the time he had gone to Fengbo country and fell in love with Hong Zhuang, to now that they had stayed in Tiangang sect and discovered the connection between his master and Hong Zhuang, as long as there was a problem in all of this, it would be impossible for Hong Zhuang and his master to acknowledge each other. However, despite so many problems, they had still managed to make it one step at a time. Bailey Hong Zhuang's lips curled into a gentle and beautiful smile. That's right, all of this is a little unbelievable. Now, her emotions were even more profound than Di Beichen's. She felt that even the matter of her transmigration might have been arranged by the heavens. Otherwise, Bailey Hongzhuang would have died long ago and all of this would have been lost. Bewitching held Bailey Hongzhuang's small hand, his eyes filled with deep affection and gentleness. Wife, let's get married after we rescue my in-laws. What do you think? He loved Hongzhuang too much and only wished that he could tell everyone that Hongzhuang was his wife. Furthermore, there was still Mo Yunjue eyeing them covetously from the side. He had to quickly declare his sovereignty. Looking at Bewitching's passionate and sincere look, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a smile. However, she thought for a while and said, "We still don't know if my parents are satisfied with you. If they aren't, then we don't know. I'm so outstanding, how could my in-laws not be satisfied?" Bewitching raised his handsome brows and his incomparably handsome face was filled with confidence. Don't shout so happily. It's not time yet. Bailey Hongzhuang glared at Bewitching, but the smile in her eyes deepened. You are my wife. Naturally, they are my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Do you still want to deny it? Bewitching narrowed his eyes and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang threateningly. He wouldn't give his wife any chance to escape. That depends on whether you treat me well or not. If you don't treat me well. The corners of Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with a delicate and proud smile. She let go of Bewitching's hand and walked into the house. However, the moment Bailey Hongzhuang entered the room, Bewitching followed her. Dong, Bewitching pressed one hand against the wall and locked Bailey Hongzhuang in his arms. The corners of his lips curled into a devilish and seductive smile. Wife, what did you just say? I said, before Bailey Hongzhuang could say anything, Bewitching's handsome face quickly enlarged in front of her eyes. His warm breath hit her face and she felt a warm touch on her lips. Bewitching kissed Bailey Hongzhuang's lips. The rich sweetness made it hard for him to extricate himself. After a while, Bewitching looked at the blushing Bailey Hongzhuang and asked, Wife, are you still going to run? Run, Bailey Hongzhuang had only uttered a single syllable when Bewitching kissed her again. It seemed that his wife didn't know the consequences of saying such things. Bailey Hongzhuang felt her heart pounding and her face burning. She felt dizzy. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Bewitching in front of her. His handsome face was like a blooming epiphyllum, and his beautiful lips were slightly raised into a seductive and sexy arc. A pair of deep, pitch-black eyes flickered with a bright and resplendent light, as dazzling as glass. And in those eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang saw deep affection and banter. Obviously, Bewitching was deliberately teasing her. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching indignantly. Bewitching was forcing her to do this. The situation just now was very good proof of this point. If she dared to say the word run again, Bewitching would definitely punish her in the same way again. After thinking about it, Bailey Hongzhuang could only admit defeat. I won't run. Bailey Hongzhuang pursed her lips and said. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's blushing little face and only felt that she was even more charming. At this moment, her small mouth was pursed, and the lips that he had kissed were slightly red and swollen, looking even more sparkling and seductive. Looking at Hongzhuang like this, Bewitching only felt that it was really tempting to commit a crime. In the next moment, under Bailey Hongzhuang's astonished gaze, Bewitching's lips covered hers again. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Bewitching with her eyes wide open. There was only one thought in her mind, Bewitching is a liar. Bewitching's kiss was warm and gentle, and Bailey Hongzhuang was also immersed in Bewitching's kiss. Until Bewitching let go of Bailey Hongzhuang blushed and said, You're shameless, I already said that I won't run, you still. Bewitching stared at Bailey Hongzhuang and said with a smile, My wife is too seductive, your husband can't control himself. Following Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's face quickly turned red, and only felt that her ears and face were boiling hot. You. In the face of Bewitching's straightforward words, she really didn't know what to say. Bewitching's eyes were fixed on Bailey Hongzhuang's body. Facing such a lovely wife, he really felt that his entire heart was full. My wife, you're so cute. Bewitching's face was full of smiles. Hongzhuang usually looked orderly and could deal with anything, but as long as he flirted with her, Hongzhuang could only be captured without putting up a fight. Such a wife was really cute. Bailey Hongzhuang wrinkled her little nose and angrily glared at Bewitching, like a little wife who had been wronged. You only know how to act shamelessly. I didn't. Bewitching spread out his hands, looking innocent and natural. Flirting with my wife is my husband's responsibility. You. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching with shame and indignation. The guy in front of her was clearly a shameless person. Bewitching winked at Bailey Hongzhuang, but the devilish smile on his lips gradually widened. Bailey Hongzhuang felt a wave of frustration. In this aspect, she really wasn't Bewitching's opponent. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the house. Young master. Heimu stood outside the house with the three beasts and called out. Hearing Heimu's voice, Bewitching said, "Come in." Creak. The door opened, and Heimu and the three beasts walked in together. Young master, there's a letter for you. Heimu handed a letter to Bewitching. This letter was from Xianxia Pavilion. Previously, young master had told him that if Xianxia Pavilion had a reply, he must give it to young master as soon as possible. After Heimu handed the letter to Bewitching, his gaze, like the three beasties, stopped on Bailey Hongzhuang's face. They saw that Bailey Hongzhuang's face was unnaturally red, and it had yet to fade. They could even smell the unusual ambiguity in the air. It seemed that they had come at the wrong time. Heimu's expression was a little awkward. He didn't want to disturb the young master and young madam. His gaze couldn't help but fall on Bewitching. Heimu looked at the young master carefully, hoping that the young master wouldn't be angry because of his interruption. Otherwise, he would. The three beasties also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang ambiguously. Other than when Bewitching was around, they had never seen their master blush. Obviously, something unusual must have happened just now. Their master's lips also seemed to be more swollen than usual. Thinking of this, the three beasties couldn't help but laugh. He. Noticing the three beasties' mischievous smiles, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was awkward. However, she still pretended to be serious and stared at the three beasties. Faced with Bailey Hongzhuang's pretense, the three beasties didn't fall for it at all. Just looking at their master's blushing face, the seriousness was no longer intimidating. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang felt even more helpless. It's over. Her image is completely ruined. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but stare at Bewitching. However, Bewitching's expression was natural, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang really couldn't help but admire Bewitching's thick skin. No matter what this man did in the last second, he could always quickly return to normal in the next second, as if nothing had happened. On the other hand, her expression had already exposed everything. It seemed that her skin still needed more training. You guys can leave first. Bewitching's expression was indifferent and calm as he glanced at Heimu. Yes. Heimu hurriedly responded. After knowing that he had disturbed the young master and young madam, he couldn't wait to leave. Now that he heard the young master's words, he felt a burst of joy. However, the three beasts were somewhat unwilling to leave. On the one hand, they were very curious about the outcome of their master's visit to the sect leader's chamber. On the other hand, it was rare for them to have the opportunity to laugh at their master, so they didn't want to miss it. The expressions of the three beasties did not escape Bewitching's eyes. Bewitching continued, "Bring Baishur and the rest to try our Tiangang sect specialty dishes." As soon as this was said, the three beasts' faces were immediately dyed with a touch of excitement. Delicious. This was their greatest hobby. They still don't know what special dishes Tiangang sect has, but such a big sect, its special dishes must not be bad. In the next instant, the three beasts leaped onto Heimu's body. They looked like they couldn't wait for Heimu to take them away. Seeing the speed at which the three beasts changed their expressions, Bailey Hongzhuang felt helpless. Bewitching had completely grasped the lifeblood of the three beasts. Using food to bribe them was definitely not wrong. Yes. Heimu bowed respectfully and immediately led the three beasts out. After the door was closed, Heimu couldn't help but sigh in relief. After Heimu and the others left, Bailey Hongzhuang supported her head with one hand, her eyes locked on Bewitching's face. My wife, do you think that your husband is too handsome, so you can't take your eyes off me? Bewitching's lips curled into an evil and charming smile. His starry eyes also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly. I'm thinking, how did you train your thick skin? When she first met Bewitching, she should have known that this man's strength in this aspect was shocking. And now, as she understood more and more, her feelings also became more and more profound. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's helpless expression, the smile in Bewitching's eyes gradually deepened. He moved closer to Bailey Hongzhuang and said, "My wife, do you want to know?" "Yes." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Bewitching blinked his charming eyes. His expression was serious and seductive. "This also requires talent." Pfft. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but break down. Such a man seriously told her that being thick-skinned also required talent. This was really not shameful, but proud. Bewitching looked at the letter in his hand. His incomparably handsome face put away the joking expression, and a touch of seriousness appeared. Noticing the change in Bewitching's expression, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask, "Whose letter is it?" "Xianxia Tower." Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and said. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression also changed a little. She knew that Bewitching had issued a task to Xianxia Tower. Presumably, this was Mo Yunjua's reply. Bewitching opened the letter and looked at the contents of the letter. The content was very simple. There were only 2 words, "as soon as possible." Bewitching was not surprised when he saw the content. He had already guessed Mo Yunjua's answer. However, from the words "as soon as possible," it could be seen that Mo Yunjua was serious about this matter. Normally, Xianxia Pavilion's response was not like this. Presumably, Mo Yunjua had already sent cultivators to investigate this matter as soon as possible. With the information network of the Heaven Slaughter Pavilion, once they sped up, it would not take long for them to find out the results of the investigation. Bailey Hongzhuang also saw the contents of the letter. It was Mo Yunjua's handwriting. She couldn't help but feel touched. All this time, Bewitching had helped her a lot, but she had never done anything for Mo Yunjua. Now, Mo Yunjua was still helping her investigate the location of her parents' imprisonment. She must thank Mo Yunjua properly in the future. However, she also knew that her gratitude was meaningless. She only hoped that Mo Yunjua could find his happiness. Xianxia Pavilion has already accepted this task. I think it won't be long before we know the answer. Bewitching said slowly. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. The Yu clan has kept this information extremely secret. Even if Xianxia Pavilion investigates, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find out in a short time. After she and her grandfather recognized each other, she felt more and more that Yu Xiqing was a terrifying woman. With Yu Xiqing's meticulous and vicious character, the location of her imprisonment must be extremely secretive. It would be extremely difficult to find it. However, she was still full of confidence in Xianxia Pavilion. With Xianxia Pavilion's ability, they will definitely find out. I will inform Master later. We should also prepare early. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Okay. Currently, they only had one goal, and that was to rescue her parents. Recalling how she had been all alone in the past and how she now had so many helpers, her heart was filled with emotion. The Yu family. In a dark and dirty dungeon. 2 figures were imprisoned by crosses and their hands and feet were cuffed in chains. Their clothes were in a sorry state and the bloodstains on their bodies had already turned black, emitting an unpleasant smell. Their hair was disheveled and mixed with sweat that scattered on their faces, making it difficult to see them clearly. However, if one looked carefully, they would notice that the man and woman's appearances were extremely outstanding. Despite their sorry state and pale complexions, it still couldn't conceal their peerless charm. Dong dong dong, a voice came from above. When they heard this voice, the 2 of them opened their eyes. Their indifferent expressions were filled with disgust. A yellow figure appeared before the 2 of them. It was Yu Xiqing. Yu Xiqing slowly walked to them with a sinister and cold smile on her face. Mu Lingbing, your father came to find me a few days ago. Hearing this, the imprisoned woman's expression couldn't help but change. She coldly looked at Yu Xiqing but didn't say anything. This abominable woman would torment her and Yin Xiao whenever she was unhappy all these years. After so many years, she had gradually gotten used to it. Even the pain in her body couldn't withstand her numb heart. Normally, no matter how Yu Xiqing provoked her, she wouldn't have any reaction. However, after hearing news about her father, she couldn't help but be moved. Lan Yinxiao looked at Yu Siqing with a deep gaze. This despicable and vicious woman. If possible, he really wanted to kill her. Noticing Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao's hateful gazes, Yu Siqing's smile gradually widened. She just loved to see Mu Lingbing's pained expression. Don't look at me like that. This is all Mu Jin's fault. If she hadn't given birth to you, you wouldn't have fallen into my hands and gotten injured. Yu Siqing chuckled and turned to look at Lan Yunxiao. Lan Yunxiao, you're really pitiful. If you hadn't married Mu Lingbing, you would still be the Lan family's glorious patriarch. How could you have fallen to such a state? Mu Lingbing couldn't help but look at Lan Yunxiao, her pitch-black eyes filled with guilt. Over the years, she had always regretted that she had dragged Yunxiao down. If it weren't for her, how could Yunxiao have fallen to such a state? Originally, she had thought that all of this was an undeserved calamity that had occurred out of nowhere. However, it was only after she had been imprisoned by Yu Siqing that she realized that all of this was a plot against her. Yu Siqing, don't speak nonsense. A hoarse and deep voice rang out. The prolonged dryness caused the voice to sound exceptionally ear-piercing. Lan Yunxiao coldly looked at Yu Siqing. This woman would always say things from time to break their hearts. Once they were defeated, that was what Yu Siqing wanted to see the most. However, he would not let Yu Siqing succeed. From the beginning to the end, he had never regretted being together with Ling Bing. He also didn't feel that Ling Bing had dragged him down. Even if he could start over again, he would still choose to be with Ling Bing. However, if he could start over again, he wouldn't let Ling Bing suffer like this again. Lan Yunxiao looked at Mu Lingbing. He didn't say anything, but his eyes said it all. From start to finish, he had never regretted it. Mu Lingbing's eyes sparkled when she met Lan Yunxiao's gaze. She couldn't remember how many years they had been imprisoned here, but it was an incomparably long time. But from start to finish, Lan Yunxiao had never shown the slightest bit of regret. Even after enduring all this torture, Lan Yunxiao still loved her deeply. She, Mu Lingbing, truly felt that being able to be with Lan Yunxiao in this lifetime was her greatest happiness. When Yu Siqing saw how deeply in love Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing were, her eyes couldn't help but darken. Hatred rose in her heart. She didn't understand what was so good about Mu Jin's that could make Si Tuyen yearn for her all these years. And now, her daughter was the same as her. There was clearly nothing good about her, but Lan Yunxiao was so deeply in love with her. An indescribable feeling of unwillingness spread in her heart. She wanted to destroy all of this. Si Tuyen came to ask me if you were his daughter. Yu Siqing's lips curled up. Ever since that incident, she hadn't seen Si Tuyen again. She didn't expect to see him again a few days ago. His facial features hadn't changed much from before, but they were dyed with the vicissitudes of life and added a bit of maturity. The man she used to like so much was stolen away by that slut, Mu Jin's. She was the one who liked Si Tuyen first, but now they were together, she couldn't accept it. As long as she wanted something, she would never allow it to be taken away by others. She would rather destroy everything than watch them live happily ever after. She wanted Si Tuyen and Mu Jin's to know that it was their biggest mistake to fall in love with each other. Mu Lingbing's gaze changed as it locked onto Yu Siqing. She had always thought she was an orphan and didn't know who her birth parents were. She had been raised by her master since she was young. Her master had always been very good to her and treated her like her own daughter. She also treated her master as her family. It wasn't until she was imprisoned by Yu Siqing that she learned about her past from Yu Siqing. So, master was her mother. She didn't believe Yu Siqing's words at first, but after Yu Siqing told her about the grudge between her and her master, she felt that it might be true. After so many years, she had already confirmed that this was the truth. She had never thought that her father would be the sect master of Tiangang sect. It turned out that she wasn't an orphan at all. Her mother had always been by her side. It was only because of some grievances and misunderstandings that they didn't get together. She vaguely remembered that sometimes, her master would stare at a place in a daze, his expression lonely and sad. His master had always been outstanding, and she had countless suitors. However, ever since she was young, she had never seen her master walk in with any man. It wasn't until she was imprisoned that she realized that there was someone else in her master's heart. Yu Siqing did not hide what had happened back then from them. Instead, she spoke of it in a nostalgic manner. She finally understood that her father and mother had separated because of a misunderstanding, and all of this was because of Xianxia. His mother's sadness and loneliness for so many years was unnecessary. To Mu Lingbing, she had never hated a woman so bitterly and never thought that a woman could be so vicious. Mu Jin's is truly foolish to have left just like that. She hasn't seen Situyen for so many years. However, I want them to continue with this misunderstanding and regret for the rest of their lives. That's the situation I want to see the most. Xianxia's smile grew even more malevolent. After so many years, Situyen had only just found out that he had a daughter. Come to think of it, this wasn't just the typical feeling of regret and sorrow. Back then, Situyen had caused her so much grief and now, she was finally returning it all to him. However, this wasn't enough. She was only halfway through. In the coming days, she wanted Situyen to be filled with endless regret and even shed tears of regret in front of her. She was stronger than Mu Jin's in every way. You're too despicable. Mu Lingbing's gaze was cold and disdainful as she stared at Xianxia. She had never seen such a deranged woman. She felt that this woman had been possessed and had put all her energy and time into revenge. Seeing them suffer was the happiest thing for Xianxia. I'm despicable? Xianxia raised her voice and her expression grew even more malevolent and agitated. Mu Jin's is the despicable one. I've already told her that Situyen is my sweetheart. She clearly knew that, yet she still wanted to steal my sweetheart. If she's not despicable, then what is? Xianxia was furious. She hated women like Mu Jin's who pretended to be innocent the most. Then do you think it's all good for you to do such a thing to your friend? Lan Yunxiao's eyes were gloomy and cold. This woman in front of him had been blinded by hatred. However, he could also see Xianxia's feelings for the sect master. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't still be alone after so many years. She wouldn't have put all her energy into this matter. However, when he thought about it carefully, regardless of whether it was his father-in-law, mother-in-law, or Xianxia, they had never walked out of this relationship. In reality, there was no such thing as snatching or not snatching. Even if his mother-in-law didn't exist, his father-in-law didn't like Xianxia and this fact wouldn't change. It was just that Xianxia wasn't willing to admit it. However, this woman was so deranged and vicious that no man would like her. Friend? Xianxia sneered, I've never treated her as a friend. I saw that Situyen was interested in Mu Jin's, so I wanted to get closer to Situyen. However, Mu Jin's actually dared to be together with Situyen. This woman is destined to pay the price. Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao were speechless after hearing Xianxia's words. This woman was simply unreasonable. She was clearly the one in the wrong from the beginning to the end, but she wanted to push all the blame onto someone else. How laughable. Since Situyen knows that you are her daughter, do you think he will come to save you? Xianxia's lips curled into a playful smile. This game was getting more and more fun. Ever since she left Tiangang sect, Situyen had never appeared in front of her again. From now on, she believed that Situyen would constantly appear in front of her. Mu Lingbing's eyes lit up. If her father could really come and save her, would she have a chance to see the light of day again? She had been locked up in the dungeon for more than a decade and her life was worse than death. However, she and Yunxiao had never given up because there was still a trace of obsession in their hearts. They were very clear that the possibility of leaving this place was extremely small, but they were still unwilling to give up. A miracle was a possibility within the impossible. Even if their persistence was meaningless, they still couldn't give up. Back then, they had left their infant daughter in Fengbo country. At that time, she had been so weak. Now, they didn't know how their daughter was doing. Thinking of this, they felt abnormally anxious. Noticing the change in Mu Lingbing's expression, the smile in Xianxia's eyes deepened. Haha, after so many years, you still haven't given up. Hearing this, Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao only coldly stared at Xianxia. I'll tell you the truth. I fed you many poisons these years. If I wasn't here, you would only have a path to death. Xianxia pitifully looked at Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao, feeling that these two fellows were really pitiful. Who told them to fall into her hands? Once they fell into her hands, they were destined to have a tragic ending. Hearing this, Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao's eyes darkened and their hearts couldn't help but sink. All these years, Xianxia had completely treated them as Xiao by mice for her experiments. Every time Xianxia developed a special poison, she would let them try it. Under the influence of various poisons, they suffered unspeakably. Their greatest wish in this life was to be able to see each other again. If they hadn't taken good care of Yixian back then, giving Lan Jingquang and his family an opportunity, Yixian wouldn't have fallen into such a state. This was the regret of their lives. As her parents, they didn't take good care of Yixian and instead allowed her to fall into such danger. This was originally something that Yixian shouldn't have to endure and was the greatest pain in their lives. Even though they had already thought of all sorts of methods back then, they didn't know if Yixian could survive. However, they didn't let anyone know of this news. With Xianxia's deranged nature, if she learned of this matter, it would be difficult for Yixian to escape this calamity. In reality, they were more worried that Yixian had already perished more than 10 years ago. At that time, Yixian was merely an infant in swaddling clothes. Having her dantian forcefully broken open by someone, this could be said to be a fatal injury. Sometimes, they felt that they might not be able to get out, but they still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Prepare to die here for the rest of your lives. Ha ha ha. Xianxia gave Mu Lingbing a mocking look before leaving the dungeon. She was looking forward to how things would unfold. After Xianxia left, Mu Lingbing's heart sank to the bottom. This woman is really abnormal. Seeing Mu Lingbing's disheartened appearance, Lan Yunxiao comforted her. Lingbing, don't mind what she said. She just wants to see us disappointed and in pain. Hearing this, Mu Lingbing nodded. Even though she had been tortured by Xianxia, she was not willing to let her have her way. No matter what, the situation has taken a turn for the better. The sect master knows of your identity. A smile spread across Lan Yunxiao's pale and handsome face. Lingbing had once regretted not knowing about her biological parents, but now she knew everything. Since the sect master had come to find Xianxia to confirm this matter, it proved that he was certain of it. As long as the sect master continued to investigate, this matter would gradually become clear. Perhaps the misunderstanding between the sect master and his mother-in-law could be resolved. Mu Lingbing nodded slightly. Her dark eyes were sparkling. At least her father finally knew of her existence. Yunxiao, do you think Yixuan is still alive? Mu Lingbing raised her head to look at Lan Yunxiao, her pale and beautiful face filled with helplessness. She no longer cared about what would happen to her in the future. She was only worried that she would never have the chance to see her daughter again. From Yixuan's birth until now, they had only been together for a few short months. As a mother, she really owed her too much. Lan Yunxiao's deep and dark eyes flickered with determination. Our daughter is so strong. She will definitely live on. Although Lan Yunxiao's gaze was resolute, his tightly knitted brows still reflected his worry. Seeing Lan Yunxiao's determined appearance, Mu Lingbing's eyes brightened. Yes, she definitely will. In this life, they had failed to fulfill their responsibilities as parents. They only hoped that they could repay Yixuan in their next life. Lingbing, no matter what, we must persevere. Perhaps there will be a day when we see Yixuan again. Lan Yunxiao's gaze was deep and his voice was deep and powerful. After so many years of torture, they had persevered by relying on the conviction in their hearts. Not only did he want to see Yixuan again, but he also wanted the unconcealable hatred in his heart. Lan Jing was mad. The big brother he once respected and thought of as a good brother had done such a thing behind his back. When they got married, he had vowed to take good care of Lingbing. However, he had allowed his wife and daughter to fall into such a situation. All of this was because he had wrongly trusted others. It was his fault. He wouldn't allow himself to die like this. He hated them so much. If there was a day when he left this place, he would definitely return everything to them. If he couldn't do this, he wouldn't be able to die in peace. He once boasted that he was a distinguished and talented man who looked down on all the genius cultivators. However, the truth was that he couldn't even take good care of his own wife and daughter. The family that had supported him in the beginning had chosen to betray him after he encountered such a situation. This was the greatest pain in Lan Yunxia's life. If you don't experience this, you will never understand how painful, hateful, and infuriating this kind of betrayal is. He was unwilling, therefore, he would not give up. He would not give up until the moment of his death. after Bewitching told Si Tu Yen that the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion had accepted the mission, Si Tu Yen was also a little surprised. Logically speaking, Shirtian Pavilion would not accept such a mission. As for why he had accepted it this time, he did not delve into it. From Bewitching's confident attitude back then, it was obvious that there must be a reason that he did not know. At night, the three beasties returned to Bailey Hongzhuang's house. Heimu had brought them to eat a delicious meal earlier, and now, they felt extraordinarily satisfied. Burp, Baisha rubbed its round belly and burped. Today's meal was extraordinarily satisfying. Xiao He and Xiao Bai also looked satisfied. If they could live like this every day, how comfortable would that be? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the three beasties helplessly. These three fellows were really gluttons, no matter what the situation was, as long as they were eating, they would immediately be revived. Master, Tiangang sect's food and wine are also very delicious. Xiao Hei's eyes shone with excitement. They would be staying in Tiangang sect for the next few days, and this was really something to be happy about. Just by looking at Xiao Hei's expression, Bailey Hongzhuang already understood its thoughts. She immediately reached out a finger and poked Xiao Hei's head. In the future, your food problems will be solved by Heimu. I believe you will be very happy. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a faint smile. This was the result of her discussion with Bewitching. The three beasties usually liked to follow Heimu, and Heimu already had a certain understanding of these three gluttons. If the three beasties' food problems were handed over to Heimu, Heimu would probably be able to complete the task very well. Bailey Hongzhuang had already noticed that Baisha's body was constantly growing, and it probably needed a lot of nutrition and food. As a beast king, it was normal for Baisha to be able to eat. In Tiangang sect, there were also some cultivators who had their own contract beasts, so there was a lot of food for contract beasts. She was looking forward to Baisha's appearance when he grew up. As for Xiao He and Xiao Bai, they had always been very gluttonous. Their ability to eat was not directly proportional to their body size. For this point, Bailey Hongzhuang could also understand. After all, Xiao He and Xiao Bai were not small after they grew up. Moreover, after the three beasts found out that she was going to rescue her parents, they had been working extremely hard on their cultivation. Although the three beasties seemed to have nothing else to care about other than eating, in reality, they were most concerned about her. As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, the three beasties all nodded excitedly, yes. Blackwood was the easiest to bully. Every time they followed Blackwood to eat, they didn't feel any burden at all. Seeing this, the smile on Bailey Hongzhuang's lips became even brighter. Master, have you confirmed your relationship with the sect leader? Xiao Bai moved closer to Bailey Hongzhuang. This was the question that they were most concerned about. It was only because Bewitching had asked them to leave that they left. Of course, eating was also very important. The three beasties widened their eyes and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang curiously. Long before they returned to Tiangang sect, they were very surprised when they found out about Bewitching's conjecture. Logically speaking, it was impossible for things to be so coincidental. However, after hearing this from Bewitching, they felt more confident. The sect leader is my grandfather. Bailey Hongzhuang replied to the three beasties' questions. The three beasties were stunned when they heard this. They stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in a daze, unable to recover from their shock for a moment. The sect leader is your grandfather? Xiao He asked again with uncertainty. That's right. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Xiao He sucked in a breath of cold air, but her eyes gradually brightened. In that case, doesn't Master have a huge backer like the Tiangang sect leader? Xiao He couldn't hide the excitement on her face. She realized that good news came one after another recently. Previously, she was still worried about Master's revenge. She didn't expect Master to become the successor of Wuji Palace and now the granddaughter of the Tiangang sect leader. Her identity was rising steadily. This is good news. Xiao Bai was equally excited. Let's see who still dares to say that Master came from a remote place. That bunch of blind fellows. Although Bailey Hongzhuang didn't care about the comments of some cultivators in Tiangang sect, she couldn't bear to listen to it. Since Master and Bewitching appeared together in Tiangang sect 2 years ago, there were all kinds of versions of the story. Many cultivators were rumored that Master used seductive means to get Bewitching to be with her. Thinking of this, she was furious. She never felt that Master was worse than Bewitching. The two of them were originally in love. Only those annoying fellows would say such things. Now that Master's identity was so powerful, these rumors could vanish like smoke. That's great. Baisher waved his little paws excitedly. Congratulations on reuniting with grandfather, Master. The three beasts spoke at the same time. Based on their understanding of Master, she wasn't the happiest about the change in her identity, but about reuniting with her family. Sect leader, this was the first relative that Master had reuniting with. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's smile gradually widened. This matter really made her happy. Master, since sect leader is really your grandfather, then all the previous grudges can be confirmed. All of this was Xianxia's doing. After a moment of joy, Xiaohei couldn't help but frown. The person who turned Master's family upside down was Xianxia. If that was the case, how terrifying was this woman? His deep phoenix eyes were filled with a cold light. That's right, the root of all this is Xianxia. If it wasn't for Xianxia, this wouldn't have happened. Damn, this woman is too hateful. He's simply inhuman. Xiaobai could not hide the anger on her face. This woman's scheming was simply shocking. If I don't kill this despicable woman, I'll be letting myself down. Baisher was also furious. Just because of his own selfish desires, not only had Si Tuyen and Mu Jin's been separated for so many years due to a misunderstanding, he had even ruined Mu Lingbing's life. This woman was truly insane. It won't be long before I make her wish she was dead. Bailey Hongzhuang gradually clenched her fists under her sleeves. The viciousness in her eyes gradually deepened. A strong anger and resentment burned and spread in her heart. If she didn't kill this woman with her own hands, she would never be satisfied. The three beasts nodded in unison. Their eyes were filled with hatred. Once they had to face Xianxia head-on, not only their master, but they would also make a move to vent their anger. Master, since your maternal grandfather and parents already know, where's your maternal grandmother? Hearing Baisher's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with doubt. This was also something that she couldn't understand. They had already received news about her parents, but there was no news about her grandmother. According to Bewitching's investigation, Mu Lingbing had appeared in public as an orphan in her early years and had been raised by the palace master of the Sun Moon Palace. This experience was exactly the same as Bewitching's. However, they had not received any news about her grandmother. In the hearts of Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang, there was a faint worry. They were only worried that their grandmother had been persecuted by Xianxia after she left. After all, Xianxia was so deranged. Since she knew that Mu Lingbing was Mu Jin's daughter, she would naturally know about Mu Jin's whereabouts. Perhaps Xianxia had already made her move against Mu Jin's. Mu Jin's did not have any powerful backing and could not be compared to Xianxia of the Yu family. If she had really met with danger a long time ago, it was something that they did not wish to see. Perhaps Xianxia had already harmed her years ago. Xiaohei's eyes darkened. If Mu Lingbing's mother was still alive, Mu Jin's would not have remained indifferent to the torment that Mu Lingbing had suffered all these years. She would definitely have done something. However, they had not received any news. Just from this point alone, they were able to deduce many things. I hope that's not the case. Xiaobai sighed faintly. Although it felt that the possibility of this was very high, it hoped that it was not the case from the bottom of its heart. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the three beasts with a complicated expression. When we capture Xianxia in the future, we will know everything. Regarding all this, they did not have any useful information. They could only wait until they had slaughtered the Yu family to understand everything. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the three beasts nodded. In the following days, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's lives returned to normal. The two of them spent most of their time in the training room because the density of the elemental energy here was much higher than outside. Cultivating here, their speed of improvement was extremely fast. Usually, Bewitching would spend most of his time in the training room as long as he did not have anything to do. Bailey Hongzhuang was also a cultivation maniac. She only hoped that she could increase her strength as quickly as possible. This way, she would be able to get closer to the day she wanted to achieve her goal. After understanding Bailey Hongzhuang's training, Bewitching understood how Hongzhuang had improved in the past 2 years of the great competition. With you Yang, you, with you Xiqing, you. On this day, when Bailey Hongzhuang arrived at the training room, she saw that Bewitching was already cultivating. A faint smile appeared on her delicate and perfect face. Bewitching was able to reach this stage not only because of his talent and resources, but also because of his hard work. Every time she saw Bewitching cultivating seriously, she always felt that this kind of Bewitching was exceptionally charming. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang appear, Bewitching's face lit up with a doting smile. My wife, you're here. In a few more days, Gong Xiaoqing and the rest will be reporting to Tiangang sect. Bewitching smiled at Bailey Hongzhuang. Recently, Hongzhuang had been staying in her sleeping quarters and had not left at all. Thinking about it, on one hand, it was because of the rumors in the sect. On the other hand, it was because there were no familiar faces in the sect. Although Hongzhuang had never expressed it, he could understand. Now, the cultivators in Tiangang sect had many guesses about Hongzhuang. However, he could not stop everyone's guesses. If he forcefully gave the order, it would only make the situation worse. Therefore, they could only wait for the other cultivators to arrive and Hongzhuang would slowly change everyone's minds. He believed that with Hongzhuang's ability, it would not be a problem for her to do all this. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Yes, time passes very quickly. I haven't seen them for a while, and I really miss them. Bewitching stroked Bailey Hongzhuang's silky smooth hair and his smile became even more affectionate. This period of time with Hongzhuang had been peaceful and wonderful to him. As long as he could see Hongzhuang's figure every day, he would feel very happy. Bailey Hongzhuang leaned on Bewitching's shoulder and a complicated light flashed in her ink-black phoenix eyes. She had never told anyone about the Chaos Ring because it was simply too mysterious and its effects were unusually powerful. If such a divine weapon were to be found out by others, it was very likely that it would bring about a fatal disaster for her. Therefore, for so long, she had never told anyone about the Chaos Ring. The three beasts also kept their mouths shut. They were all too aware of the principle that an innocent man would get into trouble for possessing a jade ring. Now, she increasingly felt that the experience in the Door of Darkness was very helpful in increasing her power. Originally, Bewitching had asked her to stay in the cultivation room to cultivate at night. This way, it would be more convenient for her to cultivate and she would not need to run back and forth. However, she still returned to her own room at night. Not for anything else, but to cultivate in the Door of Darkness. With the help of the Door of Darkness, Bailey Hongzhuang's speed of improvement was extremely fast. Even Bewitching was amazed. She pondered for a long time whether or not she should tell Bewitching the news. It was not that she did not trust Bewitching, it was just that no matter how many vows she made, they were all defeated in the face of benefits. In the Xianxia continent, this kind of thing was not rare. On the contrary, it was very common. Even if it was a couple who had a good relationship, after meeting a treasure, they might have their own thoughts and go against each other. The Chaos Ring was such a heaven-defying artifact. Once word got out, it would have a huge impact. However, after much consideration, Bailey Hongzhuang finally decided to tell Bewitching about this matter. This was because she believed that the relationship between her and Bewitching was strong enough, and it was not something that could be destroyed by personal interests. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said, Bewitching, there's something I want to tell you. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's deep thoughts, Bewitching's expression became more serious. His gentle gaze focused on Bailey Hongzhuang as he said, Wife, please speak. Your husband is all ears. Seeing Bewitching's serious expression, the corners of Bailey Hongzhuang's lips rose slightly, forming a beautiful arc. Actually, there's something I've never told you. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said. When she said this, an idea suddenly emerged in Bailey Hongzhuang's mind. Actually, she wasn't the real Bailey Hongzhuang. She didn't know if she should tell Bewitching about this. Most people would think that there was something wrong with her head if they heard her say this. Most people wouldn't believe her. However, to her, Bewitching was someone she could trust. Actually, she didn't want to hide anything from Bewitching. When Bewitching noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's heavy mood, he couldn't help but put his right hand on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder. He didn't know what was wrong with Hongzhuang today. Why did she have such a complicated expression on her face? Logically speaking, nothing should have happened to Hongzhuang recently. Wifey, no matter what happens, your husband will always stand by your side. Bewitching's voice was low and powerful. In his heart, no one could compare to Hong Zhuang. No matter what happened, he would always stand by Hong Zhuang's side. No matter if Hong Zhuang was right or wrong. In his heart, Hong Zhuang was right. Hearing Bewitching's words, Bailey Hong Zhuang's heart trembled slightly. A feeling called being moved spread through her heart. That's right. From the first time they met until now, Bewitching had always been like what he said. He would always stand by her side. No matter what happened, he had never doubted her. Even when the palace master and the elders were against it, he still persisted. During the assessment, he didn't hesitate to let everyone know that she was the woman he loved deeply. Facing Bewitching like this, what did she have to worry about? Bewitching, I've always had a secret. Bailey Hong Zhuang smiled. To her, this was a huge secret. Bewitching stared at Bailey Hong Zhuang quietly. He didn't know what Bailey Hong Zhuang wanted to say, but he knew that no matter what Hong Zhuang said, it wouldn't affect them at all. Bewitching, aren't you curious? I was bullied in the general's residence for so many years, and I've always been a good-for-nothing who couldn't cultivate. Why would I suddenly be able to cultivate one day? And why would I change so much from before? Bailey Hong Zhuang turned to look at Bewitching. Her transformation back then was a mystery to many people. No one knew how she managed to achieve such a transformation. No matter how others investigated, there would be no results. Hearing this, Bewitching's starry eyes flashed, but he didn't answer. He didn't know the answer to this. When he first met Hong Zhuang, he had asked Heimu to investigate her, but the results of the investigation were as if the eldest miss of the general's residence had suddenly changed overnight. No one knew how her eyes had healed, no one knew why she could suddenly cultivate, and no one knew why her cultivation had reached such a high level. All of these things were linked together to form an incomprehensible mystery. They could only think that Bailey Hong Zhuang had always been in disguise. She had deliberately pretended all this in order to cancel her engagement with Xianxia. Other than this, they couldn't find any other reason. But when they thought of this reason, they still couldn't find an explanation. After Bewitching failed to investigate this point, he did not pay much attention to it. To him, the most important thing was Bailey Hong Zhuang. As for other things, they were not that important. Now that he heard Hong Zhuang mention this point, he could not help but feel a little surprised. From Hong Zhuang's tone, he felt that this matter was not simple at all. Wife, if you're willing to tell me, I'm naturally willing to listen. If you're not willing to talk about this matter, I won't care. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hong Zhuang with concern. His warm and broad palm held Bailey Hong Zhuang's shoulder, silently giving Bailey Hong Zhuang strength. For some reason, after seeing Hong Zhuang's expression and attitude, he felt a little worried. He rarely saw Hong Zhuang reveal such a serious expression. He only felt that Hong Zhuang was struggling when she decided to talk about this matter. He did not want to give Hong Zhuang any pressure. He only hoped that Hong Zhuang could be happy. Looking at Bewitching's concerned look, Bailey Hong Zhuang also felt a little relieved. Since she had already said this, she did not intend to continue hiding it. Bewitching, actually, I'm not the real Bailey Hong Zhuang. When she said this, Bewitching could not help but be stunned for a moment. He looked at Bailey Hong Zhuang in surprise. For a moment, he doubted if he had heard wrongly or if he had misunderstood. Wife, what do you mean? Bailey Hong Zhuang's words really made Bewitching not know how to understand. Bailey Hong Zhuang also knew Bewitching's doubts and immediately continued to explain. Back then, when Bailey Hong Zhuang committed suicide by swallowing gold, she had already died and completely disappeared from this world. Bailey Hong Zhuang's expression was somewhat emotional. If Lan Yunxiao and Mu Jins knew that their real daughter had already fallen, they would definitely be very pained. Back then, Bailey Hong Zhuang had endured such pain and persevered. However, she had chosen to end her own life under the torture of the general's residence. In fact, apart from Bewitching, she did not intend to tell anyone else about this matter. Bewitching's handsome face was filled with shock. His eyes were gloomy and uncertain, and his expression was full of doubts. At that time, he had also heard that the eldest daughter of the general's mansion had committed suicide. It was said that because she couldn't bear the blow of Xianxuan's withdrawal of marriage, she chose to cry, make a fuss, and hang herself. At that time, she was laughed at by everyone. Most people thought that the eldest daughter of the general's mansion had made a fuss to win back Xianxuan's heart. He didn't know that the matter was so serious. Wife, if the previous Bailey Hongzhuang is already dead, then who are you? Bewitching couldn't understand for a moment. Could it be that his wife was impersonating Bailey Hongzhuang? If that was the case, how could his wife know so much about Bailey Hongzhuang? This was a little too strange. Could it be that this was something that his wife had planned long ago? Even so, how could there be two people who looked exactly the same in this world? Although he knew that his wife's disguise technique was very powerful, he also knew that his wife's face wasn't a disguise. Then, what was the situation? Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching's deep and enchanting eyes were filled with doubt and puzzlement. Hongzhuang's explanation made him even more confused. Her soul wasn't completely, this sounded too inconceivable. Actually, I'm a ghost from 1,000 years ago. I've crossed over to the present. Coincidentally, Bailey Hongzhuang had fallen, so my soul entered her body. Her beautiful and delicate face was filled with a faint smile, her bright and watery eyes staring at Bewitching. She loved Bewitching too much, she only hoped that there would be no secrets between them. After all, the memories of her past life had always existed in her mind. Sometimes, when she showed some strange talents, it would be inconvenient to hide them. Over time, she believed that Bewitching's doubts would grow stronger. Instead of waiting until then, it would be better to tell Bewitching everything now. When these words came out, Bewitching stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in a daze, his deep and spirited eyes revealing shock and emptiness. This news was simply too unbelievable. If the person who spoke was not Hongzhuang, he would definitely think that the other party was talking nonsense. However, seeing Hongzhuang's serious expression, he understood that Hongzhuang was definitely not joking with him. When he connected this point, he suddenly realized that everything could be linked together. Why did Hongzhuang have such a big change after swallowing gold and committing suicide? Why did Hongzhuang suddenly know medicine, disguise, and even alchemy? Why did Hongzhuang clearly like Xianxuan before, suddenly have no feelings for Xianxuan at all? Previously, he didn't understand and only thought that Hongzhuang might have an extremely mysterious master behind her. However, he and Hongzhuang had been together for so long, he had never seen the existence of that master. Clearly, Hongzhuang did not have any contact with anyone else. However, later on, he had always been together with Hongzhuang, so he didn't think about these questions. Now that Hongzhuang took the initiative to mention this point, he finally understood. Wife, you mean that you're a person from 1,000 years ago? Bewitching couldn't help but ask again. Although Hongzhuang had already explained it clearly, this news was too shocking. Even if it was a wandering soul from the same era, perhaps he could still understand. However, a wandering soul from 1,000 years ago, could it be that his wife had always existed in the form of a wandering soul for so many years? Bewitching only felt that Hongzhuang's words had really refreshed his understanding. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, yes. So, you've been a wandering soul for the past 1,000 years? Bewitching was somewhat puzzled. If the previous Bailey Hongzhuang had fallen and his wife's soul could enter her body, then in the past 1,000 years, hadn't she entered other people's bodies? Seeing that Bewitching was a little bit confused, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but shake her head. No. I only appeared after knowing the current year. The era I lived in was 1,000 years ago. In fact, 1,000 years ago, I fell because of an accident. When I woke up again, I had already become Bailey Hongzhuang. As for why I appeared 1,000 years later and why I became Bailey Hongzhuang, I'm not particularly clear. The power of the Chaos Ring was so great that it had created a spatial storm. She had then turned into Bailey Hongzhuang. All of this had been caused by the Chaos Ring. As for why it had chosen Bailey Hongzhuang, it was probably because they had coincidentally bumped into Bailey Hongzhuang at that time. Sometimes, she felt that all of this had been predestined. After all, their names were exactly the same. This coincidence was far too rare. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's explanation, Bewitching finally understood. After his wife had fallen, her soul had directly entered Bailey Hongzhuang's body. That was how all of this had happened. After I entered Bailey Hongzhuang's body, I had also merged with her memories. Therefore, I can only say that the current me is a combination of my past life and Bailey Hongzhuang's. Her soul had long been merged with the memories of these two lives. Therefore, both of them were her, but not completely her. Bewitching was a little stunned. This news was far too shocking. He simply could not believe that something like this had actually happened. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Bewitching. When she saw that Bewitching had been staring at her in a daze without any reaction, her clear eyes could not help but fill with a trace of worry. She did not know if Bewitching could accept all of this. She had been very conflicted before she had brought up this matter. Anyone who had heard of this matter would find it hard to believe. Even though this matter was very hard to believe, Bewitching had quickly digested it and understood it. Bewitching raised his eyes and saw the worry in Bailey Hongzhuang's clear eyes. He immediately pulled Bailey Hongzhuang into his arms. Her worry made his heart ache. He had never wanted Hongzhuang to feel anxious because of him. Suddenly being pulled into Bewitching's arms, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. The worry in her eyes gradually wavered. Bewitching gently patted Bailey Hongzhuang's back. His warm and mellow voice rang in Bailey Hongzhuang's ears. "My wife, no matter who you are, no matter if you're from 1,000 years ago or 1,000 years later, to me, you're still my wife. Your identity will not change anything." His warm and magnetic voice seemed to have a mysterious power, inexplicably calming Bailey Hongzhuang's heart. Bewitching's words put her heart down again, and Bailey Hongzhuang's lips could not help but raise a happy smile. Her judgment was not wrong. Bewitching would not care about these things. Even if Bewitching knew the truth, it would not affect anything. As Bewitching stroked Bailey Hongzhuang's back, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes could not help but turn gloomy. Sensing Bewitching's strange behavior, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but withdraw from his arms and look at Bewitching. Bewitching's face was as gloomy as water. His eyes, which were as deep as the sea, were now covered with dark clouds. His eyes were unreadable, making it impossible for anyone to see through his thoughts. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Bewitching and could not help but feel worried. "Bewitching, what's wrong with you? Does she still care about this after all?" Bewitching's hand suddenly grabbed Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulders. His eyes, which were as attractive as black holes, were fixed on Bailey Hongzhuang. "My wife, you weren't married in the past, were you?" Looking at Bewitching's nervous and perturbed look, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart, which had been hanging in the air again, calmed down. She felt that it was very funny. When she saw Bewitching's dignified look earlier, she thought that it was something important. She did not expect that Bewitching was actually thinking about her marriage. This man's concern was not the main point at all. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and looked at Bewitching. A sly look quietly appeared in her eyes. Usually, when Bewitching teased her, she could not resist at all. Now, she finally had a chance to tease Bewitching. "If I say I was married in the past, what will you do?" Bailey Hongzhuang looked a little nervous. She looked at Bewitching worriedly, as if it was difficult for her to speak. As soon as she said that, Bewitching's face suddenly darkened. His eyes were even more oppressive and cold. Time seemed to have suddenly frozen. Only the sound of Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's breathing could be heard in the room. It was indescribably oppressive. Bewitching did not care about who Hongzhuang was in the past. The only thing he cared about was whether Hongzhuang had someone else in her heart. However, now that he knew that Hongzhuang was married in the past, didn't this mean that Hongzhuang also had a man she loved deeply in the past? At the thought of this, Bewitching could not help but tighten his grip on Bailey Hongzhuang's arm. He never thought that something like this would happen. He only felt a stuffy feeling in his heart, which made him panic. No matter how serious his injuries were, he had never felt so uncomfortable. Bailey Hongzhuang felt a pain coming from her arm. Bewitching had used too much strength. She only wanted to make a joke, but after seeing Bewitching's dignified expression, she felt that her joke seemed to have gone too far. The corners of Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slowly spread into a smile. Her eyes were bright and full of color, blooming like stars in the sky. "Bewitching, are you jealous?" Looking at the smile on Bailey Hongzhuang's face, especially after seeing the sly look in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes, how could Bewitching, who was smart, not know that Hongzhuang did it on purpose? "Wife, are you lying to me?" Bewitching raised his voice. What Hongzhuang had just said really shocked him. This unexpected situation happened too suddenly, completely out of her expectations. For a moment, he did not know what to do. He only felt a wave of pain. However, Hong Zhuang was only teasing him. At the thought of this, Di Beichen's eyes became increasingly gloomy. His wife was becoming more and more disobedient. She actually dared to lie to him about this kind of thing. Hee hee. Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but chuckle. When she saw Di Beichen's face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot, she found it even more hilarious. Beichen, you're too cute, haha. She had never seen Di Beichen like this. It was simply too amusing. However, at the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang was deeply moved. Di Beichen did not care about anything else. The only thing he cared about was her feelings. This was really touching. However, when Di Beichen saw Bailey Hongzhuang's smiling face, he only felt that it was time to discipline Hongzhuang. She actually dared to lie to him about this kind of thing. In the next moment, Di Beichen exerted force with both hands and carried Bailey Hongzhuang to sit on his lap. The atmosphere became ambiguous in an instant. Bailey Hongzhuang's white face was instantly covered with a blush. The position in front of her was too ambiguous. The next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately wanted to go down, but Di Beichen's broad palm had been holding her slender waist. The strong and overbearing force did not allow her to leave. Di Beichen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in front of him with a deep and penetrating gaze. His wife was getting more and more naughty. She even dared to make such a joke with him. He had to properly punish his wife. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen angrily. He was really bad, knowing that she had no way to deal with such a situation. He deliberately used such a way to punish her. Let me down. Bailey Hongzhuang struggled. This kind of situation made her feel at a loss. Although she was extremely close to Di Beichen, this was the first time they were in such an ambiguous position. They were so close, separated only by a thin cloth. Faintly, she could feel the heat from Di Beichen, which made her feel helpless. Di Beichen originally just wanted to tease Bailey Hongzhuang, but after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's shy and helpless appearance, the desire in his heart immediately jumped up. At this moment, coupled with the constant twisting, he only felt that his body was about to explode. His wife was simply igniting fire everywhere. Di Beichen grabbed Bailey Hongzhuang's small hand and said, "Wife, if you continue to move like this, I can't guarantee what will happen next." When he opened his mouth, there was a hint of hoarseness. Di Beichen's eyes were instantly dyed with the light of desire. His eyes were blurred and domineering as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Last time, they were disturbed by Xianxia and the others, but now, it was only them. Listening to Di Beichen's words, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood the meaning of Di Beichen, and immediately did not dare to move. Because she also felt that there was a change in Di Beichen's body, Di Beichen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, who was smiling proudly and became an obedient kitten in a short time, and his lips could not help but raise a smile. "Wife, do you dare to tease me in the future?" Bailey Hongzhuang's face was so red that it could drip water. At this moment, when she saw Di Beichen's teasing look, she could not help but feel ashamed. Damn Di Beichen, every time I was defeated by his hands. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang pursing her lips and looking unwilling, Di Beichen's eyes gradually deepened. He raised his eyebrows and said, "It seems that the wife is still unwilling to admit defeat." The next moment, Di Beichen's figure suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, Di Beichen had already carried Bailey Hongzhuang to the bed. At this moment, their posture was more ambiguous than before. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen with shame. At this moment, Di Beichen was already on top of her, and her legs were still separated. Di Beichen leaned forward, and the hot part was so close to her that she could not help but shiver. Although the last time she and Di Beichen had been in a state of delirium, after all, they had not reached this step. At this moment, when she was really in this situation, she knew how embarrassing it was. She only felt that her mind was blank, and she stared at Di Beichen, not knowing what to say. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang like this, Di Beichen could not hold back the excitement in his heart. He immediately kissed Bailey Hongzhuang's red lips. Her soft red lips were filled with an enchanting fragrance. Once he kissed her, he would be intoxicated. Di Beichen's kiss was wild and hot, with a trace of dominance and possessiveness. He searched for Bailey Hongzhuang's body and played with it. He was glad. He was glad that his wife had transmigrated into Bailey Hongzhuang's body. If not for that, everything that happened later would not have happened. His heart would still be so empty. There would not be a ray of warm sunlight shining on his heart like Hong Zhuang. He was even more glad that his wife had not married in her previous life. There was no one else in her heart. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to completely defeat the person from 1,000 years ago in his wife's heart. Thinking of all these, Bewitching wanted Bailey Hongzhuang even more. He wanted her. He wanted her crazily. Even though she was by his side now, he still felt a sense of crisis in his heart. The equally outstanding Mo Yunjue was watching covetously from the side. For Hong Zhuang's matter, Mo Yunjue was also giving his all. He did not mention this problem, but it did not mean that he was not worried. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were blurred. From the initial embarrassment to Bewitching's kiss, the ambiguous atmosphere was spreading. Her body temperature was also rising. She responded to Bewitching with a jerky but passionate response. From Bewitching's kiss, she keenly felt a trace of worry and uneasiness. She did not know what had caused Bewitching's uneasiness. To her, she only wanted Bewitching to feel at ease. Feeling Bailey Hongzhuang's response, Bewitching's kiss became more intense. From her red lips to Bewitching's slender white neck. His warm breath sprayed on Bailey Hongzhuang's neck. She only felt her body go limp, as if she had no strength in her body. Fine and dense kisses fell on Bailey Hongzhuang's body. Bewitching's breathing became more rapid and heavy. His hand slowly reached into Bailey Hongzhuang's clothes. Feeling the delicate and tender skin, Bailey Hongzhuang's body ignited everywhere. Bailey Hongzhuang's little face flushed red. She could only let Bewitching do what he wanted, but she did not know what to do. Bewitching's hands seemed to have magic. Wherever his hands touched, the skin would emit an astonishing heat. Bewitching only felt that every inch of Bailey Hongzhuang's skin had a fatal attraction to him. For so many years, he had been surrounded by many women, but none of them had ever moved his heart. Furthermore, he had always been a chaste person. Therefore, no woman had ever appeared by his side. There was only one woman that he could not restrain himself from, and that was his wife. 2 years ago, he had not been so thirsty. After not seeing Hong Zhuang for 2 years, he felt that he could not restrain himself anymore. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was at a loss of what to do, Bewitching held Bailey Hongzhuang's little hand and put it into his clothes. When she touched Bewitching's strong and smooth skin, Bailey Hongzhuang found that Bewitching's body temperature was even hotter than hers. It was as if a flame was burning her palm. As Bailey Hongzhuang's soft and boneless little hand covered his chest, Bewitching only felt that he had touched a piece of ice in the flame. He felt very comfortable. In the next moment, Bewitching directly grabbed Bailey Hongzhuang's small hand and felt his scalding heat. When Bailey Hongzhuang realized what she was touching, she only felt a bang in her mind, and then there was only a blank space left. Although she didn't know much about the matters between men and women, she knew what this was. Following the touch of Bailey Hongzhuang's small hand, Bewitching only felt that he was about to explode. This feeling was really killing him. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but close her eyes. Her face was so red that it was about to drip blood. She immediately tried to pull her hand away. Bewitching had already guessed Bailey Hongzhuang's thoughts. How could he allow her to pull her hand away? He held on tightly to Bailey Hongzhuang's hand, not allowing her to retreat even an inch. Bewitching. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but call out softly. This situation was really too embarrassing. Bewitching raised his eyes that were filled with lust. Those reddened eyes and the beads of sweat on his forehead showed that he was having a hard time holding himself back. Seeing Bewitching like this, Bailey Hongzhuang's original words were stuck in her mouth and she didn't say anything. The moment Bewitching's hand touched Bailey Hongzhuang's leg, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but tremble. That limp and numb feeling made her moan uncontrollably. And it was this sound that made Bewitching, who was already unable to hold himself back, completely ignited. He reached his hand into Bailey Hongzhuang's skirt. He only felt that everything on his body was unnecessary. Bewitching, I guessed that you were in the cultivation room. I heard that you had already brought your precious wife back from the assessment. But it's been so long, why didn't you let me see her? Isn't that too much? A carefree and sunny voice sounded from above the training room, followed by a series of movements. Hearing this sudden voice, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but be surprised. She never thought that someone would appear at this time. From the looks of it, the other party seemed to be very familiar with this cultivation room. Judging from the commotion, it was clear that he was about to enter the cultivation room. Damn it. Bewitching's voice was hoarse as he slammed his fist onto the edge of the bed. This guy just had to come at this time. She had disturbed him. Bailey Hongshuang could not help but look at her and Bewitching's disheveled and messy appearance. The other party was clearly coming down directly. What should they do if they saw him? Thinking of this, Bailey Hongshuang immediately pushed Bewitching. Her moist and blurry eyes were filled with nervousness and panic. What should we do? She had never encountered such a situation before and could not help but feel flustered. Bewitching glanced at Bailey Hongshuang and said, "Wen Xiren, I dare you to come down here right now." Wen Xiren was just about to enter the cultivation room in high spirits when he suddenly heard Bewitching's shout. He could not help but be stunned for a moment. All along, Bewitching's personality had been rather good. It was rare to see him so furious. Could it be that he had been dumped by his precious wife? Although Wen Xiren didn't quite understand, he still stopped himself from going downstairs. He and Bewitching had been good friends for many years. Their masters were good friends as well. Hence, they had often cultivated together when they were young. Among the peers, he was the one who knew Bewitching the best. Although everyone believed that Han Xiling and Bewitching were a couple, as a good brother of Bewitching, he knew very well that Bewitching had no romantic feelings for Han Xiling. At the beginning, he also felt that Bewitching was very strange. He was obviously very outstanding, and there were many outstanding women in Tiangang sect, but Bewitching didn't like any of them. Until 2 years ago, when he learned from Bewitching that Bewitching already had a wife, he couldn't help but be stunned. He had known Bewitching for so many years, and he had never seen Bewitching fall in love with any woman. He even felt that if this continued, Bewitching was likely to die alone. However, just when he didn't pay attention, Bewitching had already married someone. This news was simply too shocking. However, as he and Bewitching had an in-depth conversation, he found that Bewitching was really trapped this time. As a good brother of Bewitching, he naturally understood how his good brother's vision was. Therefore, he had always wanted to see Bewitching's baby wife. At the beginning, this guy said that he would let him see after Bailey Hongshuang was brought back, but he waited for so long without any movement, so he came to Tiangang sect. He was very familiar with Tiangang sect, and he was even more familiar with Bewitching's palace. As long as this guy wasn't in his own room, he must be in the cultivation room, so he came without hesitation. However, why did this guy suddenly lose his temper at him now? After seeing that there was no movement upstairs, Bailey Hongshuang was relieved. If someone saw her like this now, then she really had no face to see anyone. Bewitching's face was gloomy and scary. Did this group of damn guys specially choose the time every time, appearing at this critical moment? He was so depressed that he wanted to hit someone. Looking at the gloomy face of Bailey Hongshuang, the originally flustered and nervous Bailey Hongshuang suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Thinking about it, the most depressed person was Bewitching. Previously, Bewitching was out of control in order to punish her. She didn't expect that the person who was punished in the end was Bewitching. Noticing that Bailey Hongshuang's lips couldn't help but overflow a smile, Bewitching's eyes, his wife was still in the mood to laugh now. Get up quickly. If you wait too long, others will be suspicious. Bailey Hongshuang said. She didn't know who the other party was, but since the other party knew about the existence of the cultivation room, he must be very familiar with it. Who cares what he thinks? Bewitching didn't care about this at all. Just looking at his little girl's complacent appearance, his heart felt stifled. In the next moment, Bewitching once again covered Bailey Hongshuang's body. Seeing Bewitching's actions, Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but panic. Now that the situation was like this, Bewitching wouldn't continue, right? Thinking that there was another person above who could come down at any time, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Seeing that you're so proud, I'll give you a punishment. Bewitching's hoarse and hot voice sounded in Bailey Hongshuang's ears. Then, Bailey Hongshuang felt a numbing sensation on her neck. Bewitching directly pecked her. He had to let his wife know that it wouldn't be so easy to tease him in the future. My dear wife, this is punishment. Bewitching smiled faintly, but the lust in his eyes had yet to dissipate. He was going to have a good spar with Xiren later. Otherwise, how was he going to vent his anger that had transformed from lust? Looking at Debachen's smirk, Bailey Hongzhuang understood what had happened. "You scoundrel!" Bailey Hongzhuang cried out angrily. Her little face was filled with shame and anger. She stretched out her little fist and was about to hit Debachen. It was the cool season now and the dress she was wearing was very thin. Her neck was completely exposed. Debachen had left a mark on her neck. How was she going to face anyone? These words coming out of Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth did not sound disgusted at all. On the contrary, it sounded more like a spoiled child. Debachen immediately grabbed Bailey Hongzhuang's soft and seemingly boneless little hand. His body moved closer to her and he whispered into her ear, "Today, an untactful fellow has disturbed us. I promise that next time, I will not allow such an untactful fellow to appear." Once these words were spoken, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood the meaning behind Debachen's words. Her little face, which was already flushed red, was now filled with a blood-red hue. Debachen's words meant that next time, tidy yourself up properly. You can't let that fellow's eyes take advantage of you. Debachen's face was gloomy. Obviously, the matter of being disturbed at such a crucial moment was not something that could be easily forgotten. Bailey Hongzhuang saw how petty Debachen was and the corners of her lips could not help but curl into a smile. Even though Debachen was so naughty that she could not stand up to him, at a time like this, he was really cute. While Bailey Hongzhuang was tidying up her clothes, Debachen began to circulate his cultivation method. If he did not do this, he would not be able to suppress his lust at all. However, the lust that had been suppressed for so long was obviously not something that could be eliminated so easily. He could only circulate his cultivation method over and over again. After Bailey Hongzhuang tidied herself up, she could not help but take out a mirror. She saw a bright red mark on her neck which was extremely eye-catching. Bailey Hongzhuang tried to use her hair to cover it. However, this position could only cover a small part of it. The slightest movement would expose it. Debachen did this on purpose. Bailey Hongzhuang was indignant. She didn't know when this imprint would disappear. It seems that she could only stay in the house for a while and not go out. Not long after Debachen calmed down, he and Bailey Hongzhuang walked out of the cultivation room together. When Xiren was bored to death in the room, he did not understand what Debachen was doing and why he had not come up after so long. Under such circumstances, he could not resist the idea of opening the mechanism and walking into the cultivation room. Just as Xiren was about to enter the cultivation room, Debachen finally walked out. Seeing Debachen appear, Xiren could not help but ask, "Bachen, what are you doing in the cultivation room? Why did you take so long to come up?" Just as he finished speaking, when Xiren saw a beautiful and refined woman appear behind Debachen. Suddenly, when Xiren's attention fell on Bailey Hongzhuang, he had already heard that Debachen's wife was as beautiful as a fairy. He had always been curious. He did not know what kind of beauty could make Debachen so proud. When Xiren could not help but recall Debachen's angry voice from before. Could it be that his appearance had coincidentally disturbed Debachen's good time? At the thought of this, when Xiren's probing gaze could not help but shift back and forth between Debachen and Bailey Hongzhuang. Feeling Xiren's ambiguous gaze, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but feel a little guilty. Recalling everything that had happened in the cultivation room earlier, she felt her face blush and her heart beat faster. When Bailey Hongzhuang's head was slightly lowered, when Xiren immediately saw the mark on Bailey Hongzhuang's neck. Immediately, the smile in his eyes became even more complacent. He and Debachen had been good friends for so many years, but he had never seen Debachen so furious. He did not intentionally disturb them. Who asked Debachen to be so indecent in broad daylight? Noticing Xiren's smiling eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang felt as if when Xiren had seen through everything from before. "What are you looking at?" Debachen's face was calm and his voice was slightly cold. When Xiren sized up Debachen and smiled, "Looking at your dissatisfied expression, could it be that I've disturbed your good time and that's why you're so angry?" Following when Xiren's words, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but cough. Who was this man in front of her? He really dared to say anything. She knew that he had seen through everything. Debachen's face darkened even more. When Xiren, "I've recently learned a new martial technique. Come with me to the training field and we'll exchange pointers. Once these words came out, Xiren's face could not help but change. He hurriedly said, Bewitching, you know that you're stronger than me. I've long stopped exchanging pointers with you. Bewitching's talent in cultivation had always been enviable. Although he did not work as hard as Bewitching in cultivation, to be honest, if they were to really fight, he really would not be a match for Bewitching. You know that you won't exchange pointers with me and yet you dare to disturb my good time. Today, I must exchange pointers with you properly to practice. Bewitching calmly walked out. He was almost depressed to death. The last time he was disturbed by Xianxia and the others at the Kanglan College. This time he thought that there would be no such problem in his own palace. Who would have thought that a damn when Xiren would come out again? This guy did not appear earlier or later, he just had to appear at the most terrible time. Now he even dared to make fun of him? Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Bewitching and Wen Xiren. These two men were so blunt when they spoke. Since when was this kind of thing allowed to be said out in the open? Even if Xiren had seen through them before, as long as they did not admit it, they could at least be perfunctory. Now that Bewitching said this, wasn't that admitting it? Bailey Hongzhuang only felt a burst of heat on her face. She was so embarrassed that she did not know how to face people. Seeing Bewitching's serious look, Wen Xiren also had a bitter face. He could not help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. Miss Bailey, it seems that Bewitching is serious now. If I can't hold on for a while, you must help me. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Wen Xiren who had a sad look on his face. Her expression was a bit embarrassed and she did not know how to answer. Obviously, Xiren knew her and Bewitching very well. Looking at this posture, he should be a good friend of Bewitching. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang nod in agreement, Wen Xiren let out a sigh of relief and followed Bewitching out. This guy is still a virgin even after holding it in for more than 10 years. Now that he finally had a chance, I messed it up. A man who is not satisfied with his desires can be very scary when he releases his anger. Sigh, I didn't check the almanac when I went out today. I have to be careful next time. Bailey Hongzhuang was speechless. Wen Xiren's words really made her speechless. Not satisfied with his desires, virgin, Bailey Hongzhuang was confused. Where did Bewitching get such a blabbermouth friend? Stop being so long-winded. Bewitching's angry voice came from the front. Xiren also hurriedly followed. Bailey Hongzhuang saw this and after thinking for a moment, she also followed. Until now, she didn't have many opportunities to see Bewitching fight. If she could see Bewitching and Xiren fight today, it would be a very good thing. At the back of Bewitching's palace, there was a training field. This was the place where he usually practiced his martial arts. After Bewitching stood in the middle of the training field, his gaze fell on Xiren. Come, let's compare notes. Looking at Bewitching's cold and gloomy face, Wen Xiren knew that he wouldn't have a good time. Bewitching, let's talk things out. A gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. Your precious wife is still here. Aren't you afraid that your selfish desire to make a move on a good friend of many years will make her change her view of you? As he spoke, Xiren signaled to Bewitching that Bailey Hongzhuang was not far away. Bewitching glanced at Bailey Hongzhuang, then looked at Xiren with eyes full of anger. My wife must also think that you are very annoying. I am helping her vent her anger. Bailey Hongzhuang had just arrived at the training field when she heard Bewitching's words. She couldn't help but look at Bewitching with shame and anger. Bewitching was said to be unsatisfied. But now that he said this, didn't it mean that she was also unsatisfied? When Xiren was slightly stunned and couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Besides, it's been 2 years. I understand. Bailey Hongzhuang only felt that it was a mistake for her to come here. Bewitching didn't waste time talking nonsense with Xiren. He raised his right hand and a sharp sword appeared. He immediately attacked Wen Xiren. Seeing this, Xiren also took out his own weapon. It had been a long time since he had sparred with Bewitching. Now that he had the chance to spar, it was good. Vigorous elemental energy exploded in an instant. Both of them were in the green realm. If Bailey Hongzhuang was not wrong, they should be in the 5th level of the green realm. Bewitching and Xiren were able to reach the 5th level of the green realm at such a young age. It was obvious that both of them were extremely talented in cultivation. As the young master of the Tiangang sect, Bewitching's outstanding strength was very shocking. Bailey Hongzhuang thought to herself that Wen Xiren might be the successor of some sect. After all, the saying birds of a feather flock together made sense. Those who could become good brothers with the successor of a sect might very well be of the same status. The Green Realm cultivators were extremely powerful. The moment the two of them made a move, just the surging origin energy alone was enough to make one's heart tremble. In the next moment, the two figures, one gold and one blue, quickly collided. Ding ding ding. It was as if there were two gusts of wind whistling in front of his eyes. Fierce and biting cold origin energy poured out in torrents, shooting out traces in the ground. Bailey Hongzhuang was a distance away from the two of them. The stronger the cultivation, the wider the range of impact. Not to mention that the two of them had similar cultivation, so it was naturally impossible to determine who was superior in a short period of time. Although the two of them fought like a raging fire, it was impossible to determine the final result for a while. However, with Bailey Hongzhuang's eyesight, she was able to determine that the one who had the upper hand in the end was still Bewitching. After confirming that Bewitching would obtain the final victory, Bailey Hongzhuang leisurely waited at the side for the final result. This Wen Xiren was so outspoken, it was good for Bewitching to teach him a lesson. Bailey Hongzhuang thought naughtily. The sounds of fighting coming from Bewitching's palace did not cause an uproar in Tiangang sect, because the young sect master's palace would occasionally have such battle waves. Cloud Sword sect's young sect master came to find our young sect master again. Their relationship is really good. Cloud Sword sect's young sect master and our young sect master have been good friends since young. In addition, Tiangang sect and Cloud Sword sect have always been on good terms, so it's normal for their relationship to be so good. In the future, when young sect master and Cloud Sword sect's young sect master both become sect masters, I presume our relationship with Cloud Sword sect will be even closer. Bewitching and Wen Xiren were good brothers who had played together since young. Any cultivator who had stayed in Tiangang sect for a period of time would know. Bewitching, didn't we agree not to hit people's faces? Hey, stop. Even if I interrupted your good deed, you wouldn't go so far as to treat me like this, right? You're also choosing a lover over a friend. You and I have been friends for more than 10 years. Wen Xiren kept begging for mercy, but Bewitching did not care at all. At this moment, both of their weapons had already been put aside. Wen Xiren's neck was clamped by Bewitching's left hand, and his fist was facing Wen Xiren's face. He knew that this guy cared the most about his face. In order to let this guy remember, he would hit his face. Sister-in-law, come help me. Seeing Bewitching, Wen Xiren hurriedly. Calm Bailey Hongzhuang also came to Bewitching and Wen Xiren's side. Previously, the two of them were fighting fiercely. She did not expect them to become so noisy now. It was really interesting. Even though it was her first time meeting Xiren, but from the interaction between Xiren and Bewitching, she knew that the two of them had a very good relationship. She did not know Bewitching's friend before. Today, she finally met one of them. She was very happy. Sister-in-law? After hearing Xiren's name, Bewitching could not help but narrow his eyes. In fact, Xiren and Bewitching had been arguing about who was the older brother and who was the younger brother since they were young. The two of them were the same age, and there was not much of a difference in months. When Xiren's birthday was naturally known, but Bewitching's birthday, when Si Tuyen brought Bewitching back, he only saw his age, but did not know the specific time. It was because of this that the two of them had been arguing about who was the older brother since they were young. Until now, they had not been able to compete. Ouch! Only to see Wen Xiren with two panda eyes, where was the elegant appearance from before, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look at Bewitching. He did it on purpose. Bewitching whispered in Bailey Hongzhuang's ear, who asked him to disturb my good thing. Obviously, Bewitching had a huge grudge towards this matter. Bailey Hongzhuang's pretty face flushed red, but at the same time she felt it was extremely funny. She was a man, and when she saw Bewitching being so petty, it just had to be on this kind of matter. Xiren looked at Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang flirting, and the resentment in his eyes couldn't help but deepen. You two are really unrestrained. Was it easy for him? Wasn't he just curious about how Bewitching's precious wife looked like, so he specially came to take a look. Who would have thought that the timing was so unlucky? Bewitching swept a glance at Xiren, then said to Bailey Hongzhuang, "Wife, this is Cloud Sword Sect's young sect leader, Wen Xiren." Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang revealed an expression of understanding. Looks like her judgment was indeed correct. This man was similarly the young sect leader of a sect. Cloud Sword Sect was one of the top 10 sects, and cultivators mainly cultivated swords. This point, at that time during the assessment competition, Elder Gu had once introduced it, and she also remembered it clearly. Young sect leader Wen. Bailey Hongzhuang spoke out. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's address, Wen Xiren waved his hand and said, "You're Beichen's wife. We'll all be good friends in the future, so there's no need to be so polite, just directly call me by my name." Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. She couldn't help but look at Bewitching. Bewitching smiled and said, "This guy will come to Tiangang sect from time to time. There will be many opportunities to meet in the future. Just call him Xiren." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. "Alright, then I'll call you Xiren." When Xiren acted like they were close friends. "Then I'll call you Hongzhuang from now on." "Alright." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Although this was her first time meeting Xiren, she had a very good impression of Xiren. Just from the previous contact, she could tell that Xiren was a very easy person to get along with. "Why did you come to Tiangang sect again today?" After beating up Xiren, Bewitching's mood was obviously much better, so he immediately asked. "Didn't I say it before? I'm here to meet your precious wife." When Xiren looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and then at Bewitching. "Now that you've met her, she's really compatible with you." However, Bewitching didn't believe Xiren. "I've known you for so many years, how can I not know what you're thinking? This is at most part of the reason. Did you have a fight with Ying? He and Wen Xiren had been friends for many years, so he knew Wen Xiren's affairs very well. Although Xiren was very curious to see Hongzhuang before, this kind of thing would happen sooner or later. Wen Xiren wouldn't make a special trip. Usually, there was only one reason that could make Xiren come so far to find him, Shangguan Ying. Seeing that Bewitching had seen through everything, Wen Xiren couldn't help but sigh. "A little fight, no problem." Sure enough. Bewitching's lips raised a faint smile. He watched Xiren and Shangguan Ying walk over step by step. These two people were really a pair of enemies. Bailey Hongzhuang curiously looked at Xiren and Bewitching. Obviously, Ying was a very important person. In my opinion, it won't be long before Ying appears in Tiangang sect. Bewitching smiled faintly. Whether it was Wen Xiren or Shangguan Ying, he knew them very well. When the two of them got along together, it wouldn't be long before they quarreled. However, the speed at which they reconciled was equally astonishing. Now he was already used to it. This was the way the two of them got along. Wen Xiren raised his eyebrows and didn't speak. "The two of you are really interesting. Every time you quarrel, you come to me. You treat my Tiangang sect as a refuge." Bewitching looked at Wen Xiren helplessly. He had no intention of getting involved in these things. However, every time something happened between the two of them, they would come to Tiangang sect. When they were not married, the two of them also came to him when they quarreled. Now after they were married, they still came to him when they quarreled. He was really helpless. Looking at Bewitching's helpless look, Wen Xiren couldn't help but say, "In the future, when you and Hongzhuang quarrel and come to me, I will take you in." Hearing this, Bewitching directly held Bailey Hongzhuang with one hand and raised his long eyebrows. "My wife and I will not be like you." Wen Xiren looked at such a proud Bewitching and was completely speechless. Was this still the Bewitching he knew before? The Bewitching he knew before was never like this. He couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, after a man had a wife, he would change his face. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help laughing. The conversation between the two men was also very funny. This was the affection that grew up together. No matter how the other party ridiculed and sarcastic, it still couldn't hurt the affection between them. "You'd better stay in your own room. When Ying comes, you solve it yourself." Bewitching glanced at Wen Xiren indifferently. On this issue, he really couldn't help. Wen Xiren pondered for a moment when he heard this, and then he could only sigh. He understood that Bewitching had no idea how to deal with this. when Xiren was obviously not in a good mood. After messing around for a while, he went back to his room to rest. Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang also went back to the cultivation room together. At this moment, after entering the cultivation room, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but think of the charming scene from before, and two red clouds once again appeared on her face. After Bewitching noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's rosy face, he couldn't help but smile. "Wife, what are you thinking about?" "No, nothing." Under Bewitching's pair of eyes that could see through people's hearts, Bailey Hongzhuang only felt that she had nowhere to hide. "How about we continue what we didn't finish just now?" Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang teasingly, his tone was very ambiguous. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but reach out and hit Bewitching. "You're shameless. Xiren is not far away. As long as we don't look for him now, he won't dare to disturb us." Bewitching approached Bailey Hongzhuang, his smile was full of ambiguity and teasing. Bailey Hongzhuang knew that she was no match for Bewitching in this aspect, so she didn't continue to stay on this topic. "Who is Ying?" Bailey Hongzhuang asked. "Shangguan Ying, she is Xiren's wife. The two of them are childhood sweethearts. We have known each other for many years." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood. There's a conflict between them. Should we help mediate it? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching. Xiren no longer stayed in Cloud Sword sect and ran to Tiangang sect. Presumably, the conflict was not small. Since they were Bewitching's good friends, it would be great if there was a chance to help mediate it. Bewitching looked at his wife's kind appearance, and his deep eyes were filled with gentleness. His wife had always been kind. It was only when facing some enemies that she was decisive and ruthless. Hongzhuang had always been very harmonious with her friends. "Don't worry about them. They get along like this. After so many years, they have long been used to it. Not only them, even I, as a spectator, have been used to it." The low and magnetic voice was filled with helplessness and lamentation. These two guys really couldn't stop at any time. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were still flickering with some doubts, Bewitching smiled and immediately explained. "When I was a few years old, I already knew Xiren and Ying. They were engaged since they were young. The two of them have always quarreled every 5 days and had a small quarrel every 3 days. Xiren couldn't win against Ying at all. Therefore, every time he couldn't win against her, he would come to my place. Ying would also chase after him. In the past, before they were married, Ying had always followed behind Xiren like a little tail. However, the two of them are not people who hold grudges. Even if they quarrel fiercely at this moment, they would become glued to each other in a while. Therefore, they often startled the people around them, but the two of them acted as if nothing had happened. I'm already used to it. You will also get used to it in the future. Don't worry about it. It will be fine in 2 days." Seeing that Bewitching was full of confidence as if he was used to it, Bailey Hongzhuang also smiled and nodded. Obviously, Xiren and Shangguan Ying were quarrelsome lovers. When they were together, they could not help but quarrel. But once they were separated, they would miss each other very much. This kind of feeling was also a rare and precious kind of love. No matter how much they quarreled, the other party would always be in their hearts. "I understand." Although Xiren looked gentle and refined, he spoke without thinking. It was normal for Ying to be at odds with him. She was curious about what Ying looked like. "By the way, Bewitching, I haven't finished what I wanted to tell you." Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but speak up. What she wanted to tell Bewitching the most was about the primordial chaos ring. The door of darkness and the chaos ring would be of great help to their cultivation. After she told Bewitching about this, they would be able to cultivate in the door of darkness together. Having more time was a good thing for any cultivator. This way, they would be able to do more things. Bewitching raised his eyebrows. His voice was hoarse and seductive. "We haven't finished what we wanted to do." Hearing Bewitching's seductive voice, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but recall the scene from before. She immediately glared fiercely at Bewitching. "Be serious." This guy was deliberately saying these words that made her unable to resist. "My wife, please speak. Your husband is listening." Bewitching pulled Bailey Hongzhuang's small hand and sat down. He knew that Hong Zhuang must have something very serious to tell him. Previously, when Hong Zhuang had told him about her time travel, he was still very shocked. However, this did not change anything and he did not take it to heart. He had no idea what kind of person Bailey Hongzhuang was in the past. He had never met her, much less liked her. When he first met Bailey Hongzhuang, she was already his wife's soul. Therefore, he had always loved his wife. There was no problem with that. Because of this, he naturally did not mind. On the contrary, he felt very fortunate. His wife had traveled through 1,000 years to find him. Beichen, actually, the reason why I had traveled through time was because of a divine weapon. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Beichen's expression. When he heard the two words, divine weapon, Beichen's expression changed and was now filled with shock. Divine weapon? Beichen's deep eyes were filled with shock. Divine weapons existed only in legends and had heaven-defying abilities. In reality, even though he had heard of divine weapons, he had never seen one before. Come to think of it, even the various sects and clans do not have divine weapons. Yet now, his wife was telling him that she had traveled through time because of a divine weapon. Bailey Hongzhuang gently nodded. I've already dripped my blood on it and that divine weapon has merged into my body. Originally, she had always worn the chaos ring on her finger. However, the chaos ring was far too valuable and she had always been worried that she would lose it. Then, one day, after she had fallen asleep, the chaos ring had disappeared. At the time, she was shocked. Then, she realized that the chaos ring had merged with her and existed in her mind. She was relieved. This was, without a doubt, the best result. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about losing the chaos ring. Thinking back to when she first contracted with the chaos ring, she was still a little unaccustomed to all of this. As the time of the contract grew longer and longer, she and the chaos ring became more and more compatible. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's serious expression, Beichen knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was telling the truth. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was thinking about how Beichen would react, Beichen's face suddenly became serious. His hands tightly grasped Bailey Hongzhuang's hands. Wife, divine artifacts are treasures that only exist in legends. Since you were able to obtain it, it means that your destiny is extraordinary. You mustn't tell anyone about this. If someone with evil intentions hears about it, you might get yourself killed. Beichen's eyes could not hide his nervousness and worry. Any cultivator who possessed a treasure like this would definitely keep their mouths shut and not talk about it. Now, his wife had actually told him about this. It was fine if she told him, but if she told anyone else and this news spread, there would be no peace. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. This kind of thing happened quite frequently in the Xianxia continent. Therefore, no one who had obtained a treasure dared to make it public. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw Beichen's nervous look, her heart could not help but fill with a thick warmth. She knew that Beichen was someone she could trust. Even a divine weapon as amazing as it was still unable to defeat the love between them. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang was not alert at all and was instead smiling very happily, Beichen could not help but frown his good-looking eyebrows. Do you take what I said to heart? As the young sect master of Tiangang sect, he had seen a lot of the world. Not to mention a divine weapon, even a better weapon would cause a fight. How could he not worry when he saw Hong Zhuang's indifferent look? If the news of the divine weapon was spread, he was afraid that he could only take Hong Zhuang and flee. After all, for such a treasure, he was afraid that the old fellows of various sects and families would have to come forward. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly hugged Beichen. Her face leaned on Beichen's chest, and the corners of her lips were filled with a happy and relieved smile. Beichen, I have never told this news to anyone. I just wanted to tell this news to you. Beichen, who was originally worried, stiffened slightly after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words. In the next second, his eyes became increasingly gentle. Since his wife had not told this news to anyone for so long, it meant that his wife also knew the importance of this divine weapon. However, his wife chose to tell this news to him, which proved that his wife had extraordinary trust in him. This was tantamount to putting her life in his hands. His wife was gambling that the feelings between them were trustworthy. Beichen could not help but feel touched. If his wife lost the bet, then she would lose her life. It was enough to see how deep his wife's feelings for him were. He would not let his wife lose. Bewitching hugged Bailey Hongzhuang with both hands. He only felt that their hearts were closer than before. Wife, what kind of life did you live before? Bewitching looked curiously at Bailey Hongzhuang. He was also curious about his wife's previous life. In the past, he thought that he knew Hongzhuang very well. Now, he realized that the life he knew before was not the real life of Hongzhuang at all. He wanted to know everything about Hongzhuang. In the past, he did not participate in Hongzhuang's life, but he could understand. As for the future, he would always be in Hongzhuang's life. I used to be the head of the Bailey family. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Now that there was someone who could listen to her talk about her previous life, she really felt very happy. This kind of thing had always been suppressed in her heart. She did not even have a person to share it with. After a long time, it was inevitable to feel a little depressed. If she told this news to others, they would think that she had gone crazy. Now that the person closest to her had come to listen to her, there was an indescribable satisfaction in her heart. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching understood that the Bailey family she was talking about was a real big family. At this moment, Bewitching finally understood why Hongzhuang had such an intimidating aura. This kind of aura appearing on the younger generation was very shocking. Now that he knew that Hongzhuang was actually the head of an aristocratic family in her previous life, he also understood. As long as one was in power, their aura was far from what ordinary people could compare to. Even if Hongzhuang had transmigrated, her soul was still there, so her aura was still there. Bewitching, is there no longer a Bailey family in the Xianxia continent? Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but raise her head to look at Bewitching, her eyes flashing with hope. Even if things had changed 1,000 years later and the Bailey family would no longer remember anything about her, she still hoped that the Bailey family could continue to pass on. Bewitching saw the hope and anticipation in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes and felt a little sorry for her. He did not want to disappoint Hongzhuang, but he really did not know that the Bailey family existed in the Xianxia continent. Seeing Bewitching's hesitant and sorry look, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart gradually sank. It seemed that in the course of 1,000 years, the Bailey family had disappeared into the long river of history. Back when she was the head of the Bailey family had been passed on for hundreds of years and its position had always been very stable. Now that she had become Bailey Hongzhuang 1,000 years later, she really hoped that the Bailey family would continue to exist. She did not expect that in the end, she would not be able to see the Bailey family again. Wife, don't be sad. Bewitching gently stroked Bailey Hongzhuang's back. As the head of the Bailey family in her past life, needless to say, her feelings for the Bailey family must be very deep. Back then, she had left the Bailey family because of an accident. Now, she naturally hoped that she would have the chance to see them again. Unfortunately, the world was unpredictable. Although the foundation of an aristocratic family was very shocking and the average person could not shake it. However, no one knew what would happen after Oshing recovered. Sometimes, some unexpected situations would occur and some forces would completely disappear. Hearing Bewitching's consolation, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. She had always had a trace of hope in her heart, but she also knew that the possibility of this was not very high. Back then, when she had suddenly fallen, it must have been a great blow to the Bailey family. At that time, the Bailey family's foundation was very strong and ordinary aristocratic families were no match for them. And because of their strength, they had many opponents. The Bailey family had always been eyeing them covetously. If there were any problems, they would not miss the opportunity to strike. Obviously, her sudden fall was an opportunity that their opponents could create. Bailey Hongzhuang did not dare to continue thinking. If the disappearance of the Bailey family was really related to her fall, then she would really be a sinner. She didn't want such a thing to happen, but she couldn't help but feel that the possibility of it happening was very high. A feeling of sadness spread in her heart. All this time, she had only hoped that she could lead the Bailey family to become stronger and stronger. She had never thought that the Bailey family would one day suffer because of her. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's pale face, Bewitching understood Bailey Hongzhuang's thoughts and couldn't help but feel distressed. Wife, none of this has anything to do with you. Don't think too much about it. However, such words obviously did not have much effect on Bailey Hongzhuang. I'm just a little sad. After all, it's the family that I've lived in for so many years. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled into a smile, but that smile did not reach her eyes. The group of old men in the family must have been unable to accept the news of her fall. She knew these old men very well. Usually, when they spoke, it was as if they couldn't wait to chase you away, but in fact, they were very concerned about her. They just didn't show it because of their pride. My dear wife, what's the use of the divine weapon that you've obtained? I've heard that divine weapons have always been extraordinary and their uses far exceed the expectations of ordinary people. Bewitching's deep and enchanting eyes were filled with astonishment. He had never paid much attention to this kind of existence that only existed in legends. Most of the time, he even felt that it didn't exist at all. Now that Hong Zhuang was clearly able to help him solve his doubts, he naturally wanted to know more about it. Seeing that Bewitching had a rare look of confusion, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and explained. The use of the divine weapon is also very astonishing. Before I obtained the Chaos Ring, I had never thought that the divine weapon would have such an incredible use. Back then, after I had dripped my blood on the divine weapon to become its master, the divine weapon's power was simply too astonishing and caused an energy fluctuation. As a result, my physical body had turned into nothingness. If it weren't for the Chaos Ring, I wouldn't have been able to become Bailey Hongzhuang today. Since she had already told Bewitching about the Chaos Ring, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't hide anything and immediately told Bewitching everything about the Chaos Ring. The more Bewitching listened to Bailey Hongzhuang, the more astonished he became. This was simply too astonishing. If it weren't for Hongzhuang's description, he wouldn't have been able to imagine it at all. You mean to say that Xiao He and Xiao Bai were originally the demonic beasts in the Chaos Ring? Bewitching raised his voice and his handsome face was filled with astonishment. All this time, he had never understood what kind of demonic beasts Xiao He and Xiao Bai were. He had understood many demonic beasts and he even had some understanding of the beast kings. However, he really couldn't recognize existences like Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Yes, ever since I transmigrated, Xiao He and Xiao Bai have been accompanying me. Although the two little fellows were usually gluttons, they were still very concerned about her. Then, does the fact that you can contract 3 contracted beasts have something to do with the Chaos Ring? Bewitching immediately thought of this possibility. Since Xiao He and Xiao Bai were both demonic beasts from the Chaos Ring, and they had both recognized Bailey Hongzhuang as their master, it was obvious that this had something to do with the Chaos Ring. Yes. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Bewitching was really smart. She only said part of it, but Bewitching had already guessed the latter part. So you learned your inscription technique in the Chaos Ring. I was wondering who you learned your inscription technique from. Bewitching chuckled. He had always been amazed by Hongzhuang's talent in medicine, alchemy, and inscription techniques. However, he had never understood when Hongzhuang had learned them. As early as when he was in Fengbo country, he had already known that Hongzhuang was skilled in medicine and alchemy. However, he had never heard Hongzhuang say that she knew inscription techniques. It hadn't been long since Hongzhuang had left for the Azure Water School and he had gone to find Hongzhuang. After that, he had always been by Hongzhuang's side. However, Hongzhuang had suddenly mastered the inscription technique, and she did not have any master by her side. This was too unbelievable. It wasn't until this moment that he completely understood. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but chuckle. She thought that Bewitching must be confused about her past changes. I don't know when Yingying will come today, and when Xiren may come to find us at any time, so we can't go to the door of darkness for the time being. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. She originally planned to go to the door of darkness to cultivate with Bewitching today, but now it was obviously impossible. It took 3 days to enter the door of darkness, which was equivalent to half a day in the outside world. Bewitching nodded. I estimate that Yingying will come in the afternoon. Whenever Xiren disappears, Yingying will come directly to the Tiangang sect, and Xiren will be here every time. Then let's cultivate here, and wait for Yingying to come. Around evening, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, who were cultivating, heard a voice coming from above. Bewitching, did Xiren come to you again? As the voice fell, the figure was ready to enter the cultivation room. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but find it funny. Shang Guanying and Wen Xiren were indeed a match made in heaven, and the way they appeared was exactly the same. It seemed that these two people really knew Bewitching's palace very well. Bewitching didn't answer, but still sat in the same place, waiting for Shang Guanying to come down. Not long after, a woman in a light yellow dress appeared in front of Bailey Hongshuang. The woman's appearance was dignified and delicate, and her every move revealed the aura of nobility, but the anger between her eyebrows was very obvious, and there was quite a bit of indignation. "Don't you know where Xiren usually is?" Bewitching looked at Shang Guanying in front of him, and smiled faintly. "You can go directly to him." When Shang Guanying saw Bailey Hongshuang, her eyes couldn't help but light up, and the anger between her eyebrows instantly dissipated into nothingness, and turned into thick excitement. "You are Hongshuang, right?" Although it was a question, what Shang Guanying said was a statement. She had known Bewitching for so many years, but she had never seen Bewitching so close to any woman. Although Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching were just sitting to the side, her woman's intuition told her that they were very close. In fact, Bewitching had never brought another woman to the cultivation room. At first, Bewitching was the only one in the cultivation room. It was only because Xiren was always acting shamelessly that he followed Bewitching into the cultivation room. She had been with Xiren since she was young, so she was already used to it. Therefore, after Xiren entered the cultivation room, she followed closely behind. Even though Han Xiling had grown up with Bewitching since she was a child, she had never been inside. Just from this point, she could tell that the woman in front of her was different in Bewitching's heart. Bailey Hongshuang smiled and nodded. "Ying, it's nice to meet you." Seeing that Bailey Hongshuang already knew who she was, Shang Guanying's eyes were filled with a touch of surprise. At the same time, she said with a smile, "Since I knew you, I have always wanted to meet you. I didn't expect to finally meet you today. I'm very happy that you can take in Bewitching, this evildoer. In the future, Xiren and I don't have to worry about him being alone." When these words came out, Bewitching's face couldn't help but darken. What did she mean by worrying about him being alone? Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that Xiren and Shang Guanying were really worried about his marriage. Hearing Bewitching's words, Shang Guanying waved her hand indifferently. "Let him do whatever he wants." With that, Shang Guanying sat down next to Bailey Hongshuang, her pretty face filled with joy. "Hongshuang, you don't know, but when you went to participate in the assessment competition, Bewitching was extremely nervous. Xiren and I have never seen him like that. Xiren kept lamenting to me that Bewitching, who had never fallen in love before, had also fallen in love." Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but look at Bewitching. She had always known that Bewitching had deep feelings for her. It seemed that Bewitching was really worried about her in the 2 years that she wasn't around. Bewitching glanced at Shang Guanying, and then looked at Bailey Hongshuang next to him with affection. His love for his wife could be witnessed by heaven and earth. Seeing that Bewitching didn't care about what she had said, Shang Guanying's eyes were filled with amazement. Compared to Xiren's shamelessness, Bewitching was more careful. Now that she had said such things, Bewitching could still be so calm. It could be seen that the relationship between Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang was not ordinary. "Hongshuang, with you by Bewitching's side, Xiren and I are much more relieved. Although it's only the first time we've met, I feel that we will become good friends." Shang Guanying's face was filled with a kind smile. She liked Bailey Hongshuang very much at first sight. Bewitching's outstanding appearance was well known. In the past, she and Xiren always felt that Bewitching could not find a match for him. However, now that Hongshuang was standing next to Bewitching, they were an unusual match. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes were soft, and her smile was sincere and joyful. "We will definitely be good friends." She also had a good impression of Shang Guanying. This woman gave people a very sincere feeling when they first met. There was a real elegance in her speech. Although all this disappeared when she mentioned Xiren, she liked friends who treated her with sincerity. Seeing that Bailey Hongshuang had the same thoughts as her, the smile on Shang Guanying's face deepened. "Bewitching, you've made the right choice this time. The first time I saw Hongshuang, I felt that you two were a good match. You're not like Han Xiling. I've seen him since he was a child, but I still feel that he's not suitable for you." Shang Guanying sighed. Speaking of which, she, Xiren, Bewitching, and Han Xiling grew up together. However, she had never liked Han Xiling. She just didn't like Han Xiling's pretense of being aloof. He obviously didn't have much ability, but he still acted like he was great. She felt that he was pretentious and not down to earth at all. It was precisely because of this that most of the time, Bewitching, Xiren, and she were often together. Hearing this, Bewitching glanced at Xianxia and did not mention Han Xiling. In that case, I have to thank you for taking care of my heart for so many years. Bewitching raised his eyebrows. Xianxia was spilling beans about his past. Xianxia smiled and said proudly, "It's good that you know." Bewitching's eyes darkened. He always had a feeling that Ying would lead Hong Zhuang astray if she stayed with Hong Zhuang for too long. "I think I'd better let Wen Xiren take you away. Since he likes to run away from home so much, then let him go. I won't bother with him." Xianxia snorted coldly. Xiren had always been like this. Every time there was a conflict, he would only run away. This time, she also ignored Xiren. She wanted to see what Xiren would do. As she spoke, Xianxia once again looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile and said, "Hongzhuang, I'm afraid I'll be staying in Tiangang sect for this period of time. You won't find me annoying, right?" Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head and said, "Of course not." "That's great." Xianxia was excited. "Then I'll live with you for this period of time. I can also tell you about Bewitching's past." Bailey Hongzhuang subconsciously looked at Bewitching. Speaking of which, she was really curious about Bewitching's past. "Okay." Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile. Seeing this, Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with deep meaning. His expression revealed some reluctance. Originally, he and Hong Zhuang were enjoying their two-person world. He didn't expect that now Xiren wasn't enough to stir things up. There was also Xianxia. Looking at this situation, Ying would probably rely on Hong Zhuang for this period of time. Didn't this mean that he wouldn't have a chance during this period of time? This won't do, Bewitching secretly thought in his heart. He had to quickly make Xiren and Ying reconcile. Noticing Bewitching's gaze, Bailey Hongzhuang pretended not to see it. She was very clear about what this big pervert was thinking. Xiren had already heard Xianxia movements in the room. The corners of his lips unconsciously rose a little. Every time he left, Ying would arrive shortly after he arrived at Tiangang sect. Thinking about it, Ying would come to find him in the room soon. In terms of eloquence, he really couldn't compare to Ying. He really didn't understand how a woman could be so calculative over such a small matter. However, he had been with Ying for so many years and had experience in dealing with her. As long as he left, Ying wouldn't be bothered by it anymore. After all, women were unreasonable when they were angry. If she was given some time to calm down, she would naturally understand. However, Xiren waited in the house for a long time, but Ying did not come to find him. He could not help but frown. This wasn't right. Since Ying was already here, why didn't she come to find him? She must have just met Hong Zhuang. Ying is greeting her. Wen Xiren pondered. Yes. That must be it. However, as time passed, Xianxia did not appear. Wen Xiren was dumbfounded. Where did Ying go? Why hasn't she come yet? Wen Xiren frowned. The situation this time was obviously beyond his expectations. For so many years, the way he got along with Ying had not changed. Why did Ying not follow the routine today? As time passed, Wen Xiren became more and more anxious, and the thoughts in his mind became more and more. Could it be that I'm too wrong this time? Is Ying really angry? If she is really angry, she shouldn't come to Tiangang sect to find me. What the hell is going on? Wen Xiren kept pacing in the room. The more he couldn't understand, the more anxious he became. If it weren't for his face, he would have gone out to find Xianxia now. Hearing the footsteps, Wen Xiren, who was originally pacing anxiously, quickly sat down in a serious manner as if nothing had happened before. Creak. The door opened and a figure walked into the room. Wen Xiren's back was facing the door and he didn't turn around. Come on, stop pretending. Ying didn't come. Bewitching looked at Wen Xiren's posture and knew that Wen Xiren was pretending. He directly opened the door and went straight to the point. Hearing Debachen's voice, Wen Xiren couldn't help but turn around. After seeing that there was only Debachen and Shangguan Yingying's figure behind him, he couldn't help but frown. His expression was filled with doubts. "Where's Yingying?" "Your Yingying abducted my Hong Zhuang." Debachen walked to the opposite side of Wen Xiren and sat down. His beautiful face was filled with helplessness. "Ah?" Wen Xiren was dumbfounded. "What's going on?" "Your Yingying has already decided to stay in Tiangang sect and be good sisters with Hong Zhuang. Hong Zhuang said that it doesn't matter how long she wants to stay. In my opinion, you'd better coax Yingying quickly." Debachen was very sad. It was fine that Xiren and Yingying had a conflict, but who would have thought that Yingying would actually occupy Hong Zhuang? In desperation, he could only team up with Xiren. When Xiren, who was originally very helpless, couldn't help but laugh after seeing Debachen's appearance. "Haha, Debachen, it seems that you really like Hong Zhuang. In the past, everyone thought that you weren't interested in women. I think you put all your interest in Hong Zhuang." When Xiren laughed loudly, "In the past, you couldn't stand me being with Yingying. Now it's my turn to be unable to stand you." He clearly remembered that when he and Yingying were together in the past, Debachen couldn't stand them. He didn't expect that now that Yingying had just snatched Hong Zhuang for a while, Debachen had already urged him to reconcile with Yingying. However, Debachen didn't take Xiren's ridicule to heart. "At that time I was a single man. Now, I have a wife. Of course, it's different." Looking at Debachen's unperturbed expression, Wen Xiren also felt a burst of admiration. To be able to say such things with such a serious appearance, she was afraid that besides Debachen, there was no other person who could do it. "Then what should we do now?" Wen Xiren frowned. If Yingying really lived with Hong Zhuang in Tiangang sect, then the person who was troubled should be him. "Who asked you to run away every time something happens? Now that your wife has run away, you can only chase after her." Debachen shrugged indifferently. He had never interfered in the matters between Xiren and Yingying. Because, with the degree of rebuke between these two people, once they reconciled, then the person who was in the wrong would be him. He, Debachen, wouldn't do such a thankless thing. "You're too unloyal." When Xiren was speechless, "In any case, we're brothers. For other things, you can ask me for help. But for this kind of thing, it's better for you to solve it yourself." Debachen shook his head. He also had no experience in dealing with this kind of thing. Fortunately, Hong Zhuang had always had an excellent character. From the time they got along until now, they had been apart more than together. Naturally, it was impossible for them to have a dispute. At dinner time, Bailey Hongzhuang and Shangguan Yingying had dinner together. Shangguan Yingying was extremely enthusiastic. She was like an old friend to Bailey Hongzhuang at first sight. She pulled Bailey Hongzhuang and said a lot of things to her. However, Bailey Hongzhuang could feel that Yingying was still thinking about Xiren. From that subtle expression, it could be judged that she always looked outside the house from time to time. Although the movements were very small, they were still seen by Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang also looked outside the house. She didn't know if Beichen would come over with Xiren at dinner time. She naturally hoped that the unpleasantness between Yingying and Xiren could be resolved as soon as possible. In this way, Yingying could be happier. Since Yingying came, Yingying had been talking about various things when she was young with Xiren and Debachen. Although Yingying mainly talked about Beichen to her, she couldn't help but talk about Xiren. Just from this expression, Bailey Hongzhuang could understand Yingying's feelings for Xiren. However, Beichen didn't come with Xiren until now. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but frown. She didn't ask Yingying why she was unhappy with Xiren this time. However, since Yingying had already come to Tiangang sect, Xiren should also come to see her. A moment later, 2 footsteps sounded outside the house. Hearing this sound, Shangguan Yingying's eyes changed a little, but she forced herself not to look outside the house. When Xiren walked into the house behind Debachen. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang, Debachen smiled gently and sat down beside Bailey Hongzhuang. When Xiren glanced at Debachen, then unnaturally sat down beside Shangguan Yingying. Looking at this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but find it a little funny. She couldn't tell that Xiren's sunny and confident appearance from before would have such an expression when facing Yingying. Shang Guanying also knew that Xiren was beside her, but she didn't say anything. She only minded her own business and ate her own food. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Shang Guanying and then at Wen Xiren. Neither of them spoke. Di Beichen held Bailey Hongzhuang's little hand under the table and said with a smile, "Don't worry about them. It'll be fine in a while." Bailey Hongzhuang didn't know how Di Beichen came to this conclusion, but she always believed in Di Beichen's words. Under Di Beichen's signal, Bailey Hongzhuang quickly finished her meal and then walked out of the house with Di Beichen. Shangguan Hongzhuang couldn't help but want to say something when she saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was about to leave. However, she still didn't say anything after Di Beichen held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand and left. Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang returned to their own house together. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a faint smile. As long as Ying and Xiren met, the problem would be solved soon. "You called Xiren over?" Bailey Hongzhuang asked with a smile. "He didn't deal with the trouble he caused himself. Could it be that he wants my wife to help him deal with it?" Di Beichen said. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. "Ying is a very good person. I heard a lot about you from Ying today." Di Beichen raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "It's good to know. It's also good to let you know how loyal your husband is to you." The next day, when Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen saw Shangguan Ying and Wen Xiren again, everything was as Di Beichen had expected. The two of them had reconciled. From afar, they could feel the closeness between the two. Bailey Hongzhuang also understood Di Beichen's feelings when he saw the two of them being so sweet. "How did you know that they would reconcile so quickly?" Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Di Beichen. "The quarrel yesterday seemed to be very serious. It would take a while for them to reconcile. Husband and wife always quarrel at the head of the bed and reconcile at the end of the bed. If you don't believe me, you can try it in the future." Di Beichen's smile was devilish and teasing. In his eyes, such an ignorant wife was really cute. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was startled at first. After understanding Di Beichen's meaning, he couldn't help but glare at Di Beichen. Di Beichen smiled indifferently. Every time he teased his wife, it was always very interesting. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang, Shangguan Ying walked over with a smile. "Hongzhuang, you're here." Bailey Hongzhuang greeted her with a smile. "It's great to see that you two have reconciled." Shangguan Ying curled her lips and subconsciously glanced at Xiren. Then she smiled and said, "If he didn't admit his mistake, I wouldn't have forgiven him." Xiren slowly walked over with a helpless expression. Then he raised his eyebrows and looked at Di Beichen. He had to coax his wife like this. In the future, he would have to do the same. However, Di Beichen didn't care. He wouldn't make Hongzhuang angry. "Hongzhuang, I heard that you were the champion of the assessment competition. I really admire you. In order to be together with Beichen, you even participated in the assessment competition. If you're not careful, you might be in danger." Shangguan Ying's eyes were filled with amazement. If it were her, she would not do such a thing. Bailey Hongzhuang said with an elegant smile on her exquisite and beautiful face, "There are some things that you should take responsibility for." Until now, she did not regret her decision to participate in the assessment competition. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang so calm, Shangguan Ying and Wen Xiren felt even more emotional. Di Beichen's vision was always good. He went to Fengbo country and was able to find such a good wife. As friends, they were happy for Di Beichen. Han Xiling is always so aggressive. "Hongzhuang, I'm starting to like you more and more." Shangguan Ying turned to Di Beichen and said, "Beichen, Hongzhuang is my friend. If you dare to mistreat her in the future, I won't let you off." "If I mistreat her, who else can I treat well?" Di Beichen's expression was calm. From the moment he fell in love with Hongzhuang, he was determined to treat Hongzhuang well. He would not forgive anyone who dared to hurt Hongzhuang, and it was even more impossible for him to do so. Seeing Di Beichen's solemn expression, Shangguan Ying was slightly stunned, but then she smiled. "It's good that you know." Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen in front of her, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. Beichen had always been able to give her an indescribable sense of security. Di Beichen put one hand on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder. "You don't have to worry about me and Hongzhuang. It's good that you don't have to have any conflicts. Wen Ziren, who was still gloating, was dumbfounded when he saw Shang Guanying suddenly turn the spearhead to him. How did the problem shift to him? Bewitching looked at Wen Ziren with a smile. Who asked this guy to be so proud now? Now he couldn't be proud anymore. Wife, I'm also very good to you. Wen Ziren's face was full of smiles. He finally reconciled with Ying, and he didn't want to have another conflict later. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's faces were full of smiles. From Bewitching's mouth, Bailey Hongzhuang learned that Dr. Feng, who helped Bewitching treat his leg disease, was found by Wen Ziren. When Bewitching was in Fengbo country, Ziren and Shang Guanying were still very concerned about him. They cherished the friendship they had built up since they were young. When Ziren and Shang Guanying stayed in Tiangang sect for a few days before leaving. The two also had a lot of things to deal with in the sect, so they couldn't stay out for too long. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Today was the day when the new disciples came to report. Bailey Hongzhuang left the cultivation state early, waiting for the arrival of Jiqing and the others. These days, she, Beichen and the 3 beasts often cultivated in the Door of Darkness. Beichen was obviously very interested in the world in the Door of Darkness. With Beichen by Bailey Hongzhuang's side, she was also a lot safer in the desert world. With less threat to her life, she could also deal with the monsters wholeheartedly. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang didn't ask for help, Beichen wouldn't help. After all, Hongzhuang also needed the opportunity to improve her strength. The 3 beasts were also diligently cultivating here. Xiao He and Xiao Bai transformed into huge figures under Beichen's astonished gaze. White Lion's body was also constantly growing. This was the most suitable place for him to cultivate. Every time after a big battle, White Lion would eat demon crystals and replenish itself quickly. Wife, Gong Xiaoqing and the others should have already arrived at the mountain gate. Let's go take a look. You'll be cultivating with them today, Beichen said slowly. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Okay, let's go take a look. On such an important day, Gong Xiaoqing and the others would not be late. Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang walked together to the gate of Tiangang sect. From today onwards, Bailey Hongzhuang chose to cultivate in one of the 4 halls. Today was the day that the new disciples came to report. The disciples of Tiangang sect all knew and many people were paying close attention. Although they already knew that Bailey Hongzhuang won first place in the assessment competition, they were still curious about which dynasty the other cultivators were from. When Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang appeared in front of everyone, everyone's eyes were filled with amazement. They knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was staying in the young sect master's bedroom during this period. Moreover, the sect master obviously had no objections to Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen being together. In their opinion, it wouldn't be long before the young sect master and Bailey Hongzhuang got married. In this way, Bailey Hongzhuang's identity would be completely different in the future. It seems that the relationship between the young sect master and Bailey Hongzhuang is really good. The young sect master really likes Bailey Hongzhuang. This Bailey Hongzhuang is really lucky. The cultivators of Tiangang sect no longer disliked Bailey Hongzhuang as before because after the assessment competition, Bailey Hongzhuang had already proven her strength. Now, everyone could only sigh with emotion at Bailey Hongzhuang's good luck to be able to meet the young sect master when he was at his lowest point. She was really lucky. In fact, many people also understood that Bailey Hongzhuang was not trying to climb up the social ladder. This was because when the young sect master left Tiangang sect, he had already become a cripple. Even the disciples who were cultivating in Tiangang sect at that time felt that the young sect master would never be able to stand up again after seeing him in that state. Therefore, at that time, other than lamenting, they did not have any thoughts of getting close to the young sect master. Therefore, it was not strange for the young sect master to fall in love with Bailey Hongzhuang. The feeling of providing charcoal in snowy weather was often extremely precious. Some male cultivators understood this very well. The woman who climbed up the social ladder when they were successful could not be compared to the woman who accompanied them when they were suffering. It was because they understood this feeling that many male cultivators respected Bailey Hongzhuang. To be able to be together with Beichen under such circumstances, this kind of woman was worthy of admiration. Bailey Hongzhuang listened to the discussions of the surrounding cultivators and could not help but find it funny. It seemed that in many people's eyes, she was the one with extremely good luck. Young sect master, Miss Bailey. A gray figure appeared beside Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching and bowed to them with a modest smile on his face. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but turn around to look at the person. She had met this elder before but she did not know him very well. Bewitching lowered his head to see Bailey Hongzhuang's astonished look and immediately explained. It should have been the great elder who came to welcome the new disciple, but the great elder is still in confinement, so the second elder was sent. Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly understood. She had not seen the great elder since he was punished. She understood that whether it was her grandfather or Beichen, they were slowly dispersing the power in the great elder's hands. Since she recognized her grandfather, he had doted on her very much, and she also understood that her grandfather was a very protective person. Since the great elder was a threat to her, her grandfather naturally would not let such a threat continue to exist. Perhaps, the great elder would not come out for a while. Even if he came out, the situation would be completely different from before. However, this was a good thing for her. Originally, she was still a little worried that after she came to Tiangang sect to cultivate, the first elder would obstruct her. Now that the first elder was punished and confined, she was also free of this trouble. Second elder. Bailey Hongzhuang bowed to the second elder, Xianxia. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang bowing to him, Xianxia was slightly stunned and somewhat flattered. Everyone knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was the future wife of the young sect master and her status was very noble. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the young sect master had not yet married, so as the elders of the sect, they were very conflicted about how to treat Bailey Hongzhuang. At this moment, seeing Bailey Hongzhuang bowing to him, he could not help but be a little surprised. This? Bewitching nodded to Xianxia and said, Hongzhuang is now a new disciple of Tiangang sect. Second elder should treat her as you should. You don't have to care about anything else. Hongzhuang had already told him about this matter before. Since she was a cultivator who had passed the assessment competition and joined Tiangang sect, she naturally did not want to get too many privileges in this regard. She should cultivate well. After all, they had not married yet. Listening to Bewitching's words, Xianxia responded, yes. Xianxia, who was still worried about how to deal with this matter, was relieved after hearing Bewitching's words. At least he didn't have to worry about whether he should salute Bailey Hongzhuang or Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. At present, she was just an ordinary disciple of Tiangang sect. After cultivating here for 3 months, she would go to Wuji Palace to learn from her master. If she was treated too special here, it would cause inconvenience to the elders. Second elder, are you going to pick up the new disciples now? Bewitching asked aloud. Xianxia nodded and said, yes, it's almost time now. I think they have already arrived. Then let's go down together. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. He thought that Hongzhuang had not seen Xianxia and the others for such a long time. She should miss them very much. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were tinged with joy. When Jiqing and the others returned to their respective homes, they must be very happy. Now that they could cultivate together in Tiangang sect, this was undoubtedly a very happy thing. Yes. Xianxia responded and then followed Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang to the bottom of Tiangang sect. He was different from the great elder. He was originally on the side of the young sect master. Now that the sect master had returned, Tiangang sect had the sect master in charge, and the sect master had given all the rights to the young sect master. At this time, the best way was to listen to the arrangements of the young sect master. Those who had previously been hostile to the young sect master did not have a good ending. He would never make such a mistake. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching went all the way down the mountain and soon arrived at the gate. Gong Xiaoqing, Xia Jiqing, and the others had already arrived outside. With the appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, Xia's and the others' faces all showed smiles. Boss, you are here. After not seeing Bailey Hongzhuang for more than 2 months, Xia Jiqing only felt a burst of joy when she saw her. Ever since she met Boss, apart from when Boss went to the Bloodground Abyss, she had always been with Boss. This time, she had been missed to sect missed, miss master. She had long known that the sect master must have come to Tiangang sect with Bewitching early. Now that she saw the sect master coming to pick them up, she felt very happy. Bailey Hongshuang's face was also filled with a happy smile. You are here. Gong Xiaoqing and the others smiled and nodded. Compared to the unreachable feeling when they first came to Tiangang sect, there was only excitement in their hearts now. I haven't seen you for a while, everyone's face is a lot rosier. Listening to Bailey Hongshuang's words, Dong Fangyu and the others all laughed. With the results they achieved in the assessment competition, it was natural for them to be praised when they returned to their respective dynasties. The people in their families were also very good to them. Under the glorious eyes of everyone, they only felt that the hardships they suffered in the assessment competition were nothing at all. For the final result, everything was worth it. They seemed to have become heroes the moment they returned. Everyone praised them and many young cultivators regarded them as idols. Such a scene was beyond their expectations. In the past, they had never thought that they would one day achieve such good results. Under such circumstances, they were naturally in a good mood, and their faces immediately became rosy. Boss, you don't know, after I went back this time, the people in the family praised me to the sky. Xia Jiqing's face could not hide the excitement. She had never enjoyed such treatment in the family before. Although her cultivation talent was not bad, because her personality was too straightforward, there were not many people in the family who liked her. However, after going back this time, her situation had completely changed. Do you still remember Tong Xingyi? Xia Jiqing asked aloud. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang thought for a while and immediately nodded. Thinking back, it was because Tong Xingyi kept finding trouble with her that she met Jiqing. However, after Tong Xingyi learned that she was a student of the special enrollment class, she did not provoke her. Gradually, she didn't take Tong Xingyi to heart. The Tong family is not far from our Xia family. I have had conflicts with Tong Xingyi since I was a child. When I went back, Tong Xingyi was also at home. After she knew my results, she was furious, haha. When she thought of Tong Xingyi's sullen, excited and incredulous expression, she felt a burst of joy. In the past, Tong Xingyi always liked to be arrogant in front of her, but now she could only tuck her tail in front of her. Looking at Xia Jiqing's happy appearance, Bailey Hongshuang's smile widened. As early as the first time they met, she knew that there was a grudge between Jiqing and Tong Xingyi. Now that she could hold her head high, it was indeed a happy thing. At this moment, Yuan Xiaoman also walked to Bailey Hongshuang's side, her delicate face filled with a joyful smile. Boss, Li Qing was so excited when she found out that you and I were on the same team. When Yuan Xiaoman returned to the Snow Origin country, her and Yuan Ji Xian's results in the assessment had already been made known to everyone. Therefore, when they returned to the clan, everyone in the clan was already there to welcome them. When Yuan Hongyang and Yuan Liqing found out that it was because of their boss that they were able to achieve such results in the competition, they were extremely shocked. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. How is Liqing doing now? She's doing very well, she just hopes to see you again one day. Yuan Xiaoman said with a smile. Yuan Jixin also walked up at this moment, his handsome face relaxed and happy. Boss, Hongyang asked me to thank you on behalf of the entire Yuan family. If it weren't for you, the Yuan family's situation wouldn't be as good as it is now. Back then, when the big boss and the young sect master had gone to Origin Martial City, they had helped the Yuan family. Otherwise, the Yuan family would have fallen into trouble. After that, he and Xiaoman had met the big boss and had been helped by the big boss. This news had exceeded the expectations of everyone in the Yuan family. In the history of the Snow Origin dynasty, there has never been such a good result. Therefore, their names have now spread throughout the entire Snow Origin country. Even though he had a dream of becoming a hero since he was young, he had never thought that he would actually be able to achieve it. Now, he was a hero that everyone in the Snow Origin country knew about. The entire Yuan family was proud of him and Xiaoman. All of this was because of the big boss. If it had not been for the big boss, forget about becoming a hero, they would have become corpses in the great examination. Therefore, Yuan Jixin's gratitude towards Bailey Hongshuang could no longer be expressed in words. He had already secretly vowed that he would go through water and tread on fire for the big boss in the future. If it had not been for the big boss, they would have lost everything by now. Therefore, their lives belonged to the big boss. It was not only Yuan Jixin, Yuan Xiaoman also had the same thought. In the future, anyone who tried to harm the big boss would be their enemy. If they wanted to harm the big boss, they would have to step over their bodies. Bailey Hongzhuang was unaware of Yuan Jixin and Yuan Xiaoman's thoughts. After hearing Yuan Hongzhuang's gratitude towards her, she could not help but smile. Unknowingly, so much time had passed since they had been in the blood-ground abyss. If she had the chance, she would really like to go back with Beichen and have a look. You don't have to be so polite, we're all friends. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was light and pleasant to the ear. When she thought about how they had left the Tian Gang sect 2 years ago without knowing the future and how they had all become disciples of the Tian Gang sect, her heart was filled with joy. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang, who didn't feel like she had done anything great, Yuan Jixin and Yuan Xiaoman looked at each other and smiled. Their big boss was like that. She had clearly done something that they were deeply grateful towards, yet she felt that it was nothing. However, it was this kind of big boss that they were willing to give up everything for. This was boss's charm. Beichen glanced at the cultivators present. Apart from Bailey Hongzhuang, there were a total of 10 people present. Since everyone is here, let's go in. Beichen's voice was gentle and dignified. In front of Hongzhuang, he was always gentle, but in front of other practitioners, he had to show the dignity of a young sect leader. As Bailey Hongzhuang's words fell, Xia Jiqing and the others were stunned. From today onwards, they were disciples of Tian Gang sect. This day was of great significance to them. Although Beichen had always been a friend in his eyes, this was Tian Gang sect, and Beichen was their young sect master. Therefore, their attitude could not be as casual as before. At least, in front of others. Bailey Hongzhuang quietly walked into the team. From today on, she was also a new disciple of Tian Gang sect. Everything needed to be done well. The next moment, Beichen directly took Bailey Hongzhuang's hand and pulled her out of the team, and immediately walked towards the top of Tian Gang sect. Looking at Beichen's actions, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but be stunned, and whispered, "Beichen? Now the entire Tian Gang sect already knows that you are my wife, it is too late for you to pretend now." Beichen's tone was overbearing and gentle. He promised Hongzhuang that he would treat her like an ordinary cultivator when he was cultivating. However, he did not promise to hide their identity. Therefore, Hongzhuang was indeed an ordinary disciple of Tian Gang sect, but she was also Beichen's wife. Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. Didn't Beichen promise her before that he would treat her like an ordinary disciple? In addition to the time of cultivation, you are my wife on weekdays. Beichen said again. When his voice fell, Beichen no longer said anything, and just walked with Hongzhuang. After seeing Beichen's overbearing appearance, Xia Jiqing and others showed a smile on their faces. Beichen is really good to the boss. Now the entire Tian Gang sect already knows that the boss is Beichen's wife. Xia Jiqing's eyes were filled with joy. Seeing that the relationship between the boss and Beichen was so good, she was really happy for the boss. I don't know when the young sect master and the boss will get married? Yuan Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. With the relationship between the young sect master and the boss so good, it should be a matter of course to get married. It should be soon. In fact, the boss and the young sect master have already been married before, but the identity of the young sect master at that time is different from the current one, so the previous one doesn't seem to count. After hearing Yuan Xiaoman's address to Beichen, Xia Jiqing also changed the address. If she directly called Beichen's name in Tian Gang sect, it seemed to be too disrespectful to the young sect master. Hearing this, Yuan Xiaoman suddenly understood. When the young sect master and the boss went to the Yuan family together, they all thought that the boss and the young sect master were newlyweds. She didn't know much about the boss's previous affairs, but as long as she knew that good things were coming, it was enough. I don't know if the sect master is as satisfied with the boss, and the great elder knows that Han Xiling is dead. He will definitely not give up. Yuan Xiaoman was a little worried, but judging from the situation when the boss came to pick them up, things shouldn't be as bad as she thought. Xia Jiqing's eyes also sank. She had long known that the great elder was unscrupulous. She was afraid that the boss would inevitably encounter trouble after coming to Tian Gang sect. However, Xia Jiqing's sect master's eyes is. With the young sect master's love for the boss, he should not let the great elder bully the boss. Although Gong Xiaoqing and the others did not speak, they were also worried about the situation of Bailey Hongzhuang. They all knew in their hearts that if it were not for Bailey Hongzhuang, they would still be passers-by. Gong Xiaoqing and Dong Fengyu remembered the time when they first met Bailey Hongzhuang, and now they only felt that all the changes were really not small. In fact, when they saw Hongzhuang for the first time, they had a feeling that she was different from the rest. Hongzhuang was born to be the kind of woman who attracted the attention of everyone. As long as she appeared, people would unconsciously be attracted to her. Behind Xia Jiqing and the others, Pan Zimo and Dong Hongyun couldn't help but look at each other. After seeing that Bewitching was so good to Bailey Hongzhuang, their hearts were full of shock. Although they already knew the identity of Bailey Hongzhuang, now that they saw how much Bewitching doted on Bailey Hongzhuang, they couldn't help but be speechless. As early as the end of the assessment, Bewitching personally went to pick up Bailey Hongzhuang. This scene made everyone surprised. In the past, they were also proud, but in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and the young sect master, they didn't have the capital to be proud. Dong Hongyun couldn't help but rejoice. After knowing the identity of Bailey Hongzhuang, he apologized in time and was forgiven by Bailey Hongzhuang. If that was the case, the only path left for him was death. Thinking that Han Xiling died in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang, but the young sect master was still so good to Bailey Hongzhuang. Just this point, it could be seen that Bailey Hongzhuang's extraordinary status. Fortunately, Bailey Hongzhuang was not a vengeful person. Now he was also full of gratitude to Bailey Hongzhuang. Under the circumstances at that time, if Bailey Hongzhuang was not willing to forgive him, this was also very normal. Pan Zimo's mood was also very good. Before participating in the assessment, he was looking forward to the day when he could enter Tiangong sect. Now, this dream had really come true. Thinking of the various things he had in the dynasty a few days ago, he really felt that his hard work for such a long time was worth it. He also felt fortunate that he met Mo Yunjue and the others at that time. Otherwise, he was afraid that he might not have such a good result now. Qing Hufeng and Yu Junfei were both disciples of Tiangong sect. Qing Hufeng was in the top 10. At that time, when he was choosing a sect, he chose Tiangong sect. Speaking of which, all of this was really a coincidence. Except for Shi Cairong, the four of them had interacted with Bailey Hongzhuang before. As early as at the end of the assessment, when he saw the scene of Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang hugging each other, Qing Hufeng felt lucky that he didn't fall out with Bailey Hongzhuang at that time. Otherwise, in that case, he could only go to other sections. After all, if he offended the young sect master's wife, how could he have a good result if he stayed in the sect to cultivate? Originally, he didn't understand how Bailey Hongzhuang could become a sealing master with her strength. Now that he knew the identity of Bailey Hongzhuang, he completely understood. With Bailey Hongzhuang's identity, it wasn't strange for her to become a sealing master. Some of the geniuses in sects couldn't be judged by common sense. Even if they were of the same age, the cultivators in sects were usually much stronger than them. Yu Junfei didn't know what to say. He only felt that Fang Wenqing was right to die. If he didn't die in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang, he would have died in the hands of the young sect master after the assessment. At this moment, he finally understood. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't participate in the assessment as a small empire's team. They were clearly the same team as Han Xiling's team. They were only separated into two teams because of the conflict between the two parties. Probably many people didn't understand this point. It was because everyone didn't know that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others pretended to be pigs to eat tigers all the way until the end. They were simply too shrewd. Not long after, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others arrived at Tiangong Zone. Xia Jiqing and the others had already been to Tiangong Zone and were no stranger to the situation here. Qing Hufeng and the others were obviously coming to Tiangong Zone for the first time, so they were full of curiosity and shock for everything in front of them. They had long heard of the vastness and extraordinariness of the sect, but imagination was always imagination. Only when they saw it with their own eyes would they know what a magnificent scene it was. Look, Bailey Hongzhuang's group of friends really became cultivators of our Tiangong Zone. They are also very powerful. None of them were injured and all of them came back safely. Not only that, their rankings are very good. You really can't judge a book by its cover. The cultivators of Tiangong Zone looked at Xia Jiqing and the others. 2 years ago, they only thought that after Xianxia and the others left, they would never come back alive. After all, they all understood the cruelty of the assessment competition. If they were not strong enough, they would only have a dead end if they participated. They were not optimistic about the strength of the Kanglan College's group of cultivators because the gap was too big. However, now that they saw them return safely, although everyone felt that it was a little difficult to accept, they still respected them a little more in their hearts. At least, compared to the time when they were completely relying on Bailey Hongshuang's relationship to come here, now they had proven that they did have the strength. For many cultivators, what they most disliked was to rely on relationships to get the status they had worked so hard for so long before. Because this would make them have a strong sense of imbalance in their hearts. But if the other party also had the same strength, then they would not be so repulsed as before. The remarks of the surrounding cultivators were not missed by Xianxia and the others. Compared to the remarks 2 years ago, the words they heard at the moment were undoubtedly more pleasing to the ears. Thinking of this, everyone smiled at each other. Sure enough, standing here with their own strength had a completely different experience. Now these guys don't dare to laugh at us anymore. Xiaojiqing's face was filled with a proud smile. When they first listened to the slander of other cultivators, they also had a breath of resentment in their hearts. Fortunately, now all of this had been solved. Dongfengyu's peach blossom eyes curved into a charming arc. Why bother with what others say? Just be yourself. At this time, Bewitching looked at Xianxia and said, "Second elder, I'll have to trouble you to take them to the conference hall. The 4 hall masters should already be waiting." Hearing this, Xianxia respectfully bowed. "Yes, then I will take them to the conference hall now." Bewitching glanced at Bailey Hongshuang with a smile. "You can choose the branch palace that you want to cultivate. I will not accompany you there." Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly and smiled sweetly. "I understand." Looking at Bailey Hongshuang's bright smile, Bewitching's eyes lit up. Even though he had been with Hongshuang for such a long time, every time she smiled, he would be stunned. He thought that he had been poisoned by a poison called Hongshuang. However, he was willing to endure it. "Now everyone follow me to the conference hall." After leaving a sentence, Xianxia walked in the direction of the conference hall. Bailey Hongshuang and the others also followed behind Xianxia. After Bewitching left, Xiaojiqing went to Bailey Hongshuang's side. However, because the second elder was in front and they were about to go to the conference hall, she did not dare to pull Hongshuang to say anything else. After the report was completed, she could have a good chat with her boss about what had happened during this period of time. Gong Xiaoqing and the others followed closely behind Bailey Hongshuang, while Qing Hufeng's group of 4 walked at the back. Seeing that Bailey Hongshuang had such a good relationship with the cultivators in her team, they couldn't help but feel sad. The cultivators in her team were a group of extremely lucky guys. Under the leadership of the second elder, after walking for a while, Bailey Hongshuang and the others also arrived at the conference hall. Xianxia knocked on the door of the conference hall. After hearing the sound coming from the door, he pushed open the door of the conference hall and walked in with the new disciples. In their line of sight, they saw the 4 palace masters sitting on the seats on both sides. With the appearance of Bailey Hongshuang and the others, the eyes of the 4 palace masters fell on them. Feeling the eyes of the palace masters, Xiaojiqing and the others all held their breath and showed a serious look on their faces. The eyes of the 4 palace masters looked at everyone. This time, Tiangang sect had recruited 12 cultivators in the top 100 of the assessment competition. This number was already very good. After all, the strength of the top 10 sects was not weak. Most of the time, each sect had 10 people. This time, the young sect master personally came out and the effect was really different. The second elder's voice sounded. The work of the great elder had now fallen on her. Tiangang sect is divided into 4 halls, namely Azure Dragon Hall, White Tiger Hall, Vermilion Bird Hall and Black Tortoise Hall. This is the Azure Dragon Hall master, Yan Kaiqing. This is the White Tiger Hall master, Qi Yinghan. This is the Vermilion Bird Hall master, Qin Ai. This is the Black Tortoise Hall master, Gu Jingqing. The second elder introduced the identities of the 4 palace masters to the new disciples. All the disciples of Tiangang sect would cultivate in these 4 halls. The strength of the 4 halls was similar and there was competition. In Tiangang's sect, there would be a competition between the 4 halls every once in a while. With competition, there was motivation. This was also implemented in the sect. This was because once there was no competition, the cultivator would naturally not feel nervous and would gradually become lazy. Listening to the second elder's introduction, Bailey Hongshuang and the others, one after another, they bowed and said, "Greetings to the 4 palace masters." Today, Bailey Hongshuang was a lot more indifferent when facing the 4 palace lords. When she first met the 4 palace lords, she was still very worried. But now, this feeling had obviously disappeared. The Azure Dragon Hall Master Xiao Hongzhen and the White Tiger Hall Master Jiang Yi had already disappeared from the Tiangang sect. As for how the sovereign dealt with them, Bailey Hongshuang did not ask. However, she only needed to know that their ending would definitely not be good. Yan Kaiqing and Qi Yinghan were the 2 palace masters chosen by the sect master. The strength and influence of these 2 people were very clear. Of course, these 2 people were completely on the sect master and young sect master's side and did not have any disloyalty. The 4 palace masters were just sitting there, but everyone could feel a heavy pressure. That was the aura that belonged to a superior person. The momentum that was cultivated by being in a high position for many years was something that ordinary people could not possess. Therefore, when facing the 4 palace masters, they could not help but feel weak. There was a faint smile on the faces of the 4 palace masters. It just so happened that there were 12 disciples. Each of the 4 palace masters would get 3, so it was more fair. You have a total of 12 disciples here. Every 3 people will enter a palace. You can choose by yourselves. Once you have chosen, stand in front of us. Qin Ai's face was filled with a kind smile, and his voice was gentle and majestic. The cultivation of the top 100 in the assessment competition was very good. They were all good seedlings that could be cultivated well in each palace. Because the number of new disciples was relatively small, they still had to compete with each other. The current situation where the number of people could be divided equally was undoubtedly what they hoped for the most. After all, they were still hall masters. It would be unsightly for them to fight over outstanding seedlings to the point where their faces were flushed red. Even though they were often like this in private. As Qin Ai's voice fell, Xia Jiqing and the others looked at each other. Obviously, this situation was somewhat beyond their expectations. You can discuss it. If you have a good relationship, you can enter a palace. Don't be too nervous. Yan Kaiqing smiled indifferently. The rankings of the cultivators in this assessment competition were very high. Therefore, they were not worried about who would join their palace. Xia Jiqing walked to Bailey Hongshuang's side and said, "Boss, I will go to whichever palace you go to." In Xia Jiqing's heart, this kind of problem did not need her to consider at all. No matter which palace boss went to, she would follow. From the past to the present, she had never intended to be separated from boss. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang smiled slightly. She knew that Jiqing would definitely be with her. As for which palace she would go to, she had also thought about it. She chose the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Not only her, but her grandfather and Di Beichen were also very much in agreement. Among the 4 palace masters, only Qin Ai and Gu Jingqing knew that she was her grandfather's granddaughter. The other 2 palace masters did not know. It wasn't that Si Tuyen didn't trust Yan Kaiqing and Qi Yinghan, but the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Once more people knew about it, the possibility of the news being leaked would increase. Moreover, she would be going to Limitless Palace to cultivate 3 months later. If he were to cultivate under other palace masters, it would undoubtedly be extremely inconvenient. However, in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, this was clearly not a problem. After hearing Xia Jiqing's words, Bai Junyu also walked to Xia Jiqing's side and said, "Hongshuang, Jiqing, I am in the same hall as you." Xia Jiqing subconsciously glanced at Bai Junyu. When she heard that Bai Junyu was going to cultivate in the same hall as her, she couldn't help but feel a little happy. At the very least, Bai Junyu did not choose to cultivate in the same place as Yuan Xiaoman, but chose to cultivate in the same place as her. Bailey Hongshuang smiled at Bai Junyu. It seemed that Bai Junyu's feelings for Jiqing had not changed at all. After they cultivated together in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, it was time to break through this layer of window paper. Although this matter would make Xiaoman sad, Bailey Hongzhuang believed that Xiaoman would definitely find the happiness that truly belonged to her. When Yuan Xiaoman saw that Bai Junyu had chosen to cultivate in the same hall as Xia Jiqing, her eyes were filled with sadness. Did this mean that Xia Jiqing was always the one who occupied the most weight in Bai Junyu's heart? She and Jiqing were good friends, and she never had the idea of competing with Jiqing for a sweetheart. All the choices were Bai Junyu's. If Bai Junyu chose her, she would be happy. But if Bai Junyu chose Xia Jiqing, she would also give her blessings. No matter what, they were great friends. Yuan Jixin also noticed the change in Yuan Xiaoman's expression. He knew about Xiaoman's feelings for Bai Junyu. Although Yuan Xiaoman was usually carefree, as if she didn't care about anything, he and Xiaoman grew up together, so he knew that this was the first time Xiaoman liked someone. Thinking about it, the first time you liked someone but was rejected, this feeling must be very uncomfortable. As Xiaoman's brother, he could only comfort her. Yuan Jixin patted Yuan Xiaoman's shoulder, only hoping that she wouldn't be too sad because of this. At least, her brother had always been by her side. Feeling Yuan Jixin's care, Yuan Xiaoman pulled a smile on her face and shook her head at Yuan Jixin, indicating that she was fine. Because Yuan Jixin and Yuan Xiaoman would definitely cultivate together, and Gong Xiaoqing and Dong Fengyu, who had been good brothers for so many years, would naturally not be separated. Therefore, the grouping was quickly determined. Bailey Hongzhuang, Xia Jiqing, and Bai Junyu stood in front of Qin Ai together. Qin Ai smiled slightly. He had already known that Bailey Hongzhuang would come to his team. Not to mention Bailey Hongzhuang's identity as the granddaughter of the sovereign, just the first place of the assessment, Bailey Hongzhuang came to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, he would definitely train her well. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two bowed to Qin Ai. In the future, they would follow Hall Master Qin. Gong Xiaoqing, Dong Fengyu, and Pan Zimo stood in front of Yan Kaicheng. They chose the Azure Dragon Palace Hall. It just so happened that the three men were very suitable to cultivate in the Azure Dragon Palace Hall. Yuan Jixin, Yuan Xiaoman, and Dong Hongyun chose White Tiger Hall. Compared to Qing Hefeng and the others, they were more familiar with Dong Hongyun. Although they once had a conflict with Dong Hongyun, all the conflicts had vanished into thin air. Moreover, Dong Hongyun had helped them in the past, so they had a good impression of Dong Hongyun. Qing Hefeng, Yu Junfei, and Shi Cairong remained in the Black Tortoise Hall. The four hall masters nodded their heads in satisfaction when they saw that everyone had quickly chosen their respective sub-halls. Today is everyone's first day of reporting. After confirming your respective training halls, there won't be any problems. Later, when you go to your respective branch halls, the elders will tell you where you will live in the future. Cultivate well in the branch halls, Yan Kaicheng said slowly. Yes. Bailey Hongzhuang replied. Although you have defeated many opponents to become a member of Tiangang sect, don't think that you can relax after coming here. Here, your cultivation life has just begun. If you don't cultivate well and improve, then you will also be eliminated by Tiangang sect. The results you obtained in the assessment competition are indeed very good, but here, there are countless cultivators who are more outstanding and more talented than you. The White Tiger Hall Master, Qi Yinghan, was more solemn. Every time a new disciple joined the Tiangang sect, he had to sound the alarm. After obtaining very good results in the assessment competition, these young people were bound to endure all kinds of flattery and fawning after returning home. In this way, many cultivators would lose their nature and think that they were outstanding enough. However, such thinking was absolutely not allowed in the Tiangang sect. The Tiangang sect itself was a place where the survival of the fittest prevailed. Compared to the environment these cultivators lived in previously, this place was even crueler. As long as one's strength was not strong enough, they would be the target of everyone's ridicule. He wanted to tell all the new disciples that in this place, they had to rein in their previous pride and complacency. In this place, they were newcomers who had nothing. Following Qi Yinghan's words, Gong Xiaoqing and the others' hearts all trembled. The original joy and pride in their hearts were shattered with these words. During this period of time, their hearts had indeed been somewhat complacent because of their recent results. At this moment, after hearing Qi Yinghan's words, they could not help but start to examine themselves. Even if they obtained good results in the assessment competition, they were probably at the bottom of the Tiangang sect. This was because many cultivators in the Tiangang sect were selected from the assessment competition. In addition, the previous cultivators had already stayed in the Tiangang sect to cultivate for such a long time. They really could not compare with the other party in any aspect. Understood? Everyone's faces were filled with seriousness. From now on, they had to let go of everything in the past and cultivate humbly and seriously. Qi Yinghan's gaze swept across everyone. After seeing that everyone had an appearance of humbly accepting his teachings, he also revealed a satisfied expression. If the new disciples did not sound the alarm when they arrived at the sect, they would inevitably cause some trouble in the following period of time. They had all seen this before. After the 4 hallmasters finished their speech, they stood up and left the assembly hall. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also followed the palace lords they had chosen and walked out. "Boss, we'll go to White Tiger Hall first. When we have time, we'll come and find you." Yuan Xiaoman walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. She hadn't seen her boss for more than 2 months and originally wanted to talk to her more. She didn't expect that they were actually cultivating in different halls. Although they all belonged to Tiangang sect, it wouldn't be so easy to see each other often in the future. Tiangang sect's area was very large, and different halls were on different peaks. Although they could come and go, the distance wasn't close. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. "The future is long. We'll all be in Tiangang sect and have many opportunities to meet." Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Yuan Xiaoman also revealed a happy smile. "Okay, although it's a pity that we can't cultivate in the same hall, but boss, I'll definitely work hard to cultivate." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. "You can still see each other often. Come and find us often." Gong Xiaoqing and Dong Fangyu also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Dong Fangyu was as bright and handsome as ever. "Hongzhuang, I wanted to ask you how you've been in Tiangang sect during this period of time, but now there's no chance. Next time, let's find a chance to get together." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and smiled faintly. "No problem, just come and find us." Qing Yifeng also couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. In Tiangang sect, Bailey Hongzhuang was really a doted existence. As early as the end of the assessment competition, Bailey Hongzhuang already knew that Qing Yifeng and Yu Junfei were also Tiangang sect's disciples. She also felt a wave of amazement towards this miraculous fate. Although she almost fought with Qing Yifeng and Yu Junfei before, in the end, the conflict didn't develop to the maximum. Bailey Hongzhuang also had some admiration for Qing Yifeng. After all, there were not many cultivators who were as smart and magnanimous as Qing Yifeng. Being a smiling tiger was also one of his abilities. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to do what Qing Yifeng did. Qing Yifeng smiled politely at Bailey Hongzhuang, as if nothing had happened during the assessment. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling person. Qing Yifeng had always been very thorough about this point. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also nodded. Now they were all disciples of Tiangang sect. Compared to the situation of absolute competition in the past, they were now in the same team. Therefore, there was no need for a tit-for-tat. When Yu Junfei saw Qing Yifeng's reaction, he felt both jealousy and admiration. It had to be said that Qing Yifeng's way of dealing with people was watertight. In this aspect, he could not compare to Qing Yifeng. Soon, the 4 hall masters headed in 4 different directions. Bailey Hongzhuang, Xia Jiqing, and Bai Junyu followed behind Qin Ai and walked in the direction of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Although they had all been to Tiangang sect, they hadn't been to the 4 main halls and didn't know what the situation was like. Bailey Hongzhuang had been staying in Tiangang sect these days, but she hadn't been to other places except for Bewitching's palace. Naturally, she didn't know where the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was. Along the way, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 followed behind Qin Ai and looked at the environment of Tiangang sect. Now it seemed that Tiangang sect really had a different world. The size of the area was really amazing. Along the way, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 did not communicate. After all, they were very afraid of the palace master in front of them. In the process of going to Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 also met a lot of disciples who were coming here. All the disciples would bow and greet Qin Ai when they saw him. However, Qin Ai still had an indifferent and amiable look on his face. The eyes of the crowd of disciples couldn't help but fall on Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2. Today was the day when the new disciples reported and everyone was very familiar with the process. At this moment, looking at the situation, they knew that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two would be cultivators of Vermilion Bird Palace Hall in the future. I didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to choose Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Palace Master Qin's temper has always been very good. It's not strange that Bailey Hongzhuang came to Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. It seems that Bailey Hongzhuang did not use her privileges and intends to cultivate in Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. That's not necessarily true. We have to see Bailey Hongzhuang's performance later to know. I think that since Bailey Hongzhuang has been confirmed to be the future wife of the young sect master, she probably doesn't need to work so hard. As early as Bailey Hongzhuang had been staying in Bewitching's palace, many disciples thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was likely to follow the young sect master to cultivate in the future and would not go to one of the four main halls to cultivate. Now looking at the situation in front of them, they knew that their previous guesses were wrong. The real situation was not like this. Xianxia listened to everyone's discussion and could not help but frown. It seemed that everyone still had a lot of guesses and doubts about the boss. The speed of Xianxia and Bailey Hongzhuang and the others was not slow. After a long while, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others finally arrived at Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. A huge palace appeared in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two, magnificent and spectacular. At a glance, no one would think that this was just a side hall. My God, Vermilion Bird Palace Hall is so big, it's shocking. Xiaojiqing's face was filled with shock. She knew that Tiangang sect had always been big, but the situation in front of her was a bit too amazing. Such a large hall was only one of the four main halls. Didn't this mean that the other three halls were also of the same size? I wouldn't have imagined it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. We'll be cultivating here in the future. It looks pretty good. The corner of Bai Junyu's mouth held a trace of a faint smile. When he first saw this Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, he had a feeling of yearning. Thinking that he would be cultivating here in the future, he couldn't help but feel happy. Bailey Hongzhuang also had some feelings in her heart. This was the heritage of the sect. Compared to 1,000 years ago, the sect today was undoubtedly more magnificent, giving people a sense of shock. In the center of this palace, there were three big words written in flamboyant calligraphy, Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Although it was only 3 words, from these words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two could feel an indescribable sense of sharpness. There was sword intent condensed in these words. After staring at these words for a long time, they only felt a pain in their eyes and could not continue to look at it. After seeing the reaction of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, Xianxia also introduced it. Listening to Xianxia's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two's eyes were filled with shock. The first sect master of Tiangang sect. Tiangang sect had been passed down for many years, and the first sect master existed many years ago. However, those who were the first to establish a sect were usually the most talented people. To open up a sect in an environment where there were so many sects, the process was definitely difficult and not simple. The first sect master's swordsmanship must be extremely powerful. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. How much understanding of the sword did he have to be able to integrate the sword intent into the words? Xianxia smiled and nodded, her expression was full of admiration and reverence. The first sect master's swordsmanship was indeed superb, and no one could compare to him. Even in the history books of Tiangang sect, it was recorded that the first sect master's swordsmanship was fierce. The reason why the first sect master was able to open up the sect was because of his swordsmanship. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two also showed admiration. If there was no first sect master, then there would not be the current Tiangang sect. In the sect, many disciples who practice swordsmanship often come to look at this plaque and comprehend the sword intent in the words. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was a little surprised. We can rely on these words to comprehend the sword intent? Yes, the first sect master integrated the sword intent into the words in order to let the disciples of the sect benefit infinitely. In this way, any cultivator who practices swordsmanship can comprehend from these words. 100 years ago, there was a disciple who understood the sword intent in the words in my Tiangang sect. His swordsmanship was unparalleled among the younger generation of cultivators. He got the true inheritance of the first sect master. With Xianxia's voice falling, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two's eyes looking at the plaque had changed. They never thought that the words in the plaque turned out to be a kind of inheritance. It was really unexpected. Xiaojiqing and Baijunyu didn't know what to say at the moment. They always felt that after coming to Tiangang sect, they had a feeling of being country people entering a city. Everything here showed a strong and deep foundation. There was not a single thing they could casually ignore. After noticing the expressions of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two, the smile in Qin Ai's eyes deepened. She said, "After you have stayed in Tiangang sect for a long time, you will know all of this. Now, report to the resource elder." Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two looked in the direction that Qin Ai was pointing at and noticed that there was an elder not far away. "Thank you, Palace Master." Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two thanked Qin Ai for her guidance. Naturally, the hall master would not be in charge of their living arrangements. It was already an honor for the palace master to lead them to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall on the first day of reporting. It should be known that it was extremely difficult for cultivators to meet the palace master. As long as nothing major happened in the sub-palace, the palace master would not appear. Qin Ai slowly disappeared from the sight of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two. Only then did they turn around and walk towards the resource elder. "Greetings to the elder." Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two respectfully bowed. "We are the new disciples who came to report today." The elder then looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two. After noticing Bailey Hongzhuang, his eyes changed a bit and then he smiled. "The key to your room, the disciple uniform, and the sect manual are all in the Chankuan bag. You can take a look at it yourself. The place where the disciples of Vermilion Bird Palace Hall live, after you enter the hall, turn left, and each room has a number written on it. All you need to do is to enter your own house according to the house number. If there is still something you don't understand, come and ask me," the resource elder said aloud. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two took the Chankuan bag and immediately knew the room they lived in. "Thank you, elder." Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two bowed again. As far as they were concerned, there was nothing they didn't understand. The elder nodded slightly, and Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two left. The inside of Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was also very bright. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two went to the left according to the elder's instructions. The scope of Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was very large. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two walked to the place where the disciples lived, they found that the number of rooms here was really not small. Not long after, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two found their respective rooms. Fortunately, because the three of them came to Vermilion Bird Palace Hall to report together, their rooms were also adjacent. "Haha, our rooms are connected, it will be convenient in the future." Xiaojiqing's face was full of excitement. She had made up her mind to be together with the boss. If they lived far away, or if they didn't practice together, it would undoubtedly make her depressed. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "This feeling is similar to when we were in Azure Water College." Thinking back to when they were in Azure Water College, the three of them also lived on the first floor of the special enrollment dormitory. Now, the situation was exactly the same and had not changed. Hearing this, Xiaojiqing and Baijunyu looked at each other and smiled. After Hongzhuang said this, they really felt that the situation was very similar. Bailey Hongzhuang opened the door and saw that the room also had everything, and the treatment was very good. Compared to the living environment in Azure Water College, it seemed to be better here. No wonder so many cultivators are racking their brains to enter the sect. This treatment is indeed excellent. Baijunyu sighed faintly. Living here was the dream life of many cultivators. We'll be living here for a long time in the future. The environment is pretty good. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and smiled. This place was spacious enough for her to place an alchemy furnace or draw inscriptions. In comparison, the dormitory of the Azure Water School was not as big as this one. As for some daily necessities, they had already prepared them in their Chankuan bags, so they only needed to tidy up a little before they could move in. Xiaojiqing did not enter her room, but followed Bailey Hongzhuang into her room. "Boss, how have you been in Tiangang sect these days?" Xiaojiqing asked with concern. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. "I'm doing pretty well here. Just like you guys." To her now, Tiangang sect was her home. That was because her grandfather was here. Her grandfather was the only relative she had found in the world. "Xiaojiqing, who was still a little worried, couldn't help but feel relieved after hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words. The Great Elder didn't embarrass you? I always feel that the Great Elder is not easy to deal with. Feeling Xiao Jiqing's concern for her, Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but hold Xiao Jiqing's hand. Her beautiful face was filled with a gentle and touched smile. On the first day I came to Tiangang sect, the Great Elder did come to trouble me. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Jiqing couldn't help but show a nervous look. I said that the Great Elder is not an easy person to deal with. He will definitely come to trouble you. Don't worry, the Great Elder is now in confinement. Otherwise, what you saw just now would not be the second elder, but the Great Elder. Xiao Jiqing frowned, and there was a bit of joy in her eyes, but more of it was astonishment. The Great Elder is in confinement? Did the young sect master do it? Bailey Hongshuang shook her head slightly. The sect master ordered it. It is estimated that he will not come out in a short time, so you don't need to worry. Xiao Jiqing's expression tightened, and she approached Bailey Hongshuang, her eyes full of curiosity and joy. Boss, has the sect master already agreed to you and the young sect master being together? Anyway, now that Han Xiling is gone, no one is your competitor. The young sect master likes you so much, the sect master should not object anymore, right? Since the fall of Han Xiling, Xiao Jiqing felt that the path of the boss was much smoother. After all, Han Xiling was a big stumbling block. What's more, the sect master's attitude towards the boss was also good, obviously there was no dissatisfaction. The sect master did not object. Bailey Hongshuang nodded. Now her grandfather was very satisfied with her and Beichen together, and only hoped that they could get married soon. Whether it was her, Beichen, or her grandfather, they all decided to hold the wedding after they rescued their parents. That's great. Xiao Jiqing was overjoyed. This was undoubtedly excellent news. Now that the Great Elder is in confinement, there is no way to destroy you and the young sect master. It seems that it won't be long before the boss becomes the young sect master's wife. Looking at Xiao Jiqing's happy appearance, Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but smile. Now, there were no obstacles between her and Beichen. Compared to the heaviness when she first came to Tiangang sect, the current result was undoubtedly much better. There were still 2 hurdles in front of them that needed to be crossed. She hoped that everything could be crossed like this, one by one. Bailey Hongshuang then looked at Xiao Jiqing. There was no problem between her and Beichen now, but the problem between Jiqing and Junyu seemed to have not been resolved. How are you and Junyu now? Bailey Hongshuang asked. As Bailey Hongshuang's voice fell, Xiao Jiqing's expression, which was originally full of joy, suddenly stiffened and fell into silence. Seeing this, Bailey Hongshuang understood. She sighed. Bai Junyu and Xiao Jiqing were usually talkative people, but when it came to this kind of thing, the two of them could only remain silent. In this regard, she also felt a burst of helplessness. After a long while, Xiao Jiqing's voice lowered a bit and said, Junyu, he, should like Xiaoman. She always felt that Bai Junyu and Yuan Xiaoman would have a lot of common topics together, and they would be more comfortable getting along. Yuan Xiaoman was a person who couldn't hide her thoughts on her face. Everyone could see that she liked Bai Junyu. Now she only felt that she might be an obstacle between them. Bailey Hongshuang looked at Xiao Jiqing's lost appearance and couldn't help but feel distressed. When they were at the Kanglin College, Xiao Jiqing obviously didn't have any thoughts about Bai Junyu. However, after getting along for such a long time, she felt that Xiao Jiqing had gradually begun to like Bai Junyu. Women understood women's minds more, not to mention, she and Jiqing had been sisters for several years, and she was also very familiar with the changes in Jiqing's mood. Since Junyu chose to cultivate with us in the same hall, it proves that the person in his heart is you. Don't belittle yourself. Bailey Hongshuang said. Men's thoughts have always been very simple. If Bai Junyu liked Yuan Xiaoman, then Bai Junyu would definitely choose to be in a group with Yuan Xiaoman, not with him. Bai Junyu's thoughts have been proven by his actions. Xiao Jiqing shook her head. Even if he chooses to cultivate with us in the same hall, it doesn't necessarily prove that he has me in his heart. On weekdays, he clearly prefers to get along with Xiaoman these days. She had been paying attention. When Bai Junyu was with her, he clearly didn't talk as much as he did with Yuan Xiaoman, and they got along more naturally. It was precisely because of this that she became more and more unconfident. In fact, Xiaoman's appearance was outstanding, and her family background and strength were better than hers. It was normal for Bai Junyu to like Yuan Xiaoman. Seeing that Xia Jiqing had been changing the topic, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but frown. Jiqing, don't always deny Junyu's feelings for you, and always think that Junyu's approach to Xiaoman is true. If you continue to do this, you will only become more and more unconfident. Think about it carefully, isn't Junyu more special to you? Bailey Hongzhuang felt a burst of helplessness. Whenever a woman really liked a man, she would often become like this. Xia Jiqing clearly didn't believe her. Xia Jiqing shook her head, inexplicably irritated. Now she increasingly felt that Bai Junyu didn't like her. However, immersed in such a mood, her mood was also very bad. You only see Junyu and Xiaoman chatting well. Why don't you say that you also chat well with Dongfeng? However, once you're in front of Junyu, you don't know what to say. Junyu is very likely to be in the same situation as you. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed faintly. At times like this, many onlookers could see more clearly. It was precisely because they were just friends that they got along so well that there was no need to worry about other problems. And once you stand in front of the person you like, you will unconsciously feel nervous, worrying about how you should behave so that the other party won't hate you, so that the other party will have a better impression of you. Because most of his emotions were immersed in this place, he would be particularly passive when interacting with others, and he would speak less. In her opinion, Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu belonged to such a situation. As long as this window paper was not broken, this problem would continue to exist. She really admired the endurance of Bai Junyu, Xia Jiqing, and Yuan Xiaoman. Struggling under such circumstances was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Yet, they were able to continue walking like this. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xia Jiqing was shocked. If this was the case, then, did it mean that the person Bai Junyu liked was still her? Xia Jiqing's heart couldn't help but beat faster. During this time, she felt more and more that Bai Junyu and Yuan Xiaoman were a real couple. Sometimes, she even wanted to quit. However, Bai Junyu often appeared in front of her, and she couldn't just let it go. It had been 3 years since she knew Bai Junyu. Since they met at the Kanglin College, Bai Junyu had always been by her side. She clearly remembered the scene of the first time she met Bai Junyu. She still remembered Bai Junyu's expression at that time. It was just that, unknowingly, things had come to this. She didn't know when things began to develop like this, but the current situation was really not what she wanted to see. Noticing the change in Xia Jiqing's expression, Bailey Hongzhuang knew that she had understood a little. All of this depended on Bai Junyu's thoughts. Now that Yuan Xiaoman was not in the White Tiger Hall, if Bai Junyu still did not take any action, then she had to talk to Bai Junyu. Originally, she didn't want to intervene too much, so she didn't say much. If the situation had reached a situation where she had to say something, then for the happiness of her good sister, she decided to say something. In this way, whether it was for Xia Jiqing or Yuan Xiaoman, it was excellent. Bailey Hongzhuang patted Xia Jiqing's shoulder and said, "Think about it." Xia Jiqing looked deeply at Bailey Hongzhuang, then nodded, "Okay." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly, then picked up the sect manual and looked at it. It recorded their cultivation process and what they needed to do in the Vermilion Bird Hall. Only after understanding all this, they knew what to do next. Bailey Hongzhuang carefully looked at everything recorded in the manual. After 3 days, they could go to the martial arts field of the Vermilion Bird Hall to cultivate in the morning. In Tiangang sect, the activities of the cultivators were relatively free. The martial arts field was divided into 2 parts, one was the sitting area and the other was the martial arts field. The meditation field was the place where the disciples cultivated together, while the martial arts field was the place where the cultivators exchanged pointers and practiced their martial skills. Normally, most of the cultivators would cultivate in the cultivation field, because the cultivation fields of the 4 major branch palaces all had a special barrier. Cultivating there, the essence energy would be denser, and the cultivator's strength would also increase faster. Similarly, the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall also had 2 rankings. One was the cultivation ranking, which recorded the cultivation of all the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall disciples. One was the combat prowess ranking, which recorded the combat prowess of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall disciples. cultivation and combat strength were not the same. Even among cultivators of the same cultivation, there would be a certain difference in combat strength. These two lists were usually placed on the training field, and anyone who came here would be able to see them. It was precisely because of this that the cultivators at the bottom would definitely feel humiliated. This method could also promote the cultivation of the disciples. After all, when everyone around you was working hard to cultivate while you were the only one who remained stagnant, even you would feel ashamed of yourself. Looking at these two lists, cultivators would clearly know their ranking in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. In addition, in Tiangang sect, there was a place to receive cultivation resources called the Resource Hall. Every month, cultivators could go to the Resource Hall to receive their own resources. These cultivation resources were often resources such as medicinal pills. With these resources, a cultivator's cultivation speed would be much faster than usual. The reason why all the cultivators in Xianxia continent wanted to become a member of the sect was because of the rich spirit energy here. Cultivating in the rich spirit energy would have twice the result with half the effort. Unknowingly, one could surpass the cultivation of the cultivators in the outside world. On the other hand, it was because of the rich cultivation resources in the sect. As everyone knew, medicinal pills had always been a necessity for cultivators. However, the price of medicinal pills was also very expensive. Except for some extremely rich cultivators, it was impossible for the average person to have so many cultivation resources. What's more, the alchemists in the outside world were not as good as the alchemists in the sect. In the outside world, many medicinal pills were priceless. Even if one had money, they could not buy the medicinal pills they needed. As for the rules here, they did not have to abide by many. Some places they should not go, such as the Sect Master's Palace, the Junior Sect Master's Palace, the Palace Master's Palace, and so on. As long as they did not receive an order, the conference hall was also a place they could not set foot in. In Tiangang sect, in addition to the 4 halls, there was also the Alchemy Hall and the Inscription Hall. The number of alchemist disciples in the Alchemy Hall was also not small, and the treatment of the disciples in the Inscription Hall was even better. However, the number of disciples in the Inscription Hall was much less than the number of disciples in the Alchemy Hall. This was because the requirements to become an inscription master were higher than that of an alchemist. Here, the status of both the Alchemy Hall disciples and the Inscription Hall disciples was very high. However, the status of the disciples in the 4 halls was not bad. However, the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. This law was applicable everywhere. When Bailey Hongzhuang was looking at the sect manual, Xianxia also looked at it. After understanding all this, she felt that everything here was more free. Even if they were not in the same hall, they could often go there on weekdays. Tiangang sect was to give them a place to cultivate freely. As long as there was nothing major, the hall master would generally not come forward. It was a free-range guide. Boss, I heard from the hall master that there will be other new disciples coming to Tiangang sect in a few days. Xiaojiqing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang suspiciously. She thought it was just them. She didn't expect there to be other cultivators. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. The scope of Tiangang sect is so large. Although the requirements for the disciples recruited each year are high, the number of people is not too small. The assessment competition was only one way for Tiangang sect to recruit disciples, and there were other ways. Some disciples from aristocratic families would also come to the sect to cultivate, but these disciples would not be the most outstanding disciples of the aristocratic families. Maybe it was because they couldn't get the best treatment in their families, so they came to the sect to cultivate. If they achieve outstanding results in the sect, then when they return to their family, their status will also rise by a lot. I didn't expect the pressure of the cultivators in the aristocratic families to be so big. I thought that the disciples of aristocratic families were very great. Xia Jiqing sighed faintly. It seemed that no matter who it was, they would have some troubles. She used to think that the children of aristocratic families were born with a golden spoon in their mouths. They would live a life of luxury and were not comparable to ordinary people. Now listening to her boss's explanation, she only felt that what she thought before was too simple. Everything was not so easy. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. It is precisely because their resources are beyond the reach of others that the family's requirements for them are higher. In a cultivation aristocratic family, there would be many cultivators in the younger generation. Under the accumulation of rich and excellent resources, almost every generation would have amazing talents. On the contrary, under the same cultivation resources, the return of some children was not proportional to their efforts. Then the situation of these disciples was undoubtedly extremely bad. The bigger the family, the crueler it was. Xianxia nodded slightly. The strength of those aristocratic family disciples should be stronger than us. I feel that if I don't work hard, I am afraid that I will really be at the bottom. Even if the performance of the aristocratic family disciples who came to Tiangong sect was not outstanding, compared to the cultivators who came from the grassroots, their strength should be stronger. Bailey Hongshuang thought for a moment and said, "It is not so absolute, but we do need to work hard." The palace lord is right. Coming to Tiangong sect is just a starting point. What kind of results we have in the future will depend on ourselves. Xia Jiqing's eyes changed a bit. She had rested for 3 months and could be said to be extremely relaxed. However, today was only the first day in Tiangong sect and she felt an indescribable sense of tension. This feeling was as if there was a flood beast chasing after her. As long as she slacked a little, she may be swallowed into the stomach. She did not dare to not work hard, she had to work hard because she did not want to be at the bottom. Looking at Xia Jiqing's dignified expression, Bailey Hongshuang patted her shoulder and said, "Jiqing, don't be so nervous. Your performance in the assessment competition is very good, not to mention your talent is not bad, and your strength has improved very quickly. Back then, we also came here one by one when no one was optimistic about us. Now, the gap between us and the other cultivators is not that big. Do you still not have confidence?" After hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, Xia Jiqing, who was originally a little tense, also relaxed a little. "Boss, you're right. I'll definitely work hard." Bailey Hongshuang smiled. "I just reported in today, so I don't have much to do. Why don't we go to the resource hall to collect cultivation resources? Obtaining cultivation resources would definitely be beneficial to their cultivation." "Sure." Xia Jiqing nodded. She was also very curious about what kind of cultivation resources the Tiangong Zone disciples would have. Just as Bailey Hongshuang and Xia Jiqing were about to leave, Bai Junyu's voice came from outside their door. "Jiqing, Hongshuang, do you want to go to the resource hall to collect cultivation resources?" Hearing this voice, Bailey Hongshuang and Xia Jiqing looked at each other and smiled. They immediately opened the door and went out. Bai Junyu looked at Xia Jiqing's beautiful smile and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He always felt that the Jiqing in front of him at this moment was very different. From the end of the assessment until now, he had not seen Jiqing smile so happily for a long time. Recalling all the things in the past, at this moment, when he saw Xia Jiqing speak to him so brightly, his heart was filled with emotion. He only hoped that he could often see Xia Jiqing smile like this in the future. Xia Jiqing saw Bai Junyu staring at her, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. She said, "What are you looking at me for?" Bai Junyu was stunned, and then he retracted his gaze. He touched his forehead and said, "No, nothing." Bailey Hongshuang looked at Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu in front of her, and the smile in her eyes deepened. Bai Junyu and Xia Jiqing like this, if someone said that they didn't like each other, no one would believe it. "Let's go. I think Dongfang and the others should be going to the resource hall to get resources now," Bailey Hongshuang said with a smile. With the voice of Bailey Hongshuang falling, Bai Junyu and Xia Jiqing both nodded. The two immediately followed Bailey Hongshuang in the direction of the resource hall. The resource hall was in the center of the 4 major halls, and there was a certain distance to get there. Today, they had just become cultivators of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, and the 3 of them were in a very good mood. At this moment, walking on the road of Tiangong sect, the 3 of them had a happy smile on their faces. In the process of going to the resource hall, suddenly, a voice came into the ears of Bailey Hongshuang and the others. "Look, isn't that the future wife of the young master?" "That's right. Who are the man and woman behind her?" "They are all friends of Miss Bailey, and now they have become disciples of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall." "In this way, doesn't it mean that they are our junior brothers and sisters?" "That's natural. The woman in the green dress is very beautiful. At first glance, I have a good impression of her." A man's eye stopped on Xia Jiqing's body, his face full of excitement and love. Xia Jiqing's appearance was very delicate and pretty. After 2 years of experience in the assessment competition, her delicate and pretty face had a trace of heroic spirit, and she was even more beautiful. What's more, Xia Jiqing's figure was excellent and curvy. Even in the entire Tiangang zone, there were very few women with a hot body like Xia Jiqing. Bailey Hongzhuang is the young sect master's woman, and now the entire Tiangang sect does not dare to have any thoughts about her. However, the new female disciples had always been the focus of the male disciples. Not bad, this woman's looks are indeed outstanding. You have good eyesight. A male disciple kept looking at Xia Jiqing. His eyes were filled with excitement as if he couldn't wait to come up and greet Xia Jiqing. However, after pondering for a long time, he ultimately did not walk up. This movement was not small. The man may have deliberately attracted Xia Jiqing's attention, so his voice was not hidden at all. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others heard this conversation clearly. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips could not help but evoke a smile. Jiqing's appearance was very outstanding, and there would be many disciples pursuing her in Tiangang sect. For a long time, Xia Jiqing had been following Bailey Hongzhuang. The men they met would be attracted by Bailey Hongzhuang at a glance, and few people would pay attention to her. After all, the boss was really too good. No matter when, he attracted everyone's attention like the sun. She never thought that there would be other people paying attention to her now, which really surprised her. However, in addition to being surprised, she also felt a trace of joy. At least, there were still people paying attention to her. During this time, she had been belittling herself, only thinking that she might be an ugly duckling. Today, after a conversation with the boss, coupled with the current scene, she only felt a little more confident in herself. Compared to Xia Jiqing's happiness, Bai Junyu's face was gloomy. Now that Xia Jiqing was getting more and more beautiful, more and more people were paying attention to her. However, he had been stagnant, and there was a sense of insecurity in his heart. If he continued to delay like this, would Jiqing be chased by other men? At the thought of this, Bai Junyu's face was ugly. This was not the situation he wanted to see. He thought that this time he could cultivate with Xia Jiqing in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, he could shorten the distance between them, but now it seemed that in this Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, his opponents were not few. It seemed that he had to hurry up and act. Bailey Hongzhuang casually looked back and saw Bai Junyu's gloomy face, and the smile in her eyes became more and more intense. It seemed that there was no need for her to communicate with Bai Junyu, and they could solve this matter by themselves. After walking for a while, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two finally successfully arrived at the Resource Palace Hall. The Resource Palace Hall was also a palace. It was divided into 3 floors and looked very solemn and noble. Every layout showed the heritage, and people did not dare to be too casual. Seeing this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two could not help but feel a little emotional again. Every place in Tiangang sect gave them a feeling of extreme amazement. This kind of big spending, they could only see it in the sect. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two were about to go in, a familiar voice sounded behind them. Hongzhuang, you've also come to the resource hall. Hearing this voice, even without looking back, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others knew that Dong Fengyu and Gong Xiaoqing had arrived. The 3 of them turned around and saw Gong Xiaoqing, Dong Fengyu, and Pan Zimo walking over together. Pan Zimo clearly got along very well with Gong Xiaoqing and Dong Fengyu. After all, they had helped each other during the exam. Coincidentally, we don't have anything to do today. Naturally, we're here to collect resources from the resource room, Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile. How do you feel in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall? Gong Xiaoqing asked in a deep voice. Xia Jiqing smiled slightly. When I first saw the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, I was quite shocked. However, I see that this Tiangang sect's restrictions on their disciples are not very strong. In the future, we can still often interact. Dong Fengyu chuckled. When we first saw the Azure Dragon Palace, we were also shocked. The entire palace was azure in color, as if it was a coiling azure dragon. It really isn't simple. Just as Dong Fengyu had said, the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall where Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were in was completely red, representing the flames of the vermilion bird. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Although they did not cultivate in the same hall, at least they were all in Tiangang sect. There were not many restrictions on the disciples here, and it was very simple for them to get together on weekdays. Although there was some distance, for them as cultivators, it was not a distance at all. I have long heard that the cultivation resources of Tiangang sect disciples are very rich. Today, I can finally come and see it. Pan Zimo smiled. Tiangang sect was a place he had been yearning for a long time. Today, he could finally become a member here. He had not yet woken up from such a surprise. Listening to Pan Zimo's words, everyone's face was filled with a touch of expectation. Let's go in. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed the joy and eagerness on everyone's faces and immediately said. Everyone nodded and then walked into the resource hall. There were many disciples in the resource hall. Today was the beginning of the month, and the beginning of each month was the day when the cultivation resources were distributed. Therefore, the disciples of Tiangang sect would come to receive the resources these days. As Bailey Hongzhuang and the others walked into the resource hall, they saw that the entire resource hall was very bright. Looking carefully, they found that the resource hall was also divided into several areas. At first glance, Bailey Hongzhuang saw the resource room of Zhuke Palace Hall. Dong Fengyu and others naturally noticed this situation, and there was a touch of surprise in their eyes. It seems that the disciples of each branch hall will receive cultivation resources in their respective areas. In their line of sight, there were not only the resource rooms of the 4 branches, but also the resource rooms of the Alchemy Palace and the Inscription Palace. This simple appearance gave people a clear feeling at a glance, and they could not help but have a good impression of it. This was the large sect they yearned for. No matter where it was orderly. I don't know if the cultivation resources of each branch hall will be different. Xia Jiqing's eyes flashed with a curious light. Although the 4 branches of Tiangang sect all belonged to Tiangang sect, everything was separated. Gong Xiaoqing's handsome face was filled with wisdom. The cultivation resources should not be different. They were all new disciples, and it was reasonable to say that the things they were allocated should be the same. Hearing this, Xia Jiqing nodded. It should be so, I'm just a little curious. Let's not stand here in a daze. Let's take our cultivation resources first. Dong Fengyu smiled. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were about to go to their respective resource rooms to receive resources, a familiar and joyful voice entered their ears. Boss, you're all here. Glancing to the side, he saw Yuan Xiaoman, Yuan Jixin, and Dong Hongyun walking out of the White Tiger Hall's resource room. You've already received your cultivation resources. That's quite fast. Dong Fengyu also greeted them. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. That's right, we're all here to collect cultivation resources. Yuan Xiaoman walked in front of Bailey Hongzhuang, her charming face was filled with amazement. Boss, Tiangang sect's reputation is really not just for show. I finally understand why the strength of the sect's disciples is so amazing. Their cultivation resources are much richer than the outside world. These cultivation resources, she usually couldn't have so much in a year, but in Tiangang sect, it was only a month's worth of cultivation resources for cultivators. With so many cultivation resources, coupled with the yuanli here that was richer than the outside world, it was impossible for the strength of the cultivators to not improve faster than the cultivators in the outside world. In the past, she always heard that whether it was a cultivator from a sect or an aristocratic family, the reason why they could have such impressive strength at such a young age was that they were completely piled up with resources. She had never understood what it meant to be stacked with cultivation resources. Now that she had come to Tiangang sect, she completely understood. They were currently just new disciples of Tiangang sect, but they already had so many cultivation resources. If they performed well in the White Tiger Hall in the future, these cultivation resources may even rise, which was too terrifying. At this moment, she finally understood why the genius cultivators in the aristocratic families were able to look down on others at such a young age. This was not entirely because their cultivation talent was outstanding, but more because of their generous conditions. She believed that even with her talent, if she was from a cultivation family, her strength would be extremely powerful now. Listening to Yuan Xiaoman's words, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Yes, it is because of this that there are so many cultivators who want to enter the sect. Xiaoman, I was originally curious about how many cultivation resources there are, but now listening to you, I am even more looking forward to it. Xia Jiqing's face was full of excitement. It seemed that the cultivation resources were really rich to the point of being surprising. Haha, then you go and get the cultivation resources first. Yuan Xiaoman chuckled. Bailey Hongzhuang and Xia Jiqing looked at each other, then walked in the direction of the Vermilion Bird Hall. Gong Xiaoqing and the other two no longer stayed and immediately went to the resource room of the Azure Dragon Hall. Yuan Xiaoman, Yuan Jixin and Dong Hongyun walked out of the resource hall and waited for everyone outside. At this moment, there were many cultivators in the resource hall. If they all stood in the resource room, wouldn't it be very troublesome? Soon, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two arrived at the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's resource room. An elder was standing there. When he saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two appear, he said, "Give me your identity medallions." Earlier, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two had obtained identity badges from the Qianquan bag from the resource elder of the White Tiger Palace. After hearing the elder's words, they immediately took out their identity badges. Bailey Hongzhuang handed her ID card to the elder. After checking the information on the ID card, the elder said, "New disciple." "Yes." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. The elder then recorded Bailey Hongzhuang's information in his handbook. After that, he said to Bailey Hongzhuang, "Go to the back and get the cultivation resources." As the elder's voice fell, a disciple behind the elder showed a respectful smile to Bailey Hongzhuang. "Junior sister Bailey, please come with me to get the cultivation resources." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and followed the disciple to the back of the resource room. Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu also handed their identity medallions to the elder, and the elder recorded their information. Soon, Bailey Hongzhuang had already received her own cultivation resources. The disciple's attitude towards Bailey Hongzhuang was simply respectful to the point that it couldn't be more respectful. He was polite everywhere, as if Bailey Hongzhuang was not his junior sister, but an elder. In this regard, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood that the other party was polite to her because of her relationship with Bewitching. Now in the entire Tian Gang sect, almost no one did not know the relationship between her and Bewitching. Along the way, almost all the cultivators were respectful to her. She felt a little helpless about this situation. After all, she originally did not come to Tian Gang sect with such an idea. However, thinking about it carefully, there was nothing bad about this. With this identity, there would be very few cultivators who would dare to find trouble with her, so she could cultivate in peace. During the assessment, there were countless people who found trouble with her, so it was good to be able to have some peace now. Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu also quickly received their cultivation resources and appeared behind Bailey Hongzhuang. "Boss, we have already received our cultivation resources, let's go back now." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, "Let's go out, Xiaoman and the others are still waiting for us outside." When Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two walked out of the resource hall, Dong Fangyu and the other two also walked out. Yuan Xiaoman could not help but walk to Xia Jiqing's side and said with a smile, "Jiqing, let's see if our cultivation resources are the same." "Okay." Xia Jiqing chuckled and immediately compared herself with Yuan Xiaoman. Through this comparison, the two found that their cultivation resources were exactly the same, and there was no difference. "Sure enough, it's the same." Xia Jiqing sighed, and her eyes fell on Gong Xiaoqing. "Xiaoqing, what you said is really right." Dong Hongyun could not help but frown, since everyone will receive the same amount of cultivation resources, then why do we have to separate the different palaces? Isn't this superfluous? If everyone received the same amount of resources, then the resource rooms of the 4 sub-halls could be integrated together. Dong Fangyu and the others looked at each other as doubt surfaced in their eyes. They couldn't understand this either. However, since Tian Gang sect made such an arrangement, they must have their reasons. Every branch hall receives different cultivation resources, but because you are all new disciples, the cultivation resources you receive are the same. A low and magnetic voice rang out behind Bailey Hongzhuang. Bewitching's face was filled with a handsome and sunny smile. Seeing the appearance of Bewitching, Xia Jiqing and the others were stunned for a moment. Obviously, they didn't expect that Bewitching would appear at this moment. Bailey Hongzhuang was also a little surprised. Bewitching did not tell her that he would be here. What's more, they had only been in the resource hall for a short time. How did Bewitching know that she would be here? Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Bewitching, and her dark eyes were filled with doubt. Di Baichen noticed Bailey Hongshuang's puzzled look and felt helpless. He knew that it was not appropriate for him to accompany Hongshuang to the Vermilion Bird Hall. What's more, the four temple masters had to explain some things to the new disciples. If he was there, it would undoubtedly have some impact. Earlier on, he had already told Hongshuang that she would go to the palace to look for him after she had settled everything. However, he waited in the palace for a long time and did not see Hongshuang come. Logically speaking, the matter should have been settled by then. Then, he found out that Hongshuang had come to the resource hall. He happened to have nothing to do in the palace, so he came to the resource hall to look for Hongshuang. Noticing Di Baichen's slightly helpless gaze, Bailey Hongshuang immediately understood. She thought that Di Baichen had not seen her return, so he specially came to look for her. Greetings, young sect leader. Gong Xiaoqing and the others bowed to Di Baichen. Before they became disciples of Tiangang sect, Di Baichen was their friend. Now, they were already members of Tiangang sect. When they saw Di Baichen, they naturally had to bow. Di Baichen nodded slightly and did not stop them. All the cultivators in Tiangang sect called him that. If he stopped them, it would make things more difficult for them. Baichen, you said that the resources received by each branch hall's cultivators are different? Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows. She did not miss this news. Why would the cultivation resources of the 4 branch halls be different? That's right. There has always been competition between the 4 halls. Every year, there will be a competition between the 4 branch halls. The cultivation resources of each branch hall's disciples will be determined based on the results of this competition. Whichever branch hall's results are the best, they will receive the most abundant cultivation resources in the following year. Similarly, whichever branch hall's results are the worst, their disciples will receive the worst cultivation resources in the following year. You are new disciples, so the cultivation resources you receive are the same as other new disciples. After the next competition between the 4 branch palaces, your cultivation resources will be the same as the other disciples of the branch palaces. Di Baichen carefully told Bailey Hongshuang and others about the matter. In Tiangang sect, there was competition everywhere. After hearing Di Baichen's explanation, everyone had a look of realization. I didn't expect that the cultivation resources of the 4 branch palaces would be different. This is really surprising. Yuan Xiaoman's face was filled with amazement. It seems that in the future, when the 4 sub-palaces compete, we will have to give it our all. After all, this would affect their cultivation resources for the next year. If he was at the bottom of the 4 halls, it would not only be a humiliation, but his cultivation would also be quickly overtaken by others. This was something that no one wanted to see. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes flashed with admiration and amazement. The sects from 1,000 years ago did not have so many methods. Now after seeing the scenes of Tiangang sect, she also felt that this method was more mature and had a greater stimulation for the disciples. In such an atmosphere, the disciples would not dare to slack off even if they wanted to. They could only rush forward at full speed, so, the next time we meet, we will be competitors? Yuan Jixin's face was filled with a sunny and handsome smile. He really did not think that one day he might become the boss's opponent. Listening to Bailey Hongshuang's words, everyone nodded. Although they belonged to different halls, they were all disciples of Tiangang sect. Even if they became opponents in the future, it would just be a mutual exchange of pointers, and there would be no impact. In a few days, there will be other new disciples coming to the sect. They will also compete with you, so you have to work hard. Di Baichen's eyes were deep. Now that everyone was here, he naturally hoped that everyone could achieve good results. Don't worry, we will not be defeated by those guys. Bai Junyu's eyes flashed with a firm light. No matter who their future opponents were, they would not back down. Seeing that everyone was very confident, Di Baichen was also relieved. It's getting late, we'll go back first. Gong Xiaoqing glanced at the surrounding situation and then said. Their group was standing not far from the door of the resource hall, and all the disciples coming and going were looking at them. What's more, there was also Di Baichen standing here. He knew very well that Di Baichen would never come here to explain things to them. He must have come to pick up Bailey Hongshuang. It was extremely inappropriate for them to continue to disturb Bailey Hongshuang and Di Baichen's relationship here. Listening to Gong Xiaoqing's words, everyone nodded. Then let's go back, we'll meet again later. Yuan Jixin smiled. Everyone went to their respective halls. Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu's eyes could not help but fall on Bailey Hongzhuang. Where was Hongzhuang going now? At this time, Di Baichen said, Junyu, Jiqing, you go back to the Vermilion Bird Hall first. As soon as these words came out, Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu suddenly understood. Boss, then we'll go back first. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, okay, you go back first. After everyone left, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Baichen and asked. Did you come here to look for me? If I'm not here to look for you, do you think I'm here to collect cultivation resources from the resource hall? Di Baichen's voice was gentle and powerful. His eyes, which were as deep as the sea, were filled with love and tenderness. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and smiled. If you're here to receive cultivation resources, there's nothing strange about that. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang was deliberately joking, Di Baichen felt helpless. He immediately held Bailey Hongzhuang's small hand and walked forward. Suddenly being held by Di Baichen, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Many disciples came and went outside the resource hall, and many people saw the scene. Baichen, you, Di Baichen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang behind him. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's embarrassed look, he couldn't help but smile. What's wrong with me? Many people are watching. Then let them watch. Sooner or later, you'll be my wife, Di Baichen's wife. Just let everyone know. Di Baichen's lips were filled with a confident and dazzling smile. He held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand firmly, not allowing Bailey Hongzhuang to escape. Looking at the domineering appearance of the man in front of her, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slowly raised a smile. She had to say that she was still happy in her heart. Bailey Hongzhuang was led by Di Baichen all the way to the direction of the palace. She said, Baichen, starting tomorrow, I'll cultivate in the Vermilion Bird Hall. As Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen got closer and closer to the bedroom, the number of cultivators around also decreased until only the two of them were left. The density of origin energy in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's meditation field is not comparable to the cultivation room in my bedroom. You might as well cultivate here rather than there, Di Baichen said slowly. Although he and Hongzhuang were together previously, the time they spent together was very short. Now that Hongzhuang finally stayed in Tiangong sect, if she stayed in Vermilion Bird Palace Hall to cultivate, then wouldn't he not be able to see Hongzhuang often again? This was not a situation he wanted to see. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. The situation is indeed like this, but I'm clearly a disciple of Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. If I always stay in your bedroom to cultivate, it would be too inappropriate. What's inappropriate about that? Who dares to say anything? Di Baichen's tone was domineering and fearless. As the young sect master of Tiangong sect, who would dare to gossip about him? Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang wrinkled her nose and said, naturally, no one will say anything in front of others, but there will definitely be many people criticizing behind closed doors. The human heart was the most difficult thing to control. They were unable to control the thoughts of other cultivators. She had originally planned to perform well in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall and reduce some of the voices of criticism. What's there to care about other people's thoughts? After we get married, they will all shut up. Currently, Bailey Hongzhuang was the young sect master's wife in the eyes of Tiangong sect disciples. Although they were not married yet, this was already set in stone. It was because of this that the criticism would be much lesser and would definitely not be as unbridled as 2 years ago. Hearing Di Baichen's words, Bailey Hongzhuang did not say much and only quietly stared at Di Baichen. Feeling Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze, Di Baichen thought for a moment and said, why don't you cultivate in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall during the day and come to my bedroom at night? Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang's expression did not change, Di Baichen continued, this is the bottom line. If you don't agree, I can only look for you. He didn't care what other people thought. After all, he, Di Baichen, was pestering Bailey Hongzhuang. Besides, I'm going to train in the desert world with you. Di Baichen's smile was as bright as the sun. No matter what, he couldn't let Hongzhuang stay in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall forever. Seeing that Di Baichen was determined not to give in, Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment and nodded. Okay then, I'll come over at night. Just as Di Baichen had said, they were going to train in the desert world together. Naturally, she couldn't stay in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall forever. There were many disciples meditating in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's meditation area every day. Because the concentration of elemental energy there was stronger than inside the room, almost all the practitioners would choose to stay there. It was naturally inappropriate for her not to go there. If she left at night, it shouldn't be a big deal. Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's reply, Bewitching finally revealed a satisfied smile. His slender finger scratched Bailey Hongshuang's nose and said, "That's my good wife." Bailey Hongshuang glared at Bewitching. She was now completely at her wits' end with Bewitching. The next day, before dawn, Bailey Hongshuang had already returned to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. After the three beasts came out of the desert world, they rested in the cultivation room. They were also exhausted. Because Bewitching was cultivating with them in the desert world, they went deeper into the desert unscrupulously. As a result, the strength of the monsters that appeared was also more and more powerful. With Bewitching's strength, it was naturally no problem to deal with these monsters, but Bailey Hongshuang and the three beasts felt a huge pressure. With the idea of improving their own strength, they would never ask Bewitching for help unless they couldn't hold on anymore. As a result, every battle could be said to be exhausted and even walking on the edge of death. Although this method was extremely tiring, the speed of improvement was also very fast. Therefore, they still enjoyed this kind of cultivation and never got tired of it. If you want to improve your cultivation, you often have to grow in abuse. Bailey Hongshuang returned to her room. After many times of cultivation in the desert world, her endurance was also constantly improving. She still remembered the first time she came out of the desert world, she was exhausted. Now the monsters she encountered in the desert world were getting stronger and stronger, but she was not as tired as before. She could clearly feel her progress, and in the long run, she felt that the improvement would be more obvious. After freshening up in the room for a while, Bailey Hongshuang walked out of the room. Xianxia and Bai Junyu also came out at this moment. After seeing Bailey Hongshuang, both of them smiled. "Boss, you also got up." Bailey Hongshuang smiled slightly. "Yes, let's go to the martial arts field together." Xianxia had some doubts in her heart. Since the boss and the young sect master left together yesterday, she had not seen the boss. She didn't know when the boss came back. However, Xianxia did not think much in this regard. The boss and the young sect master were originally husband and wife, and now living together was a matter of course. "I really want to see what the martial arts field looks like." Xianxia's eyes flashed with excitement. Everything in Tiangang Zone could give people a sense of shock. The martial training field was undoubtedly the place where the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall disciples often gathered. She would be able to see many of her senior brothers and sisters there. She also wanted to see them. "Then let's go." Bailey Hongshuang and the other two immediately headed towards the martial arts field. They had never been to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's martial arts field, but there was a map in the Qiankuan bag that the resource elder had given them. The map clearly indicated the distribution of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Therefore, they also knew where the martial arts training field was. As Bailey Hongshuang and the other two walked towards the martial arts field, they realized that the number of disciples around them was gradually increasing. Clearly, these disciples were heading to the martial arts field like them. Currently, the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's new disciples were only the three of them, so the cultivators who appeared beside them were all senior brothers and sisters who had arrived earlier. The eyes of many disciples fell on Bailey Hongshuang and the other two. If it was a normal day, when a new disciple came, they would definitely come up to communicate with them. However, because of Bailey Hongshuang's special identity, they did not dare to come forward and disturb her. If they caused Bailey Hongshuang to be unhappy, then they would really have to bear the consequences. For Bailey Hongshuang, she had never been a person who cared about her identity. As long as she treated people with sincerity, they were her friends. However, she had just arrived at the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, and many people did not know her character. Naturally, they would not disturb her. If it was her, she would have the same idea. With the surrounding disciples leading the way, Bailey Hongshuang and the other two did not need to worry about not being able to find the place. As long as they followed everyone, they would be able to reach it. The martial arts field and the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall itself were not on the same mountain peak, but on a mountain peak next to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. The whole mountain peak was raised to the ground from the top, as if there was a huge axe that cut the mountain in half, smooth and flat. A large and amazing martial arts field appeared. The open-air martial arts field was spectacular and huge. At a glance, one could see a group of disciples sitting on a futon and meditating. In a place further away, there was an empty training field with an arena in it. Seeing this scene, Xianxia and Baijunyu could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. As early as yesterday, they had already felt that Tiangang sect's style was amazing, but when they saw this martial arts field, it was even more than before. Such a large martial arts field, it was really the first time they had seen it. The feeling of having so many cultivators meditating and cultivating at the same time was completely different. Oh my god, this is too shocking. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. After coming to Tiangang sect, she really felt that she had seen the world. She suddenly felt that 2 years ago, the disciples of Tiangang sect ridiculed them for not seeing the world. Perhaps it was somewhat reasonable. Because, before, their eyes had always been confined to a small range. When they participated in the assessment competition, they had already broadened their horizons, but now after seeing the various arrangements of Tiangang sect, their horizons were even wider. So many cultivators meditating together, I always feel that it is a very interesting thing. Baijunyu's face was filled with a handsome and warm smile. On ordinary days, they would stay in their own houses to cultivate. There had never been so many people in the same place to cultivate. Therefore, he had a very novel feeling. Mutual supervision and encouragement is indeed very interesting. Bailey Hongzhuang's delicate and beautiful face was filled with appreciation. She sighed inwardly. 1,000 years later, the way the sect trained its disciples was indeed much better than 1,000 years ago. Let's go over quickly, we will cultivate here today. Xianxia smiled. Looking at Xianxia's excited face, Bailey Hongzhuang and Baijunyu looked at each other and both of them smiled. Soon, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two entered the practice area. The moment Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two walked in, they could feel that the concentration of elemental energy here was roughly 2.5 times that of the outside world. The concentration of elemental energy in other parts of Tiangang sect was equal to twice that of the outside world. Although it was only a 50% increase, it was already very good. If he cultivated here for a long time, his cultivation speed would be much faster than in the outside world. In the middle of the entire training field, there was a pitch-black pillar. The name, cultivation level, and ranking of every cultivator was clearly recorded on the pillar. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two couldn't help but take a few steps closer along the passage, wanting to see their rankings. After all, they had to first understand their current level of strength in Tiangang sect. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two walked to the front of the ranking pillar, they looked for their names below. Soon, Bailey Hongzhuang found where her name was. Rank 581, Yellow Realm 7th level. Xianxia and Baijunyu's rankings appeared in the 800th place, which was the real bottom. Seeing this scene, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. It seems that my judgment is really not wrong, I really am at the bottom. Although she had already expected such a result, she still couldn't help but have some expectations in her heart. She only hoped that her results were not so bad. However, the final result clearly told her that this was the truth, and it was useless to have any wishful thinking. Fortunately, the number of cultivators with the same cultivation is not small. As long as you break through one level, your ranking can be improved a lot. Baijunyu smiled and comforted Xianxia after seeing the frustrated look on her face. Such an outcome was within their expectations. After all, the other cultivators had been cultivating in Tiangang sect for a while, and their cultivation was naturally much stronger than theirs. When the next time they recruited disciples, their strength would also be much stronger than the later cultivators. Listening to Baijunyu's words, Xianxia nodded and could only comfort herself like this. Such a result was really a bit shameful. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes stopped at the words Yellow Realm 7th level. Her current strength was no longer Yellow Realm 7th level. Since the end of the assessment, she had been working hard to cultivate and had not stopped. What's more, she and Baichen had been cultivating in the desert world during this time. With Baichen, Bailey Hongzhuang could also meditate in the desert world, but she needed someone to pay attention to the movements around her. At night, they went into the desert world and cultivated in the desert world for 3 days. When the 3 days were up, they came out during the day, so they had a good rest. When night fell, they once again entered the desert world. Under such circumstances, her improvement speed was very fast. What's more, her grandfather treated her exceptionally well after reuniting with her. He gave her a lot of cultivation resources. With these cultivation resources, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately used them. For the current her, the most important thing was to increase her own strength. Everything else was inconsequential. Under such circumstances, the speed of her and Bewitching's improvement was obvious. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was wondering about this cultivation, a man walked in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two. The man was wearing a green robe. He was about 25 years old and had a dignified appearance. He was polite and refined. Junior sister Bailey, junior sister Xia, junior brother Bai, I am the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's eldest senior brother. My name is Gui Jianyuan. Gui Jianyuan's face was filled with a friendly and polite smile, making people unable to feel the slightest bit of vigilance and disgust. The ranking pillar is a record of your cultivation at the end of the assessment. Now that 3 months have passed, the ranking is no longer accurate. Gui Jianyuan's determined and calm face had a faint smile as he carefully introduced the ranking pillar to Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang revealed a look of realization. Previously, she felt that the cultivation level recorded on the ranking pillar was not accurate. It turned out that she had to re-examine it. Gui Jianyuan nodded. Not bad, the ranking pillar's test is very accurate. Even for cultivators of the same cultivation level, the ranking pillar can still determine the ranking based on their origin power level. It's extremely accurate. As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two's eyes were filled with astonishment. They thought that cultivators of the same cultivation level would be ranked the same. They did not expect the ranking pillar to be so accurate. It was truly shocking. Thank you for telling me, eldest senior brother. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly bowed as a faint and charming smile appeared on her charming face. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang bowing to him, Gui Jianyuan hurriedly said, I don't dare, I don't dare. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Senior brother Gui is my senior brother. It's only right for me to bow. Why would I not dare? Although it was her first time meeting Gui Jianyuan, Bailey Hongzhuang had a very good impression of him. This Gui Jianyuan spoke elegantly and had a very good attitude. It was no wonder that he could become the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's eldest senior brother. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Gui Jianyuan was slightly stunned. After noticing that Bailey Hongzhuang's words came from her heart, his gaze changed a little. As the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's eldest senior brother, he had the obligation to tell all the new disciples about everything here when they came here. After such a long time, he had long been used to it. In his opinion, being able to have the opportunity to help the new junior brothers and sisters was an extremely good thing. Perhaps it was because of his personality that he had always been very popular in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. He knew the identity of Bailey Hongzhuang, the future wife of the young master of Tiangang sect. Who didn't know this identity, he had never come into contact with Bailey Hongzhuang. He only thought that Bailey Hongzhuang should be as high and mighty as Han Xiling. However, at this moment, looking at this approachable and beautiful woman in front of him, he really found it hard to believe that she was Bailey Hongzhuang. There was undoubtedly a huge difference from what he had imagined. However, such a Bailey Hongzhuang made it easier for people to have a good impression of her. Junior sister Bailey, you can infuse your essence energy at the bottom of the ranking pillar to determine your ranking. Here, many cultivators will come here every time they make a breakthrough in their cultivation to see how far their ranking has risen, Gui Jianyuan said with a smile. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two nodded. Come to think of it, every disciple hoped that their ranking would rise quickly. Therefore, every time there was a little bit of progress, everyone would come here to test it. Eldest senior brother, thank you. Xia Jiqing thanked him. Gui Jianyuan waved his hand, as the eldest senior brother, telling you these is my duty. In the future, if there is anything you don't understand, or if you need help, just come to me. As long as I can help, I will not refuse. My room number is 1. Looking at such a calm and generous Gui Jianyuan, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two had a good impression of him. At least, after knowing Gui Jianyuan, they would be able to consult him if they didn't understand anything in the future. Gui Jianyuan's face was filled with a warm smile. After indicating that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others did not need to thank him, he returned to the futon and continued to meditate and cultivate. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two's eyes fell on the ranking pillar. They also had to reconfirm their ranking. Xia Jiqing was the first to go to the testing place. Her body's power surged out. Her right hand covered the bottom of the ranking pillar, and her power quickly poured into it. Then, a subtle light bloomed, and Xia Jiqing retracted her right hand. However, although Xia Jiqing rechecked, the ranking still did not change at all. Seeing this, Xia Jiqing sighed discouragingly, "I'm really the last one." Although she already knew that she was the last one, after hearing Gui Jianyuan's introduction, she couldn't help but have some hope in her heart. Unexpectedly, the final result was exactly the same as before. There was no change. Looking at Xia Jiqing's appearance, Bai Junyu patted Xia Jiqing's shoulder and said, "Your ranking will rise soon, don't worry." Hearing this, Xia Jiqing nodded slightly, but there was still a bit of helplessness in her expression. "Since Jiqing's ranking has not changed, there should not be any difference in my ranking. It's better to wait until I break through and then test again," Bai Junyu said slowly. In the 3 months of relaxation, they spent most of their time resting and visiting relatives and friends. Their cultivation base did not make much progress. Therefore, there was no need to test at all. Xia Jiqing then looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, "Boss, do you want to test?" She always felt that the strength of the boss was a bit stronger than when they were separated, but it was just her feeling and she couldn't judge. In terms of cultivation, the boss had always been extremely diligent. She had been with the boss for so long, and she had never seen the boss slack off in cultivation. Thinking about it, the boss should not have neglected her cultivation during the time she was in Tiangang sect. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, her beautiful face shining with a bright smile. With her current strength, she was also at the lower level among the disciples of Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. However, she believed that it would not be long before her ranking would rise all the way. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's right hand also covered the bottom of the ranking stone as the yuan power in her body quickly surged out. Following the emergence of this elemental energy, a faint but sparkling green light quietly appeared. Looking at this green light, Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu's eyes were filled with surprise. Why was Bailey Hongzhuang's test different from Xia Jiqing's test? Then, they noticed that Bailey Hongzhuang's ranking kept moving up and finally stopped at the 300th place. Bailey Hongzhuang, 300th place, Green Realm Level 1. Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu's eyes were fixed on the words Green Territory, and their eyes couldn't help but be filled with a strong sense of amazement. Green Territory? Xia Jiqing's eyes widened, and her pretty face was full of disbelief. "Boss, you actually broke through to the Green Realm?" Bai Junyu also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in a daze. This improvement was a little too shocking. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, "I just broke through a few days ago." "Boss, isn't your breakthrough speed a little too abnormal? It's such a blow to us." Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation speed had always been very fast. It was not only because her talent was strong enough, but also because of her hard work. Few people could compare to her. However, it had only been 3 months since the end of the assessment competition. Usually, people would take a good rest in these 3 months. After all, the days before were too hard. However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not seem to feel tired at all. No matter what the situation was, she never stopped cultivating. It was fine if she did not stop, but now that she had reached the first level of the Green Realm, she had completely left them behind. "Hongzhuang, did you spend all your time on cultivation?" Bai Junyu's expression was gloomy. He suddenly felt that he did not need so much supervision from Tiangang sect. As long as he was with Bailey Hongzhuang, there was no possibility of them slacking off. Thinking back to when they were in Azure Water School, their cultivation was about the same, but now Bailey Hongzhuang was much stronger than him. However, during this period of time, they had come together. It really made people sigh with emotion. Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment and nodded, more or less. "Basically, I'm cultivating." She still had too many things to do. It would not do if she did not cultivate properly. Although the speed of her cultivation was already very fast, it was far from enough for her. She wanted to defeat Lan Qingyan. Lan Qingyan was older than her by a few years. Based on Bewitching and Xianxia's cultivation, Lan Qingyan should have reached the Green Realm. However, she had just broken through to the Green Realm. The gap between them was still very big. If she wanted to defeat Lan Qingyan fair and square, she had to put in more effort. All these years, Lan Qingyan had obtained her rainbow pearl and was still proud of herself in the Lan family. She thought that she was talented and was born to be a great person. Lan Qingyan even belittled and ridiculed her. In Lan Qingyan's words, Lan Yixuan was destined to die young. Who asked her parents to not take care of her? She deserved it, only she was the true successor of the Lan family. After knowing the words that Lan Qingyan had once said, she decided that she must defeat Lan Qingyan in front of everyone, not only for her, but also for her parents. She wanted to let everyone know that things that didn't belong to them didn't belong to them. Even if Lan Qingyan had snatched away what belonged to her, she could still crush Lan Qingyan. It was precisely because of this that she was exceptionally diligent in her cultivation. She had no time to waste. After hearing the words of Bailey Hongzhuang, Xianxia couldn't help but be speechless. Boss, you've been separated from young sect master for such a long time and it's not easy for you to have a chance to get along. You actually spent all your time on cultivation, aren't you a little too unromantic? Xianxia had always thought that during this period of time, the boss and the young lord were together, they must be inseparable. But now, she realized that the situation was not like that at all. Bai Junyu didn't know what to say at this moment. He only felt that Hongzhuang didn't seem to need to rest at all. Bailey Hongzhuang, he was afraid that she was born to be a character. After all, even if many cultivators worked hard, they couldn't reach the level of Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged and said with a smile, Beichen won't care. She also wanted to travel with Beichen and have a good rest for a while. However, in this situation, it was obviously not easy to rest. Beichen would also understand her. For Beichen, she had always felt a little guilty. Beichen was too tolerant of her. No matter what, he always supported her as always. If there was no Beichen's support, she would have had a harder time now. Fortunately, the lifespan of a cultivator was very long. As long as she rescued her parents and got her revenge, she could live with Beichen in peace. She believed that Beichen also thought so. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's natural look, Xianxia was helpless. Boss, the young sect master really spoils you. You have to cherish it. If it was an ordinary man, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to stand the boss putting all her energy into cultivation. Xianxia only felt that since she saw the young sect master, she felt that this was the real appearance of a good man. No matter what the boss did, the young sect master would always support her without any complaints. Just this point alone was already extremely difficult. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded, I understand. She would cherish Beichen because he was the person who would walk hand in hand with her for the rest of her life. Speaking of which, boss, isn't your cultivation speed a little too heaven-defying? Before, you were at Orange Realm's 7th level. In just 3 months, your cultivation has increased by a full 3 levels. If this news is spread out, I'm afraid everyone will be shocked, right? Xianxia was incredulous. She really didn't understand how the boss cultivated. This kind of cultivation speed would scare a lot of people to death. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly and did not answer Xianxia's question. Although on the surface it seemed that she had only cultivated for a little more than 2 months, in addition to the time in the desert world, she had already cultivated for more than half a year. Moreover, with an abundance of cultivation resources, her speed of improvement was naturally extremely fast. We have to work hard. Otherwise, we don't know where Hongzhuang will leave us in the dust. Bai Junyu faintly sighed, his expression revealing a bit of amusement. If Gong Xiaoqing and the others knew about the speed at which Bailey Hongzhuang had been plotting, their expressions would not be any better than theirs. Xianxia nodded, looking serious and firm. Yes, we must work hard. She wanted to be boss's right-hand man, but with her current cultivation, she couldn't help at all, let alone be his right-hand man. Boss, you're already in the 300th place. You're definitely a powerful existence among the new disciples. I believe that even if those cultivators from aristocratic families were to come here, they would definitely be no match for you. Xia Jiqing's eyes flashed with excitement. Although her own strength was destined to be at the bottom, the boss's strength was very strong. She hadn't seen the other new disciples yet, but there was a certain competition between the new disciples. As long as the boss's ranking was high enough, then they would have the confidence. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. It's not clear yet. We will only know when the other new disciples arrive. Bailey Hongzhuang was definitely the most popular person in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Therefore, after Bailey Hongzhuang re-evaluated her ability, most of the cultivators had their eyes on the pillar. They wanted to know how Bailey Hongzhuang's results were. After all, the news that Bailey Hongzhuang was at Yellow Realm level 7 was just a rumor. None of them knew her real cultivation level. As a new disciple, Yellow Realm level 7 was not bad. However, as the champion of the assessment competition, everyone was still doubtful. However, when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang's ranking quickly rise and finally stop at the 300th place, the eyes of the disciples were filled with surprise. Green Realm level 1? Bailey Hongzhuang has already reached the first level of the Green Realm? Wasn't she just Yellow Realm level 7 previously? It's only been 3 months. How could Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly reach Green Realm level 1? Could it be that the news from last time wasn't accurate enough? Green Realm level 1. With such ability, she can be ranked in the middle in the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Bailey Hongzhuang's ability is not simple. I saw that she was getting along well with eldest senior brother just now. She seems to be much better than Han Xiling. That's not necessarily true. Who doesn't know eldest senior brother's character? No matter how bad the other party is, eldest senior brother will treat them with respect. Everyone was discussing. They had to admit that Bailey Hongzhuang's Green Realm level 1 cultivation level made them speechless. At such a young age and with such a cultivation level, she was outstanding in both ability and talent. Compared to Han Xiling, they felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's ability was more outstanding. If Han Xiling was still alive, he would not be Bailey Hongzhuang's opponent. The disciples who originally wanted to use this incident to mock her were now silent. They felt that Bailey Hongzhuang and the young sect master were becoming more and more compatible. No one could find fault with them. Boss, let's find a place to cultivate first. Xia Jiqing couldn't help but say after seeing the eyes of the disciples stop on them. After all the disciples were cultivating in the direction of the ranking pillar. The place where they were standing was undoubtedly where everyone was paying attention. As a result, it was a bit awkward. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and smiled. Okay, let's go together. The 3 people quickly walked to the back. The front seats were already filled with disciples. They just needed to find an empty seat to sit and cultivate. Casually finding 3 adjacent empty seats, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others sat down. Xia Jiqing smiled. Jiqing's Realm level 1's cultivation level. Jiqing Yan Zhuang's, Jiqing S, Jiqing's Jiqing Realm level Realm. Jiqing Realm's Hongzhuang S Realm cultivation level Cultivation Hongzhuang Realm. The concentration of spirit energy in the small world was also equivalent to 2 times that of the outside world. She didn't expect that the concentration of spirit energy here would reach 2.5 times. The thing that left the deepest impression on her was the stairway to heaven that she encountered in the ruins. Cultivating in that kind of place where origin energy was dense, the speed of cultivation was simply shocking. Now she really missed the heaven stairway. If she could cultivate on the heaven stairway for a while, her cultivation would break through again. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 immediately began to cultivate on the field. After entering the state of cultivation, the whole field was quiet. In addition to the subtle sound of breathing, there were few other sounds. Bailey Hongzhuang happened to be in the desert world for 3 days at night. Before leaving the desert world, she also experienced a battle. She returned to the house and did not rest much before coming out. At this moment, meditating was also a kind of rest for her. Bailey Hongzhuang meditated for a whole day. The surrounding disciples came and went, but there were many disciples like Bailey Hongzhuang who stayed for a whole day. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang working so hard, Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu did not have any reason to slack off. They immediately immersed themselves in cultivation. If they wanted to catch up with Bailey Hongzhuang, there was basically no hope. However, at least they had to find a way to improve their ranking. This feeling of being at the bottom was very uncomfortable. They just wanted to improve their cultivation as soon as possible. Until the sky turned dark, Bailey Hongzhuang exited the state of cultivation. After such a long time of cultivation during the day, the yuan power in her body that had been exhausted had been completely replenished, and her energy had also been restored to its previous state. Now she found that her body's recovery speed was getting faster and faster. Whether it was yuan power or spirit, it was much faster than before. Although she had exercised her body in her previous life, she had never cultivated at such a high intensity. In fact, except for the existence of the Chaos Ring, there were very few such opportunities on ordinary days. And now, she gradually discovered the changes in herself during the process of cultivation. Bailey Hongzhuang stood up, but saw that Xianxia and Bai Junyu were still cultivating, and did not have the slightest intention to stop. Junyu, Jiqing, I'm going back, what about you? Bailey Hongzhuang lowered her voice and asked. The whole field was unusually quiet. If the voice was too loud, it would undoubtedly disturb other cultivators. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu also exited their cultivation state. Xia Jiqing thought for a moment and said, Boss, you go back first. I want to continue cultivating here. In the past 3 months, she had been too lazy. She couldn't continue to be lazy like this. Moreover, when she thought about how she was in the last place, she couldn't wait to throw away this title. This was simply too embarrassing. Good. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. It was a good thing that Xia Jiqing wanted to cultivate. Junyu, what about you? Bai Junyu looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, then looked at Xia Jiqing and said, I will also stay here to cultivate. Bailey Hongzhuang looked between Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu. After she left, she wanted to give Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu some opportunities to be alone. This was undoubtedly excellent. Then I will go first, you guys can do it. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Bewitching was still waiting for her to go back. If she didn't go back, she was afraid that Bewitching would come to find her again. After Bailey Hongzhuang left the Vermilion Bird Hall, she quickly went in the direction of Bewitching's palace. Before Bailey Hongzhuang arrived at Bewitching's sleeping quarters, the 3 beasts had been eagerly waiting for their master's return. After coming out from the desert world today, they were simply too tired and fell into a deep sleep. When they woke up, the sky was already dark and their stomachs were rumbling. Bewitching had already prepared dinner and was only waiting for their master to return. However, after waiting for a long time, they still had not seen their master's figure and were simply too anxious. It would have been fine if there was nothing to eat. However, the food was so close to them and they could even smell its alluring aroma. However, since their master had not returned, they naturally could not eat. This feeling was simply too torturous. Bewitching was also standing outside the room. His extraordinarily handsome face was filled with confusion. They had already agreed to come over at night before Hongzhuang had left. Why had they not seen Hongzhuang's figure yet? Could it be that something unexpected had happened? After thinking of this possibility, Bewitching felt that it was impossible. Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely be fine in the Tiangang sect. Why isn't master back yet? I'm about to starve to death. Xiaohei rubbed its stomach. It felt as if it was going to faint from hunger at any moment. She should be back soon. Don't talk about being hungry. The more you talk, the hungrier you get. Xiaobai sighed. Changing the topic was not so bad. If they focused on eating, they would only get hungrier the more they thought about it. Baisher looked at Xiaohei and Xiaobai, who had shriveled up into balls, with a helpless expression. Isn't master just a little late? You're already so hungry. As Baisher spoke, Xiaohei and Xiaobai glared at Baisher resentfully. You've already eaten the demon crystal. It's easy for you to say that. If you have the ability, don't eat the demon crystal. Baisher twisted its round body. It's your fault for not being able to eat it. You can't blame me for this. Xiaohei and Xiaobai glared angrily at Baisher. They were not as perverted as Baisher, who could break through by eating demon crystals. Oh right, Baisher, I think I saw you eating the demon crystals of the desert world? Xiaobai narrowed its eyes at Baisher. Its master had already told Baisher about this long ago. It was best for Baishar not to eat the demon crystals of the desert world's demonic beasts before it could confirm if there was anything wrong with them. However, when it was in a daze and before it fully awakened, it had clearly seen Baishar and red demon crystals. Baishar could not help but be stunned when he heard this. He hurriedly said, "Nonsense, I don't have it." However, Baishar felt guilty. Calm, it had already eaten a lot of ordinary demon crystals. It only felt that the demon crystals of the demon beasts in the desert world tasted better. But Zhao's, Baishar's. Therefore, when Xiaobai was not around, Xiaobai secretly ate a few. Xiaobai felt that eating demon crystals did not have much of an effect. Its strength was still improving. It was just demon crystals. Xiaohei and Xiaobai looked at Baishar. They felt that Baishar's expression was not right. Just as Xiaohei and Xiaobai were thinking, Baishar's voice suddenly rang out. "Look! Master is back." Xiaohei and Xiaobai turned their heads almost immediately after hearing Baishar's words. After Bewitching saw Bailey Hongzhuang appear, his beautiful face was filled with a smile. Now, Bailey Hongzhuang had changed into the Tiangang sect's disciple uniform. Obviously, everyone was wearing the same disciple uniform, but when Bailey Hongzhuang wore it, it gave off a different feeling. She was born to be a different person. No matter what she did or what she wore, she could give people a different feeling. Wearing the same clothes, Bailey Hongzhuang was always the most eye-catching thing. Bewitching could not help but rejoice that he had captured Bailey Hongzhuang's heart early on. Otherwise, with Bailey Hongzhuang's outstanding appearance, she must have attracted countless wild bees and butterflies in the sect. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang appear, the three beasties quickly greeted her and jumped in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. "Master, you're finally back." Baishar could not hide the excitement on his face. Ever since they came to Tiangang sect, they had not been by their master's side all the time. On one hand, it was because their master was running around and it did not matter whether they went or not. On the other hand, they also wanted to give their master and Bewitching some time to be alone together. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for their master and Bewitching to get along with each other if she always brought the three of them. "Master, I missed you so much." Xiaohei jumped on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder and intimately rubbed against Bailey Hongzhuang's face. Xiaobai also jumped on Bailey Hongzhuang's other shoulder. "Master, come back earlier next time." Looking at the three beasties suddenly being so intimate, Bailey Hongzhuang felt happy and puzzled at the same time. This was not in line with the three beasties' style. Previously, when they followed Hei Mu, they also did not see her for a period of time. At that time, she did not see the three beasties miss her so much. "Wife, you're back." Bewitching's handsome face was full of smiles as he slowly walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. Hearing Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. It felt really good to know that someone was waiting for his return. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. "I said I would come, why are you still waiting for me outside?" Although the distance from the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall to here wasn't short, with her speed, it wouldn't take long. Everyone was tired when we came out of the desert world. "I'll wait for you to come back so we can eat together." Bewitching held Bailey Hongzhuang's small hand and walked into the house. When a cultivator's strength reached a certain level, they didn't need to eat on time like ordinary people. It was very casual. With Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood. "No wonder you're so enthusiastic. So it's because you want to eat." Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes and smiled at the three beasties. She knew that there must be some other reason why these three fellows suddenly missed her so much. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had discovered their thoughts, the three beasties couldn't help but shrink their heads. They smiled brightly and said, "Master, we're telling the truth. We really miss you. A day without seeing you feels like 3 years." However, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't believe the three beasties' words at all. She understood these three beasties very well. Everything else was fake. The only real thing was that they wanted to eat. However, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't mind. Who asked her to raise 3 gluttonous contract beasties? The dinner Bewitching prepared was very sumptuous, just like the nutritious dinner he prepared for Bailey Hongzhuang in the Bloodground Abyss. Now that you have to run around and cultivate, you naturally need to nourish your body. Bewitching served Bailey Hongzhuang a bowl of demonic beast bone soup. This kind of nourishment could also strengthen Bailey Hongshuang's body. Bailey Hongshuang took it with a smile. This feeling reminds me of the time in the blood-ground abyss. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 years have passed. Bewitching chuckled, "You're a busy person. Naturally, time passes unknowingly. But for me, wife, 1 day without seeing you is like 3 years, so I feel that these 2 years have been exceptionally long." Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang was slightly startled. She stared at Bewitching's serious and joking face, and a complicated light flashed in her eyes. Speaking of which, during the time she was with Bewitching, she was almost always busy doing things. On the contrary, it was Bewitching who dropped all kinds of things to accompany her. After hearing Bewitching's ambiguous and straightforward words, the 3 beasts couldn't help but narrow their eyes. TSK, not suitable for children. TSK, not suitable for demonic beasts. TSK, not suitable, not suitable. The 3 beasts helplessly shook their heads. They knew that they were like third wheels here. Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang's eyes couldn't help but fall on the 3 beasts. These 3 guys were really good at ruining the atmosphere. Bewitching's indifferent gaze swept over the 3 beasts indifferently. "I think you're already full, right?" As soon as these words came out, the 3 beasts' expressions all changed, and then they all smiled. No. We didn't say anything. Eat. The 3 beasts lowered their heads together, pretending that nothing had happened and continued to eat dinner. What a joke, they hadn't eaten their fill yet, so how could they leave just like that? Now, they could only count on Bewitching for their meals. They absolutely could not count on Bewitching. Otherwise, they would have nothing to eat in the future. Seeing how obedient the 3 beasts were, Bewitching nodded in satisfaction. Good girl. Seeing the smug look on Bewitching's face, Bailey Hongshuang secretly scolded him. Bewitching had clearly grasped the weaknesses of the 3 beasts. Now, they could only obediently submit to Bewitching. Why didn't she realize that Bewitching was so two-faced in the past? Bailey Hongshuang thought. However, she had already boarded the pirate ship. She could only continue like this. Bewitching, recently, as I've been training in the desert world for a longer period of time, I've realized that after leaving the desert world, the recovery speed of my energy and elemental energy has increased by a lot. Compared to the exhaustion after going in and coming out, it's obviously much better now. Bailey Hongshuang said slowly. Hearing this, Bewitching nodded. Your body's adaptability is constantly improving, so your recovery speed is also constantly increasing. In the past, I heard from the sect leader that when a practitioner is in a training environment for a long period of time, his physical fitness will constantly improve. Your first recovery was very slow, but your 100th recovery speed is much faster than the first time. Bewitching's eyes were overflowing with joy. Hongshuang's chaos ring was really magical. This desert world was undoubtedly an excellent place for them to cultivate. They could save a lot of time cultivating there. Previously, when Hongshuang was participating in the assessment competition, he was worried that it would be too difficult for Hongshuang to catch up with Lan Qingyan's cultivation. This was because Lan Qingyan started cultivating when she was 5 years old, but Hongshuang only started cultivating when she was 14 years old. There was a gap of 9 years between the two of them. Even though Hongshuang's cultivation talent was outstanding, Lan Qingyan's cultivation talent was not bad either. He did not doubt that if Hongshuang and Hongshuang had cultivated at the same age, then it would not be a problem for Hongshuang to defeat Lan Qingyan. However, there was a gap of 9 years, and it was too difficult to cross this gap. Now, with this desert world, everything that was impossible had become possible. Hearing Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes brightened. If everything was really as Bewitching said, then in the long run, it would be very beneficial to them. That's great. We have to go to the desert world to cultivate more. This way, we can also speed up our recovery. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. Bewitching nodded slightly. That's right. Bewitching, do you know what kind of place the desert world is? Bailey Hongshuang's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. This was something she couldn't understand. Could it be that it's a pocket dimension created by the Chaos Ring? After seeing the pocket dimension of the assessment competition, she was full of amazement towards it. Perhaps, it was a pocket dimension created by the Chaos Ring. Hearing this, Bei-chan's eyes were also filled with a hint of contemplation. He had been to the desert world many times, but he still did not have a definite answer. I can't tell if it's a pocket dimension because the monsters there are different from the monsters we usually see. Bei-chan frowned slightly. He had never heard of such monsters until he saw them in the pocket dimension. Then, everything was real and not fake. Even if the desert world was a pocket dimension, how did these monsters appear? This was simply inexplicable. It was because of this that he could not tell. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Indeed, I have never seen the monsters there. Their demon crystals are also different. I have never heard of the existence of these monsters, so I can't tell at once. It would be better if I go to the library tomorrow and look around. Maybe I can find some relevant information by looking through the history books. Bei-chan said. He knew that all this time, Bailey Hongzhuang did not know much about the situation in the Chaos Ring. Because all of this was obviously arranged by the Chaos Ring, but it was something that they could not have predicted. They obviously did not know the origin of the Chaos Ring, but the desert world was simply too special. He did not believe that it was created by the previous owner of the Chaos Ring. Therefore, there should be some relevant information. There are a lot of books in Tiangang sect, and many historical things are recorded. However, since Hongzhuang did not know, it was probably something that happened thousands of years ago. Listening to Bei-chan's words, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. At present, this was the only way. Hopefully, they would be able to find information related to the desert world. The Chaos Ring was too magical, and there were too many things they did not understand. Therefore, they could only try to understand it bit by bit. Wifey, you went to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall to meditate today. How did it feel? Bei-chan smiled at Bailey Hongzhuang, his eyes filled with concern and affection. Bailey Hongzhuang thought about the situation in the meditating field, then smiled and said, "It's pretty good. Everyone is working hard to cultivate." After seeing how hard everyone is cultivating, Jiqing and Junyu have not left the meditating field until now. Bei-chan nodded, his expression relaxed. The atmosphere of the meditating field can easily make cultivators work hard. If others don't leave, they won't leave either. It's because of this that the disciples' strength has improved a lot. This is really a good method. The disciples are all young and energetic. When they cultivate together, it's easy for them to compete with each other. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. One is marked by the company one keeps. When a lazy cultivator saw that all the cultivators around him were working exceptionally hard, he could not continue to be lazy. This was because he would feel a sense of anxiety in his heart. He was afraid that he would be left behind by everyone. Come to think of it, this was the most important reason for the existence of the meditating field. It seems that Jiqing and Junyu's speed of improvement should be very fast. Bei-chan chuckled. In my opinion, many people need to meditate, but only you don't. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Bei-chan with slight surprise. Why do you say that? Everyone doesn't have enough motivation to cultivate on their own, so sitting in meditation is a great motivator for them. However, wife's daily efforts are already very astonishing. Whether or not you have a seat, it clearly doesn't have any effect on you. Bei-chan sighed. He was speechless at Bailey Hongzhuang's effort. It was likely that many heirs of powerful forces were not as hardworking as Hongzhuang. It was as if she didn't feel tired at all, or perhaps the word tired was simply not within her scope of consideration. She had put all her effort into cultivation, but she did not feel the slightest bit of hardship. However, looking at Bailey Hongzhuang like this, Bei-chan could not help but feel distressed. At the same time, he also understood how important it was to rescue Hongzhuang's parents. Hongzhuang was doing her best to improve her strength, so he only wanted to take good care of Hongzhuang in other aspects. At the very least, he had to keep up with the nutrition. Finding out where Xianxia had hidden Lan Yunxiao and his wife wasn't an easy task. Shirtian Pavilion had already accepted this person for some time, but until now, they had not received any news. This was also within his expectations. After all, if it was really so easy to find out, he wouldn't have been searching for so long without any results. Now, they could only hope that Shirtian Pavilion would spend more time to find out the location. Bailey Hongzhuang obviously knew this, but she had never said it out loud. Once she said it, she felt that there would be less hope. After dinner, Bewitching, Bailey Hongzhuang, and the three beasties rested for a while before entering the desert world again. Now that they were more and more accustomed to the desert world, they were no longer as panicked and worried as before. As the demonic beast's strength increased, so did Bailey Hongzhuang's battle prowess. Originally, Bewitching was very puzzled as to why Bailey Hongzhuang was able to grasp so many powerful martial techniques. But ever since he found out about Bailey Hongzhuang's true identity, he no longer had any doubts. He even felt that the martial techniques from 1,000 years ago were extremely powerful. Unfortunately, many of them had disappeared in the long river of history. However, in the following years, there were people who created extremely powerful martial techniques. While Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were raising their cultivation in the desert world, Mo Yunjue was in a very bad mood. Why haven't we gotten any results after so long? Mo Yunjue frowned, his gloomy and cold eyes locked on the subordinate in front of him. It had been more than 2 months since he accepted this mission, but there was still no news. This was simply intolerable. He believed that Bailey Hongzhuang, who was currently in Tiangang's sect, must be anxiously waiting for this news. Those were Bailey Hongzhuang's parents. After being separated for so many years, he finally had the chance to rescue them. However, he had sent people to investigate for so long but still couldn't confirm the final result. It was truly infuriating. Ever since the assessment competition ended, he had no more chances to see Hongzhuang. Now, there was only one thing, but he couldn't get any results. Hearing Mo Yunjue's furious voice, the man knelt in front of Mo Yunjue with his head lowered, his face filled with guilt. Young master, that Yuxiqing was truly too secretive. We investigated for a long time and confirmed that Lan Yunxiao and his wife are still alive. However, Yuxiqing was very secretive. Even in the Yu clan, not many people knew about this. We've already done our best to investigate, but Yuxiqing is a sly old fox. Plus, this is something that happened more than a decade ago. It's not easy to investigate. Right now, not only have we planted spies near the Yu clan, we have also set our eyes on Lan Jingquang's family. Young master, please give us some more time. The man's tone was sincere and nervous. They never dared to neglect the young master's orders. Under the young master's orders, they had recently gathered people to investigate this matter. However, information about aristocratic families was one of the most difficult tasks to investigate, let alone a secret from more than 10 years ago. Once this news spread out, the Yu clan, Lan clan, and the entire cultivation world would be shocked. At that time, Yuxiqing would become the target of public criticism. With Yuxiqing's status, she naturally knew how important this matter was, so she hid it well. We must find out. Mo Yunjue's voice was firm and resolute. No matter what, he had to find out the specifics. He didn't want to make Bailey Hongzhuang wait for too long. Thinking about it, Bailey Hongzhuang must be burning with anxiety. Yes. The man hurriedly replied. As long as the young master was willing to give them a chance, they would definitely find out the exact location and not disappoint him. However, when they heard the news, they were also very shocked. In the following period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang would meditate and cultivate during the day and enter the desert world with Bewitching to cultivate at night. Under such circumstances, her speed of improvement was also very fast. Not only Bailey Hongzhuang, but Xiaojiqing and Bai Junyu, after being stimulated by Bailey Hongzhuang, almost all of their thoughts were focused on cultivation. The cultivation resources given to them by Tiangang's sect were extremely rich, and the biggest benefit was the Huayuan pill. This Huayuan pill was not used for eating, but for cultivation. There was an extremely pure Yuan power in the Huayuan pill. When cultivating, you only needed to hold the Huayuan pill in your hand and run the cultivation method. The Yuan power in the Huayuan pill would be absorbed into the meridians, thus strengthening the Yuan power in the Dantian. With the existence of this Huayuan pill, the cultivation speed of the cultivator would be a lot faster, and it would have the effect of getting twice the result with half the effort. The number of Huayuan pills given to them by Tiangang's sect was not small, but the number of Huayuan pills needed to cultivate was even more astonishing. They naturally could not have so many cultivation pills for them to cultivate all the time. Therefore, after using up the Huayuan pills in their hands, they could only rely on meditation to improve their cultivation. It was precisely because of this that the Huayuan pill could now be said to be the most attractive pill for cultivators. Bailey Hongzhuang also used the Huayuan pill when she cultivated, but in addition to the cultivation resources she received as a disciple, her grandfather gave her more cultivation resources. Thinking of all the good things that her grandfather had done for her, she also understood that her grandfather wanted to make up for all the things that he had not been able to take care of her for so many years. Originally, Bailey Hongzhuang could also refine the Huayuan pill by herself, but now the time could be said to be very tight, so she almost had no time to refine the pill. Alchemy was also a profession that she could not give up. However, she was now more focused on improving her cultivation. After all, the most important thing now was to improve her strength. The feeling of cultivating with the energy conversion pill is really too good. Now that I've used up all the energy conversion pills, just relying on meditation to cultivate feels really slow. Xiaojiqing faintly sighed. She had never felt the benefits of using the Huayuan pill before, but now that she felt it, she felt that the feeling was really good. In comparison, without the Huayuan pill, his cultivation speed was undoubtedly much slower. Looking at Xiaojiqing's frustrated and helpless appearance, Bai Jinyu smiled and said, "Jiqing, you have broken through not long after coming to Tiangang sect. This cultivation speed is already very fast. A month will pass in the blink of an eye. After a few more days, we will be able to collect cultivation resources again." Hearing this, Xiaojiqing nodded. "Now I can only think of it this way. I was too greedy." Now, she finally understood the difference between having and not having cultivation resources. With these cultivation resources, his cultivation speed could be said to be much faster. If she didn't have the cultivation resources given to her by Tiangang sect before, she would have needed a certain amount of time to break through. However, in less than half a month, she had made another breakthrough. This speed was much faster than before. Bai Junyu chuckled, "This is human nature." Now, with Bai Junyu and Xiaojiqing getting along, the relationship between the two was also a lot closer. "Boss has been leaving in the evening recently. I think she must have gone to find Bewitching. Otherwise, with Boss's desperate temperament, she will definitely stay in the arena day and night." Xiaojiqing laughed. She had been with Boss for so long and had a certain understanding of Boss's character. It seemed that the existence of Bewitching still had a big impact on Boss. After experiencing so many things, now seeing that the relationship between Boss and Bewitching was so good, she was happy for Boss from the bottom of her heart. Yes, it should be like this. Bai Junyu couldn't help but think of the day when they went to get the cultivation resources. The young sect master had specially come to find Bailey Hongzhuang. In fact, they had only been separated for a short time, but the young sect master had specially come to find Bailey Hongzhuang. Just from this point, it could be seen how much the young sect master cared about Bailey Hongzhuang. The relationship between the young sect master and Hongzhuang is really enviable. In this world, there were not many lovers like the young sect master and Bailey Hongzhuang who had such a good relationship. Thinking of this, Bai Junyu couldn't help but look at Xiaojiqing. What about them? Noticing Bai Junyu's gaze, Xiaojiqing was slightly stunned for a moment, and a guess immediately emerged in her mind. However, Bai Junyu didn't say it in the end, and she didn't say much. At this moment, a man appeared in front of Xiaojiqing, with a polite smile on his handsome face. "Junior sister Xia, I'm Ji Wenshu. I want to be friends with you. What do you think?" The sudden voice made Xiaojiqing feel a burst of surprise. She raised her eyes and quickly stood up. However, after seeing the appearance of the other party, Xiaojiqing's eyes couldn't help but change, and her whole person was a little stunned. The man in front of her was not unfamiliar. It was the man they met on the way to the resource hall to get the cultivation resources a few days ago. At that time, she had glanced at the other party. She didn't expect that the other party would appear in front of her now. "Senior brother Ji." Xiaojiqing bowed, her expression revealing a bit of fear and a bit of shyness. This shyness wasn't because she liked Ji Wenshu, but because she remembered what Ji Wenshu had said that day. After all, at that time, Ji Wenshu had already expressed his affection for her. Bai Junyu's gaze also landed on Ji Wenshu. When he heard Ji Wenshu's words that day, he had already remembered Ji Wenshu. After that, he didn't see Ji Wenshu come, so he didn't take it to heart. He didn't expect that Ji Wenshu would take the initiative to talk to Xiaojiqing today. He couldn't help but feel a sense of threat. Jiqing's looks had always been outstanding, and it was normal for men to like her. Ji Wenshu's appearance wasn't bad either, and he was probably stronger than him by a few notches. His refined and courteous appearance made it impossible for anyone to dislike him. Ji Wenshu didn't miss Xiaojiqing's slightly red face, and his eyes suddenly brightened. As early as the first time he saw Xiaojiqing, he felt that Xiaojiqing was his goal. However, these days, he had been thinking about how to get close to Xiaojiqing without appearing too abrupt or making Xiaojiqing feel disgusted. After thinking about it for a long time, Ji Wenshu decided to take the initiative to meet Xiaojiqing. If the young sect master's wife was here, he would have some restrictions, but the young sect master's wife left at night, so he decided to take advantage of this opportunity to get to know her. At this moment, seeing Xiaojiqing blushing, he was more and more sure that Xiaojiqing must have a good impression of him. Otherwise, Xiaojiqing would not blush at all. Thinking of this, Ji Wenshu felt a burst of joy. It seemed that this time, he really had hope. It has been a year since I came down to Tiangang sect. When I first saw junior sister Xia a few days ago, I was shocked. It's just that I have not been very good at communication, so it was not until today that I took the initiative to make friends with junior sister Xia. I hope that junior sister Xia can give me a chance to become friends. Ji Wenshu's face was filled with a faint warm smile, looking at Xiaojiqing with eyes full of appreciation and expectation. Noticing Ji Wenshu's undisguised gaze, Xiaojiqing was also very embarrassed. Although she usually had a carefree appearance, she had no experience in this kind of thing. Thinking about it, when a person expressed his affection for her without any disguise, there would always be a different feeling in her heart. Although Ji Wenshu said that it was only an opportunity to make friends, it was obvious that Ji Wenshu came with the purpose of pursuing her. Since we are both cultivating in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, and senior brother Ji is my senior brother, we are friends. Xiaojiqing smiled. However, when she was talking, Xiaojiqing could not help but look at Bai Junyu. She wanted to know what kind of expression Bai Junyu would have in such a situation. Bai Junyu looked at Ji Wenshu in front of him and only felt very unhappy. As a man, he was very clear about Ji Wenshu's thoughts. Obviously, Ji Wenshu wanted to pursue Xiaojiqing. His intentions were so obvious, so open. If it was an ordinary person who was secretive, it might make people feel a little disgusted. However, in the face of such an open Ji Wenshu, who only had appreciation and admiration in his eyes, he simply could not find anything to hate. However, he was still very unhappy with Ji Wenshu, very, very unhappy. Over the past few days, his relationship with Jiqing had gradually improved. He had been looking forward to getting closer to Jiqing, but he hadn't expected Ji Wenshu to appear out of nowhere. The situation had become much more complicated. He didn't know how Jiqing felt about him, but the thought of Jiqing being with someone else was something he couldn't imagine and couldn't accept. Even though there were many thoughts in his mind, Bai Junyu's face did not reveal anything. After all, he could not show weakness in front of his love rival. After Xiaojiqing noticed that Bai Junyu's expression was natural and there was no change, her heart was a little more depressed. It seems that Bailey Hongzhuang and her previous judgment is wrong. Bai Junyu doesn't like her at all. If he really liked her, how could Bai Junyu turn a blind eye to her? Since junior sister Xia has agreed, then it is my honor. Ji Wenshu's face was brimming with joy and a handsome smile. We can keep in touch in the future. If junior martial sister Xia has any questions, feel free to ask me. I will tell you everything I know. Ji Wenshu left after chatting with Xiaojiqing for a while. After all, the cultivation field was not a suitable place to talk. A group of cultivators were working hard to cultivate. If they kept talking, it would undoubtedly affect the other cultivators. Xiaojiqing sat down and did not think much about it. She was ready to continue cultivating. Bai Junyu's performance just now really disappointed her. She felt that she should completely dispel this idea. Liking someone who did not like her was a very painful thing in itself. If Bai Junyu really did not like her, then she should get rid of it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if she continued to sink in such love, the only one who would suffer in the end would be herself. He seems to like you very much. Bai Junyu's voice quietly passed into Xiaojiqing's ears. Xia Jiqing's heart was even more painful, but there was no expression on her face. Maybe, he should be a good person. When her voice fell, Xia Jiqing no longer said anything and began to cultivate. After Bai Junyu saw that Xia Jiqing did not say much to him, his heart sank. He remembered Jiqing's shyness when she faced Ji Wenshu. When he thought of that scene, he felt a piercing pain. Xia Jiqing did not like him after all. From the first time he saw Xia Jiqing at Kanglin College, he liked her. Although Xia Jiqing was usually careless and spoke without scruples, he just liked Xia Jiqing's cheerful and sunny appearance. Unknowingly, they had been together for so long. He also wanted to confess, but Xia Jiqing's attitude made him unable to be sure of the answer. If he was wrong, he was worried that he could no longer be friends with Xia Jiqing in the future. After getting along for so long, he was also very familiar with Xia Jiqing's character. If Xia Jiqing hated someone, she hated that person from the bottom of her heart. If his confession was not successful, Xia Jiqing was likely to hide from him in the future. He did not want things to become like this. Now, after seeing Xia Jiqing's attitude, he was even more fortunate that his choice was not wrong. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not be able to see Jiqing now, let alone cultivate with Jiqing. When Bailey Hongzhuang came to the field, she found that there was something wrong between Bai Junyu and Xia Jiqing. She couldn't help but frown. The three beasties had also followed Bailey Hongzhuang to the arena today. They had never seen the arena of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, so they were very curious. Therefore, when Bailey Hongzhuang left Bewitching's palace to practice, they immediately requested to follow Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally didn't mind. The three beasts had always been with her. Wow, this meditation field looks really spectacular. Xiao Hei's eyes flashed with amazement. The dense crowd of cultivators sitting there gave off a feeling of vastness at first glance. As expected of the world-famous Tiangang sect, this is really a big deal. Xiao Bai also couldn't help but sigh. They had seen a lot of things, but this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Thinking about it, it may be that their understanding of the sect had stopped thousands of years ago, so they felt unspeakable novelty about everything now. I feel that cultivating here is a very interesting thing. When the three beasts were looking around in amazement, the cultivators in the field also noticed the appearance of the three beasts, and their eyes were filled with surprise. The cultivators of the Tsanglan College are really amazing. Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu both have contracted wind spirit tigers. Bailey Hongzhuang actually brought 3 contracted beasts today. This is too difficult to accept. Originally, in the eyes of many cultivators, the Tsanglan College was just a remote place. Most of the disciples of Tiangang Zone came from large dynasties, and there were almost no cultivators from small dynasties. However, the performance of Bailey Hongzhuang and her party was too special. Contract beasts were very rare, and ordinary people simply could not have a contract beast. However, when Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu each brought a wind spirit tiger to the field, everyone was already very surprised. Bailey Hongzhuang actually brought 3 contract beasts by herself today, which was really dumbfounding. I have seen these 3 contract beasts before in the shadow guard of the young master, He Mu. I did not expect them to come here with Bailey Hongzhuang today. Looking at the attitude of Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu, Bailey Hongzhuang's brows wrinkled even tighter. Something must have happened, otherwise Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu would not be like this. Just, what could have happened? The 3 beasts also noticed the attitude of Bai Junyu and Xia Jiqing, and immediately sat beside Bailey Hongzhuang. Master, there must be something wrong between Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu. I feel that the 2 of them are not in the right state. Xiao Hei curled her lips. With Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu's usual talkative character, they would talk for a long time when they saw them, but now the 2 of them did not react at all. This was the biggest problem, because their performance was not like usual at all. Yes, there must be a problem, it's too strange. Xiao Bai nodded in agreement. Baisher lay on Bailey Hongzhuang's lap, his big round eyes flashing with a thoughtful light. I feel, the 2 of them seem to be sulking? Yes. They are sulking. Bailey Hongzhuang patted Baisher's little head. This time, he was really right, it was indeed like this. After Bailey Hongzhuang began to cultivate, the 3 beasts also sat beside Bailey Hongzhuang and began to cultivate. They hadn't seen Xiao Feng and Xiao Hu for a while, but before they came, their master had told them that they couldn't be loud here, so they didn't dare to say anything else. Xiao Feng and Xiao Hu were undoubtedly very happy to see the appearance of the three beasts. They immediately went to the side of the three beasts and intimately arched their bodies. The five beasts were in a mess, but in the end they didn't dare to be too presumptuous and began to cultivate. While he was cultivating, time passed by extremely quickly. In the evening, Bailey Hongzhuang got up at this time as usual. She decided that she would have a good talk with Bai Junyu tonight. However, before that, she had to talk to Bewitching first. Otherwise, if she didn't go at this time, she was afraid that Bewitching would come to find her later. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to greet Bai Junyu and say that she had something to talk to him about in the evening, Xiaojiqing also stood up. "Boss, I'll go back with you." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and a surprised light appeared in her eyes. "You want to go back to the house?" These days, Xiaojiqing had always gone back to the house with Bai Junyu. Why did she suddenly want to go back with her today? It seemed that the conflict between Xiaojiqing and Bai Junyu was very serious this time. Xiaojiqing nodded slightly. "I've been cultivating for so long today, I want to go back and rest." "Okay, then let's go together." Bailey Hongzhuang didn't object. Xiaojiqing was her good sister, so she naturally had to take care of Xiaojiqing's emotions. After Bai Junyu saw that Xiaojiqing was about to leave, his brows wrinkled, and his expression was a bit complicated. Bailey Hongzhuang quietly gave Bai Junyu a look. Xiaojiqing was no longer here, so Bai Junyu simply left with them. Noticing Bailey Hongzhuang's meaningful glance, Bai Junyu also prepared to stand up. However, before Bai Junyu stood up, a figure had already appeared beside Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaojiqing. "Junior sister Bailey, junior sister Xia." Hearing this voice, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but turn around. They didn't know anyone else in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall other than their eldest senior brother. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw the appearance of the person behind her, she couldn't help but be surprised. "Isn't this?" Ji Wenshu smiled politely, but there was a hint of nervousness in his expression. "I'm Ji Wenshu, please advise me." He originally planned to wait for Xiaojiqing to go back at night and then go back with her. However, he didn't expect Xiaojiqing to go back in the evening. Although he had a certain fear of Bailey Hongzhuang in his heart, he still came after thinking about it. He already knew that Xiaojiqing and Bailey Hongzhuang had a very good relationship. Since he wanted to pursue Xiaojiqing, then Bailey Hongzhuang would know sooner or later. As a result, there was no need to hide at all. On the contrary, being frank would give people a good impression. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. "Senior brother Ji, it's nice to meet you." After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Ji Wenshu was also somewhat flattered. This feeling really made Ji Wenshu feel flattered. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's sincere smile in front of him, he suddenly felt that everyone's rumors about Bailey Hongzhuang were simply biased. Bailey Hongzhuang did not have the slightest bit of arrogance, nor did she seem like someone who specialized in seduction like everyone said. She looked like a lotus flower that was not stained by the mud. Every frown and smile revealed elegance and beauty. "I'm also very happy to meet you," Ji Wenshu said with a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes looked back and forth between Ji Wenshu and Xiaojiqing for a moment. Ji Wenshu's feelings for Xiaojiqing had already been understood the last time. She suddenly understood why the atmosphere between Xiaojiqing and Bai Junyu had suddenly become so strange. She was afraid that it had something to do with Ji Wenshu. Bai Junyu was originally preparing to stand up, but the moment he saw Ji Wenshu appear, he sat back down again, closed his eyes and pretended to cultivate. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed faintly. The relationship between Xiaojiqing and Bai Junyu was really full of twists and turns. It really could not continue to be delayed. "Junior sister Xia, I also want to go back to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Do you mind if I go back with you?" Ji Wenshu smiled warmly and asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Xiaojiqing thought for a moment. She looked at Bai Junyu from the corner of her eyes, but saw that Bai Junyu had already entered a state of cultivation. Her heart was even more annoyed. "Okay." Xiaojiqing's face was filled with a bright smile, and there was no reluctance in her expression. After seeing Xiaojiqing agree, Ji Wenshu was even more happy. "That's great. Let's go." Xia Jiqing nodded and immediately pulled Bailey Hongzhuang together with Ji Wenshu in the direction of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. The three beasts sat on Bailey Hongzhuang's body. They felt very helpless about the feelings in front of them. Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu sulking each other was clearly letting others take advantage of them. It was simply infuriating. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two walked out of the cultivation field, Bai Junyu turned around and looked in the direction of Xia Jiqing's departure. His expression was gloomy. After Bailey Hongzhuang walked out of the cultivation field for a distance, she said to Xia Jiqing and Ji Wenshu in front of her, "I'm going to the young master's palace now, you can go back first." Hearing this, Xia Jiqing nodded slightly, okay. She naturally knew that the young master and the young master were lovers and had dinner every day. Ji Wenshu's heart was also happy. He was looking for an opportunity to learn more about Xia Jiqing. But because of Bailey Hongzhuang's presence, he couldn't say much. Now that Bailey, he was more, he had no doubt that Xia Jiqing was a little more. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Xia Jiqing and Ji Wenshu. They were already very close to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. There should not be any problems, so she left with peace of mind. Master, this Ji Wenshu seems to be a good person. He should not be a bad guy. Xiao He looked at Ji Wenshu's back and said, "Whether he is a bad guy or not is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu are a couple." Xiao Bai said helplessly. They could not let outsiders steal Bai Junyu's woman. Master will definitely find a way to help solve it. Bai Shi looked indifferent. With the relationship between Master and Xia Jiqing, he would never let this matter go. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had already made up her mind, the three beasts no longer said anything. In fact, they felt that no matter how much conflict there was between Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu, they were still an inseparable pair in the end. It was just that the temperaments of these two people were too special. As usual, Bewitching was waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang to have dinner together, but today Bailey Hongzhuang came back a little later. The three beasts had already rushed towards the delicious food. Previously, they were focused on Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu. Now that their attention had been diverted, they only felt hungry. "Beichen, I may not be able to go to the desert world with you tonight to cultivate," Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. Hearing this, Beichen raised his beautiful eyebrows and said, "What's the matter?" Jiqing and Junyu are in conflict again. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed faintly, her delicate and perfect face showed a bit of helplessness. Beichen frowned. They have been cultivating in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall for a while, but they still haven't expressed their feelings? Earlier, he had already learned about the things between Bai Junyu and Xia Jiqing from Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth. When he went to the Kanglin College to find Bailey Hongzhuang, he had already discovered that Bai Junyu liked Xia Jiqing. However, at that time, Xia Jiqing did not show too much love for Bai Junyu. Some time ago, he heard Hongzhuang say that Xia Jiqing liked Bai Junyu. It was reasonable to say that these two people should be together naturally. How could it be delayed for so long and they still haven't been together? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. It seems that they haven't been together yet. Then the two of them are really good at delaying. Bai Junyu is too timid in this kind of thing. Beichen's handsome and elegant face also showed a trace of helplessness. Men should take the initiative in this kind of thing. Maybe it's because he's been in love with Jiqing for so long that he's become timid. Sometimes, when you like someone too much, your courage will become smaller and smaller, afraid that you will be rejected. Beichen shook his head. A man has to have courage. If a woman likes him, his confession will naturally succeed. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. What if you don't like it? If he continues to chase after her shamelessly, he will definitely succeed. Beichen raised his fist confidently. The three beasties also looked at Beichen speechlessly. Speaking of which, when Beichen was pursuing Bailey Hongzhuang, he had really implemented this point perfectly. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to gain his master's trust. Bailey Hongzhuang understood that Beichen had already seen through this point, which was why he was pestering her to the extreme. "Beichen, I'm very curious about a question." Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Beichen, her pretty face full of doubts. "What question?" "How did you train your skin to be so thick?" For a young sect master to be able to do this like Beichen, there should be very few existences. "I was born with it." Bewitching teased. Pft, cough cough. Bailey Hongzhuang, who was drinking soup, choked after hearing Bewitching's words. With Bewitching's voice falling, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes also changed a bit. As Bewitching said, Bewitching had never shown such a posture in front of others. Except in front of her. In fact, she felt that what Bewitching said was right. As a man, he should take the initiative and be full of courage in this aspect. Women have always been passive in this aspect. Except for a few women who dared to take the initiative to confess, other women hoped that their beloved man would confess to them. Even women like Xianxia and Yuan Xiaoman, who were proactive, did not take the initiative to speak in this matter. At this time, Bai Junyu needed to summon up his courage. I originally thought that after this period of time, they would slowly break through this layer of window paper. However, recently, a man who likes Jiqing appeared in the Vermilion Bird Palace, so there was a misunderstanding between them. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Bewitching, and then said, I don't think it's a good idea for them to continue like this. It's better for me to talk to Junyu. As long as Junyu's feelings are confirmed, then this matter will have an answer. Hearing this, Bewitching frowned slightly. You want to talk to Junyu alone? Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned, and quickly said, Junyu is Jiqing's sweetheart, I'm just going to matchmake them. It's not convenient for a married woman to chat with other men in the middle of the night. Bewitching's voice was gentle and overbearing, and his tone had already explained everything. Vinegar jar. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Bewitching. She had never seen Bewitching like this before. In this regard, Bewitching did not care much, but said sanctimoniously, Wife, it's better for them to deal with things between them. I feel that they can't handle this matter at all. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. If the problem between Bai Junyu and Xia Jiqing could be solved by itself, then it would have been solved long ago. Now that there's another Ji Wenshu, I feel that this conflict will continue to expand. Both of them were taciturn when it came to such matters, and that Ji Wenshu seemed to be very proactive. If this continues, I'm afraid the situation will only get worse. She had already seen it today. In order to anger Bai Junyu, Xia Jiqing deliberately went back with Ji Wenshu. This was to give Ji Wenshu a chance to take advantage of this loophole. With Jiqing's feelings for Junyu, it was impossible for her to like someone else. If she continued like this, she would only hurt herself and delay Ji Wenshu. This Bai Junyu is really worrying. Bewitching shook his head. He and Xiren were both very proactive people in their relationships. They had never seen someone like Bai Junyu who didn't dare to confess. Since that's the case, I'll go and have a chat with Bai Junyu tonight. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with a hint of surprise. You're going to talk to Bai Junyu? Bewitching nodded slightly. It's more convenient for a man to talk to another man. You can rest assured that I will achieve the effect you want. Looking at Bewitching's confident appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but chuckle. Then I'll give you this important task. No problem. Bewitching laughed. Leave it to me. Wifey, I'll go talk to Junyu tonight, and you can go talk to Jiqing. I hope they can talk to each other earlier, so that they can be happy earlier. Bewitching's face was filled with a handsome and warm smile. During this time, he could see Bailey Hongzhuang every day, and the two of them were together, which was a kind of happiness for him. When Bailey Hongzhuang was not around, he always felt that his heart was missing a piece. It was not until Bailey Hongzhuang came back that his heart was filled and his whole person was complete. As long as the two of them were together, it was a kind of happiness. He naturally hoped that Bai Junyu and Xia Jiqing could talk about everything earlier and be together well. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the smile on Bewitching's face and couldn't help but be stunned. Bewitching was a peerless beauty, and at this moment, seeing Bewitching's smile, she only felt her heart beat. The Bewitching in front of her was very different from the usual. It was an indescribable sense of satisfaction, but it was more charming. Bewitching saw Bailey Hongzhuang looking at him in a daze, and the smile on his lips could not help but widen a little. It seems that wifey likes my face very much. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Not only your face, I like everything about you. Bewitching's eyes became more and more gentle. The praise of others was nothing to him, only Bailey Hongzhuang's praise would make him happy. The three beasts were also very happy now. During this time, they went to the desert world every night for 3 days to cultivate, and they recovered their strength during the day. It could be said that they were very tired. Today, their master and Bewitching were going to talk to Xianxia and Bijunyu, so they could take advantage of this opportunity to have a good rest. When they participated in the assessment competition, although they were busy every day, they were not so tired. Compared to that, this was the real hardship. However, they also understood the reason why their master was working so hard, so they had no complaints. In their eyes, their master had never felt tired. On the contrary, he was very happy to enter the desert world to cultivate. Come to think of it, this was probably because Bewitching was by master's side. The 3 light bulbs followed beside them, but they could feel their affection. It was so boring. After eating dinner, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching rested for a while before heading towards the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. The moonlight was bright and clean, covering the entire land like a thin veil, adding a hint of hazy beauty. Bewitching held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand and walked leisurely. Strolling in this environment was also a kind of enjoyment. Beichen, I really hope that we can be like this in the future, strolling under the moonlight, leisurely accompanying each other until we grow old. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her head to look at the bright moon as a faint smile slowly appeared on her lips. Such beauty, such a scene, she couldn't help but think of the most beautiful fantasy in her heart. Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching clasped Bailey Hongzhuang's small hand, definitely. In the future, I will accompany you to do everything you want to do. The warm and magnetic voice was full of enchantment. Bailey Hongzhuang felt as if she had heard the most beautiful words in the world. She thought that love was like this, having a person willing to accompany you all your life. Bewitching's mood was also very good. Now that Hongzhuang was by his side, he had no other requests. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching arrived at the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall together, the eyes of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall disciples fell on Bewitching. Greetings, young sect master. Greetings, young sect master. Along the way, all the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall disciples who saw Bewitching would bow and greet him. Bewitching nodded his head one by one. When the crowd saw that Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang had such a good relationship, they were somewhat envious. Flying to the branch to become a phoenix, this kind of thing was extremely difficult in itself, and there was the possibility of change at any time. However, now that more than 2 years had passed, the young sect master's feelings had not changed. From this, it could be seen how much the young sect master liked Bailey Hongzhuang. Therefore, they were now only envious of Bailey Hongzhuang. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang was able to make the young sect master like her for so long, and it was not entirely relying on her appearance. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were a pair of lovers in Tiangang sect, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang did not need to hide their relationship. Bailey Hongzhuang led Bewitching to her residence. After entering Bailey Hongzhuang's supplies, Bewitching found that Bailey Hongzhuang had decorated the room very fresh and elegant. In his opinion, the area of the room was not large, but through Bailey Hongzhuang's decorations, he had a warm feeling. Sit for a while first. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Later, you will look for Bijunyu first, and then I will look for Jiqing? Bewitching nodded. I'll ask Junyu to go outside and have a chat. It's not good for 2 men to talk in the house. As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't a big deal, but after listening to Bewitching's words, she felt a little strange. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's smile, Bewitching was also very happy. Now that he was with Hongzhuang was smiling more and more. As long as Hongzhuang was happy, it was a kind of satisfaction for him. A moment later, Bewitching went to the next room to look for Bijunyu. Young sect lord? Bijunyu was obviously surprised to see Bewitching appear. He never thought that Bewitching would actually come looking for him. Bewitching nodded slightly and said, let's go out and have a talk. Bijunyu was a little puzzled at first, but he couldn't help but think of Bailey Hongzhuang and what happened today, and suddenly understood a little. His mood was very complicated now, but no matter what others said to him, it would be useless. However, since the young sect lord came looking for him, he naturally had to listen. Bijunyu followed Bewitching out of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Bewitching didn't go far, and directly went to the back mountain of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall with Bijunyu. Young sect lord, what do you want to talk to me about? Along the way, Bewitching didn't speak. After stopping, Bai Junyu couldn't help but take the lead to speak. Bewitching directly sat down on the grass, and at the same time took out 2 wine jugs from his Xianxia bag. He handed one of them to Bai Junyu and said, "Sit." Looking at the wine, Bai Junyu couldn't help but smile, and immediately sat down with Bewitching. Cheers. Bewitching didn't go straight to the main topic. There were different ways for men to chat. After 3 rounds of wine, everything would be clear. On the contrary, if they started talking about this topic, Bai Junyu would probably feel very uncomfortable. "Junyu, you like Xianxia, right?" While drinking, Bewitching slowly said. However, his eyes were not looking at Bai Junyu, but at the bright moon in the sky. Listening to Bewitching's words, Bai Junyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, I like her." He liked Xianxia from the first time he saw her more than 3 years ago. At that time, Xianxia wanted to enter the special enrollment class, so he worked hard to ask the tutor to give Xianxia a chance to be assessed. On the one hand, he hoped that Xianxia could achieve her wish. On the other hand, he also hoped that he could be closer to Xianxia. The final situation was as expected. He had always been in the same team with Xianxia and could often see Xianxia smile. However, the distance between them had never shrunk. At the beginning, he was very clear that Xianxia did not like him at all. However, as the time they spent together grew longer, he sometimes had an illusion that Xianxia liked him, but today, it seemed that all this was just his imagination. "Since you have liked her for so many years, why not express your feelings?" Bewitching looked at Bai Junyu. He really did not understand why Bai Junyu had not expressed his thoughts on this kind of thing. Hearing this, Bai Junyu's eyelids drooped slightly, his expression revealing an unspeakable bitterness. "She doesn't like me. If I confess, I'm afraid she will have to avoid me in the future." With Bai Junyu's voice falling, Bewitching could not help but think that Bai Junyu was stupid. They, as outsiders, had long understood the situation, but Bai Junyu still didn't understand it until now. After a long time, it turned out that Bai Junyu had always thought that Xianxia did not like him. No wonder he did not dare to confess. "Who said she doesn't like you?" Bewitching said. "If she liked me, she wouldn't have left with another man today." Bai Junyu's lips pulled out a smile, but this smile always revealed a bit of sadness. Today, the image of Xianxia leaving with Ji Wenshu had been deeply imprinted in his mind. He always felt that in the future, Xianxia would be like today, leaving with a man and disappearing from his world forever. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel vexed. He really didn't want to see such a thing happen. He only felt an indescribable pain in his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. Bewitching sighed. He had seen people who were slow to love, but he had never seen someone so slow to love. "Bai Junyu, are you stupid?" Bai Junyu looked at Bewitching doubtfully. He did not understand why Bewitching suddenly said such words. "We can all tell that Jiqing likes you. You're the one who's been making her wait. As a man, what are you afraid of? If you confess, maybe you'll succeed. At least Jiqing will know your feelings. If you don't confess, then you can only watch as Jiqing is taken away by another man. You don't even have the right to speak. In my opinion, you're not as good as Ji Wenshu who just appeared today." When Ji Wenshu first met Jiqing, he had already directly expressed his feelings. This is a real man. Bai Junyu listened to everything Bewitching said, and his whole person was a little stunned. "You and Jiqing have been together for so many years. No matter how you look at it, you have an advantage over Ji Wenshu. Ji Wenshu just appeared today and is still a stranger. Are you already discouraged and feel that you can't compare to him?" Bewitching frowned. "If you really have no confidence in yourself, you might as well give up early. Jiqing is just a woman. If you don't take the initiative to express your feelings, do you want Jiqing to take the initiative to express her feelings to you?" In the face of such a stupid Bai Junyu, Bewitching was also helpless to the extreme. Originally, he thought that it was best for them not to intervene in other people's feelings. However, now it seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang was right. If they did not intervene in this matter, he was afraid that Bai Junyu and Xianxia would not be able to really be together. Bewitching's words were like an alarm bell that woke Bai Junyu up. He looked at Bewitching and felt that everything Bewitching said was very correct. He had never thought about this problem before. He just analyzed Xiaojiqing's daily behavior to see if Xiaojiqing liked him or not. However, the answer he got in the end was that she did not like him. Perhaps, he really should be brave enough to express his feelings to Xiaojiqing. No matter what the final result was, at least, he would not let himself regret it. If Jiqing was chased by other men and he did not express his feelings from beginning to end, then he would definitely regret it in the future. He did not believe that he could not even compare to Ji Wenshu. No, I never felt that I was inferior to Ji Wenshu. Bai Junyu said resolutely. This was his dignity. For this new Ji Wenshu, he only felt that he was not worse than Ji Wenshu. Although Ji Wenshu's current strength was stronger than his, as long as he was given a certain amount of time, he would definitely become a better person than Ji Wenshu. The most important thing was that he had a heart that would always be good to Xiaojiqing. On this point, he believed that Ji Wenshu was absolutely incomparable to him. Ji Wenshu and Xiaojiqing had just met. At most, it could only be called good feelings and love. But he loved Xiaojiqing. The two were completely different. After hearing Bai Junyu's words, Bewitching nodded. At least, Bai Junyu hadn't lost his fighting spirit as a man. For men, love was also a battlefield. They absolutely couldn't admit defeat before they put in the effort. In that case, you can compete fairly with Ji Wenshu. Ji Wenshu has already begun to move, yet you're still here feeling depressed. If you continue like this, you'll definitely lose, Bewitching said slowly. He believed that as long as Bai Junyu was filled with confidence and fighting spirit, then the problem would not be far from being solved. Bai Junyu stared at Bewitching and said, I understand. Bewitching's words, for him, were like an epiphany. Originally, he did not understand, but in an instant, he understood everything. Even if his confession failed, he could still work hard. He believed that as long as Xiaojiqing saw his sincerity, she would definitely choose to agree with him. If he didn't work hard now, there would be nothing left. His mind kept replaying the scene of Xiaojiqing and Ji Wenshu leaving together. As he recalled those scenes, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. Young sect master, thank you. Bai Junyu stood up and looked at Bewitching gratefully. If it weren't for Bewitching reminding him today, then he really didn't know when he would have understood this point. At that time, if Xiaojiqing really left with someone else, it was definitely something he couldn't bear. Now, he decided to work hard. No matter what the final result was, he would work hard. Listening to Bai Junyu's words, Bewitching knew that Bai Junyu really understood all this. This was undoubtedly an excellent result. This kid was not too stupid. I was also entrusted by others to do this. Originally, Hong Zhuang was going to tell you, but I think it is more convenient for us men to talk about it, so I came. Hong Zhuang is now talking to Jiqing, you should seize the opportunity. Bewitching chuckled. He didn't tell Bai Junyu that Xiaojiqing also liked him. As long as Bai Junyu took the initiative to break this layer of window paper, then the two could be together. He felt that if he didn't tell Bai Junyu now, it would make this thing more interesting. After all, when the two of them were truly together, everything would be a beautiful memory. With Bewitching's voice falling, Bai Junyu understood that Hong Zhuang had been worried about their affairs. It's really shameful to say that from the beginning to the present, Hong Zhuang has always been helping us. I didn't expect that now even this emotional thing needs Hong Zhuang to worry about. Bai Junyu felt guilty. Along the way, Bailey Hongzhuang had helped him too much. If it weren't for Bailey Hongzhuang, he wouldn't be a member of Tiangang sect now, nor would he be able to bring glory to his ancestors. If Bailey Hongzhuang had not appeared, then his life would have been completely different. It would have been impossible for him to be like this. He never thought that when it came to feelings, Bailey Hongzhuang had already seen it clearly, but he was still so weak. You and Jiqing are both good friends of ours. Naturally, we hope that both of you will have a happy ending. Bewitching patted Bai Junyu's shoulder. He had said what he needed to say. What to do next would depend on Bai Junyu himself. If Bai Junyu still didn't know what to do at this point, then Bai Junyu would really be a fool. A smile appeared on Bai Junyu's face. To them, being able to meet Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching was their fortune. While Bewitching and Bai Junyu were chatting, Bailey Hongzhuang also found Xiaojiqing. Knock knock. Bailey Hongzhuang knocked on the door of Xiaojiqing's room. When Xiao Jiqing opened the door and saw Bailey Hongzhuang, her pretty face couldn't help but be surprised. "Boss, why did you come back so early today?" Usually, the boss stayed in the young palace master's palace and didn't come back so early. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's pretty face was filled with a touch of helplessness. "Aren't I worried about you and Junyu?" Xiao Jiqing's face was gloomy in an instant, and she said sullenly, "Between me and him, there is nothing to worry about." Bailey Hongzhuang walked into the room, and Xiao Jiqing was still angry with Bai Junyu. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with a smile as she teased Xiao Jiqing. No matter how magnanimous and calm a woman was, once she was in love, she would become sensitive and stingy. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's teasing look, Xiao Jiqing couldn't help but say angrily, "Boss, now that the situation has become like this, you are still in the mood to tease me." Her mood now could be described as extremely bad. When she thought of Bai Junyu's indifferent appearance, she couldn't help but feel angry and lost. She wanted to let it go, but after coming back, she had been thinking about it and couldn't get rid of it. She wanted to meditate and cultivate, but she found that she couldn't calm down at all. Not to mention that she couldn't achieve any results in her cultivation, she might even go crazy. Therefore, in such a situation, she could only be in a daze, which was really depressing. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore." Bailey Hongzhuang looked at her and said, "Why did you come back with Ji Wenshu today? How did you and Junyu get into a conflict?" Xiao Jiqing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and then opened her mouth. Bailey Hongzhuang had always been the most trusted person in Xiao Jiqing. What's more, Bailey Hongzhuang had already known her thoughts, so there was no need to hide it. "Today, senior brother Ji came to greet me and said that he wanted to be friends with me." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and stared at Xiao Jiqing, but there were already some guesses in her heart. "I know that senior brother Ji likes it, but in such a situation, Junyu didn't react at all, as if he didn't care about it. He doesn't have me in his heart at all. Otherwise, he shouldn't have such an attitude when encountering such a thing." Xiao Jiqing frowned. When she thought of the scene that happened during the day, her heart was blocked. "Then what kind of reaction do you think Bai Junyu should have?" Bailey Hongzhuang didn't answer immediately, but asked. Hearing this, Xiao Jiqing hesitated and said, At least you should show some reluctance." Bailey Hongzhuang faintly sighed. Bai Junyu and Xiao Jiqing were both extremely proud. They obviously cared about it, but on the surface, they all pretended not to care. If Bai Junyu was really capable of that, then the two of you wouldn't have wasted so much time on each other. Xiao Jiqing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in confusion. She didn't understand what Bailey Hongzhuang meant. "Were you unhappy when you left with Ji Wenshu?" Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Xiao Jiqing nodded her head. She was naturally not happy. Although Ji Wenshu should be a good person and a very charming man, she only had Bai Junyu in her heart. There was no room for anyone else. Therefore, no matter how outstanding Ji Wenshu was, it was meaningless to her. After all, once you like a person, you always think that he is the best no matter what. Seeing Xiao Jiqing's answer, Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. "But I saw you and Ji Wenshu talking happily when you left together. I couldn't see any unhappiness at all." As soon as these words came out, Xiao Jiqing was slightly stunned and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang stupidly. Bailey Hongzhuang could be sure that after Bai Junyu saw the scene of Xiao Jiqing and Ji Wenshu leaving together, he was afraid that his heart was already depressed to the extreme. However, Bai Junyu was a person who cared about his face, so on the surface, he was not willing to show it at all. Xiao Jiqing seemed to suddenly understand. She had always looked at this matter from her own point of view, but had never looked at it from Bai Junyu's point of view. If she was Bai Junyu, presumably, she would do the same. Her heart, which was originally uncomfortable, seemed to be a lot more comfortable at this moment. Xiao Jiqing only felt that the whole person's state was a bit better. "Boss, will it really be like this?" Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. In addition to this answer, there is no other answer. At this moment, Xiao Jiqing's face that was previously full of worry finally showed a smile at this moment. Bailey Hongzhuang patted Xiao Jiqing's shoulder. "This kind of thing should be taken by the man. Jiqing, as long as you don't get entangled in this matter and feel better, it will be fine. I believe that it won't be long before Junyu starts to act." Recalling Debachen's confident promise to her before, he would definitely make Bai Junyu feel enlightened, so that his whole person would wake up. Bewitching had never done anything wrong, and this time would not be an exception. As long as Bai Junyu had the courage, then all of this would not be a problem. Today, she and Bewitching were going out together. If Bai Junyu and Xianxia were not together, then it would really be a waste of their painstaking efforts. With Bailey Hongzhuang's voice falling, Xianxia looked at Bailey Hongzhuang doubtfully. She always felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's words had a deep meaning. "Boss, what do you mean by this?" Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "Nothing, you two have been entangled for so long, I also think it's time to solve this problem. Ji Wenshu's appearance is an opportunity. Unfortunately, Ji Wenshu is destined to have no hope." Xianxia only thought that Bailey Hongzhuang meant that because of the appearance of Ji Wenshu, Bai Junyu would feel a little more nervous and didn't think much about it. Bailey Hongzhuang and Xianxia chatted for a long time. All the unhappiness in Xianxia's heart gradually dissipated in the conversation with Bailey Hongzhuang. "Boss, you're the best." Xianxia's eyes were filled with warmth. "If it weren't for you, my state today would be terrible." No matter what, Boss would always think for her. There were many things that Big Boss could have ignored, but because of her, Big Boss kept helping. She couldn't express her gratitude to her boss with words. She could only repay him slowly with her entire life. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and shook her head. "We're good sisters. You're treating me like an outsider. Usually, when I'm in a bad mood, you'll still accompany me. This is what you should do." Xianxia was really her best sister. The two of them had known each other for such a long time. She was also grateful for Xianxia's appearance. She was grateful that Xianxia always supported her and believed in her no matter what. This feeling of being unconditionally trusted was really great. After Bailey Hongzhuang talked with Xianxia for a while, she noticed Bewitching's footsteps approaching. Now she was more and more familiar with Bewitching. As long as she heard Bewitching's footsteps, she could judge it. "Jiqing, you have a good rest, I'll go back first." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Xianxia nodded slightly and said, "Okay, boss, you also have a good rest." After being persuaded by her boss, she had come out of her bad mood and felt a lot better. When Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the house, she saw that Bewitching was already waiting for her. She chuckled and sat beside Bewitching. "Is the effect achieved?" Bailey Hongzhuang asked with a smile. Bewitching raised his eyebrows. "I personally did it, how can it not succeed? Don't worry, this problem will be solved in a few days." Looking at Bewitching's confident smile, Bailey Hongzhuang's smile couldn't help but widen. Now, as she spent more time with Bewitching, she found that Bewitching was a very proud person. Of course, it was only in front of her. A few days later, when Bailey Hongzhuang went to the meditation field to practice, she saw that Xianxia and Bai Junyu had a very good relationship. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Xianxia and Bai Junyu suspiciously, but she couldn't help but smile. "You are," noticing Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze, Xianxia's expression changed slightly, but her cheeks couldn't help but blush. Bai Junyu also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a silly smile. Everything was understood without words. Seeing this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang had already understood. Bewitching was right. If he said that there would be no problem, then there really would be no problem. "Since you have reconciled, I am happy for you." Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Bai Junyu and Xianxia were shy in this regard, so she no longer teased them. The two of them went in circles and waited for more than 3 years before they finally got together. This relationship was really hard to come by. However, with Xianxia and Bai Junyu's slow reaction to feelings, there would not be any other problems in the future. Xianxia and Bai Junyu's faces were full of smiles. In fact, they now felt like they were soaking in a honey pot, and their whole person was indescribably sweet. Ji Wenshu was very depressed. Originally, he only felt that his pursuit of Xianxia was full of hope. He didn't think that before his actions were fully launched, Xianxia had already been taken. This feeling undoubtedly made him very unhappy. However, at this time, even if he was unhappy, it was of no use. Time passed slowly. Bailey Hongzhuang practiced with Bewitching in the desert world every night. Even practicing martial arts was practiced in the desert world, because this was the most time-saving way. However, in the eyes of other cultivators, Bailey Hongzhuang was just practicing during the day and went back to the house to rest at night. It seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang was definitely not the most hardworking among the disciples. On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked to the front of the ranking pillar. She successfully broke through to the second stage of the Green Realm last night. At this moment, she could also see her ranking. It was reasonable to say that if there was no breakthrough, the general cultivator would not come here to test the ranking. Only after a breakthrough would the cultivator's ranking have a greater improvement. Otherwise, the ranking increase would be extremely slow. If the ranking increase was pitiful, or even there was no change, it would undoubtedly be a joke. In everyone's opinion, Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation time was still short. It was a bit too impatient to retest the ranking now. It is not an easy thing to increase the ranking. Bailey Hongzhuang did not break through at all. The increase in the ranking should be very small, right? I don't know what Bailey Hongzhuang is thinking. If it were me, I would not come to verify the ranking. Yes, even if she and the young lord are going to get married soon, at least she has to maintain her image. Xianxia and Bai Junyu also looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with doubts. They came earlier than Bailey Hongzhuang in the morning. They only saw Bailey Hongzhuang come to the arena and then went directly to the ranking pillar. Therefore, they did not know what Bailey Hongzhuang was thinking. Xianxia frowned slightly and looked at Bai Junyu with doubts. Junyu, do you think the boss has broken through again? Others did not know the boss well, but she knew. The boss had never been a person who spoke without thinking. Since the boss chose to do this, then she must have her reasons. However, when she thought of this possibility, she felt that it was really too incredible. The boss was already at the first level of the Green Realm. As everyone knew, the more a cultivator cultivated, the more difficult it was to improve their cultivation. With Bailey Hongzhuang's current cultivation, it was undoubtedly extremely difficult to improve one level. Bai Junyu glanced at Xianxia and his expression changed a bit. He pondered and said, maybe, it is really possible. After knowing each other for such a long time, all kinds of impossible things had happened to Bailey Hongzhuang. Although this matter was unbelievable, he still felt that this was the most likely. With Bai Junyu's voice falling, Xianxia did not say much. Actually, her thoughts were the same as Bai Junyu's. She just felt that it was too unbelievable. During this period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang had not tested the changes in her strength. Her ranking had dropped from 300th to 350th. Just from the degree of change in this ranking, one could see the excellence of the Tiangang sect cultivators. In just 2 short months, there were already so many cultivators who had surpassed Bailey Hongzhuang in ranking. Soon, Bailey Hongzhuang's test was over. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang's ranking began to change under the astonished gazes of the disciples. It rose rapidly from the 350th place to the 280th place. It seemed like she had only increased by 20 places compared to her original result of 300th place. However, in reality, Bailey Hongzhuang had surpassed 70 cultivators. Everyone clearly noticed the words Level 2 of the Green Realm written beside Bailey Hongzhuang's name. An indescribable shock and astonishment spread in the hearts of everyone. Oh my God, only a month has passed and Bailey Hongzhuang actually broke through to the second level of the Green Realm? It is difficult to break through to the Green Realm. How did Bailey Hongzhuang do it? A puzzled gaze was fixed on Bailey Hongzhuang's body. Everyone really couldn't understand how Bailey Hongzhuang cultivated. It was clear that many cultivators spent more time in meditation than Bailey Hongzhuang, but their speed of improvement was not as fast as Bailey Hongzhuang. Could it be that the young sect master gave a lot of precious cultivation resources to Bailey Hongzhuang? At this time, everyone could only think of this possibility. In addition, they really couldn't figure out how Bailey Hongzhuang did it. Maybe, with the young sect master's love for Bailey Hongzhuang, it is also very normal to do this. I really envy Bailey Hongzhuang. Usually, we only have so many cultivation resources. How can we compare with Bailey Hongzhuang? Everyone sighed faintly. They all envied the young sect master for having such a proud identity. Whether it was the successor of a sect or an aristocratic family, they didn't need to worry about cultivation resources at all. However, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't have such an identity, but she could also have such cultivation resources. It was really too enviable. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced around and noticed everyone's envious and jealous eyes. She didn't care and walked to the position next to Xianxia and Bai Junyu and sat down. "Boss, your cultivation speed is too heaven-defying." Xianxia shook her head. She was almost used to all this, but every time such a thing happened, she still couldn't help but exclaim. Speaking of which, she and Bai Junyu had been cultivating day and night during this time, but their speed was still left behind by Bailey Hongzhuang. It was really infuriating. Bai Junyu didn't want to talk at the moment. Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation speed couldn't be judged by common sense. At least, except for Bailey Hongzhuang, he had never seen anyone with such an amazing cultivation speed. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. In fact, she had been cultivating for a long time, but she couldn't say it out loud. In a few days, she would be going to Limitless Palace to cultivate. Before that, she hoped that she could improve her strength. Long ago, she had already heard from Bewitching that her master was a peerless genius and extremely powerful. As her master's disciple, she naturally had to work harder. No matter what, she would not let anyone doubt her master's foresight. "Boss, these people are just sour grapes. You don't have to care about what they think." Xiaojiqing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang worriedly. She knew how hard her boss had worked in order to be a match for Bewitching. However, other people would always use other ways to interpret boss's efforts. Thinking about it, boss wouldn't feel good after hearing these words. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "It's all right. Don't worry about it." In fact, the reason why she could be promoted to Green Realm Level 2 in this short period of time was indeed with the help of cultivation resources. If her grandfather hadn't given her enough cultivation resources, it would have taken some time for her to break through. In such calm and comfortable days, 3 months slowly passed. On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang stood in front of Bewitching. "Beichen, 3 months have passed. It's time for me to go to Limitless Palace." Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. "I'll send you to Limitless Palace." Bewitching naturally knew about this matter. He believed that Limitless Palace Master would definitely teach Hongzhuang a lot of useful things. Limitless Palace Master and Hongzhuang were both cultivators of the Lan family. Presumably, Limitless Palace Master would have a better understanding of the Rainbow Pearl. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment and said, "You have a lot of things to deal with in Tiangang sect. Now, Master won't appear for most of the things. Isn't it bad for you to leave like this? You've already brought me to Limitless Palace last time. I know how to get there." Bewitching smiled slightly. He reached out and touched Bailey Hongzhuang's silky black hair. His eyes were filled with pampering light. "You know how much Master values you. If I don't send you there, Master won't be at ease." Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. Her eyes were filled with a hint of surprise. "I've already told Master yesterday. Master asked me to send you there. Tiangang sect hasn't had any problems recently. All the elders are in good order. You can rest assured." Bailey Hongzhuang raised her head and saw Bewitching's smile that was brighter than the sun. Her beautiful face also bloomed with a smile. "Then let's set off together." This feeling of having Bewitching by her side at all times was really great. After the two of them made their decision, they immediately led the 3 beasts towards the direction of Limitless Palace. Qin Ai already knew that Bailey Hongzhuang would leave after cultivating in Vermilion Bird Palace Hall for 3 months. Therefore, she didn't need to say anything. When the 3 beasts left, they were somewhat reluctant to part with Heimu. After all, Master and Bewitching were too crazy when cultivating. Heimu was the easiest to bully. Seeing the 3 beasts relying on Heimu, Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment and decided to call Heimu along. After all, she would have to learn from her master and mistress when the time came, and she might not be able to take good care of the beasts. With Darkwood around, there was no need to worry. Xiao He and Xiao Bai sat on Heimu's shoulders. As Baisha grew bigger, he could no longer be held in his arms. In a short span of 3 months, Tiangang sect's food was excellent, and the supply of demon crystals had never been cut off. Therefore, Baisha's body was now as big as a golden retriever. However, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at White Lion, who was growing bigger and bigger. She felt that White Lion was not far from becoming her mount. This was because White Lion's body had been growing rapidly ever since then. Compared to its furry and extremely cute appearance in the past, the current white lion had an additional majestic aura. The white lion, which was entirely white, looked very beautiful. It gradually lost its previous chubby figure and became strong and mighty. Especially that pair of sharp and threatening eyes, no one dared to underestimate them. Similarly, as its body grew bigger, White Lion could eat more and more. This time, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching did not go to Limitless Palace with the mentality of sightseeing. Instead, they rushed there as fast as they could. Because there was no news from Shirtian Pavilion for a long time, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's feelings became more and more complicated. They had already made a decision. If there was still no news after a while, they could only go to Yu Clan and turn it upside down. End of chapter 1851. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.